Every time I breathe, I get a reward of $1. An adult breathes 16 to 20 times per minute, so let's say 20 times, that's 1,200 in an hour, $28,800 a day. Although I'm still far from being a tycoon, the system tells me that this reward will increase many times in the future, so I don't have to worry. After that, it reminds me that the limited time flash sale system has been activated, and the flash sale mall app has been installed on the host's phone, with a 10-minute limit. I instantly perk up. Indeed, the harder I work, the luckier I get. I quickly check to see what good deals are available. Upon entering the app's main page, there is a note, flash sale, countdown 9:45, Lamborghini, price 9. 9, luxury villa, price 9. 9, Bentley Continental GT, price 9. 9, Haicheng Commercial Street, price 9. 9, 1935 Lafayette 10 boxes, price 9. 9, Romani Conti Emperor red wine 10 boxes, price 9. 9, it's dazzling, no time to look carefully, just buy them all first. At a critical moment, the network is not working well, taking forever to make a purchase. My Apple family photo has arrived, so I first exchanged this phone from 5 years ago. Ding! The flash sale time is up, and the items purchased by the host will be delivered in a reasonable manner. Ah, I missed the Lamborghini. Oh well, this city isn't really suitable for supercars, I'll just console myself this way. Ding ding! I like using the traditional jarring ringtone on my phone, it helps keep me alert. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Sheen? This is the delivery company. There are dozens of items that need your signature in person. Okay, I'm nearby, just bring them over. So many items, did they all arrive together? I need to hurry home and check. Just as I got back downstairs and was walking up the stairs, a shadow bumped into me. Ouch, can't you watch where you're going? A rough voice exclaimed. I covered my nose and looked at the shadow, it was actually landlady Wang. Wang Jia, sorry, I was distracted. Xiao Qin, why aren't you out delivering food early in the morning? What are you doing back at the rental house? I have something to discuss with you. Wang Jia, what's up? I need to get back, there's a delivery waiting for me. Xiao Qin, your lease for that house is up, we need to sign a new contract. I'm thinking of not renting it out anymore. I want to knock down a wall and make it a bigger unit to rent out. I see, then I'll move out in a few days. Please return my deposit when I leave. Deposit? I'll have to check for any damages after you move out before I can return it. You're going to renovate anyway, what damages could there be? Holding on to my deposit unfairly. Fine, I'll let you know when I move out. I quickly went upstairs. Ding ding. Hello, is this Mr. Sheen? This is the sales office of Deep Bay No. 1. I calmly responded, yes, it's me. Mr. Sheen, your property deed for the Deep Bay No. 1 penthouse has been processed. When would you be available to come and collect it? Alright, I have some things to attend to, I'll arrange to come today. Great! The sales office of Deep Bay No. 1 is eagerly awaiting your arrival, wishing you a pleasant life. After that, the call ended. My smile almost reached my ears, just got kicked out of one place, and now I have a new place to go, 1,000 times better than this one-bedroom apartment. Ding ding! Hello, is this Mr. Sheen? This is the Bentley 4S store. Your Continental GT has arrived. The paperwork is all set, you can drive it away now, when will you come over? Okay, I'll come over in a while, please send me the address. There are quite a few Bentley stores in Chengdu, need to confirm the address. Alright, I've sent you the address to your phone. We'll be waiting for your visit here. Have a pleasant life. Pleasant, very pleasant. Couldn't get the Lamborghini, Bentley is not bad either, and at this rate, I'll eventually be able to get the Lamborghini. After signing for a bunch of deliveries and wine upstairs, I immediately took a taxi to the 4S store. As soon as I entered, a tall girl greeted me. Hello, sir, how can I assist you? I'm here to pick up my car, my surname is Qin. Mr. Sheen, the manager has instructed, please wait a moment, I'll get the documents for you, here's my business card. Li Xiao, looks quite young. At that moment, a salesperson with a Mediterranean look and a heavily made-up woman approached. Director Wang, please have a seat here, I'll get the brochure for you. Then she turned to me and said, sir, please step aside, go check out the cars over there, this area is for VIPs, you can sit here after the deal is done. How do you know I haven't made a deal yet? Don't joke around, go buy some clothes to wear, your clothes are all faded. Hasty, didn't think about buying clothes, felt belittled. Li Xiao then approached. Miss Gao, this is Mr. Qin, here to pick up the car, as instructed by the manager. Pick up the car? Have you verified his identity? Mistaken identity can be costly, Shaoli. The Mediterranean woman spoke up. When did the standard of your Bentley store drop so low that anyone can come to pick up a car? Forget it, I'm not buying it, darling, let's go. Exactly, I don't want to drive the same car as such a person. Baby, let's go check out the Rolls-Royce next door. Wait, Director Wang, I'll kick this person out right away. This person must be a scammer. Give me a few minutes. Xiao Li, Director Wang is a genuine customer ready to make a deal. Don't block our path to profit. Quickly kick the person out. Lu Jia, Mr. Xin is indeed here to pick up the car. I checked the photos provided by the manager. Li Xiao whispered. Seeing Li Xiao's demeanor, it was clear she had been bullied often. Check what? Show me your ID. No, IDs can be fake too. Hurry up and leave, don't block us. I was speechless towards this woman, so I called the manager I had just spoken to. Hello, I'm at your store, but your staff is trying to kick me out. Can you come and handle this? Alright, Mr. Xin, I'll be right there. A middle-aged man with glasses quickly ran in from the entrance. Manager Zhang, this person somehow got hold of our customer information, came here to scam a car, and offended my client. Kick him out quickly, said Lu Jia. Shut up, Mr. Xin, I'm sorry for this, such incidents happen, I was just out for a moment. Lu Jia looked surprised, then said, Manager Zhang, look at how he's dressed. Can someone who can afford a Bentley dress like that? Don't let him deceive you. Xiao Lu, you can leave, don't come to work tomorrow. As a salesperson, don't look down on people. You can never imagine how a customer will appear before you. This will affect the reputation of our 4S store. Manager Zhang, Director Wang is my client, ready to buy a car now. If you fire me now, he won't buy it. Lu Jia quickly looked at the Mediterranean woman. Yes, if you fire her, it's like slapping my face. I won't buy a car from your place in the future. The Mediterranean woman didn't disappoint her, standing up for her. Director Wang, sorry, this is an internal adjustment. If we have to offend customers to retain them, our store won't survive. Manager Zhang said. Alright, very well, let's go. The Mediterranean woman walked out with the heavily made-up woman. I'm sorry, Mr. Xin, for the embarrassment. Manager Zhang said. It's okay, you handled it well, I wouldn't know how to handle it myself if it were up to me. I said, Li Xiao, give the information to Mr. Xin, and then take Mr. Xin to get the car. Okay, Manager Zhang. Li Xiao and I went to the parking area. Li Xiao wanted me to stand and take photos of the car, but I refused. After getting on the car, I looked at Li Xiao and asked, do you have time? Li Xiaoling hesitated for a moment, then blushed and said, yes. Great, let's have a meal together, and then accompany me to buy some things. Then I'll go ask for leave first, Li Xiao said and went to ask Manager Zhang for permission. After Manager Zhang approved the leave, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Qin Chen on the second floor, showing a faint smile. After Li Xiao got into the car, she asked, can I go home first to change into a different outfit? No need, I like you in this outfit, Qin Chen replied. With the black stockings, you're irresistible. Why change? V-room. V-room. The GT was more of a family car, not too flashy. Qin Chen quickly brought Li Xiao to Wanchang City, where there were more luxury stores. They went straight to the Armani men's section, where Qin picked out a casual outfit and casually threw a few sets on the counter. He said to Li Xiao, pick out some as well, consider it a gift from me. It's not necessary, Mr. Qin, I'm fine just looking, Li Xiao replied. Go ahead, it's fine. If you don't choose, I'll pick randomly for you, Qin said. In the end, Li Xiao couldn't resist the temptation and picked out several sets of Chanel women's clothing. Li Xiao ended up choosing clothes worth 100,000, while Qin Chen's total was just tens of thousands. Armani menswear was relatively affordable, as Qin Chen preferred to keep a low profile. As they left, Li Xiao looked at Qin Chen with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I gave you a gift. No need to be so formal calling me Mr. Qin, Qin Chen teased. Then what should I call you? Li Xiao looked at Qin Chen with a puzzled expression. Do you have a boyfriend? No, Li Xiao blushed and replied. Then call me brother, and add my surname before it, Qin Chen said mischievously. Okay, I'll call you brother Qin, Li Xiao suddenly realized, blushing. You're naughty, she said. Ha ha ha. Ding. Host meets the basic requirements of a wealthy man, with luxury cars and beautiful women, now upgrading to the rich level with every breath. Each breath earns 5 yuan. With over 140,000 a day, that's over 4 million a month. It seems this system is quite powerful. Before the day is over, an upgrade is already achieved. Let's go for hot pot, Qin Chen suggested. Sure, brother Qin, we can have whatever you like, Li Xiao replied. Then can I have you? Qin Chen smirked. That's too fast, Li Xiao blushed. Let's take it slow, get off the car, and go for hot pot. After they sat down, Li Xiao glanced at the menu, randomly picked a few items, and handed the menu to Qin Chen. When Qin Shen took the menu, he accidentally touched her hand, and she quickly withdrew it, not understanding his intentions. TSK. So shy? Can't wait for opportunities? Qin Shen observed that most of the dishes Li Xiao ordered were vegetarian, realizing that she preferred vegetarian food. Qin Shen's mindset changed subtly over time, mainly due to the increase in his bank account. Previously, he never dared to eat out and would just fry an egg at home. Let's have a gout set meal, order more seafood. I'm not from a coastal area, so I've only had fish and shrimp growing up, never really experienced a variety of seafood. Get a small green dragon, a starry grouper, and an emperor crab. Also, a platter of beef and lamb, and a bottle of drink. I won't drink since I'm driving. Qin Shen felt they had ordered enough, any more would be wasteful. The essence of frugality was still present within him. Qin Shen handed the menu to the waiter, who promptly went to prepare the dishes. Once the table was full of dishes, they started eating. Xiao, how long have you been working there? Qin Shen suddenly asked curiously. It's been 3 days, brother Qin. I just graduated and found this job recently. Only 3 days, no wonder you're still so innocent. As they ate and chatted, Li Xiao's movements revealed her fair skin, which stirred something in Qin Shen. After a satisfying meal, it was time to go get the house. Opening the car door, Qin Shen checked the navigation and stepped on the gas pedal. The European car roared and sped away, as if celebrating Qin Shen's new beginning. Half an hour later, Qin Shen parked the car at the entrance of Shenzhen Bay No. 1 sales office and was greeted by a big-faced man. Are you Mr. Qin? I am the sales manager of Shenzhen Bay No. 1, the big-faced man said with a smile. Would you like to see the house first or take a rest? Let's see the house. I've been resting all along. Alright, I'll have someone show you around. Feng Ro, come and take Mr. Qin to see the house. A plump woman with black silk stockings all over her body walked up. She bent down and softly said, Mr. Qin, this way please. Qin Shen, still holding Li Xiao who hadn't reacted yet, followed along. The three swiped the card to enter the elevator and casually pressed the button for the 8th floor. After entering the door code, Feng Ro said, Mr. Qin, you can change your door code and AI facial lock on the mobile app. Got it. Qin Shen wandered around his new home, feeling slightly overwhelmed. It was truly a luxurious mansion favored by many business tycoons. The top 2 floors were said to be bought by domestic real estate tycoons, and even e-commerce tycoons came to inspect the house. It might not be the best, but it exuded a sense of achievement that could make everyone feel superior, irresistible in its charm. Standing by the window, one could overlook the endless sea view and the entire park below, with landmark buildings everywhere, constantly proclaiming the identity of those living here. Shenzhen Bay No. 1 consisted of large flat units, 1 unit per floor, with balconies spacious enough to be used as a runway. If you dreamed of it, I believe you wouldn't want to wake up. Qin Shen felt like he was dreaming at this moment. After all, such an extravagant and unreal house only cost him 9. He took a deep breath and walked into the living room. Looking at Feng Ro greedily eyeing the house, he asked, Can I move in today, or do I need to complete other procedures? Feng Ro quickly averted her gaze. Mr. Qin, there's no need for other procedures. You can check the 3 complimentary parking spaces on the mobile app. You can move in today. If you need cleaning or furniture replacement, you can contact me. Here's my business card. Qin Shen nodded. Alright, you can go ahead and attend to your tasks. I'll contact you if needed. Feng Ro looked at Qin Shen regretfully, then at Li Xiao, before leaving. Phew! Qin Shen sighed and pulled Li Xiao closer, causing her to fall into his arms. Snap out of it, Qin Shen teased Li Xiao. Oh my, am I dreaming? Is this Qin Shen's home? Qin Shen, pinch me to see if it hurts, Li Xiao said in shock. Alright, here goes. Qin Shen pinched her pert buttocks. Ah! Li Xiao exclaimed. Qin Shen, you're so naughty, blushed Li Xiao. This is the life. Feeling rich is amazing. Xiao, stay tonight. Qin Shen looked at her expectantly. Li Xiao blushed. Okay, but I need to inform my cousin first. I came here to live with her. She quickly went out to make a call. A girl who could work in a car dealership as a salesperson was not a simple girl. She just had a broader perspective than most. The series of events today took Li Xiao by surprise, realizing that if she missed this opportunity, there might not be another. Qin Shen surveyed the house, finding everything in place, ready for immediate occupancy. Let's talk about moving tomorrow. Let's spend a night here and get used to the feeling of moving from a multi-million-dollar house. At dinner time, Qin Shen picked up Feng Ro's business card and dialed the number. Hello, Mr. Qin, do you need anything? Feng Ro quickly answered the phone. Hello, Manager Feng, do you have a team of chefs who can come to cook at home? I don't feel like going out to eat, Qin Shen asked. Yes, we do. What cuisine would you like, Mr. Shin? Sichuan cuisine, Shin Chen replied after a moment of thought. Li Xiao seems to be a Sichuan girl. Alright, I'll arrange it for you. They should be at your place within half an hour. After hanging up, Li Xiao walked in. I told my cousin that I went on a company team building trip and will be back tomorrow, Li Xiao blushed and said. Shin Chen pulled Li Xiao into his arms. I've arranged for a Sichuan chef to come and cook at home. After dinner, we can enjoy the night view together, Shin Chen said as he deeply breathed in the scent of Li Xiao's hair, a faint smell of shampoo. Li Xiao struggled to resist but realized she was no match for Shin Chen's strength and could only obediently nestle in his arms. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving a small goal and owning a house and a car. Every breath earns you money, upgrading to 10 yuan per breath. Ding! With each breath now worth 10 yuan, you receive a sign-in system as a reward. The host can sign in daily, with all kinds of possible rewards. Shin Chen sat up suddenly. This daily godly system is full of surprises. Not only does he have money, but now there's a sign-in feature too. Since there's no mention of it being time-limited, it must be permanent. Let's try today's sign-in system. I want to sign in, Shin Chen silently prayed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 200 million yuan in cash, deposited into your account ending in 5339 at Construction Bank. Your savings account ending in 5339 has been credited with 200 million renminbi, with a current balance of 201,352,420. 93 yuan. Construction Bank. Shin Chen checked his phone and Li Xiao caught a glimpse of the message in his arms, further confirming her decision as she held onto him tighter. The chef soon arrived to cook. After a satisfying meal, Shin Chen embraced Li Xiao on the balcony, admiring the sea view. Suddenly, Li Xiao turned to Shin Chen and said seriously, Shin Chen, do you ever think I'm too casual and might reject me? Why would I? I know it's my charm that captivated you. In reality, Shin Chen didn't think much about it. He had been living with Wu Gunyang for the past few years. Suddenly having money changed his mindset, and now he flirted with pretty girls without much thought. Shin Chen, at first, I was just curious about you. But as I spent time with you, I realized you are the one I've been waiting for. I only ask that you don't abandon me. I don't need anything, just to be by your side. If you think of me and come to see me, I'll be content, Li Xiao said. Thinking she was a simple girl, Shin Chen was surprised by her move, comparing it to Longjing Ti. Silly girl, I fell for you at first sight too, that's why I invited you to hang out today. But I can't promise you anything. I can only say I won't easily leave you, Shin Chen replied. That's enough for me, thank you, Shin Gij. Li Xiao's words made Shin Chen's heart race. Li Xiao noticed Shin Chen's thoughts and suggested, Shin Gij, we've eaten and digested. Let's work out. Oh, how should we work out? Shin Chen suddenly became interested. Blushing, Li Xiao said, just lift me up, and you'll see. Shin Chen immediately wanted to princess carry her. Not like that, Shin Gij. Just hold my thighs with both hands, Li Xiao explained. Shin Chen chuckled, surprised by the girl's playful nature. Blushing, Li Xiao said, I saw it in a movie once. We used to watch together in the dorm during college. Xiao Xiao, are you testing my arm strength, waist strength, and stamina? Shin Gij, Xiao Xiao is not heavy. Alright, just watch me, get up for me. Oh my, it's flying, Li Xiao exclaimed. In the master bedroom of the new house, Li Xiao nestled on the side to rest. It was just too intense, it was her first time. Even Shin Chen didn't expect that playing with such expensive Longjing tea would also be a first time. Shin Chen lay on the side, feeling for the bedside table, suddenly remembering that he had quit smoking. He used to have a habit of smoking a cigarette afterwards, but later, due to bankruptcy, he even gave up smoking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for watering the withered tree roots after a long time. The system, considering that as a rich man, one cannot lack women, specially rewards the host with a golden spear pill to ensure the host continues to unlock beauties. Damn! What does a withered tree root mean? Why does this damn system make sense and sound so harsh at the same time? Golden spear pill, kidding me, do I need this thing? Shin Chen lowered his head and took a look. Well, I do need it. For the happiness of the beauties conquered by my charm, let's take it. He swallowed it in one gulp. Shin Gij, what are you eating? Li Xiao looked at him with a puzzled expression. After Shin Chen finished eating, he felt a sudden heat all over his body, and the blanket was tented up instantly. Shin Gij, it's okay, I'm very satisfied, and besides, it's my first time, so I can't last too long. Li Xiao saw this scene and was shocked, her mouth forming an O shape, realizing what Shin Chen had eaten. Actually, she misunderstood. The golden spear pill is permanent, with no side effects, unlike that certain brother's temporary one with side effects. Shin Chen pulled her into his arms, caressing her beautiful back. Xiao Xiao, what I just ate was for energy recovery, not for enhancement. Let's continue. Blushing with embarrassment, Li Xiao shyly slipped under the covers. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight fell on Qin Shen's face. Subconsciously, he turned over and reached for the pillow. Empty, the bed had gone cold. He opened his eyes, got out of bed, and saw Li Xiao bringing hot breakfast to the table. Seeing her, Qin Shen went over and hugged her, saying, "If you're not feeling well, why aren't you resting properly?" "It's okay, Qin Gij, I want to make breakfast for you. There are still some ingredients left from last night's chefs. Go freshen up quickly." Qin Shen planted a kiss on her cheek. This kind of morning was what a morning should be, not just morning. After breakfast, Li Xiao insisted on going to work. Qin Shen called Feng Rou to arrange for her to be taken to work. Deep Bay No. One famous car club not only provides top luxury cars like Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini for one-click reservations, but also offers chauffeured services between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. I haven't checked in today, let's see what it is. System, I want to check in. Ding. Check-in successful, congratulations to the host for receiving a body tempering pill. What's a body tempering pill? Like in novels? Yes, host. The body tempering pill will adjust your body functions, eliminate impurities, and its miraculous effects need to be observed by the host after taking it. It won't have any side effects, right? System's product, absolutely top-notch, absolutely no side effects. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen didn't hesitate to take it. After a while, his body started to heat up, and black grease began to secrete all over. Seeing this, Qin Shen hurried to take a shower. When he came out and looked in the mirror, he was stunned. Is this still me? Qin Shen, originally 175 centimeters tall, now looked at least 185 centimeters. There was not an ounce of fat on his body, and he even had an 8-pack abs and a V-line. The spots on his face from prolonged sun exposure were also gone. Looking down, even little Qin had grown a few centimeters. Last night's golden spear pill didn't have this effect. Impressive. After changing into new clothes, looking at his current slim appearance when dressed and muscular figure when undressed, Qin Shen was very satisfied. At that moment, Feng Rou's phone rang. Mr. Qin, Miss Li has been safely delivered to her destination. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Mr. Qin, are you free tonight? Feng Rou inquired. Is there something going on? Well, the luxury car club has chartered a cruise ship at Shiko Port tonight, sailing back and forth to Shenhou. Many wealthy people in Shenzhen have been invited. I took the liberty of getting an invitation for you, Mr. Qin. Would you like to go? Sure, I was just thinking of meeting some of the wealthy folks in Shenzhen. Great, I'll come pick you up in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shen thought to himself about encountering the wealthy. He wondered if he might run into any familiar faces, although his old acquaintances couldn't exactly be considered wealthy. But after all these years, who knows if some of them have made it into the wealthy circle. I still have time now. I should hire a moving company to bring over the things I bought earlier, including some valuable wines. Ding! Due to the host's current enhanced abilities, the system has granted the host 10 cubic units of system space, allowing for the carrying of valuable items. Living beings cannot enter the system space, please use it judiciously. It's like having a pillow ready when you're sleepy. I was just thinking about having more valuable items in the future, not knowing where to keep them safely. Now I can rest assured, Qin Shen thought. After moving, Qin Shen called landlady Wang to terminate the lease. Wang rushed over, panting, inspected the house inside out, and then said, Xiao Qin, how do you plan to refund the deposit? The walls are yellow and black, and the floor tiles are all stained. It will cost a lot to fix these. Alright, Wang, I'll move out first. Someone will contact you later, Qin Shen said, turning and leaving. Hello, is this the 12,366 tax service hotline? I want to report the landlord of No. 9, Lane 14, Yuanqing Village, for tax evasion and not issuing invoices for renting out the property, Qin Shen reported, then dialed 12315. Hello, the landlord of No. 9, Lane 14, Yuanqing Village refused to refund my deposit when I wanted to move out, and I still have the deposit receipt. A civilized person settles disputes through dialogue. The rest is up to these departments. Qin Shen stepped on the gas and drove away. At the intersection near Shenzhen Bay No. 1, a Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly appeared, causing Qin Shen to slam on the brakes in a panic. He almost collided. Upon closer inspection, it was a female driver. Qin Shen silently closed his mouth, refraining from cursing. The female driver was also startled, got out of the car to check. Seeing no damage, she walked towards Qin Shen. Sorry, I was distracted for a moment and didn't brake at the intersection. The female driver apologized. Qin Shen looked at the woman, feeling a sense of familiarity.
Wasn't she Irene, the single mother internet celebrity from Douyin? She seemed to be a multi-million influencer.
Back when he used to browse Douyin, he often saw her filming short videos in this area near Hohai. It's okay, I was driving too fast and didn't anticipate the need to brake at the intersection. Qin Chen explained while observing the influencer in a black dress and alphabet-patterned stockings, with a slender waist.
She exuded charm. Are you a resident nearby?
I've been living around here for years, but it's my first time seeing you.
Irene blinked and asked.
Yes, I just moved in yesterday. We'll probably run into each other often in the future.
Qin Chen smiled.
Since we might bump into each other frequently, let's exchange WeChat. I've been living around here for years and I'm quite familiar with the area, Irene suggested.
Sure, I just moved here, there are still many places I don't know. Qin Chen took out his phone and added WeChat.
After exchanging WeChat contacts, they chatted for a bit and then parted ways. They were both in the vicinity, with plenty of time ahead. Bentley, along with living nearby, was the key to catching the attention of these people. Although he didn't know much about the other party yet, adding each other on WeChat wouldn't hurt, a basic move in the social scene. After returning home, Qin Chen took a nap and then received a call from Feng Ro.
Mr. Qin, we are preparing to board the ship, I am at your doorstep.
Qin Chen got up to open the door, and Feng Ro was still wearing her professional attire. Seeing Qin Chen shirtless, her eyes widened. Since her divorce, Feng Ro had been immersed in work and hadn't seen such a real physique in a long time.
I didn't expect Mr.
Qin to have such a good figure, you must exercise regularly.
Feng Ro smiled.
I just started working out last night, huh? Qin Chen laughed.
Shall we drive there, Miss Feng?
Mr. Qin, I'm here to deliver an invitation to you. For that kind of party, I'm not qualified enough to attend, Feng Ro self-deprecatingly said.
No, you have to come, I won't know anyone if I go alone, what's the point? Can't I bring a female companion? Feng, be my companion. Feng Ro didn't notice the change in address and asked in surprise, Mr. Qin, do you want to take me? Can you really do that?
Feng Ro had always wanted to meet more wealthy people to enhance her work, but she never had the chance. This time, hearing that Qin Chen was willing to take her as a companion, she was so touched that she almost cried.
Of course, if you don't go, then I won't go either,
Qin Chen said decisively.
Feng Ro was even more moved upon hearing this. Mr. Qin, wait for me, I'll go back and change into a dress.
Go ahead, it's still early, Qin Chen nodded.
Feng Ro made up her mind and used 2 months' worth of salary to buy a black deep V-neck dress at a nearby mall.
After changing, she arrived at Qin Chen's house, where he had already changed into his clothes. Qin Chen took a deep look at the abyss-like neckline and then said, It's not suitable for you to drive in these, let me serve the beauty.
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Qin, I didn't think it through, Feng Ro apologized. Still calling me Mr. Qin, don't you think it's a bit formal? I already called you sister. Feng Ro blushed, remembering Qin Chen calling her sister just now.
Then I'll call you AD, and you can call me Sister Ro, calling me Feng sounds too old. Feng Ro said playfully. Okay, Sister Ro, let's go, Qin Chen said. The pier was quite close by, but it was impossible to walk there no matter how close it was. Soon, Qin Chen and Feng Ro arrived at the boarding gate. It was Qin Chen's first time on a cruise ship, and he was curious about all these things. There were also various handsome men and beautiful women boarding one after another at the boarding gate. It was said that the organizers invited some internet celebrities to make the party more lively. After boarding, Qin Chen curiously explored the interior of the ship, feeling like it was similar to a hotel. Feng Ro was introducing things to Qin Chen along the way, showing that she had done her homework in this regard. Wei Di, let's go check out the room first. The invitation has the room number, so we can rest in the room first.
The party won't start until 7 p.m., Feng Ro said.
Qin Chen checked the time on his phone, it was only a little past 4 p.m. Still early, so going to the room first was a good idea, and he nodded. Feng Ro led Qin Chen to the room, which had a bed, a table, and was a relatively small single room.
Qin Chen frowned and asked, Sister Ro, what about you? I am your female companion brought up here.
Besides sharing a room with you, I can only go to other parts of the ship. There are various facilities inside the ship, such as a casino and entertainment area.
There are many people around 24 hours a day.
I'll manage outside, Feng Ro explained.
No, we can't have that. Let's go ask the organizers to change to a bigger room. What are the conditions?
After saying that, he took Feng Ro to the lobby on the first floor of the ship.
What, you know who I am, right?
Change my room immediately, or I'll make sure your ship won't sail. Qin Chen had just entered the hall when he saw a bald man holding 2 women, shouting at the event staff, Sir, I'm sorry, but the rooms were all assigned from the beginning. There are no other rooms available for exchange, the staff member said.
Fine, I'll wait, the bald man said menacingly as he took out his phone. Miss Lin, please wait a moment.
A woman in a black V-neck slit dress walked over from the crowd, her voluptuous figure and flawless face exuding beauty. The staff member explained the situation to her, and she waved him off, asking him to leave.
Miss Lin, these are newcomers, a bit naive and rigid.
Please forgive them on account of your status, the staff member said. Miss Guan, I'm very dissatisfied with the organization of this event, the bald man said with a lecherous look. Miss Lin, I'll take care of the room issue for you. If there are still any dissatisfactions, we'll offer some small gifts as an apology from the organizers, the woman said with a hint of disgust in her eyes.
All right, I can't resist a beautiful lady's apology.
Let's have a drink at the party later, and we'll let this matter go, the bald man said. No problem, the woman replied, then turned to ask an employee to help Miss Lin change rooms. Wait, we also want to change to a bigger room, a voice from the side spoke up.
It was Qin Chen.
The woman turned around, looking puzzled, and said to Qin Chen, I'm sorry, the rooms here are all assigned. The room for this Mr. Lin was a mistake made by our staff, that's why it was changed. Qin Chen approached the woman, admiring her beauty fair, tender, and ample.
Let's handle the business first.
We also want to change to a bigger room, whatever conditions are necessary, Qin Chen said. The woman's eyes flashed with displeasure as she replied, there's a charity auction tonight. If you spend 20 million inside, I can help you change rooms. With that, the woman turned and walked away, but after a few steps, she turned back and added, to enter the charity auction, you need to show proof of 50 million.
Disdainful. Ding. Critical hit feedback mission. As a tycoon, how can you endure such treatment?
When the host encounters a sudden event, a critical hit reward can be triggered, with rewards being random and anything possible.
Ding. Sudden event generated.
Name, Guan Yu, age, 26, appearance, S, figure, S, charm, S, development, no, favorability, 0, overall evaluation, S, ding. Mission, enter the charity auction and make Guan Yu look at you with new eyes. Just as Qin Chen was lost in thought, the system prompt sounded. Where do I go to show proof?
Qin Chen asked loudly.
Guan Yu turned around with a hint of surprise and said, at the entrance of the auction hall on the 4th floor, there are people specifically in charge of verifying proof.
Qin Chen and Feng Rou arrived at the 4th floor to verify the proof and obtain their entry tickets to the auction.
Little brother, why don't we forget it? The ship is so spacious, sister can just find a sofa to spend the night, Feng Rou said, unable to bear it. After all, it would cost 20 million to change rooms, even if it wasn't her money, Feng Rou still felt distressed.
Ding. Sudden event generated.
Name, Feng Rou, age, 31, appearance, a plus, figure, S, charm, a plus, development, yes, favorability, 80, overall evaluation, a plus, ding. Mission, touch Feng Rou and increase her favorability towards you to 90.
System, how is this favorability calculated?
Favorability of 90 is intimacy, reaching a level where intimate relationships can occur.
Affection level 95 is loyalty, unquestioning belief in the host. Affection level 100 is absolute loyalty, willing to die for the host.
This affection level is truly a tool for understanding a woman's heart through affection.
It's okay, Rojia, I can still afford this small amount of money. I don't want a beauty like you to be stranded outside. At worst, we can squeeze in together.
Qin Chen said with a smile.
Ding. Feng Rou's affection level has increased to 82 points. Can affection really increase like this? Feng Rou blushed, then let's squeeze in, don't waste that money.
Even if we squeeze in, we need to find a big bed to do so, don't worry.
I also want to see what this charity auction is all about. It's still early, let's go to the venue and have a drink.
Qin Chen said, taking Feng Rou towards the venue. Inside the venue, the staff were setting up. Not many people were there yet. It seems it wasn't time yet, they were still elsewhere.
By the way, Rojia, what's the identity of that Lin Xiao?
Qin Chen sipped the lemon tea and asked.
That Lin Xiao seems to be the son of a second-level supervisor at the Customs Bureau.
After all, it's a party on a ship. We still need to consider the face of the people from the customs.
A second-generation official. Qin Chen nodded in realization. You scoundrel, what are you doing here?
A man's voice sounded from beside them. Upon hearing this voice, Feng Rou trembled slightly, showing a frightened expression.
Seeing this, Qin Chen quickly grabbed Feng Rou's hand and asked softly, Rojia, what's wrong? Do you know him?
I know him, of course I know him, for now, I'm still his wife. A pale-faced man approached, tall and thin, the kind of young man that rich women liked. There were also a group of young people dressed like cowboys following him, probably some small internet celebrities. Nonsense, we're already divorced, Feng Rou said sternly.
The divorce lawsuit isn't finalized yet, so we're technically still married, the man said teasingly. Qin Shan understood the situation upon hearing this. He tightened his grip on the small hand in his, signaling to her not to be afraid. Rojie is with me, as my guide on the ship. We only have a normal friendship. Qin Shan turned to Feng Ro's ex-husband. A normal relationship doesn't involve holding hands so tightly. Rest assured, I've taken photos and will send them to my lawyer later. This time, you'll definitely leave empty-handed. The pale-faced man smiled smugly and sinisterly. Upon hearing this, Feng Ro's face turned pale. She had worked so hard to earn money, wanting to hire a good legal team to win the lawsuit. Now, with this situation arising, all her efforts felt like they were in vain. Seeing Feng Ro's expression, Qin Shan said to the pale-faced man, "What should I call you?" "Hillbilly, you don't even know me, I'm Wang Deming with 1 million followers," the pale-faced man said proudly. "Hello, Deming, it seems you're suing Rojie for divorce, right? I'm called Deming, do you have a hearing problem?" "We are indeed getting a divorce, I want this scoundrel to leave with nothing," the pale-faced man said angrily. "Well, if you want Rojie to leave with nothing, it's all about money, so name your price. Let's handle the divorce normally." Wang Deming sneered, "I'm not just after money, but if someone is willing to pay, I'm happy to. 10 million, plus the house she bought for me. I'll give you 30 million, the house stays, and you leave with nothing," Qin Shan said. Oh, the scoundrel has really found herself a rich second generation. But that house isn't worth more than a few million. Wang Deming laughed. "Let's go, there are legal services on the ship. Let's sign this divorce agreement for you to leave with nothing." With that, he took Feng Ro and left. After the procedures were completed, Wang Deming sneered at Feng Ro, "You lowly woman, serve this rich second generation well. In my eyes, you are not worth this money at all, ha." With that, he walked away. Tears welled up in Feng Ro's eyes as she looked at Qin Shan and said, "Little brother, thank you. I will find a way to pay you back. Rojie, as long as I can help you regain your freedom, any amount of money is worth it to me." Qin Shan said softly, "Let's go, Rojie. Let's get some fresh air outside. Places where trash has been, always have a stench of garbage." Qin Shan waved his hand in front of her face, and Feng Ro chuckled and nodded. Once outside, Feng Ro began to tell her story. She met Wang Deming at a bar. Feng Ro had been working hard outside for many years and had barely managed to buy a small apartment locally. She and her friends were drinking at the bar when Wang Deming, a regular freeloader at the bar, caught her attention. Despite having no money and enjoying hanging out at bars, he would freeload on reserved tables. Initially, Feng Ro was attracted to this decent-looking man and exchanged contact information with him. At first, Wang Deming showed great care and attention, and soon Feng Ro fell for him. Before long, he proposed to her. The two of them got married as a matter of course. After marriage, Wang Deming suggested adding his name to the house title to share the burden. Feng Ro refused because she believed that as a married couple, the name on the property didn't matter. Wang Deming became unhappy and gradually started coming home less, spending his days making short videos and becoming an internet celebrity with a group of young people. Then one day, an accident happened. One afternoon, Feng Ro caught a cold and left work early. As soon as she entered the house, she heard strange noises coming from the room. She tiptoed over and peeked through the door crack to see two pale bodies writhing. Shocked, she covered her mouth, trying not to make a sound. One was Wang Deming, and the other was Wang Deming's childhood friend, who had even been his best man at their wedding. Wang Deming suddenly turned and saw Feng Ro outside the door, quickly went out and grabbed her as she tried to run. He then knelt on the ground, begging Feng Ro desperately, apologizing continuously. Unable to resist his pleas, Feng Ro promised not to tell anyone and then asked for a divorce. Upon hearing this, Wang Deming started pleading with Feng Ro again, promising to focus solely on her in the future. Softened by his words, Feng Ro agreed. After that, Wang Deming behaved well, cooking and doing household chores every day. Feng Ro slowly began to forget about the incident. One day, when Feng Ro returned home, Wang Deming had prepared a meal and even opened a bottle of red wine. Seeing Feng Ro come in, he said, "Today is our first wedding anniversary. Let's have a drink to celebrate." Without much thought, Feng Ro started drinking. After finishing a glass, she felt dizzy and fell asleep. When she woke up, she found herself lying naked in bed next to a man, who turned out to be Wang Deming's brother. Wang Deming was taking photos by the bed. When Feng Ro woke up, he smiled and said, "Do you like the gift I gave you?" Realizing the situation, Feng Ro, feeling powerless, could only curse, "You shameless scum." Wang Deming jokingly said, "Don't worry, he didn't do anything to you. He's not interested in women. But with these photos, I can make you leave with nothing." With that, he and his brother prepared to leave. "Wait," Feng Ro weakly called out. Wang Deming stopped in his tracks. How much money do you want to keep these photos from me? You want me to leave with nothing, isn't it all about money?
After some thought, Wang Daming said, 1 million.
I will delete the photos in front of you. I'll give it to you, but I don't want you to delete them. I want you to give me the phone, Feng Rou said weakly and angrily. Okay, transfer the money. I don't have that much money. Give me some time to gather it.
Immediately, Feng Rou made a phone call to borrow money, and after a few online loans, she managed to gather 1 million and transferred it over.
Wang Daming handed her the phone. Feng Rou used all her strength to smash the phone to pieces. Then she fiercely said to Wang Daming, divorce.
Wang Daming coldly snorted, if you want to leave with nothing, I agree to divorce, otherwise, you can go ahead and file for divorce. With that, he left with his brothers. Later, Wang Daming spread rumors everywhere that Feng Rou had cheated and been caught in bed with someone. Upon hearing the news, Feng Rou spent her days in tears, with her family calling to question her. If she really ended up with nothing in the divorce, it would confirm her infidelity. That's why Feng Rou had been working hard to earn money all these years, just to prove a point. Now everything had been resolved by Qin Chen, and her reputation was preserved. It was Wang Daming who ended up with nothing. After listening, Qin Chen gently hugged Feng Rou.
It's okay now, Rou Jia. You are free now, you should live for yourself from now on. Feng Rou hugged Qin Chen back. Thank you.
Otherwise, I don't know how much longer I would have to endure this nightmare.
Ding! Feng Rou's favorability rating has reached 92.
Congratulations to the host for completing the unexpected event.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for receiving a critical hit reward of 10 billion Hua coins.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for exceeding the mission, triggering a double critical hit, and receiving a reward of talisman gift package. An income of 10 billion renminbi has been credited to your savings account ending in 5339, with a current balance of 10,171,352,420.
93 yuan.
Construction bank 10 billion, paid 30 million, exchanged for 100 billion, truly satisfying. Qin Chen looked at the string of numbers above, feeling very content.
My money isn't that easy to come by either.
I'll go back to the room first and study this talisman gift package.
Qin Chen thought to himself.
Although he had over 100 billion now, the 30 million payment still made Qin Chen uncomfortable, mainly because it went to a scumbag.
Rou Jia, let's go back to the room and rest first. Come to the evening party at 7.
Qin Chen smiled and said, okay. Feng Rou restrained her emotions. Back in the room, Qin Chen sat on the sofa to study the talisman gift package. System, opened the talisman gift package.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a lucky talisman *1, unlucky talisman *1, hundredfold cashback talisman *1, insightful eye talisman *1, thunderstruck talisman *1.
The talismans have been placed in the host's personal space and can be retrieved and used with a single thought. So many, indeed a gift package. Qin Chen opened each one to read the descriptions.
Lucky talisman, the user will be extremely lucky within an hour.
Unlucky talisman, the designated target will have a day of bad luck, like peeing on their leg, farting, and pooping. Hundredfold cashback talisman, can be used for a specific expense, and the user will receive a hundredfold cashback to their account after use.
Insightful eye talisman, the user will have the ability of insight for 3 hours. Please use with caution.
Thunderstruck talisman, as the name suggests, the user summons thunder to strike the designated target, with tremendous power. Use with caution. After some thought, Qin Chen decided to try the unlucky talisman on Wang Daming first. Use unlucky talisman on the target Wang Daming. Thinking of Wang Daming's face, the unlucky talisman slowly disappeared without a trace. Wang Daming, who was filming a short video with a group of internet celebrities on the deck, suddenly felt a cold wind and shivered.
What's wrong, Manga? One of his henchmen asked, seeing Wang Daming's expression.
Nothing, I'll go to the bathroom first, you guys keep filming, Wang Daming said. After speaking, Wang Daming suddenly felt the urge to defecate and hurried to the bathroom. There was a puddle of water at the entrance of the bathroom, and Wang Daming accidentally stepped on it, slipped forward, and fell. At that moment, a plump figure came out of the women's restroom. If Qin Chen were there, he would have recognized her as his former landlady, Wang Jia. Wang Daming grabbed Wang Jia's collar as he fell, pulling it off in the process. Ah! A deafening cry that shook the heavens and the earth echoed from the direction of the restroom, quickly attracting a crowd. I'm this old, and you still dare to harass me. If you don't give me an explanation today, just wait for the police to arrest you, Wang Jia said angrily. Wang Daming's face turned pale, feeling almost unable to hold it in, and now this happened. He quickly apologized, begging for forgiveness.
Is saying sorry enough? You ripped my clothes off, and now I'm exposed, Wang Jie said furiously. Wang Daming, legs trembling, said with difficulty, what do you want me to do? Let me use the restroom, and we can discuss it outside. Use the restroom?
If you don't explain yourself, don't even think about leaving, Wang Jie said while tugging at Wang Daming's clothes. Just then, a strange sound came from behind Wang Daming, followed by a foul smell. People around quickly moved away, looking at the internet celebrity pulling his pants up with disgust, some even taking out their phones to record.
Tomorrow's hot search would include Wang Daming.
Wang Jie also let go quickly, covering her nose and mouth, saying with disgust, don't think I'll let you off the hook like this.
Just wait, I know you're a little internet celebrity, you can't run away. With that, Wang Jie ran off, holding her torn clothes.
Ignoring the onlookers' gazes, Wang Daming hurried into the restroom, but as soon as he sat down, the toilet shattered. Wang Daming fell into the shards, blood gushing out.
Help! Someone help me!
Wang Daming's friend heard about what happened at the restroom entrance and rushed in, but the floor was too slippery, causing them to fall heavily on Wang Daming.
He instantly passed out.
Later, a passerby called an ambulance, and Wang Daming was taken to the hospital. Fortunately, the ship hadn't sailed yet, so there was still time to go to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, the ambulance driver was drunk and drove the vehicle into the sea.
Everyone except Wang Daming managed to climb out of the water.
Poor Wang Daming. After swindling Qin Shen of 30 million, he met his end in less than an hour.
Qin Shen and Feng Rou had heard the news some time later.
Qin Shen was shocked. He didn't expect the bad luck charm to be so powerful, directly causing someone's demise. Luckily, this bad luck charm is quite powerful, otherwise, losing 30 million would have been quite frustrating.
Qin Shen thought, evil begets evil, serves him right. One less scum in the world.
Feng Rou said indignantly.
Brother, let's go out.
The party is about to start, Feng Rou said to Qin Shen.
What kind of performances are there at this party? Qin Shen asked in confusion.
Nothing special, just some entrepreneurs and the like, talking about mundane things, like some business associations, networking, creating wealth together, and so on.
Some prominent entrepreneurs will give speeches, Feng Rou explained. Will Shama come?
Locally, his status is the highest, right?
He might come, as it's not just entrepreneurs, there might even be representatives from some families. The heritage of those families is solid and long-standing, not something these nouveau riche entrepreneurs can compare to, Feng Rou pondered and said.
Rou Jie, you know so much. It seems you've done quite a bit of homework, Qin Shen said with a smile. Because we have deep cooperation with the luxury car club, I've heard about these gatherings more or less, Feng Rou said playfully. Let's go to the venue, eat and drink, and meet some entrepreneurs. It's not suitable for me, Qin Shen said. Now that he had the system, he didn't need to worry about starting a business anymore.
The venue was brightly lit, bustling with people. Feng Rou led Qin Shen into the venue.
Quite a crowd, Qin Shen remarked, observing the guests chatting animatedly. He stretched lazily and casually scanned for the food area.
Turning to Feng Rou, he said, Rou Jie, go do what you want. Don't mind me, I'll wander around.
Qin Shen knew Feng Rou was here for her own business, so he wouldn't keep her by his side.
Alright, thanks, little brother.
I just saw a few clients, I'll go say hello, Feng Rou said as she left. Qin Shen then started eating. The food at events hosted by wealthy people was decent. A stunning girl in a white evening gown spotted Qin Shen from afar, her eyes filled with delight. She was about to walk towards him when she was intercepted by a stream of people coming to greet her. She had to give up and plan to find Qin Shen later. As the lights adjusted and focused on the stage, the entrepreneurs began their speeches. Qin Shen continued eating and drinking until he heard a name that made him freeze, his gaze fixed on the stage. The person on stage announced, "Let's welcome our beautiful female entrepreneur, Miss Zheng Guogua, to speak." Miss Zheng Guogua has achieved great success in the technology field in recent years. Let's give her a round of applause.
Hello, the title of beautiful female entrepreneur is too kind.
I can't live up to it, Zheng Guogua self-deprecatingly said on stage. Our company's team has given me the opportunity to stand here, so I am very grateful to my team. Of course, I also thank the seniors for their strong support, which has led to our achievements.
Thank you all for your support, Zheng Guogua said loudly. Is that so? Did you forget to thank someone?
A voice from below the stage spoke, and a path cleared in the crowd as Qin Shen walked out.
Zheng Guogua's eyes flickered with surprise. Of course, there are too many people I need to thank. Everyone's time is precious, so I won't take up any more of it.
It's time for the next entrepreneur to speak, she said before stepping down from the stage. As Zheng Guogua descended from the stage, a man came up to drape a coat over her shoulders. They then walked towards where Qin Shen was seated. Qin Shen, long time no see. Didn't expect to run into you here, Zhang Guogua said as she and the man approached.
Miss Zhang, hello. Didn't expect someone like me to be on this boat, did you? Qin Shen's tone was indifferent.
Despite not harboring much resentment for his current situation, he still felt uncomfortable deep down upon meeting face to face. Qin Shen, we've known each other for over 10 years, you don't need to be so cold, Zhang Guogua said with a smile, though inwardly she wondered how he qualified to be here.
Wasn't he delivering takeout and doing odd jobs?
Zhang Guogua shifted her thoughts and then introduced the man beside her. This is my boyfriend, Lu Huai.
Lu Huai glanced at Qin Shen but didn't greet him. Feeling ignored by Qin Shen, he grew somewhat angry. Mr. Qin isn't from Shenzhen, right? Lu Huai asked.
No, I'm from the countryside, same town as Miss Zhang, Qin Shen nodded. Oh, so we're fellow villagers, Lu Huai said, dispelling his previous gloom. He confidently took out his business card and handed it over. Qin Shen glanced at the card, realizing Lu Huai was the CEO of several companies. Was it still common for people to print business cards like this? He chose to ignore it. Qin Shen, how did you get up here? This isn't a place just anyone can come to. You need an invitation. You didn't sneak up here to find me, did you? Zhang Guogua said with a half smile.
I brought him up. A pleasant and melodious voice rang out.
The crowd turned to look. They saw a figure in a white formal dress, showcasing a charming figure with a prominent front and perky back, black hair elegantly pinned up high with a crystal butterfly frame, sparkling crystal high heels accentuating her slender and fair legs. The skirt was adorned with sparkling and translucent diamond decorations, complemented by an elegant shawl, exuding grace and nobility, giving off a sense of unapproachable elegance. Qin Shen recognized the person as Liang, whom he had encountered while delivering the last order. Liang walked over and naturally took Qin Shen's hand.
Guogua, long time no see. Now that you've succeeded in your career, are old friends coming to compete with you?
Liang stared at Zhang Guogua and said,
Xiaoying, not even calling me cousin anymore?
I heard you found your biological parents. Are you now trying to distance yourself from us, your foster relatives?
Zhang Guogua retorted without showing weakness. Indeed, we are of similar age and grew up together.
I never called you cousin before, so now that you feel superior, are you demanding that I call you cousin?
Liang responded assertively.
This confrontation attracted the attention of many, and more people gradually gathered around.
At that moment, another pleasant and familiar voice sounded. Xiaoying, Guogua, stop being at odds with each other. You've attracted everyone's attention. Let's have a drink together. Guan Yu walked over from the crowd. Liang coldly snorted, let's go.
She pulled Qin Shen along as they walked out.
In a corner,
Qin Shen asked, Xiaoying, I didn't expect to see you here.
It's me who didn't expect to see you here. You were at my place delivering food just the other day.
Today, you've changed your appearance for this high-end cocktail party, Liang said indignantly with her hands on her hips.
Qin Shen awkwardly scratched his head. I also didn't expect that the three of us would meet like this.
Qin Shen, Zhang Guogua, and Liang were all from the same town. They met at an exam venue and, although not from the same school, agreed to go for drinks after the exam. At that time, Qin Shen and Zhang Guogua hit it off, briefly engaging in a naive romance.
Liang was always by their side.
Later, in high school, they all went to different cities for studies and gradually lost touch.
It wasn't until after graduating from university that they reunited in the same city.
Just like before, Qin Shen and Zhang Guogua got together, and Liang remained by their side. When Zhang Guogua left Qin Shen with nothing, Liang firmly stood by his side, accompanying him. During that time, they often dined together, with Liang mostly treating Qin Shen because she knew he had no money. Her companionship during that period helped Qin Shen alleviate many negative emotions, motivating him to find a job. Qin Shen also developed feelings for Liang but knew his situation made it difficult to turn his life around and live like an ordinary person. He chose to leave, changed his phone number, and moved away, losing contact with Liang.
Why did you disappear without a word back then?
Liang looked at Qin Shen with teary eyes.
Qin Shen awkwardly smiled. Let's not talk about that. Just heard from Zhang Guogua that you found your biological parents?
Liang was found as a baby, abandoned in a small forest by her adoptive parents shortly after birth. She often mentioned it, saying her adoptive parents treated her well, even better than biological parents would. She was happy with her adoptive parents and had no intention of finding her biological ones. They found me, I had no intention of finding them, Liang said proudly.
My biological father is the current head of the Li family in Modu.
They were hiding from enemies and left me in a small forest. By the time they came back to find me, my adoptive parents had already taken me back to our hometown. They have been looking for me all along, until last year when I went on a business trip to the Magic City and met them. I look a lot like my biological mother, so they started contacting me for things like identification.
Qinshan smiled slightly. Congratulations, you found your biological parents. They want me to go to the Magic City, but I don't want to. I want to stay here. After all, I have been here since I was a child.
Liang looked at Qinshan with watery eyes and added in her heart, and you are here too.
Qinshan felt a sudden panic from being looked at. Qinshan, can you tell me how you've been these past few years? Just getting by, living a dull life, nothing much to say. Ding. Sudden event generated.
Name, Liang, age, 25, appearance, S, figure, S, charm, S, development, no, favorability, 95, overall evaluation, S, ding. Task, promise Liang to tell her about your experiences, with a favorability of 95, has Xiaoying's feelings for me reached this point? I always thought it was just childhood friendship. In an instant, Qinshan's gaze towards Liang softened. Alright, then I will tell you in detail about my years of odd jobs. Qinshan softly recounted his experiences over the years, and Liang listened, squeezing Qinshan's hand with aching heart. Time flew by, it was already 9 p.m., and the ship had set sail. It's about time, let's go to the auction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing this sudden event, ding. Congratulations to the host, triggering a critical hit reward, 95% stake in Shenzhen International Cruise Homeport Company, Ltd. Qinshan wasn't too surprised. Could this company be worth 10 billion? At that moment, his phone rang. It was from Fengro, saying she was drinking and chatting with some female entrepreneurs, so she wouldn't go to the auction. Fengro had seen what happened next to Qinshan at the venue and wisely chose not to come over. Qinshan didn't say anything after seeing the message, pocketed his phone, and went to the auction with Liang. At the entrance of the auction house, Qinshan took out the card he received after the verification and entered the auction house. Liang, seeing this, pouted, looks like you've been hiding some of your experiences. Qinshan smiled but said nothing. Inside, they found it was like a theater turned into an auction house, without private rooms as in novels. Qinshan and Liang chose a middle seat and sat down. The auction began, starting with a calligraphy and painting. This painting is Tang Yan's late green picture. Its value is evident. Without further ado, starting price, 15 million, 16 million, 18 million, 20 million. There were rumors before about this painting being auctioned, but I didn't expect it to be auctioned on this ship, Liang said. Are you interested? Qinshan turned to ask. I'm not interested, my father in the Magic City is interested in this. He also told me about this news. After some thought, Qinshan asked, what is the highest valuation of this painting? It seems to be 28 million. An expert estimated it between 22 million and 28 million. It shouldn't exceed this price, but in the collecting industry, it's not certain. There's no fixed valuation. 30 million. Qinshan raised his paddle leisurely. Liang looked at Qinshan in surprise, then said nothing. This man has his reasons for doing things, and at worst, there's still me. The host excitedly raised the wooden hammer. 30 million once. 30 million twice. 30 million. 31 million. Someone in the front row raised their paddle. It was Lu Huai, who then turned back to challenge Qinshan. 50 million. Qinshan ignored him again. Lu Huai, feeling smug, wanted to raise his paddle again but was stopped by Zhang Guoguo next to him. Zhang Guoguo understood Qinshan well. If the value exceeded too much, Qinshan would give up bidding. By then, Lu Huai's attempt to steal the chicken would end up losing the rice. This time, Zhang Guoguo was really mistaken. The current Qinshan had over 100 billion in his account and possessed the divine wealth system. What he wanted was no longer based on value. 50 million once. 50 million twice. 50 million 3 times. Sold. Tang Yin's evening green was acquired by buyer No. 36. Qinshan, sell me this painting. Let's go with the price you auctioned it for. I want to give it to my dad. Liang wanted to indirectly help Qinshan pay for it. No need to sell, it was meant for you from the start. What's the point of buying a painting for your future father-in-law? Qinshan said with a smile. Liang blushed. Who's your future father-in-law? Annoying. Then she pondered. How did Qinshan suddenly become so enlightened? Did he find out about my secret admiration for him all these years? Now, onto the second item for auction, a Han Dynasty Royal Golden Armor, starting at 50 million. 56 million. 58 million. 60 million. Qinshan saw Lu Huai raising his paddle. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his own. 70 million. Lu Huai looked slightly anxious as he glanced at Qinshan. He had received information that this might be a family heirloom. He had to win it for his family. 100 million. Qinshan shouted with his paddle raised. 110 million. Lu Huai was flustered. Zheng Guogua subtly shook her head, revealing her eagerness, falling into Qin Chen's trap.
110 million once, 110 million twice, 110 million 3 times. Sold. Lu Huai glared fiercely at Qin Chen.
He could have gotten it for 60 million, but now he spent over 100 million all because of Qin Chen. Next up for auction is a bottle of wine from 1935, Lai Mao, starting at 5 million.
6 million. 6.5 million. Qin Chen hesitated. Was this wine really worth that much?
He had 10 cases of it at home.
7 million. Li Ying also joined in the bidding. Do you want this bottle of wine too? Qin Chen asked. My foster father loves drinking.
If I buy this wine for him, he will be very happy.
Li Ying said excitedly. 10 million.
A burly man in the front row said leisurely while smoking. Li Ying wanted to bid more, but Qin Chen held her hand. I have a friend who has an identical bottle.
I'll ask him to give it to you later. This one can go to them. Li Ying nodded. Okay.
With a favorability rating of 95, she would unquestionably trust him.
The following auctions were for some collectibles. Qin Chen didn't see anything he wanted, so he chatted with Li Ying. This is the highlight treasure of this auction.
A staff member emerged from behind the scenes, holding a beautifully crafted small box. Li Ying, who was previously engrossed in counting with Qin Chen, suddenly sat up straight. Revival pill, a pill crafted by a grandmaster that can cure all illnesses. The host's eyes gleamed. For ordinary people, it is extremely rare. I believe most of you have only heard of it but never seen it. Its value is unimaginable. Starting at 50 billion, 60 billion. Does this kind of pill really exist in the world? Why does this world suddenly feel so fantastical? Qin Chen was shocked. His own 100 billion might not be enough to bid for it. Let's just watch the show. Beside him, Li Ying looked at the stage with fiery eyes. Do you want that pill too?
Qin Chen asked. My foster mother hasn't been well in recent years.
Whenever I see something related to health, I pay attention. But this pill is too fantastical.
I don't have the strength to acquire it.
If it were my father in the Magic City, he would have the power to get it.
Li Ying said regretfully.
The bidding in the room had already reached 200 billion. This kind of miraculous medicine that can cure all illnesses can be said to be limitless. It's okay, we'll take your mother to the hospital for a checkup and some body conditioning. Although Qin Chen had a system, he couldn't guarantee that he could get this kind of miraculous medicine, so he could only comfort her for now. After Li Ying responded with an okay, she leaned on Qin Chen's shoulder. In the end, this medicine was auctioned off for 38 billion. Previously, it was said to be for a charity gala, and the auction proceeds would all be used for charity. However, Qin Chen was not in charge of that. He was just there to join in the fun.
Xiaoying, do you know about this mastery way? Qin Chen asked. My father in Modu mentioned him before.
After all, with my commoner background, I couldn't access such high-level secrets. This mastery way lives in seclusion in Kunlun Mountain. It is said that his medical skills are extraordinary, and he only treats patients based on his mood. Otherwise, no matter how much money you offer, he won't help you.
Li Ying explained. Then why would someone auction off elixirs in this place? Qin Chen asked in confusion. It should be that someone on this ship has had dealings with Mastery Way and obtained them. Regardless, let's go pay and get the painting back.
Okay,
Qin Chen nodded. The two walked to the trading room, where they found an acquaintance handling payments.
Guan, why are you doing these trivial tasks?
Li Ying skipped over to Guan Yu and asked.
It's not trivial, someone has to do it.
Guan Yu laughed. Did you also bid on something?
What is it? Let me help you with the process. It's the painting of Tang Yin that Qin Chen bid on, Li Ying replied. Guan Yu looked surprised and said, so, you're the one who bid 50 million for that famous painting.
Guan, if you say it like that, I won't like it, Li Ying pouted.
Okay, not a famous painting,
Guan Yu quickly apologized.
Then she looked at Qin Chen thoughtfully, thinking he was just an ordinary wealthy man, but it turned out he was a friend of the Li family's daughter. Judging by the signs, it seemed like Xiaoying really liked him.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the unexpected event.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on triggering a critical hit reward, receiving 10 revival pills *.
Revival pills?
A miraculous medicine worth 38 billion, the system is truly amazing.
System, are these revival pills the same as the one auctioned?
Ding! System's product is top-notch. Please mind your words and don't compare it to trash.
Wow! Qin Chen silently praised the system for its tsundere attitude.
Miss Guan, do you remember our agreement?
Qin Chen looked at Guan Yu.
What agreement? Li Ying looked puzzled at Qin Chen and Guan Yu.
This Mr.
Qin said he wanted to switch to a larger room, but but I told him to first qualify for the auction before discussing the room change, Guan Yu explained helplessly. Mr. Shin, I'm truly sorry, but the rooms are all full. There's no way to switch, and I apologize for my previous behavior towards you. Then Shin Chen can share a room with me. My place has a big room with 2 bedrooms, Li Ying suddenly suggested. Shin Chen's eyes lit up as he pretended to say, that might not be appropriate. He was secretly delighted. Or else, let your companion go to my place, and you can stay in your room. Shin Chen told Li Ying about Feng Ro's presence and some of her experiences, including the recent encounter with a scumbag. So Li Ying knew about Feng Ro. No need, it's been a long time since we last met, and we need an evening to catch up, Shin Chen said earnestly. Li Ying blushed and scoffed. Then Shin Chen went to message Feng Ro. Upon receiving the message, Feng Ro sighed quietly and replied with "Oh, okay. Shin Chen, let's go to the casino, there's one on the ship," Li Ying suggested. Weren't we going to Macau Island? Why not just have fun there? Shin Chen asked in confusion. It seems Mr. Shin didn't quite understand the process of our gathering. It only takes an hour to get to Ao Island by boat. It would be more interesting that way. So, we will sail out in a big circle first, arrive at Ao Island tomorrow morning, dock for a day, and return the day after tomorrow, Guan Yu said from the side. Oh, I see. In that case, we should definitely visit the casino. Let's go, Shin Chen said, pulling Li Ying to leave. Li Ying turned back to Guan Yu and said, Guan, come with us. I'll pass. I have other things to take care of. Have fun, you too, Guan Yu said with a smile. Shin Chen and Li Ying found a waiter to lead the way, and soon, a luxurious and magnificent hall came into view. Shin Chen went to the reception desk to exchange for 1 million in chips. After all, it was for entertainment. He handed half of the chips to Li Ying. Li Ying didn't take them. She wasn't interested in gambling. She used to accompany Shin Chen and Zhang Guogui to play mahjong, just watching from the side, never participating, and she didn't want to start now. I'll just watch you play like before, Li Ying pushed the chips back. Shin Chen understood her and nodded before heading to a gambling table. As he approached, he saw Zhang Guogui and Lu Huai at the same table. Shin Chen took a seat, planning to watch a couple of rounds first. Lu Huai sneered, if you're not playing, don't occupy a seat. Do you need me to lend you some money because you're broke? Shin Chen ignored him, placed the chips on the table, and asked the dealer, what game is this? The dealer, with a smile on her face, explained, this is a game of blackjack. You start with 2 cards, compare with the dealer, whoever is closest to 21 wins. If you go over, you lose. Alright, I'll take a hand, 10,000, Shin Chen said. Ha, shouting 10,000 so loudly, maybe you should just save it to buy lollipops later. Lu Huai said disdainfully. Upon hearing Lu Huai's mockery, Li Ying was about to explode. Shin Chen pulled her back and calmly said to Lu Huai, I can smell a dead rat from miles away, turns out it's you talking. I know a good dental clinic, run by a friend of mine. Need me to recommend it to you for your bad breath? With that, Lu Huai was about to stand up. Shin Chen smiled faintly and continued, what's wrong? Do you have other hidden issues you want to show me? It's not impossible, but you'll have to wait until I'm done gambling and have some free time. Li Ying couldn't help but chuckle, and others at the table were also trying to hold back their laughter. Lu Huai immediately jumped up. Zhang Guogui hurriedly pulled Lu Huai's sleeve to calm him down. Lu Huai's face turned red, clearly furious. The gambling continued, and the cards were dealt. Shin Chen received a jack and a 2. This hand was risky. If he asked for another card and it was too high, he would bust. Shin Chen decided to hit. He drew a 9, totaling 21 points. Now, they just had to wait for the dealer's hand. The dealer revealed 20 points. Everyone except Shin Chen lost to the dealer. However, with the 1-to-1 payout, it was just a way to pass the time. In the second round, Shin Chen bet 100,000. This time, Lu Huai wisely kept quiet, refraining from provoking anyone. Shin Chen's hand was a 9 and a 6, totaling 15 points. Shin Chen decided to hit, and he drew a queen, busting over 21 points. Lu Huai's voice resurfaced, winning once and thinking of raising the bet, only to lose. With your gambling skills, you'll never have enough to cover your losses. Shin Chen found this game uninteresting, so he stood up, pulling Li Ying along, let's go. This isn't fun, and there's a dead rat smell here that's unbearable. Li Ying obediently got up and followed. Shin Chen and the two arrived at the place where dice were played and sat down. There were many dice tables here, so it wasn't crowded. Lu Huai and Zhang Guogui also followed. Wherever you go, I'll follow. With your bad luck, you always lose wherever you go. But following you might make me some money, Lu Huai said smugly. Shin Chen ignored him this time. In his mind, he silently said, System, I want to use the perspective symbol. Ding! Host uses the perspective symbol, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds left. In an instant, a faint golden light flashed in Qin Shen's eyes. Looking around, he could see through to the styles of underwear worn by people.
With a more focused look, even the underwear became transparent. What a great skill! Turning to Liang, she wore a set of black lace style. Those white rabbits seemed almost bursting out. Wow, he didn't expect Liang to be so well endowed. She had always dressed conservatively, either in round necks or high collars. Her clothes made her look bigger, and he had never noticed her good figure. Even today's dress was conservative, but it seemed a bit small inside, squeezing the white rabbits. What's wrong? Liang looked at Qin Shen in confusion. Qin Shen quickly shifted his gaze, shook his head, and then looked at the gambling table. What's the point of going to a casino without cheating? Ding! The dice dealer crossed his hands, then opened them. Place your bets. 4, 5, 6, big. When Qin Shen arrived, it was almost time to start, so he didn't bet. The dealer started shaking the dice, and after that, bets could be placed. Qin Shen used his perspective eyes to look at the dice cup and saw 3 fours, a triplet. Immediately, he thought of betting on it. Hurry up and bet. You bet big or small, I'll bet the opposite. Don't let your bad luck ruin my chance to make money. Lu Huai's voice timely stopped Qin Shen from directly betting on the triplet. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shen first bet 100,000 on big. Then, others also started placing their chips. Before the dealer was about to close the bets, Qin Shen bet another 200,000 on 3 fours. Qin Shen, you really don't know how to play, huh? Daring to bet on a triplet, get ready to lose everything. Ha ha, Lu Huai laughed excitedly. Bro, your triplet probably won't make it. Look at how many are betting on it at the table. A man next to him shook his head in regret. Qin Shen shrugged. It's okay, just playing around. Ding! 3 fours, triplet. The surroundings erupted, but mostly with curses and complaints. How could a triplet, so rare, come out like this? The whole place started to get noisy. Qin Shen smiled wryly. A small win of 6 million. Lu Huai, at this moment, stared at the 3 fours on the table with a pale face. It felt like a piercing sight he had never experienced before. Xiaoying, we're lucky. Let's play another round. Qin Shen turned to Liang. Liang smiled faintly. It's up to you. If you want to play, we can play as many rounds as you like. Stop pretending to be lucky after just one round of good luck. If you're so lucky, keep playing and see how many times your luck holds, Lu Huai sneered. The second round began. The dice dealer pressed the button next to the dice cup, shaking it inside. Qin Shen's mind moved, and a hint of golden light flashed in his eyes. When the sound inside the dice cup stopped, the dealer made a gesture to invite bets. Various bets were placed immediately, mostly on big and small. The chances of a triplet were very low, so apart from some impulsive bettors, no one usually bet on it. I bet big, 2 million, Lu Huai placed his bet and provocatively glanced at Qin Shen. Qin Shen chose to ignore this nonsense. Just before the dealer was about to close the bets, Qin Shen pushed all his chips onto the triplet of 3 fours. Everyone was dumbfounded. Buying 3 fours again? Is this person a fool? The probability of getting 2 consecutive triplets is possible, but the identical nature of 2 consecutive triplets is unheard of. This probability is even smaller than winning the lottery. Ha, idiot, getting a triplet of 4s in one round and still wanting to continue. Look at your poor and unwise appearance. Lu Huai laughed. Don't even know who just lost money and is raising the stakes here, Liang interjected. Humph, Lu Huai snorted, not good at arguing with women. Ding ding ding, place your bets. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, the dealer slowly opened the dice cup. 3 fours, a triplet. The whole room fell silent instantly. Then various muttering voices arose. 2 consecutive triplets of 4s, what kind of odds are these? Is the casino cheating? Damn, are they trying to cheat us? Some even wanted to grab back their chips. Everyone, please remain calm. A man walked out from the crowd, accompanied by a few security guards. I am the manager of the casino. My surname is Du, call me Du Chuan. This casino is established by Army Cow Mei Company, and there is no situation of cheating. If you don't believe it, you can send a representative to inspect our gaming tables and equipment, Du Chuan said. Then why did 2 triplets appear? If this is not cheating, how can such a situation occur? A bald man shouted loudly. This can only be attributed to probability. As I said, you can have someone check our gaming tables and equipment. But if no issues are found and you still insist on causing trouble, then don't blame us for being impolite, Du Chuan said sternly. The people around slowly retracted their hands from trying to grab the chips. They all knew that cheating in this matter was unnecessary. They were just making a fuss, wanting to get back their initial investment. Qin Shen, seeing that the situation had calmed down, squeezed back in. Sensing the tension earlier, he quickly pulled Liang out. It was fine for him to squeeze a bit,
but he didn't want to crush Liang.
Since there's no issue, can you pay out?
Qin Shen squeezed in and said with difficulty. He was the big winner in this round. There weren't as many chips on the dealer's table, so he turned to Du Chuan. Du Chuan understood and said, "Sir, you have quite a lot of chips. It's not convenient for you to hold them all. I can help you exchange most of them into cash through a bank transfer, leaving you with some to continue playing.
Is that acceptable to you? Sure, exchange all of them. I won't play for now.
I'll play again when I go to AO Island tomorrow." Qin Shen nodded. "All right, how should I address you, sir? Remember to come play at Army Gao Mei when you go to AO Island. I'll give you a complimentary hotel room for your convenience in playing and resting." Du Chuan, living up to his role as the manager, offered a hotel room as a gift to keep the person playing in their establishment. After all, for gamblers, gambling is gambling no matter where, especially when it's free accommodation.
My surname is Qin, single character Wei.
All right, Mr.
Qin, just give your name when you come to me Gao Mei.
I wish you a pleasant time playing, Du Chuan said before leaving. Qin Shen had played enough and was about to leave with Liang when he saw Lu Huai's pale face.
Little Lu, lost again, huh?
Do you still have chips?
Need me to lend you some?
Qin Shen, don't be smug, dare to gamble with me on stones. Just the two of us, Lu Huai shouted in frustration.
Gamble on stones? Qin Shen looked puzzled at Liang.
Liang explained, gamble on stones means gambling on jade stones, similar to this casino, also set up by Mi Gao Mei. Regular gambling games are not attractive to wealthy individuals with higher status. Those people prefer to gamble on stones.
Qin Shen's eyes lit up at the explanation, wondering if his X-ray vision could see through the stones.
Let's go, it's good to see it for ourselves, Qin Shen said, his lips curling slightly.
Stone gambling area.
In the area, there are several sections, each with stones placed. Some people are observing with magnifying glasses, and there is a special area for stone cutting, grinding wheels, and other equipment.
Xiaoying, are those stones on the ground for gambling?
Qin Shen, who had never seen them before, couldn't help but ask.
Yes, those are, Liang nodded.
Qin Shen focused his gaze on the stones, trying to see through them with his perspective eye. A hint of golden light flashed in his eyes, but he couldn't see anything special in this pile of stones.
Could it be that the perspective eye is not useful? Qin Shen walked to another area in doubt.
Then he saw a stone emitting a green light, although it was relatively small and not easily noticeable. Moving on to the next one, the green light was brighter, catching Qin Shen's eye as soon as he turned. A brighter golden light flashed in Qin Shen's eyes, suddenly revealing the interior of the stone. Beneath a 2-finger-thick layer of stone skin was a jade the size of an egg. Qin Shen, dare to gamble with me, let's see whose stone has a higher value. Lu Huai said with ill intentions.
What's the bet? Qin Shen asked without turning his head.
Let's bet 10 billion, plus whatever comes out of the stone.
Of course, if you don't have the money, you can write an IOU and stamp it.
Lu Huai sneered. I just earned 2 billion outside, so I can come up with 10 billion.
But do you have it? You're not just bluffing, thinking you'll win for sure, right?
Qin Shen chuckled at the words. My company is currently valued at 20 billion, and I can use my company's shares as a bet, Zhang Guogua spoke up. Hearing this, Qin Shen's eyes turned colder.
Your company? Qin Shen said coldly.
Sorry, I only want cash now, I don't accept so-called assets.
Humph. Zhang Guogua snorted. If you two don't mind, I can act as a notary? Du Chuan walked over from the side.
I heard you were going to gamble, and when I hear about gambling, my professional instincts kick in, and I can't wait to participate.
Du Chuan smiled.
Having manager do as a notary is the best option, but if someone proposes a bet and can't produce the stake, it seems the bet can't proceed, Qin Shen said.
It's okay, mister.
Qin doesn't want asset-type bets, but we at Mi Gao Mei can accept them, although we need some time to verify the value.
Du Chuan smiled faintly.
Lu Huai nodded at Zhang Guogua. We can verify the value, but you also need to show us the stake.
I'll provide the stake. This is a black card from Hua Hang. You can check it out.
Liang took out a card from her handbag and handed it to Du Chuan. The title of Miss Li from the Li family in Magic City is worth more than 10 billion. I trust Miss Li, Du Chuan smiled as he handed the black card back to Liang. Then Zhang Guogua and Du Chuan went to verify the asset value. During this lull, Qin Shen and Liang looked around.
Qin Shen used his perspective eye to look at each stone one by one.
After examining more than 30 stones without any light, he looked disappointed. The probability of finding green in these gambling stones seemed too low. At this moment, a middle-aged man nearby said, "Young man, this area is for full gambling materials, while the area opposite is for semi-gambling materials. Over there, most stones have already shown green, it's just a gamble on how much green will come out." Qin Shen raised his head upon hearing this, noticing that there were indeed more people on the other side, and even from a distance, one could see the light.
What's the difference? Qin Chen asked.
He was still clueless about these matters and had never seen them before. Materials are divided into 3 types: full gambling materials, semi-gambling materials, and clear materials. Full gambling materials are like this pile on the ground, taken from the mine without being cut or polished. Half gambling wool is the kind over there, those wool merchants, or miners who, in order to sell wool at a higher price, will choose some well-performing gambling stones to cut or scrape the edges. If it turns out green, it's a big rise, much more expensive than gambling the whole wool. Of course, if it doesn't turn green after cutting, it means it's a loss, and the value of the wool drops significantly, commonly known as opening the window.
There is also the mingliao, which is jade that has been completely extracted but has not been processed yet.
Qin Chen nodded, then bowed to the middle-aged man, saying, "Thank you, brother, for helping me with my questions. It's nothing, just common knowledge, but little brother, daring to gamble 10 billion without knowing anything, that's quite bold." The middle-aged man chuckled. He was nearby when they made the bet just now. Qin Chen smiled without explaining. Then the two of them went to the half-material area. Indeed, each stone was emitting light, some brighter than others, some dimmer. At this moment, Du Chuan arrived with Zheng Guogua and Lu Huai.
Mr. Qin, the value has been verified.
Although it's not as high as Miss Zhang said, it's enough for the bet. Qin Chen nodded. Then let's start picking stones.
Alright, the time limit for picking stones is 1 hour. If you don't pick a stone within an hour, it's considered a loss.
Good luck to everyone, Du Chuan said with a smile. Then, the two sides began to pick stones. Lu Huai went straight to the half-material area, picked up a stone, and went to pay for it. After spending 3 million to buy the stone, Lu Huai confidently said to Zheng Guogua, "We've won." Qin Chen never expected that this batch of stones was sold by our family. Before selling the stones, we always have experts come to inspect and mark them, making it easier for our people to recognize the value when gambling outside.
This one is the highest in value in the whole field.
This time, I will win all of Qin Chen's money and make him fall to the bottom again, Lu Huai said fiercely. Qin Chen used his perspective skill to look at the stone Lu Huai picked, indeed the brightest in the half-material area. There's no chance of winning in the half-material area anymore. We can only see if there's a stone in the full material area that can turn the tables, Qin Chen pondered. Then Qin Chen and Liang returned to the full material area. Liang also looked around with a stone in hand. She didn't understand much, but she thought some stones looked beautiful, smooth, with fewer pits, so she picked them up to take a look. Qin Chen inadvertently glanced at the stone the size of a human head in Liang's hand. What caught his eye was a red glow. It looked relatively smooth on the surface, without too many patterns. Perhaps only this stone could compete with Lu Huai's.
"Xiaoying, do you like this one?" Qin Chen asked softly.
"It looks more pleasing than the others, and it feels better.
But I don't think picking a stone for gambling is just about looks."
"You should pick it," Liang nodded and said.
"Let's go with this one. I believe you are my lucky goddess," Qin Chen said. "How much is this one?" Qin Chen asked the staff.
"Hello, sir, this one is 300,000, the staff politely replied. These stones were all priced, unlike other gambling places where you could negotiate.
So they had to pay obediently.
After paying, they took the stone to the stone-solving area. In the stone-solving area, experts were marking and solving Lu Huai's stone. Du Chuan saw Qin Chen and walked over, saying, "Mr.
Qin, have you picked a good stone? Now let's solve Mr. Lu's stone first, then it's your turn. No rush, let's see Mr. Lu's first." Qin Chen smiled. Zheng Guogua asked Qin Chen in confusion, "Do you know Mr. Lu Huai's father?"
"I don't know," Qin Chen replied without looking at Zheng Guogua.
"Then why do you call him Mr. Lu?"
This time, Qin Chen was surprised. He looked interestedly at Lu Huai's lower body, then turned to Zheng Guogua and coughed before saying, "He looks small." Pfft, Liang chuckled beside him, saying, "No one looks small, they either look young or old." Zheng Guogua heard this and ignored the two. By this time, Lu Huai's stone had been placed on the machine and the process of cutting it had begun.
10 minutes later, someone shouted, "It's green, seems to be glass type." People from the gambling area gathered around one after another. "Indeed, it's jadeite of glass type," an expert remarked.
In the gambling area, there were always experts present whose main role was to assess the value of the jadeite being extracted. Lu Huai carefully placed it on the table, and the experts gathered around to evaluate its worth. Finally, it was appraised at 40 million. Lu Huai looked triumphantly at Qin Chen and said, "If you admit defeat now, I'll give you 2,000 for a ride. That should be enough for you to eat pig's trotters for 2 months. Ha ha ha.
Mr.
Qin, it's your turn to cut the stone," Du Chuan gestured. After the stone was taken to the cutting area, the experts shook their heads upon inspection and drew a line in the middle of the stone, indicating where to start cutting.
Wait, Xin Chen suddenly spoke up. He then approached and took the stone off the cutting machine. What's this, not cutting it anymore? Afraid of humiliation? Lu Huai sneered. I'll use the stone polishing machine on this one, Xin Chen said. Polish it? Nothing came out yet, and you're already polishing it? The worker polishing the stone looked puzzled. Is delaying the inevitable useful now? Lu Huai said disdainfully. The worker looked at Du Chuan. Du Chuan nodded. Let's do it as Mr. Xin wishes. After securing the stone, the worker began polishing it. With the gears roaring, a red color slowly seeped out. It's red, could it be blood jade? An expert exclaimed excitedly. After revealing the red color, they continued polishing the areas that hadn't turned red. Half an hour later, the red stone finally revealed its true appearance, shimmering brightly under the light. The stone was then placed on the evaluation table for the experts to assess its type and value. It's confirmed to be blood jade, perhaps even the finest quality, a gemstone appraiser said. Although it's not very large, we can still estimate a price, around 2 billion. Another expert nodded. Upon hearing the price, Lu Huai's face turned pale, and Zhang Guoguo's face alternated between pale and green. Xin Chen chuckled upon hearing this and said to Liang, I told you, you would be my lucky goddess. Liang blushed and stuck out her tongue, saying, You're saying this now, why didn't you think so when you were avoiding me before? The bet is won by Mr. Xin. Congratulations, Mr. Xin, Du Chuan smiled. Hold on, Lu Huai suddenly spoke up. Mr. Lu, are you trying to back out? No one has ever been able to evade their debts to me, Cao Mei. Du Chuan squinted. Lu Huai hurriedly said, Manager Du, please don't misunderstand, I admit defeat in the bet, but I hope you can give me 3 days to raise 10 billion to redeem the company. It depends on Mr. Xin's decision. If Mr. Xin is willing to wait 3 more days to receive the money, we won't act as the bad guys here. Du Chuan looked at Xin Chen. Zheng Guoguo looked at Xin Chen and said, I apologize sincerely to you for my past actions. I hope you can give me a chance. Xin Chen remained unmoved. Zheng Guoguo then turned to Liang, Xiaoying, although we are not related by blood, we grew up together as cousins. Can you help me persuade Xin Chen? Liang hesitated for a moment. Xin Chen didn't want to make it difficult for Liang, so he took her hand and walked away. As they walked, he said, Manager Du, I leave this matter to you. If the money isn't received in 3 days, I will have to question the integrity of me Cao Mei. Zheng Guoguo and Lu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Huai reassured Zheng Guoguo, saying, Don't worry, I'll talk to my father, and 10 billion will be easily available. Zheng Guoguo's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, nodding. Xin Chen and Liang had already left the gambling area. Mr. Xin, wait, Du Chuan caught up. Manager Du, do you have any other questions? Xin Chen asked in confusion. What are your plans for these 2 pieces of jade, Mr. Xin? Du Chuan asked. After thinking for a while, Xin Chen said, You've got me there, I really don't know how to handle them. Do you have any suggestions, Manager Du? Well, Army Gao Mei also operates in the jewelry industry. If Mr. Xin doesn't know how to deal with these gemstones, you can sell them to us. I can have our expert evaluate them and offer you a price, Du Chuan said. That's fine, let Manager Du handle it. But I have a condition, if the blood jade is made into a necklace, I'd like to buy one, Xin Chen said after some thought. Sure, I can make that decision. According to the evaluation just now, the blood jade you bid on is 200 million, and the glass seed you won from Mr. Lu is 40 million. That's a total of 240 million. I'll inform my superiors, and the money should be transferred within half an hour, Du Chuan said. No problem, that's settled, Xin Chen nodded. Then he walked out with Liang. Just as they reached the door, Liang's phone rang from her handbag. Hello, Dad. Now, but I'm at sea. Alright, I'll let my friend know first. Xin Chen watched her silently. After hanging up, Liang looked at Xin Chen with watery eyes and said, I have to go to the Magic City. There's an urgent matter at home that requires my presence. I can't stay here with you. Xin Chen patted her head and smiled. Go ahead, I can go to bed early. How are you going back? By speedboat? No need, there's a helicopter on this ship for emergencies. I'll fly back to Shenzhen Bay first, then head to the airport, Liang explained. Xin Chen showed understanding. Alright, let's go, I'll see you off. The two arrived at the helipad, communicated with the person in charge, and were allowed to board. Before boarding the plane, Liang rushed over and hugged Xin Chen, saying reluctantly, It's been hard to see you, and now I have to leave. Once you're back, we can meet often. Xin Chen smiled faintly. Liang looked up and asked, You won't go off the grid again, will you? Of course not, just call me when you're back, or we can stay in touch through WeChat even if you're not back, Xin Chen said. Hearing this, Liang let go of his hand, reluctantly boarded the helicopter. After seeing Li Ying off, Xinshen planned to return to his room to rest. Li Ying had given him her room key before leaving. Xinshen was now heading to Li Ying's room. In the corridor, as Xinshen took out the room key, he suddenly saw two men at the end of the corridor, carrying a woman hurriedly into a room. The woman seemed to be unconscious. However, Xinshen had no intention of interfering. In a place like this, such occurrences were quite common. Ding! Emergency event generated. Name, Aaron, age, 25, appearance, A, figure, S, charm, A, development, yes, favorability, 60, overall evaluation, A+, ding. Mission, rescue Aaron. Was the woman just carried in Aaron? Does rescuing her mean she's being forced? Without much thought, Xinshen quickly headed towards that room. Pressing his ear against the door, he heard no sound from inside. Suddenly, the door handle moved. Xinshen ran away at the fastest speed of his life, then slowed down, pretending to be just a passerby. The two men came out of the room, locked the door, and walked in the opposite direction. Xinshen slapped his forehead. How could he forget he had X-ray vision? Xinshen's mind stirred, using his perspective eye to look into the room. Inside, the room was still neat and clean, with only a slender figure lying on the bed. Her brows were slightly furrowed, eyes tightly shut in sleep, hands bound behind her back, a scarf gagging her mouth and tied behind her head to prevent her from screaming when she woke up. Looking down, a rope was also tied around her ankles. Xinshen began to observe the room, trying to figure out how to enter. The balcony door was open, providing a way in. The rooms on the ship were all sea view rooms facing the ocean directly. Climbing in wouldn't be difficult. Xinshen glanced at the neighboring rooms and found them empty, but there was no way to enter. He could only climb out of the corridor window and jump onto the balcony. Thinking it through, Xinshen stood at the window ledge, took a deep breath, and with a leap, landed on the balcony. Exhaling, Xinshen murmured, after taking the tempered body pill, "My physical fitness has improved a lot. In the past, I wouldn't dare to play like this." He then entered the room. Eileen was still lying on the bed. Xinshen gently patted her cheek, but she showed no reaction. Xinshen first untied the ropes on her hands and feet, helped Eileen up, and headed towards the door. Just as he reached the door, he heard a knocking sound from outside. Xinshen used his perspective eye to look outside and saw a young couple passionately kissing at the door, right in front of this room. The knocking sound just now was them losing balance in their passion and bumping into the door. Trouble, they were blocking the door with their amorous display. Xinshen sighed helplessly. Looking down the corridor, he saw three people walking towards him. Two of them were the ones who had tied up Eileen, and Xinshen recognized the third person as Lin Xiao, who had just requested a room change on the ship. The three individuals, upon seeing the kissing couple at the door, quickened their pace. Without time to think, Xinshen picked up the blanket and tied Eileen to his back. Glancing at his room from the balcony, he saw it was 5 rooms away. Fortunately, the balconies were not too far apart. Xinshen climbed out of the balcony, leaped across to the neighboring balcony, and then repeated the process until he reached another balcony. At the door, the 3 individuals had arrived. Lin Xiao stood behind, while the other 2 pushed the couple aside, opened the door, and let Lin Xiao enter. After the other 2 followed inside, they closed the door behind them. Upon entering, Lin Xiao found the room empty and coldly asked, "Where are they? Wasn't she supposed to be unconscious and tied up?" The 2 quickly searched the room and then rushed to the balcony to look outside. At that moment, Xinshen had just jumped into the room given to him by Li Ying, carrying Eileen on his back. If they had been 2 seconds slower, they would have been spotted. Not finding anyone, the 2 subordinates nervously returned to Lin Xiao and said, "Lin Xiao, we made sure she was unconscious, but somehow she's disappeared." "Then go find her immediately," Lin Xiao ordered sternly. After placing Eileen on the bed, Xinshen continued to pat her face, but she showed no signs of waking up. Deciding to leave her be, Xinshen focused on completing his task. Speaking of which, why hadn't he received notification of task completion yet? Was it because Eileen hadn't woken up? Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the unexpected event. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a critical hit reward, Super Soldier Serum *1. Upon hearing the system notification, Xinshen instantly perked up. Super Soldier Serum? Like Captain America? Xinshen wondered aloud. Ding! The Super Soldier Serum is based on the Captain America of the host's world, produced by the system to maximize human body functions. Ding! Considering the safety of the host, the system's rewards will gradually enhance the host's own strength, ensuring that the host can guarantee their safety while living carefreely as a wealthy and happy god. This system is really powerful. I need to find a place to try out this Super Warrior Serum. Xinshen glanced back at Eileen, who was still unconscious, then turned and left the room.
Anyway, the mission was completed, and she should be safe in this room. When she wakes up and sees me, I don't know how long I'll have to explain. Thinking this, Shin opened the door and went out. With nowhere to go, Shin eventually made her way to the deck, sighing in the sea breeze, nowhere to sleep again. Looks like I'll have to go see if Guan Yu still has a spare room. Shin walked towards Guan Yu's temporary office on the ship. After the auction ended, Guan Yu had invited them both, so Shin knew the location. As Shin approached Guan Yu's office door, she was about to knock when she heard arguing inside. You took the revival pill that Master gave you and auctioned it off like this? If you needed money, you could have told me. A woman scolded from inside. Senior sister, this charity auction was my idea from the start, and I was the one in charge. The only thing I could offer was that revival pill. Besides, those children in the mountains are truly pitiful, and I wanted to do something for them, Guan Yu said helplessly. You are just too kind. There are too many unfortunate people in this world. How can you save them all? And haven't you always wanted to make a name for yourself without relying on Master's reputation? By taking out the revival pill, everyone now knows that you have a close relationship with Master. The woman said, frowning. No, I concealed my identity, and I was in charge of the entire auction. No one knows who provided the revival pill. As for those unfortunate people, if I can help them a little when they see it, then I will, Guan Yu said helplessly. It's better to be that way. But even if it's known, it doesn't matter. Master's closed-door disciple won't lose face, the woman snorted. Alright, senior sister. I have my limits. If people know that I am Master's closed-door disciple, then I can't make genuine friends. By the way, did senior sister come to find me on the ship for something urgent? Guan Yu blinked and asked playfully. Master asked me to find you. Next month is Master's birthday, and there will be a gathering. You haven't been back for a long time. Master wants you to come back and preside over it, the woman said. Okay, I'll finish things here and then go back, Guan Yu responded. Who? The woman shouted sternly. Then, with a swift movement, she reached the door, opened it, grabbed the person outside by the neck, and threw them inside. Shin only heard the word who before her vision blurred, and she found herself on the ground. Such speed, such astonishing strength. Shin thought in shock. Mr. Shin, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be at the casino with Xiaoying? Guan Yu looked at the person on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. What happened? How did I end up on the ground in the blink of an eye? Shin coughed and said. Guan Yu looked embarrassed and said, sorry, my sister is a bodyguard and has a bit of a professional habit. Shin waved his hand and said, I came to ask if you still have a room available. I was about to knock, and then this sister here threw me in. After speaking, Shin glanced at the woman who had thrown him, dressed in a tight sports suit, with two prominent peaks and a baby face. Baby face with big assets, Shin sighed inwardly. This is my sister, Lu Mei, Guan Yu introduced. Lu Mei snorted coldly and ignored Shin. Mr. Shin, wasn't Xiaoying's room assigned to you? Why do you need another room? Guan Yu asked. I ran into some trouble and gave it to someone else, Shin said helplessly. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Yu explained, there's no way around it, we really don't have any more rooms. The rooms are already full, and many people have nowhere to sleep. Alright then, I'll go find a place to stay for the night. I won't disturb you two sisters, sighed Shin. He then turned to leave Guan Yu's office. Suddenly, Shin seemed to remember something and turned back to ask Guan Yu, what's the background of Lin Xiao, who requested to change rooms with you on the ship? He's the son of the customs supervisor, Lin Sin, a playboy who wanders around all day. His father ignores him, but many people rely on his father, so they give him face, Guan Yu explained in detail. He's also the top henchman of the Zhou family in Guangcheng. The Zhou family in Guangcheng has a background in ancient martial arts, which is why he's so arrogant and domineering, interrupted Lu Mei. Ancient martial arts? Shin suddenly became interested. Guan Yu hurriedly pushed Shin out, saying, it's nothing, just don't provoke him if you don't have to. Shin was pushed out of the room, and Guan Yu scolded Lu Mei, senior sister, there's no need to tell him these things. He may never come into contact with that world in his lifetime. I know that ordinary people will never touch that level in their lifetime, so it doesn't hurt to tell him, Lu Mei said coldly. Speaking of the Zhou family, they went to our master before, hoping to form a marriage alliance with our master's family, but our master refused. Otherwise, you might have ended up marrying into the Zhou family, Lu Mei joked. Guan Yu laughed and teased, that's not necessarily true, maybe it's senior sister who would marry into their family. Impossible, the cultivation technique I practice dictates that I will live a lonely life. Master won't ruin my cultivation, Lu Mei declared firmly. Shin, who had been pushed out of the door, was still digesting the information he had just heard.
Master, return to Spirit Pill, ancient martial arts families.
So the return to Spirit Pill was brought out by Guan Yu, who was a disciple of a great master.
And those ancient martial arts families.
It seems I'm still among the common people, he thought. With this in mind, Qinshen felt closer to the world that ordinary people couldn't touch, and he felt a surge of excitement. After a moment of contemplation, he walked towards the guest rooms. Standing at a room's doorway, he hesitated for a moment before knocking.
Who is it? A lazy female voice came from inside. It's me, Sister Ro. The door quickly opened, and Feng Ro said jokingly, Little brother Wei, what's up? Are you here to check if your sister has been messing around in your room?
Qinshen awkwardly smiled and said, Sister Ro, there's been a change of plans, and I have nowhere else to go. I can only shamelessly ask you for a place to sleep on the floor.
What are you talking about? This is your room to begin with.
If anyone's sleeping on the floor, it'll be me, Feng Ro said with a smile, then made way for Qinshen to enter the room. Once inside the room, Qinshen took out a blanket and pillow from the cabinet and laid them on the floor. Brother, why don't you sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor, Feng Ro suggested. No, I can't have a beautiful lady sleeping on the floor. I can't do such a thing, Qinshen said as he made the bed. Feng Ro hesitated for a moment, then, let's sleep together on the bed. We're at sea, and sleeping on the floor might get cold.
Qinshen smirked and joked, a lone man and a woman sharing a bed, Sister Ro, aren't you afraid of the wolf in sheep's clothing? Blushing, Feng Ro retorted, who's the wolf here is still up for debate.
Seeing her reaction, Qinshen dropped his pretense and quickly jumped onto the bed. Feng Ro, as if avoiding something, said hurriedly, just go to sleep, I'll go take a shower first, and went to the bathroom. Qinshen lay on the bed, contemplating whether to take the super soldier serum now. But considering the current situation, it wasn't quite appropriate. Lost in his thoughts about the events of the day, he didn't even notice that the water in the bathroom had stopped. The bathroom door slowly opened, revealing a figure with water droplets resembling a water lily. Qinshen came to his senses and looked at Feng Ro in a bathrobe, her slender willowy waist, plump and perky buttocks protruding backwards. Her long legs were straight and slender. Sensing Qinshen's hot gaze, Feng Ro's face blushed slightly, a hint of pride in her expression. She casually walked to the dressing table as if nothing had happened. Qinshen lay half reclined on the bed, his unabashed gaze scanning Feng Ro's body back and forth.
Feng Ro turned around and climbed onto the bed, slowly crawling towards Qinshen. When she reached his legs, she teased, Little brother, are you trying to transform into a tiger?
Little did she know, Qinshen had already seen the spring scenery hidden in her collar. With a low growl, Qinshen pounced. He silenced her teasing with his own growling mouth, his hands swiftly delving into her collar, climbing up the mountain. Feng Ro also passionately wrapped her arms around Qinshen's waist, trying to gain the upper hand, but soon surrendered. Qinshen had taken resilience pills before, so he was not afraid of challenges. The night passed without words. In the morning, a ray of sunlight shone on the entwined figures. Qinshen slowly opened his eyes, watching the sun rise slowly above the sea outside the window. He looked down at Feng Ro, still asleep. The battle last night was intense, testing Qinshen's physical endurance like a flower long deprived of water.
It lasted until midnight.
Qinshen tightened his grip on Feng Ro's hand, realizing he hadn't checked in today.
System, I want to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained Villa No.
1 at Cloud Summit. Cloud Summit Villa?
It seemed to have trended before, located near the port in a villa area. It had been under development for many years and only recently succeeded due to various reasons.
Not bad, he thought. With a villa, he would need some housekeepers, maids, and the like.
Qinshen imagined rows of maids welcoming him home at the door. Feng Ro's eyes fluttered as she woke up, watching Qinshen lost in his thoughts.
What are you thinking so early in the morning, little brother? Feng Ro asked lazily, stretching.
Qinshen snapped out of it, teasing Feng Ro, I was wondering if Sister Ro could make me breakfast. Feng Ro immediately begged for mercy, little brother, spare me.
I'm so exhausted, I can't go to Aodao. I need to rest here.
Qinshen, feeling a bit disappointed, said, alright, Sister Ro, rest well. I'll go out and prepare breakfast for you. He got up and freshened up, humming a song, feeling invincible and lonely. Feng Ro was so annoyed she almost threw a pillow at him. After freshening up, Qinshen went out to prepare breakfast for Feng Ro. At that moment, the ship docked. People on board began to disembark for a day trip. Seeing Feng Ro refusing to leave the ship, Qinshen gave up and decided to explore on his own. In a room on the ship, a graceful figure suddenly jumped out of bed. It was Eileen, the woman Qinshen had saved last night. Eileen looked around in confusion, then checked her body under the covers and found nothing unusual. She began to recall the events of last night. She had been filming a short video of dancing with a group of internet celebrities on the deck. Later, everyone had returned to the rest area to drink. She had a cocktail on the way and then couldn't remember anything else. Eileen quickly checked her phone, finding no missed calls but a few messages asking if she had run away from the party to sleep. She couldn't figure out how she ended up here but decided not to dwell on it since everything seemed fine. She got up, freshened up, and prepared to disembark to find some scenic spots for video material.
Qin Shan walked through a small alley on Aodao, searching for some authentic local snacks.
Besides gambling, Aodao had other charms, but most people headed straight to the casinos upon arrival.
At that moment, in a room on the ship,
Linson sat anxiously on the sofa. One of the two men from last night emerged from the bathroom. Linson, I've checked. None of these people's phones captured that part on video.
How should we deal with them?
In the bathroom, 2 men and 2 women sat on the floor with their eyes covered and hands and feet bound. They were all internet celebrities who were filming short videos together with Eileen. Unable to find Eileen, Linson had tied these people up and brought them back to the room. Linson, looking irritated, said, "Give them a warning and throw them out."
The man nodded and turned back into the bathroom.
"Wait," Linson suddenly shouted.
"Bring the tallest one here, I need to vent." "Damn, I've been busy all night and couldn't even sleep." The man hesitated upon hearing this. This.
Linson jumped up, kicked out and yelled, "Damn it, I told you to bring someone, so bring someone."
"After you're done, you can have your fun too. Just handle the aftermath properly. If you can't even handle this, how can you follow me to serve Zhou? Remember to drug them first, I don't have the energy to force them." He then lay down on the bed. After a moment of hesitation, the man went to carry out the task. Once he brought the person to the bed, he silently left the room. Standing guard at the door, another man returned. "Why are you standing at the door? That woman has news, hurry in and tell Lin," he said, trying to push the door open. The man quickly stopped him. "Don't go in yet, Lin is still busy with that matter," he said, recounting what had just happened. "What? Lin with that person? Isn't that a shapeshifter?" The latter man exclaimed in shock. "It seems Lin is unaware."
"I wanted to tell him, but he scolded me," the man said with a troubled expression.
"Ah Peng, if we quit our jobs here and follow Lin, will it really lead to success?"
The man asked his companion who had just arrived. Both of them were originally ship attendants, but after witnessing the room change incident and realizing Lin's extraordinary identity, they decided to seek him out and expressed their desire to follow him.
Weren't you the one who suggested following Lin in the first place?"
Ah Peng said in astonishment. Gui sighed and said, "Just one night, and we've already committed murder, kidnapping, and drugging. I feel like we won't be able to follow for long before ending up in jail."
Ah Peng frowned and said, "We've come this far, I'm afraid we can't just walk away now.
And who knows, we might have to face Lin's retaliation. We ordinary people can't withstand the revenge of these people."
After exchanging a glance, they sighed. "Ah."
Linsen's voice came from inside the room. They quickly pushed the door open and saw Linsen, naked, looking terrified at the person on the bed. "Damn, it's a monster, get him out of here quickly," Linsen ordered. Gu Yi and Ah Ping hurriedly helped the person on the bed, who was squirming due to being drugged. After dealing with these people, Ah Ping returned to Linsen and informed him that Eileen had already disembarked.
"I can't rely on you two useless people.
I'll make a call," Linsen scolded angrily. "Hello, Linsen," a man's voice came through the phone. "Zhou, it's me," Linsen said, showing a flattering smile upon hearing the voice.
"I know, what's the matter?"
"Zhou, I want to use your connections on Aodao to help me catch someone there," Linsen said urgently.
Zhou asked in a deep voice, "What happened?"
Linsen explained, "Last night on the ship, I accidentally pushed someone into the sea.
It happened to be filmed by an internet celebrity.
That celebrity probably doesn't know yet, so I want to find the person quickly and delete the video." On the other end of the phone, there was silence for a few seconds before saying, "I'll give you an address. Go find Bao, just say I referred you, tell him your needs, and he will help you." "Thank you, Zhou Xiao," Linsen nodded as if Zhou Xiao was right in front of him.
"Handle it quickly.
The longer you delay, the more troublesome it will be," Zhou Xiao cautioned in a deep voice.
Linsen hurriedly replied, Yes, I'll go handle it now."
After hanging up the phone, he took Gu Yi and Ah Ping to the address. The address led them to a small entertainment venue, where they were stunned by the scene inside. It was filled with men smoking and playing cards, with cash on the tables instead of chips.
Someone noticed the three of them and approached, asking, "Are you here to play? Need to exchange cash?"
Linsen pretended to be calm and said, "I'm looking for Bao."
The entertainment venue fell silent instantly, and everyone turned to look at them. "Looking for Brother Bao?"
Quite bold to call brother Bao Bao, the person who had just spoken to them sneered. "Who's looking for me?" A hoarse voice sounded from the crowd, and everyone instinctively made way. A man in a black vest, covered in tattoos, walked out from the crowd, grinned when he saw them, revealing a few large gold teeth. "You looking for me?" Linson raised his chin and ordered, "Zhou Xiao wants you to listen to me and cooperate." Upon hearing Zhou Xiao's name, Bao's expression faltered slightly. "So you're one of Zhou Xiao's people, I see." He then turned and instructed his men, "Take care of these friends first, then bring them to my office." With that, he walked away. The people around sneered and slowly approached Linson. Seeing this, Linson shouted, "I'm Zhou Xiao's man, dare you touch me?" Without a moment's hesitation, the crowd rushed forward and started punching and kicking. They eventually brought the bruised and swollen Linson in front of Bao. Bao chuckled lightly and said, "Why didn't you clarify the relationship between me and Zhou Xiao? How dare you act tough in front of me with others backing you up?" I'm sorry, brother Bao," Linson said with a hint of malice in his eyes, bowing his head. Bao crossed his legs on the table and asked, "So, Zhou Xiao and I are friends, I'll give him face. Tell me, what do you need help with?" Linson quickly got up from the ground and began explaining the situation to Bao. Meanwhile, Eileen had already disembarked and was trying to call her friends, but none of them answered. "Why can't I reach anyone?" "Oh well, they're probably still asleep. I'll go for a walk first." She then wandered through the streets and alleys. Unknowingly, she ended up at the same stall as Qin Chen. "Boss, 1 order of egg waffles." 2 voices, one male and one female, spoke simultaneously. They glanced at each other, Qin Chen looking slightly surprised while Eileen appeared delighted. "You're here too. What a coincidence," Eileen exclaimed happily. Qin Chen nodded, "Yes, quite a coincidence. You were kidnapped last night, and now you're acting like nothing happened today, so carefree," Qin Chen thought to himself. "Are you alone? Did you also come on that cruise ship?" Eileen asked curiously, pointing in the direction of the docked ship behind them. "Yes, I have a companion still on the ship. I came down to explore on my own," Qin Chen smiled faintly. With clear eyes, Eileen suggested, "Why don't we stick together? My friends seem to have disappeared too, and I'm alone." Qin Chen thought to himself, "Are you kidding? You're a dangerous person now. Who knows what might happen if I stay with you? Better to avoid trouble." Just as he was about to refuse, he heard a voice in his ear. Ding! Emergency event generated. Name Eileen age 25 appearance A figure S charme development yes favorability 65 overall evaluation A plus ding. Mission, protect Eileen until she returns inland friendly reminder, 3-star danger level Favorability increased by 5 points, is it because of meeting an acquaintance in a foreign land? Well, that's not the point. The point should be the additional friendly reminder. System, can I reject such sudden events? Ding. System issues a mission, the host can reject receiving it, and the system will randomly retract rewards already given. Ding. It is recommended that the host accept the mission. The system provides a series of enhancement processes for the host. If rejected, the process will be interrupted, and the system will fall into sleep mode, ceasing to function until the process is modified again. Although whatever is retracted doesn't really harm Qin Chen, and for now, with the system in sleep mode, Qin Chen's life has improved significantly. But since the system chose me, I should face the challenge. System, I choose to accept the mission. Ding! As the host followed the system's advice and passed the test of courage, the alert skill is granted to the host. Hope the host can successfully complete the mission. Alert. Body will sense danger before it arrives. With this skill, safety is somewhat assured. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Eileen reached out and waved in front of Qin Chen. Qin Chen snapped out of it and said, Sure, let's go together. You too, your egg puffs are ready, the stall owner called out. Qin Chen gallantly paid for both, as it wasn't much money anyway. So, where do we go later? Eileen asked while eating. I don't have any specific place in mind, just wandering around. If you have somewhere you want to go, I'll go along, Qin Chen replied. Eileen blinked and said, Let's go to the mall and buy some things. Okay, Qin Chen agreed. Qin Chen thought, going to crowded places should be less dangerous. After finishing their meal, they took a taxi to the shopping mall. Along the way, Qin Chen absent-mindedly chatted with Eileen. What does this alert feel like? I've never experienced it, so I can't relax. Soon, they arrived at the mall. Once inside, Eileen began to enjoy herself. Unintentionally, she wandered off. Qin Chen anxiously searched store by store and finally found her in a luxury store, immersed in choosing a designer bag. Qin Chen could only wait at the entrance. After Eileen finished shopping, she turned to Qin Chen and asked, Aren't you buying anything? Since we're here, I don't need to buy anything. You go ahead with your shopping, Qin Chen absent-mindedly replied. Eileen thought Qin Chen found it too expensive. After some contemplation, she picked out a set of men's clothing and paid for it together. As they left, she handed the bag to Qin Shen. "It's for you." Qin Shen was taken aback and said, "Thank you, how much is it? I'll transfer the money to you." "No need, consider it a reward for accompanying me shopping," Eileen said with a smile. "Well, thank you then. Could you hold on to these for me? I'll go to the restroom." Eileen handed the items to Qin Shen. Qin Shen nodded and took out his phone to pass the time. Checking messages, there was one from Li Ying saying she had arrived in the city. There was also a message from Li Xiao asking when he would return. Qin Shen patiently replied to each message. Inside the restroom, Eileen was washing her hands at the sink when a woman next to her suddenly asked, "Do you have any tissues?" "Yes, just a moment." Eileen lowered her head to open her bag, intending to take out tissues. Suddenly, the woman next to her took out a spray and aimed it at her. After a moment of confusion, Eileen collapsed. The woman hurried forward, embracing her shoulders. Eileen leaned on her shoulder, and the two of them left the restroom. Qin Shen checked the time. "Why is it taking so long?" He sent another message to Eileen, asking if everything was okay. There was no reply. Qin Shen felt something was wrong and quickly ran over. At the entrance of the women's restroom, he saw a middle-aged woman coming out. Qin Shen asked, "Excuse me, did you see a woman with long hair, slim, wearing black clothes and shorts inside?" The middle-aged woman looked at Qin Shen as if he was crazy. Qin Shen quickly explained, "That's my friend, she's been in there for a long time, not answering calls or messages." The middle-aged woman hesitated, "There's no one inside, I was washing my face for a long time. I even took a look, there was no one left." Qin Shen realized something was wrong. He hurried to the railing outside and looked down. Anxiously scanning the surroundings, he suddenly saw a woman supporting another woman at the elevator door across. Qin Shen looked closely and realized the woman being supported was Eileen. Just as Qin Shen lifted his foot to run over, he hesitated and returned to the railing. Using his X-ray vision to look into the elevator, he couldn't see clearly due to the distance. Qin Shen carefully identified the location of the elevator button, which seemed to be lit, indicating it was going down to the basement. Qin Shen rushed to the mall's emergency exit and ran down the stairs. The woman supporting Eileen took out her phone and made a call. "It's done, bring the car over." "Wait. Hold on," a breathless voice came from behind the woman. Qin Shen ran down as fast as he could. Even with the help of body-enhancing pills, he was still out of breath. "Young man, what's the matter?" The woman lazily looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen straightened up slowly. "Phew, finally caught my breath. The person you're supporting is my friend. Please give her to me." The woman pretended to be surprised. "Oh? Is that so? The person behind you also claims to be her friend. Who should I believe?" Suddenly, Qin Shen felt a chill down his spine and instinctively turned around to see a baseball bat swinging towards him. It struck Qin Shen hard on the head. Qin Shen groaned and passed out, his alert skill activated, but he had no time to react. "Red sister, what should we do with this kid?" The person with the bat asked the woman. "Let's take him with us, so he doesn't wake up and call the police." "The police nowadays are not like before," Red sister said, pushing Eileen into the car. The big guy threw Qin Shen into the trunk and they drove off. When they returned to the entrance of the entertainment venue, they found people in white clothes blocking the entrance. "Red sister, something's not right. These people don't seem to be from our place, they've blocked the entrance, how do we get in?" the big guy asked. Red sister went closer to take a look and said, "These are Michael's people causing trouble. Let's go underground, lock these two in the warehouse in the basement, and then go upstairs to check." The big guy nodded and drove the car to the basement. After locking Qin Shen and Eileen in the basement, they went upstairs. Inside the entertainment venue, two groups of people were facing off. One of them was Du Chuan, whom Qin Shen had met on the ship. Bao spoke first. "Manager Du, such a busy person, how come you have time to come to our small place?" Du Chuan took a sip of tea from his thermos and said, "I just got back, and Miss has arranged for me to handle things here." Bao pretended to be puzzled. "Oh? What could possibly trouble Manager Du to come here?" Du Chuan waved his hand and said, "Bao, let's speak frankly. Your illegal entertainment city cannot operate. We, Gao Mei, are the company with the sole legal operating rights for the casino on Ao Island. The government will have to deal with you for operating illegally. Our company must have notified you many times. Since you are unwilling to shut down voluntarily, we will have to do it for you." Bao sneered, "Let's see how Manager Du will shut us down." Tensions escalated instantly. Du Chuan gestured and said, "Inform the brothers outside to block the streets, so that tourists won't witness this. Smash this place for me." With that, he calmly walked out of the entertainment venue. In the basement, Qin Shen slowly regained consciousness, feeling his head sticky. "Damn, my head feels like it's been smashed." Qin Shen cursed. Fortunately, his improved physique allowed him to recover quickly even from severe injuries. Shin shook his head, then looked at Eileen still unconscious beside him. He patted her cheek. Wake up quickly. Eileen slowly opened her eyes and asked, where are we?
I don't know.
I saw you being taken away at the mall, ran to rescue you, and ended up getting knocked out myself. Shin observed the surroundings.
Eileen finally noticed the blood on Shin's face. She got up and said, are you okay? You're bleeding a lot. Shin shook his head. It's nothing. Let's focus on finding a way to escape. Who have you offended to keep getting kidnapped? Keep getting kidnapped? Eileen asked in confusion.
Shin didn't respond. Instead, he started examining the underground warehouse.
Oh no!
Eileen suddenly exclaimed.
What's wrong? Shin hurriedly asked.
My limited edition handbag is missing, Eileen cried out.
Shin was speechless. They kidnapped you, and you're worried about your bag? Let's find a way out first. With that, he began searching for an exit.
Shin reached the door, pulled it forcefully. It was made of 2 iron doors with a chain and lock in the middle.
With enough force, a person could squeeze through.
The door was old, a few more pulls, and the handle would come off.
However, the process might make noise and alert the others. He decided to tighten the door, let Eileen out first, then remove the handle.
Shin's worries seemed unnecessary at the moment.
Upstairs, a fierce battle was already underway. Hongjie found Ah Bao wielding a machete and said, Bao, are you okay?
Ah Bao, seeing Hongjie, shook his head. I'm fine, it's just someone else's blood.
Hong Lian, let's retreat.
Mi Gao Mei has more people coming in, they outnumber us. Bao, I'll get the guns and kill those bastards, a big guy next to them said angrily.
Ah Bao slapped him. Damn it, do you want me dead? You want to compete with guns? Can you win?
Besides, in this situation, it's just a brawl at most. Bringing out guns would be a terrorist attack, and then we'll have no place in the world. Mi Gao Mei is waiting for us to use guns so they can justify wiping us out. I'm sorry, Bao, the big guy apologized, hanging his head.
Hong Lian spoke up. Bao, what about the person who helped Lin Sin capture? Forget about it.
Lin Sin ran as soon as he saw trouble. You two go kill that person, then meet at the usual place, Ah Bao said, heading towards the back door.
The two nodded and left.
In the basement, Eileen had already left, while Shin was still inside, pulling the door with all his might. After a few more pulls, he finally broke the handle. Shin came out and ran out of the underground parking lot with Eileen. Red Lotus and the big guy had just come down when they saw 2 figures fleeing towards the exit.
Damn it, the big guy exclaimed as he pulled out his gun and fired. Shin caught sight of the 2 coming down and quickly pushed Eileen forward. A gunshot rang out.
Shin grunted and fell to the ground. He then quickly got up and fled. Eileen, pushed by the commotion, turned around to see Shin fall and rise again. Before she could react, Shin grabbed her and ran. After firing a shot, the big guy wanted to pursue them. Red Lotus hurriedly stopped him, saying, let's go, no point wasting time chasing them.
It's not our business anyway. Let's get out of here.
The big guy reluctantly holstered his gun and left with Red Lotus. Once they reached an alley, Shin suddenly collapsed. Eileen rushed to help him up, asking, what's wrong with you? At that moment, Shin felt dizzy and cursed inwardly before passing out. Eileen noticed her hand was wet as she supported Shin. Upon closer inspection, she saw it was covered in blood.
Help, someone help us.
Eileen cried out, drawing a crowd around them.
The scene shifted to Ah Bao's side.
Ah Bao was sitting with his men in a dilapidated house, illuminated dimly by a hanging incandescent light, casting shadows on his face. Red Lotus and the big guy arrived.
Bao, they got away.
We couldn't handle it, Red Lotus said, bowing her head.
Ah Bao waved his hand dismissively, let them go, it doesn't matter to us anyway. This incident must have received approval from above.
Otherwise, the people from Mi Gao Mei wouldn't dare intrude on our territory so blatantly, Ah Bao said with a glint in his eyes.
Inappropriately, the big guy interjected, Bao, let me go mess up their place too. He even raised his gun as he spoke. You fool, how could I have someone as stupid as you? Ah Bao said with a look of disappointment.
Suddenly, the door was kicked open. A group of people in white rushed in, pointing guns at Ah Bao's men. Before Ah Bao and his men could react, they found themselves staring down the barrels of the guns. From the group of white-clad individuals emerged a man, Du Chuan.
Ah Bao, do you have another old place to hide now? Du Chuan asked playfully. How do you know about this place? These people are here for the first time.
Except for us old folks, no one else knows about this place, Red Lotus asked sternly. After asking, she suddenly realized something and turned to look at the big guy. The big guy stepped forward with a smirk. Red sister, you're right.
Only us old folks know about this place. I told them.
The big guy, whose name was Su Feng, had been with Ah Bao for many years, one of the earliest followers. Ah Bao asked coldly, "Why did you do this?" "Bao, I've been with you for so many years, what have I gained? These guns are all leftovers you don't want. Don't think I don't know. You secretly arranged for immigration with this bitch Red Lotus, planning to leave us behind and immigrate abroad," Su Feng ranted hysterically. "Ah Bao, being a leader isn't about being stingy like you. You've taken all the good things for yourself, how can you expect loyalty from those below you?" Duchuan smiled and then turned to Red Lotus. "So, this is Poison Lotus, right? I've heard about you, but this is the first time meeting you in person. Honglian is a master of poison, a talented student in pharmacology. She was kidnapped by human traffickers during a trip and suffered inhumane treatment. She was rescued by Abeo by chance and has been devoted to him ever since. She underwent a transformation, earning the title Poison Lotus not only for her skill in using poison but also for her ruthless methods. In her hands, hardly anyone comes out unscathed. Humph, Manager Du wants to give it a try?" Honglian snorted coldly. Duchuan smiled and said with narrowed eyes, "Not now, because with just a flick of your finger, the gun in front of you will go off." Abeo looked deeply at Shufeng, then turned to Duchuan and said, "You truly are the one who single-handedly broke into the mercenary headquarters to rescue Miss Shin from the Shin family. Today, Miss Shin is in power, all thanks to you. I, Abeo, admit defeat. Whether to kill or spare, it's up to you." Duchuan chuckled and said, "That's why I said you don't know how to use people. At least you should fight for a way out for your subordinates, right? Not a word, you really are something." Abeo snorted coldly, "I'm about to die, why should I care about their lives?" Duchuan pulled out a gun and pointed it at Abeo, saying, "You will definitely die, because you, this piece of rat shit, have never made the soup on Aodao taste good." Duchuan was about to pull the trigger when the phone rang at an inconvenient time. He answered the phone, and the screen showed Miss Shin. "Miss," Duchuan answered the phone. After a few words on the other end, he hung up. Duchuan put away the phone and gestured for everyone to lower their guns. After a brief assessment, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to know people from the Zhou family. Young Master Zhou called to plead for you, so you don't have to die today." With that, he turned and left with his men, taking Shufeng with him. Abeo's phone rang at that moment. He hurriedly answered, "Young Master Zhou, it's me." Young Master Zhou's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Abeo, I heard about your situation from Linsen and took the liberty to negotiate with Shinman." Young Master Zhou's intervention saved Abeo's life. "If you have any tasks in the future, just give the order," Abeo said anxiously. "Bring your men to Guangfu to find me, leave Aodao, that's also Shinman's condition," Young Master Zhou said. After some contemplation, Abeo replied, "All right, I'll come over right away. No need to rush, I've negotiated with Shinman for a week's time. Finish your business within a week, then come find me," Young Master Zhou said calmly. Abeo knew that from today onwards, he was no longer the wild wolf of Aodao. He was now a loyal dog of the Zhou family. Abeo looked back at his brothers. They all avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes again. Abeo sighed, "I know I've been indifferent to you all. Now I'm forced to leave Aodao and go to the Zhou family in Guangfu. Those willing to follow me, come along." With that, he walked towards the door. Once outside, Abeo lit a cigarette. A pair of jade hands appeared, lighting his cigarette. Abeo turned to see only Honglian following him. He shook his head self-deprecatingly. At that moment, a dozen more people came out. "Brother Bao, we're willing to follow you," the dozen people said in unison. Abeo was instantly moved. "All right, as long as I, Abeo, have something to eat, I won't let you go hungry." Through this experience, Abeo finally woke up to his past selfishness. "Let's first take care of one thing, then everyone can follow me to Guangfu." Abeo remembered what young Master Zhou said on the phone, that he had heard about the situation from Linsen. This act of saving his life was somewhat related to Linsen, so Abeo decided to first take care of the favor Linsen had asked for. It was a way to repay the debt. At the center hospital of Ao Island, Qin Chen lay on the hospital bed, having undergone surgery already. However, due to excessive blood loss, there were no signs of him waking up yet. Eileen stood by, watching him with concern. The doctor had just informed her that Qin Chen had been shot in the waist, the bullet piercing his kidney, which might affect his energy in certain aspects in the future. This person, in times of danger, always thought of saving her first. He had even taken a bullet for her. They had known each other for less than a day, yet he was willing to risk his life to save her. "No matter how you change, I will take responsibility for you to the end," Eileen thought, her eyes growing resolute, before she eventually fell asleep by the bedside. Ding! Host's body detected damage. Shall the revival pill be activated? Ding! Host's body functions impaired, unable to provide confirmation signal.
System will automatically confirm for the host. Ding. Host has taken the revival pill. The current environment and condition are suitable for administering the super soldier serum. The system has administered both for the host. As the system's voice faded, Xin Shen's consciousness also awakened. After taking the revival pill, every pore of his body seemed to open up, absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Xin Shen almost couldn't help but cry out in comfort. However, another sensation followed. The super soldier serum was taking effect. Every bone in Xin Shen's body was slowly changing, as if all his bones were crushed, ground into powder, and then reformed into a new skeleton. His muscles tightened, expanded, and condensed layer by layer. The pain made every pore of his body tremble. Xin Shen wanted to scream out loud but couldn't. Due to taking both the revival pill and the super soldier serum simultaneously, only his consciousness had awakened, not his body. Thus, Xin Shen could only endure the pain while remaining conscious. The transformation finally ended as dawn broke. Xin Shen's consciousness then slipped back into slumber. Enduring such pain all night, an ordinary person's consciousness would have long collapsed. He slept through until evening. Slowly, Xin Shen began to awaken. Finding the hospital room empty upon waking, he sat up, stretched his arms, and then walked to the mirror to see his altered self. He had slightly expanded, but outwardly, there was hardly any noticeable difference due to previously consuming a body-modifying pill. However, internally, he had undergone a qualitative upgrade. Damn, this debt will be repaid sooner or later. If it weren't for the unexpected event of escorting Eileen back inland still pending, I would have settled this matter once and for all, Xin Shen cursed angrily in his heart. At that moment, the door to the hospital room opened. You're awake. You shouldn't get out of bed yet. Eileen entered and hurried over upon seeing Xin Shen in front of the mirror. I'm fine now. I can leave the hospital. Let's go back to the ship, otherwise, it will sail without us, Xin Shen said, flexing the muscles on his arm. Chuckling, Eileen replied, the ship has long sailed. Today marks your third day in the hospital. Shocked, Xin Shen exclaimed, I slept for so long? Yes, the doctor said you would sleep for a week before waking up. It's only the third day, and you're already awake, Eileen added promptly. Xin Shen reached for his pocket, only to realize his phone was missing. Seeing his reaction, Eileen said, there's no need to search. You have nothing on you, it must have been lost. And the doctor mentioned that the bullet had pierced your kidney. Don't worry, I will find a good kidney source for you and get the best doctor to replace it, Eileen said, a mix of self-blame and determination in her voice. Xin Shen was briefly stunned upon hearing this. The injuries on his body had already been healed by the revival pill. Moreover, he had been further enhanced through the super soldier serum. He was about to come up with an excuse to refuse her kindness when two police officers entered the room. Eileen introduced, these two police officers were waiting for you to wake up. They want to ask some questions. I've already been questioned by them. After the two police officers entered, the older one introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Xin, my surname is He, and this is my colleague, surnamed Shen. We are here waiting for Mr. Xin to wake up, mainly to understand what exactly happened. Upon seeing the police officers, Xin Shen began to feign weakness. After all, being shot, and now lively and energetic, some troublesome things were bound to happen. Nevertheless, even so, the two police officers were surprised to see Xin Shen's condition when they entered. As police officers, they were used to seeing people being shot, let alone someone whose kidney had been pierced. Hello, officers. Here's what happened. Xin Shen recounted the journey he took with Eileen, from walking together to her being knocked unconscious and abducted. After listening, the two police officers exchanged a glance, and then officer he said to Xin Shen, Mr. Xin, on behalf of the police of Otto, I apologize to you. It was our negligence that such a dangerous incident occurred in our place of jurisdiction. The two of them bowed to Xin Shen. Xin Shen remained silent because he felt there was more to their words. He intended to speak after hearing the rest. Officer he continued, we have an awkward request. We hope Mr. Xin can agree not to publicize what happened on Otto. This incident was entirely accidental, and the individuals who caused harm to Mr. Xin have all been eliminated by our police force. There will be no more such incidents in the future. I can agree to this request because I also prefer to avoid trouble. Publicizing these events wouldn't benefit me in any way, Xin Shen nodded and said. He understood the situation well. It was all because Eileen unknowingly offended someone, leading to relentless pursuit and capture, not an issue with the Auto authorities. Upon hearing Xin Shen's agreement, Officer He's face lit up with gratitude. He was a very upright police officer and hadn't held much hope initially. After all, someone coming out for a vacation, ending up in the hospital, almost losing their life, and then being asked not to speak out about it seemed quite unreasonable. It even made him feel indignant on behalf of the victim.
Seeing Qin Chen agree so easily caught him off guard. Officer Chen, noticing his colleague's embarrassment, quickly took out a card from his pocket and said, "Regarding compensation, we have arranged an auto-resident card for Mr.
Qin.
With this card, there will be no restrictions on Mr.
Qin's entry and exit from auto, unlike for ordinary mainland residents.
This card wasn't of much use to Qin Chen, as he didn't have a deep fondness for auto.
He might visit occasionally but had no intention of coming frequently.
Those who frequented were probably the ones hanging around the casinos, dreaming of getting rich overnight.
Officer He, now back to his senses, took out a black card with a gold border from his pocket. This is the second compensation. This card is the supreme black card of Mi Gaomei.
You can use this card in all Mi Gaomei industries on auto, all free of charge, Officer He said excitedly.
It's worth noting that currently, Mi Gaomei's industries on auto covered 80% of the island. Having this card, one could basically live on auto without ever having to pay.
Qin Shen's eyes lit up, but he soon felt resigned. Now that he possessed the godly rich system, this retirement card seemed somewhat redundant to him, but it was better than nothing. Qin Shen casually took 2 cards and tossed them onto the bedside. The 2 police officers, upon seeing this, were slightly shocked. That was the supreme card. Was Qin Shen not understanding or simply indifferent? Qin Shen turned to look at the 2 policemen with puzzled expressions and asked, "Is there anything else, officers?" Officer He came to his senses and said, "Nothing, we wish you a pleasant journey. We'll take our leave now." Then he grabbed Officer Chen and walked out. After the 2 officers left, Qin Shen stopped pretending and began to look for his clothes. Eileen took out clothes from the wardrobe by the door and handed them to Qin Shen. "Are you really okay? Do you want to stay a few more days for observation?" Eileen asked with concern. She was afraid Qin Shen was being too strong, considering the sensitivity of his injuries. Meanwhile, Qin Shen was thinking about returning to the mainland quickly to complete his mission. His alert skill sensed that the danger was not over yet. They quickly completed the discharge procedures, and all hospital expenses had been taken care of by the relevant departments. Even if they hadn't, Qin Shen wouldn't need to pay, as this hospital was also part of Mi Gaomei's industry. Just presenting the supreme black card would suffice. The 2 of them walked out of the hospital together, and as soon as they stepped out of the hospital entrance, a taxi slowly pulled up in front of them. Qin Shen suddenly felt his scalp tingle, and his hair stood on end. He hugged Eileen tightly and ran back into the hospital. The taxi exploded instantly, knocking down the people at the entrance with its force. Qin Shen shielded Eileen in front of him, with his back facing the exploding car, and was also knocked down. Officers He and his partner were about to leave when the sudden explosion made them rush back. They hurried to help Qin Shen and Eileen up. "Mr. Qin, Miss Eileen, are you both okay?" Officer He asked anxiously. Officer Chen went to help others affected by the explosion. Qin Shen shook his head to indicate he was fine, and Officer He went to assist the others, while also calling for backup on his pager. "Qin Shen, are you really okay?" "Let me see," Eileen said anxiously, turning him around. When the explosion happened, Qin Shen shielded her, so she wasn't harmed at all, just covered in some dust from the explosion. Qin Shen looked at Eileen helplessly. What had he done to incur such deep hatred that bombs were involved? If he hadn't been alert beforehand, they might have turned into ashes by now. After the backup arrived, Officer He quickly walked over to Qin Shen. Qin Shen spoke first. "Officer He, didn't you say such incidents wouldn't happen again? What's the situation now?" Officer He looked ashamed and said, "I'm sorry, it was our negligence. Officer Chen and I have already applied to the higher-ups, and they have agreed. Next, we will accompany you 2 on your tour of auto." Qin Shen waved his hand and said, "No need for a tour, we want to go to the nearest checkpoint. Could you please take us there? We're planning to go back." After hearing this, Officer He reported on his walkie-talkie and then asked Officer Chen to bring the car over to take them back. Before getting into the car, Qin Shen glanced at the nanny car parked across the street. His alert skill sensed someone inside was watching them. Inside the nanny car, Ah Bao and his men were observing them. One of his henchmen said, "Boss Bao, it failed. They are now in the police car." Ah Bao was still puzzled by Qin Shen's alertness. Why did he react immediately as soon as the car arrived at the location? Was it a coincidence, or was this person extraordinary? Moreover, despite the close-range explosion, he remained unharmed. It seems to be the latter. This Lin Sun probably doesn't know that there is a master by this woman's side. Ah Bao turned around and patted the shoulder of the little brother who had just spoken, saying, "This hasn't solved the problem. The police will soon trace me. We need to go to Guangfu first, and I'll leave the rest to you. The money has been transferred to your wife's account." The little brother nodded firmly and said, "Bao, you go ahead.
Just wait for my good news in Guangfu. With that, he got off the car. Ah Bao watched him leave, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He then patted the driver's seat and signaled him to drive. The car was parked at a crossroads in a residential area. After a while, a woman in a red coat approached the car. It was Honglian. Ah Bao leaned back in his seat, slightly opened his eyes, and looked at Honglian. Honglian nodded. Ah Bao closed his eyes and instructed, "Let's pass through." The driver heard and drove towards the checkpoint. In the police car, Qin Shen still felt a bit anxious and sensed that danger was ever present. This indicated that they were still in a risky environment. But now they were in a police car. Could those people still commit crimes regardless of the police? What did Eileen do to make these people act so recklessly? Thinking about this, Qin Shen turned to look at Eileen. Eileen was holding her phone, watching a short video of dancing she recorded a few days ago on the cruise. She was thinking about editing it and choosing the background music. Qin Shen glanced at Eileen's phone screen and suddenly saw something. He snatched Eileen's phone. Startled by this sudden move, Eileen was about to reprimand him but calmed down when she saw Qin Shen focused on adjusting the video playback. After a while, Qin Shen returned the phone to Eileen. It was because of this video that Lin Sen had been relentlessly pursuing her. Qin Shen speculated that Lin Sen had intended to tie her up, unlock the phone, and delete the video. But Qin Shen had thwarted his plan. Later, upon disembarking at Auto, Lin Sen, fearing unforeseen consequences, used his connections on the island to abduct Eileen again. Once again, Qin Shen intervened. Now, they had resorted to more extreme measures, detonating the human and the machine together. Thinking about this, Qin Shen slapped his forehead. If he hadn't interfered, the video might have been deleted by now, and everyone would have been safe. However, there was another possibility that Eileen might have suffered unknown harm. So, at this moment, Qin Shen didn't regret complicating things with his actions. He decided to take it step by step. He pondered whether to tell Eileen about this incident. How would she react, and would she put herself in danger again? After some thought, Qin Shen decided to inform her. She had the right to know, and she couldn't always be so carefree. Do you know why you've been targeted for kidnapping, even shootings and explosions happening around you? Eileen looked at Qin Shen in confusion. She had also pondered this question, initially thinking it was because of her shopping habits or her popularity on social media. But after the recent attacks, she began to doubt her assumptions. Why? Qin Shen pointed to the corner of her phone screen. Take a closer look at this video, at the top left corner. Eileen carefully examined the video. It showed the third-floor deck of the ship, where a man and a woman were arguing. The man grabbed the girl's neck, pushed her forward, and she fell backward into the sea below while the ship continued sailing. The outcome was evident. After looking around, the man noticed a group of people filming below and quickly fled. After watching the video, Eileen was left in shock. Qin Shen gently patted her shoulder to reassure her. In fact, the video didn't show Lin Sen's face clearly, but no one dared to bet that the video, posted from an account of a multi-million level internet celebrity, might have been enhanced by skilled technicians. In today's online society, information spreads so fast, and the more people watch it, the more public opinion stirs. No one can escape the pressure of public opinion. When that happens, even those with powerful connections will have to step down. After calming herself, Eileen asked with a slightly trembling voice, "Was it the man in the video?" Qin Shen knew she was referring to the recent incident and nodded. "Who is he then?" Eileen gradually regained her composure. "I met him when I first boarded the ship. He's the son of a customs official, but it's probably not his father who gives him confidence. It's said that he's the top henchman of the Zhou family in Guangfu, and that family is his backing," Qin Shen replied after a moment of contemplation. "Zhou family young master? I heard that the recent rat extermination operation on Auto was halted by him," suddenly said Officer Chen sitting in front. "Rat extermination operation?" Qin Shen asked in confusion. "I heard it from my cousin who works at Migaume." Officer Chen straightened up, preparing to explain. Suddenly remembering something, he glanced at Officer He driving beside him. Officer He understood his concern and said, "It's okay, Mr. Qin and Miss Eileen are considered residents of Auto now. Everyone on the island knows about this matter, so it's fine to talk about it." With permission granted, Officer Chen began to explain. Auto itself has many underground gambling dens that do not comply with regulations or have proper licenses. These people are mostly former criminal gangs, lacking education and capital, so they started running illegal gambling dens and engaging in usury. Officer Chen took a sip of water and paused before continuing. In recent years, the Shin family of Migaume and the higher-ups have reached a consensus to build a safe, legal international metropolis, an international gambling city.
They started cooperating with the local government of Aodao to crack down on underground gambling dens in Yuzhiri. But these people, like rats, after being driven out of one place, moved to another. The Shin family coincidentally had their patriarch pass away, leading to internal struggles for the position of family head, so the operation was temporarily suspended. These rats have started to take root again. Shin suddenly realized, I've heard of the Shin family, such a huge and prominent clan, most people should have heard about the change of leadership, and finally Shinman inherited the position of family head. Officer Chin continued, if it weren't for Manager Du back then, Shinman wouldn't be the family head now. Manager Du? Du Chuan? Shin heard Manager Du's name and remembered Du Chuan whom he met on the ship. This time it was Officer Chen's turn to be surprised. You know Manager Du? We've met briefly, please continue, Shin urged. Officer Chen withdrew his surprise and continued, after Shinman took over, she spent a lot of time cleaning up the internal affairs of the Shin family. So it wasn't until recently that these matters about the rats were brought up, because in recent years, more and more people have been visiting Aodao, but the island still hasn't reached the level of safety and ideal city as previously envisioned. So the Aodao government, together with Mi Gaomei, initiated this rat extermination operation. Mi Gaomei is very determined this time to completely eradicate the rats, calling back everyone who was outside. They started planning a year in advance. We all have confidence in cleaning up this group of rats. That's why we assured you at the hospital that there won't be any more danger, Officer Chin said with a hint of embarrassment. It was inevitable for them to feel embarrassed because shortly after they said this, there was a taxi explosion at the hospital entrance. If it weren't for Chin Chen's alert skills, there would be 2 more charred bodies in the hospital morgue right now. So, why did Zhou Xiao halt this operation? Chin Chen asked. Officer Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, I heard that the clear rat operation was our police force cleaning up a small part of the dens. The rest was handled by Michael's people. It is said that Zhou Xiao personally called the Shin family to negotiate, save these rats, and ensured that these people could not set foot on Ao Island again. Shin Chen was puzzled. Even if it's the Zhou family, they don't have the clout to save so many criminals, right? Of course, there is a price. Zhou Xiao promised to invest 80 billion in building a port on Ao Island, with only a 20% stake, while the remaining 30% belongs to the local government and 50% to Michael, Officer Chen explained. Shin Chen fell into thought after hearing this. At that moment, Eileen, puzzled, asked, are these people worth 80 billion? Why spend so much money to save this group of people? Shin Chen was also pondering this question. How many people could be bought with 80 billion? Why choose to save this group of people? Officer Chen shrugged, I'm not sure about that, but these people all have some connection to Zhou Xiao, which is quite a coincidence. Shin Chen became even more puzzled after hearing this. Suddenly, Shin Chen's nerves reached their breaking point. Get out of the way! Shin Chen shouted. A mud truck was speeding towards them from the side. Officer, he was still puzzled by Shin Chen's sudden shout when bang, the truck had already crashed into them, instantly turning into a mess under the immense impact. In the moment the truck crashed into them, Shin Chen kicked open the car door, grabbed Eileen, and jumped out. Shin Chen rolled on the ground with Eileen for dozens of rounds before coming to a stop. Eileen had fainted during the rolling. The police car, under the huge impact of the mud truck, had already turned into a shape. The car had been smashed into pieces, and the 2 officers inside should have perished. After getting up, Shin Chen was filled with rage. He had not known the 2 officers for long, but because of their involvement, they had been killed by this group of fugitives. Then he saw a figure stumbling down from the mud truck. Shin Chen leaned Eileen against a tree by the roadside and went after the truck driver. With his current physical condition, he caught up with the truck driver by the time he reached the back of the truck. He grabbed the driver by the neck and pinned him to the ground. Who sent you? Shin Chen demanded sternly. The driver grinned and said, I was just dozing off, can't I? Shin Chen gradually exerted more force, turning the driver's face liver-colored. Shin Chen, Eileen's cry brought Shin Chen back to his senses. She had regained consciousness and, seeing the chaos around her, looked for Shin Chen. Shin Chen released his grip, stood up, and stomped hard on the man's knee, breaking the fugitive's legs. Ignoring his screams, Shin Chen turned towards Eileen. At that moment, police cars and ambulances were rushing over. Shin Chen and Eileen, having jumped out early, had only suffered some minor injuries. The other 2 officers had died on the spot. Upon hearing this, Eileen collapsed on Shin Chen's shoulder, crying bitterly. She kept muttering, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Shin Chen patted her shoulder and comforted her, don't blame yourself too much, I will avenge them. Eileen looked up at Shin Chen, who gazed ahead with a firm resolve in his eyes. She felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. At that moment, a police officer approached them. Both of you, such a major incident has occurred here.
We need you to come with us to assist in the investigation.
Xin Chen nodded. 2 police officers dead, and the other 2 in the car only had minor injuries.
This situation was indeed unbelievable. At that moment, a Bentley pulled up by the roadside. A man in a white suit stepped out of the car.
After saying something to a police officer, the person walked towards Xin Chen and the others. Both of you, our family head requests your presence. Please follow me, the person said.
Your family head? Xin Chen asked in confusion.
With a slight smile, the person replied, in Auto, the only family head is from our Shin family.
Xin Chen wondered, why would the Shin family head want to see us?
Despite his doubts, Xin Chen got into the car with a mindset of going with the flow.
Being summoned by the head of such a large family couldn't possibly be a bad thing.
Besides, the hospital report stated that his back was fine now, even though it had been injured before. Although he had been healed with a revival pill, Xin Chen hadn't gone for a follow-up examination after recovering. Therefore, the report remained the same. Meanwhile, at the top floor office of the headquarters of the Mi Gaomei company on Auto Island, a graceful figure stood by the French window. She wore a black slit-long dress, had a tall figure, a fair oval face with a slightly upturned pointed chin. Beneath her curved willow eyebrows were a pair of phoenix eyes, with fine lines at the corners revealing the traces of time on her. Every part of her body exuded elegance. She was Shin Man, the current head of the Shin family. Her straight nose indicated her mixed heritage. It was rumored that she was born to the old head of the Shin family and his concubine, a foreign woman, which led to her being mistreated in the Shin family. However, her abilities surpassed everyone in the Shin family. Even the old family head had once said that if they were in the same era, the Shin family on Auto Island would be under her leadership, leaving him with nothing to do. Therefore, despite opposition within the family, the old head insisted on grooming her as the successor. However, there was strong dissent within the family, to the extent that some even hired foreign mercenaries to abduct her, make her relinquish the family's assets, and instructed the mercenaries to kill her after she signed the documents. When the mercenaries took Shin Man away, Du Chuan was deceived with an order from the old family head. Du Chuan was a person of the old Shin family head and was sent to Shin Man's side when she was 8 years old to protect her. He had always been by Shin Man's side, treated by her as a close elder. When Du Chuan realized the truth, he embarked on a lone journey to confront the mercenaries. Standing behind Shin Man now was Du Chuan, the one who had saved her years ago. Miss, we have identified the driver, he is from Abao's group, and it is confirmed to be a deliberate murder, Du Chuan reported with utmost respect, holding a document. Over the years, watching Shin Man grow and witnessing her actions, Du Chuan felt increasingly gratified and reverent towards her.
Shin Man slightly opened her vermilion lips and said, Uncle Chuan, how many times do I have to tell you?
Just call me Xiao Man. There's no need for miss all the time.
It sounds too formal. Du Chuan hurriedly responded, I can't do that.
If I address you casually, it will set a bad example for others.
I must lead by example.
Shen Man looked helpless. What are the specific reasons? Why is Chen Bao chasing these 2 young people, even going as far as killing a police officer?
Du Chuan flipped through the documents, which were compiled by the intelligence department of Mi Gaomei in a short period.
They had thoroughly investigated the whole incident, including the life experiences of Qin Chen and Eileen. The intelligence department captured one of Abao's men who had been following him. He mentioned a person named Linson who found Abao, introduced by Zhou Xiao, to handle that woman. When Linson went to see Abao, he acted arrogantly and was reprimanded by Abao's men. The specific reason is that Linson was caught on camera killing someone on the ship, and the woman accidentally recorded it in a video. Linson was afraid it would be leaked online, causing irreversible consequences. By the way, that woman is an internet celebrity with over 10 million followers. Du Chuan added. After Shin Man finished listening, she turned around slowly and walked to the office chair to sit down. It was your ship that came back, right? What about the other person?
Du Chuan looked at Qin Chen's personal information.
The other one is called Qin Chen. I had contact with him on the ship, he was gambling with people on board, and I acted as a notary. Saying this, Du Chuan's face revealed a strange expression. I was actually thinking of checking his background when I came back, but I didn't expect to see his information in this situation.
Quite a coincidence.
Oh, since you were already interested in checking on him, it means he had something that caught your attention, Shin Man said, showing a hint of interest. Du Chuan replied, on the ship, I felt he had extraordinary bearing, and Miss Li from the Li family and Modu was accompanying him. The 2 gems we received a couple of days ago were made by him, and the 10 billion from the Lu family has already been transferred to his account.
Du Chuan paused and continued, but the information here is somewhat unbelievable.
Qin Chen, from the Qin family village in Longjin, Guang province. His parents went missing after venturing out for business. Raised by his grandmother, when he was in primary school, his grandmother passed away, and he was brought up by the villagers. During his university days, he developed a technological product that caused a sensation in the tech industry.
It was a pulse monitor worn on the wrist, integrating traditional Chinese medicine. By monitoring the pulse, it could detect abnormalities in specific body parts, providing precise medical advice. I bought and used it, Duchuan chuckled before continuing. After graduating, he and his girlfriend, Zhang Guagua, started a medical technology research and development company. They also developed a bracelet with therapeutic suggestions. It collaborated with medical systems, allowing patients to download medical records onto the bracelet with their consent. Based on the wearer's physical condition, it provided health and dietary advice, as well as exercise guidance. Even for those without illnesses, based on the data transmitted by the pulse monitor, a series of weight loss suggestions could be made, offering the healthiest and most effortless weight loss process, as people tend to give up due to laziness. With these two products, the company's value skyrocketed instantly.
However, this Qin Shen was solely focused on research, excessively trusting his girlfriend in other aspects, never inquiring about the company's affairs, only concentrating on research. Other business matters and social engagements were all handled by Zhang Guagua. Shen Man disdainfully snorted. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have been kicked out.
Duchuan continued, indeed, there are more details here.
Zhang Guagua brought in many orders, but there was a period when there was a sudden shortage of chips, causing delays in deliveries and resulting in breaches of contract, facing hefty compensation fees. All were substantial penalties, and the contracts signed at the time were very unreasonable, but they signed them all. This Qin Shen, whether out of innocence or excessive pride, thought these were minor issues. He never blamed Zhang Guagua throughout and even retained her company shares, selling all his own shares to pay the compensation fees. Humph, love-struck fool, Shen Man muttered disdainfully. Duchuan chuckled and continued, after all the compensation fees were paid, the money ran out, and he owed the bank over $1 million. Compared to those massive penalties, it was considered overcoming a hurdle. Qin Shen discussed with Zhang Guagua, asking her to sell a small portion of her shares to repay the bank, while keeping the rest for further research and new product development. At this point, Zhang Guagua turned hostile. It turned out everything was a scheme between her and the Liu family. The companies that signed the contracts were all related to the Liu family. The shares Qin Shen sold were all taken over by the Liu family, and even the chip shortage was orchestrated by the Liu family monopolizing the chips. Liu's family promised Zhang Guagua that all this money and shares would eventually return to her hands. They would also introduce her to a more sophisticated circle. Then she wouldn't have to socialize looking disheveled every day. Zhang Guagua was extremely vain. She could live poorly, but whenever she went out, she had to be the center of attention. She wanted everyone to please her, not the other way around. At that time, Qin Shen indeed failed to meet her expectations in a short period of time. Liu's family had only one condition, for Zhang Guagua to marry into their family. Because the second son of Liu's family, who was deeply favored by the matriarch of the family, was enchanted by Zhang Guagua at a party, which led to the beginning of these events. The final result was that Qin Shen, in his desolation, accepted reality and was ironically ousted from the company he had founded single-handedly. Later on, Qin Shen was blacklisted by the entire industry. Liu's family spread the word, and no company dared to hire him. He had no choice but to deliver takeout, work at construction sites to pay off his debts of over $1 million.
Shen Man interrupted Duchuan, asking, what is the background of this Liu family? The Liu family is a small family with a fortune of billions.
They specialize in commercial espionage. They built their family fortune through these shady means, mainly by buying off executives, manipulating the shares of a company, and then acquiring it, Duchuan replied.
Shen Man nodded and said, go on. What's so unbelievable about Qin Shen?
I was just about to mention that. Duchuan paused before continuing. Last week, he suddenly paid off his debts, acquired a top-notch property in Shenzhen, a house at Shenzhen Bay No.
1, and a luxury car. His appearance also seemed to have transformed completely. This is the unbelievable part. What kind of experience made him suddenly wealthy overnight? So much so that even our intelligence department couldn't find the reason. Shen Man lightly tapped the armrest of the chair and after a while said, forget it, everyone has their own secrets. If we can't find out, there's no need to investigate further to avoid unnecessary trouble. How is that truck driver doing now?
Just now, the police called. That driver insists it was due to fatigue and not paying attention. It seems Abao promised him something, but when it comes to promises, there's something peculiar. Duchuan expressed his confusion once again. According to the investigation, that driver is associated with Abao, without parents, with a pregnant wife. If Abao promised a reward, it should involve his wife and the unborn child. During the time of the accident, his wife mysteriously died of poisoning in a dessert shop. Our sources reported that it was the work of Ah Bao's henchman, the Red Lotus. Shen Man pondered for a moment.
Ah Bao made a promise but didn't intend to fulfill it. He's a selfish person.
Inform the police to tell the driver that his wife was killed by the Red Lotus.
Let them handle it.
Uncle Chuan, take a look at this video, then picked up the tablet on the table and handed it to Du Chuan. Du Chuan took it, clicked play, and watched the footage. The video was surveillance footage of a road, precisely the moment when the cement truck collided with the police car. In the video, at the moment the car was about to hit the police car, the door flew open, followed by a shadow jumping out. After rolling on the ground for a while, the shadow stopped, revealing Qin Shen and Eileen. Qin Shen leaned Eileen against a tree, then sped off to chase the driver, flashing across the screen.
Du Chuan looked at Shen Man in astonishment. Shen Man seemed to understand Du Chuan's surprise and said, "This is the original surveillance video, unaltered and not sped up."
Du Chuan pondered, "It seems like something happened to him last week. His skills now appear to be stronger than mine."
Shen Man was surprised and said, "Stronger than Uncle Chuan? I thought he was just stronger than the average person."
Du Chuan shook his head and replied, "Miss, since you don't practice martial arts, it's normal not to discern. Qin Shen's instant explosive power in the video should be as strong as 2 tigers and 9 oxen. Currently, I only have the strength of 9 oxen, still lacking the 2 tigers."
Shen Man nodded. Although she didn't understand fully, she could grasp the metaphor. "I have already asked Xiao Bai to invite them over." "Miss, are you trying to win him over?" Du Chuan asked.
After all, according to the information, Qin Shen had recently undergone changes. So, now is the best time to win him over. When his abilities become known to the outside world, more people will try to win him over, increasing competition, and it's uncertain how he will choose. Shen Man nodded and said, "Currently, I have few capable people by my side, and there are even fewer strong individuals like Uncle Chuan. Although training Xiao Bai now can somewhat alleviate the current shortage of personnel, compared to Uncle Chuan, he is still far behind.
The world is slowly becoming unsettled.
10 years ago, after a master suddenly emerged from Kunlun, many ancient families appeared, making this world more mystical. Our family, developed in later generations, lacks any heritage and will soon be eliminated," Shen Man said with a worried expression.
Xiao Bai is only slightly stronger than an average person.
Indeed, at present, Miss lacks manpower in this aspect. If we can win over Qin Shen, I can be more at ease to go out and help Miss deal with external affairs." Du Chuan nodded, stroking his chin. On the roads of Outao, a Bentley was speeding ahead. Qin Shen was resting with his eyes closed in the car, completely unaware that his past had been thoroughly exposed. He was negotiating with the system.
"System, I haven't checked in for a few days. Can you make up for it?" Ding. Host's failure to check in is considered as giving up. No makeup check-in will be done. "But I was in a coma those days. And I was in a coma for so long because you made me take the super soldier serum on my own. You have to take responsibility. Don't stay silent. You helped me take the revival pill without any issues, but mixing it with the super soldier serum almost cost me my life." Host was in critical condition at that time and needed to take the revival pill immediately. The super soldier serum was chosen by the system to monitor the surrounding environment and the host's current crisis. The combined effect proved to be very effective. "I don't care, you have to take responsibility. I suffered all night. It wouldn't have been so painful if it wasn't for you." Ding. Compensate the host with 1 check-in, limited to 1 minute. Seeing that Qin Shen had a point, the system compromised, but not entirely. "Damn, this dog system even puts a time limit on compensation. I want to check in." Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15% stake in Migaume. Equity information has been placed in the system space. "I want to check in." Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grandmaster Experience Card. 15% stake in Migaume. Well, now I'm also one of the owners of Migaume. Migaume is valued at several hundred billion, so I should have a few tens of billions. But what is the Grandmaster Experience Card? Qin Shen looked through the introduction. Grandmaster Experience Card. Summon a Grandmaster from another world. The summoned character will obey your commands completely. Experience time, 1 hour. This is good. I feel like this world is getting more interesting. In an interesting world, you must have a certain level of protection. Although it's an experience card, if used well, it might even save my life. Migaume Headquarters Rooftop Office. Knock, knock, knock. "Master, something has happened," a voice sounded from outside the door. "Come in," a pleasant voice resonated from inside the room. The female secretary stumbled in. Du Chuan, with a displeased expression, said, in such a fluster, "What decorum is this?
The secretary straightened up, bowing her head. I'm sorry, Manager Du.
It's all right, what happened?
Shin Man asked, puzzled. Master, someone suddenly acquired 15% of Mikomi's shares circulating in the market, and we can't find any information about this person, only that it's an individual, not a company, the secretary explained. Shen Man furrowed her brows. Miss, you personally own 35% of Mikomi's shares, while the rest are scattered among some old hands who support you. Even if someone acquired that 15%, it shouldn't pose a crisis, Du Chuan reassured. Du Chuan knew this was a significant matter, despite stabilizing the master's position in recent years. However, the young miss was too kind. Anyone who opposed her didn't suffer substantial harm, merely a change in lifestyle.
These people would resurface at any opportunity. Du Chuan sighed inwardly.
Hopefully, it's just some restless uncles, brothers, and sisters causing trouble again, Shin Man sighed softly. Don't worry, miss, with old Du here, even at the cost of my life, I will protect you, Du Chuan comforted with a determined look. Shin Man smiled at Du Chuan.
Meanwhile, the person causing their current tension was slowly approaching their office. Knock, knock. Master, Mr.
Xin Shen and his companion have arrived, Xiao Bai's voice came from outside.
Shen Man nodded slightly, signaling the secretary to open the door.
With a professional smile, she welcomed them in. You've worked hard, please come in, the master is inside.
The secretary led the two into the office, then left and closed the door. Xiao Bai escorted them to the back and left.
Xin Shen noticed Du Chuan. They had met before. He greeted, Manager Du, didn't expect to meet you here.
Haha, Mr.
Xin, I am, after all, from Mikomi. It's not surprising to meet me here, Du Chuan replied warmly. Xin Shen nodded in amusement. Manager Du, I haven't even gone to the hotel room you arranged, and here I am at your headquarters.
Du Chuan waved it off. Don't mock my frugality.
Let me introduce you, this is our Shin family's young miss and the current master. Upon entering, Xin Shen noticed the legendary Shin Man, but out of courtesy, he didn't stare and instead greeted Du Chuan, whom he had met before. After the introduction by Du Chuan, Xin Shen's gaze finally shifted to Shen Man. In a black slit dress, sitting upright with crossed legs, revealing a pair of fair legs. The slightly plunging neckline hinted at her impressive assets. With a fair complexion, high nose bridge, and traces of time around her large eyes, she was unmistakably of mixed heritage, yet Chinese genes dominated. At 36, Shin Man had never married or had children, showing only subtle signs of aging, a perfect beauty. The rumored Shin family master, seeing you today, I realize rumors are deceiving. Xin Shen paused intentionally.
Du Chuan and Shen Man were taken aback. The elegance of the Shin family master cannot be captured in words alone.
Beside them, Eileen was too excited to speak. Shin Man, once the richest woman in Hong Kong, had her stories featured in countless magazines.
And she is the idol in the hearts of many women.
Shin Man smiled and said, Mr.
Qin, you flatter me. Women like us who are getting older, how can we talk about elegance?
Madam Shin is not old, she looks younger than me, Aaron hurriedly interjected. Everyone chuckled at her words. To the point, please come over. First of all, I want to express my apologies. The two of you encountered danger consecutively on Outao Island, which was due to our inadequate management, Shin Man said.
It's not your fault, it's mine.
All the trouble was caused by me. Xin Shen hadn't spoken yet, but Aaron explained hastily. Aaron thought that if she hadn't filmed Lin Sin committing murder, nothing would have happened. Xin Shen wouldn't have lost a kidney, and the two police officers wouldn't have died. Thinking of this, Aaron's eyes started to well up again.
Miss Aaron, don't blame yourself too much.
The two police officers protected you well, fulfilled their duty, and they are watching over you from above. They wouldn't blame you, Du Chuan comforted her upon seeing her distress. Aaron nodded in response, slowly calming her emotions. Shin Man spoke up, as we have mentioned before, we hope that you won't disclose the dangers you experienced. It will cause public panic about Outao Island, and no one will dare to come.
Of course, it depends on your willingness. If you are not willing, we won't force you.
If you are willing, compensation is still valid, she said, staring at Qin Shen.
Qin Shen also met her gaze. He then said, I'll stick to my word. I find it troublesome to spread it around.
Besides, these events were all brought upon ourselves, so we won't blame you.
As for compensation, it can be waived.
Instead of this card, I would rather exchange the privileges given to us for something substantial to be given to the families of the two deceased police officers. As Qin Shen spoke, he took out the black card from Mikao Mei and placed it on the table. Seeing this, Aaron also took out a card from her bag.
In addition, we are willing to donate some money to the families of the two police officers, to do our part.
I hope Madam Shin can arrange it.
Shin Man said, take back the cards, this is your compensation. As for donations, it's not necessary. Mi Gaomei has a foundation specifically for families of deceased personnel.
The foundation includes a certain amount of compensation for the families of the deceased, as well as free education for their descendants, retirement benefits, free medical treatment when sick, and everything else is free.
We have our own rules, so we cannot accept your donations.
Public officials on Outo Island have their own benefits. If they accept help from those they save due to sacrifice, there will always be some who feel uneasy, and even the police will choose whom to save. Shin Shen also understood this point, so he nodded and said, if that's the case, then I'll trouble Madam Shen.
Madam Shen, you brought us here from afar, there should be other matters as well, right?
Calling someone from the scene should not be just about this matter, as the two police officers have already mentioned it. Shin Man gestured with her eyes to Du Chuan beside her.
Du Chuan understood and said, Miss Erin, you probably haven't tasted the desserts in our company yet.
Erin's eyes lit up at the mention of desserts.
You have desserts to eat at work in your company?
Du Chuan smiled slightly. Of course, the desserts in our company are made on site by a Michelin chef.
There are also other beverages. If you're interested, I'll take you there.
Interested, very interested,
Erin nodded enthusiastically.
There are probably very few women who don't love desserts, and Du Chuan's suggestion successfully led Erin away. Erin wanted to invite Qin Shen along, but he knew that Shin Man wanted to keep Erin away from him to discuss something privately. So, he declined under the pretext of not liking sweets. After Du Chuan took Aileen away, the two remaining in the office didn't speak at first. After about a minute, Shin Man couldn't hold back and spoke first.
Where are you currently staying, Mr.
Shin? I'm currently unemployed, just enjoying life, Qin Shen replied truthfully. Shen Man's eyes sparkled upon hearing this.
Would Mr. Shin be interested in working with us?
After Shin Man finished speaking, she looked at Qin Shen expectantly. Qin Shen felt puzzled.
As the head of the Shin family, what kind of talent did they lack that made them want him to work there? May I know why?
Shin Man understood Qin Shen's confusion and immediately picked up a tablet, opened a video, and handed it to him. After watching the video, Qin Shen understood what Shin Man saw in him, his responsiveness and explosiveness.
Shin Master, did you decide to hire me based solely on this surveillance video? Isn't that too hasty?
Qin Shen put down the tablet and looked at Shin Man. Uncle Chuan wouldn't be mistaken, he said you were even stronger than him, Shin Man said seriously, looking into Qin Shen's eyes.
He could tell that from the video? Qin Shen thought to himself.
I'm sorry, Shin Master, but I currently have no plans to work. Qin Shen shook his head in refusal. Joking aside, with the system in place, going out to work would be demeaning either to himself or to the system. Besides, he hadn't fully enjoyed all the benefits of being a godly spender yet. Now he was being tied down to work. Moreover, he already had shares in Mi Gaomei. Working for himself when he already had enough seemed unnecessary. 1 billion a year, you can freely spend across all industries under Mi Gaomei without paying.
And it's a personal invitation from me, not the company. You just need to follow my instructions, not anyone else's. Shin Man laid out the terms. Qin Shen still shook his head. The offer was indeed tempting, 1 billion, something an average person wouldn't see in a lifetime. Qin Shen could have it by working for just a year. Unfortunately for them, they were dealing with Qin Shen. Even if they offered 100 billion, he wouldn't agree. He had only been with the system for a few days, and besides the over 100 billion in his bank account, he had assets worth several hundred billion more. With so much money, he didn't even know how to spend it all. And with the godly spender system at his disposal, his wealth would only grow. Right now, he just wanted to enjoy life.
If it's about the terms, we can discuss it further, Shin Man said anxiously.
Shin Master, it's not about the terms. I'm not in need of money. I simply have no intention of working at the moment.
I want to dedicate my time to myself and enjoy life. Qin Shen reiterated his refusal.
Shin Man fell silent, unsure how to persuade someone so unyielding. Knock, knock, knock.
Master, urgent news. The voice of the female secretary from earlier came from outside the door. Shin Man sighed, come in. The secretary entered, walked up quickly, and glanced at Qin Shen before speaking.
Just tell me, what's the matter?
Shin Man, seeing the secretary's anxious expression, didn't bother to ask Qin Shen to leave. The secretary hurriedly said, Master, Shin Shi is with the senior shareholders in the conference room, saying they want to hold a shareholders meeting. Shin Man's eyes narrowed.
Was it them?
She remembered the matter of the 15% shares from earlier.
I understand. Tell them I'll be there shortly. Take Mr. Qin out, and then call Uncle Chuan, Shin Man said somewhat uneasily. Opening a shareholders meeting meant they were well prepared. She needed time to think about how to handle it later. A shareholders meeting? Would he, as a shareholder, have to attend? Qin Shen wondered. However, his shareholder identity was hidden by the system,
making it impossible for ordinary people to find out.
Qin Chen followed the female secretary out.
In a restaurant somewhere in the building, he saw Aileen eating with Du Chuan by her side. The female secretary walked up to Du Chuan and whispered a few words to him.
Du Chuan's expression turned serious. He greeted Qin Chen and then left.
Inside the office, Shinman furrowed her brows, deep in thought.
Du Chuan briskly entered the room.
Miss, about to say something, stopped upon seeing Shinman's expression, closed her mouth, and stood aside. Shinman snapped out of her thoughts and said, "Let's go, Uncle Chuan.
See what they are up to." Du Chuan nodded, resolutely following Shinman.
In the meeting room, Shin-Chi sat in the center, arms crossed, leaning back in his chair with his feet on the table.
That seat was reserved for the current head of the family. Sitting there, he showed no intention of giving way.
Shin-Chi was Shin-Man's half-brother, 10 years her junior. Raised by his mother in the West since childhood, he was sent abroad for education and Western upbringing.
He never acknowledged the concept of seniority and had no desire to.
He never considered Shin-Man as family or accepted her position as the head of the family. Suddenly, the meeting room door was pushed open, and Shin-Man walked in slowly, exuding a sense of oppression that made everyone present avoid meeting her gaze. From the moment the door opened, all eyes were fixed on the entrance, yet no one dared to make eye contact.
Shin-Man approached Shin-Chi. Her lips parted lightly. "Have you no manners left?"
Shin-Chi disdainfully replied, "This shareholders' meeting is to remove you from the position of family head and chairman, and I will take your place. So, me sitting here is the proper thing to do. Even if what you say comes true, I am still the family head for now. If you want to sit, do so after you succeed." Uncle Chuan, Shin-Man looked at Du Chuan beside her, signaling him to remove Shin-Chi.
Du Chuan stepped forward quickly. Shin-Chi, seeing Du Chuan, hastily got up.
As he walked away, he said, "Let you sit for a while, what difference does it make? You will leave that position forever soon."
He quickly sat in the opposite seat.
In the Shin family, he feared no one but Du Chuan. Despite being a servant of the Shin family, Du Chuan's unique status and strength made everyone seek his assistance. No one dared to offend him, hoping to gain his support once they rose to power. Among the generation that followed the former family head, only Du Chuan remained. When Shin-Chi was a teenager, he deliberately dirted Shin-Man, leading to a severe lesson from Du Chuan, even being hung in a dark warehouse overnight. It was his mother's tearful pleas to Du Chuan that made Shin-Man relent and release him. That incident became a shadow in Shin-Chi's childhood. To this day, seeing Du Chuan made him want to flee. Shin-Man took her seat and surveyed the room. Everyone was present. Most of them were the uncles who had supported her before. Now, no one dared to meet her eyes. Shin-Man sighed inwardly and coldly said, "Uncles, convening a shareholders' meeting is no small matter.
You've all come a long way, so speak up if you have anything to say."
The room fell silent. Then Shin-Chi spoke, "As I just mentioned, this meeting is to remove you as chairman. According to father's rules, the chairman of Migaome is the family head. Therefore, your position as family head has also been revoked. If we are to elect a new chairman, let's follow the rules and have a new vote, with Uncle Chuan presiding," Shin-Man said calmly. Du Chuan stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "As per tradition, each person has a tablet at their seat. Use your fingerprint to log in, enter the name you wish to vote for, and the large screen behind will update the data in real time."
High-tech voting method, logging in with fingerprints to display identity and the percentage of shares held.
Voting is done according to the percentage of shares held.
The total is 100%, and the one with the highest percentage is the winner.
Shin-Man also logged in with her fingerprint and cast her vote. The big screen displayed Shin-Man's 35% and quickly showed the data. Besides Shin-Man, Shin-Chi's name also appeared. Shin-Man's 35% remained unchanged, while Shin-Chi's was gradually increasing. Soon, it surpassed Shin-Man.
It stopped at 47%.
During this time, Du Chuan also logged in to vote, owning 3% of Migaome's shares. He unhesitatingly voted for Shin-Man. In the end, Shin-Man had 38%, Shin-Chi had 47%.
Shin-Chi proudly said, "Can I come down from that position now?"
Shin-Man looked disappointed at everyone and said, "Since everyone thinks Shin-Chi is more suitable to lead the Shin family in Migaome, I respect everyone's decision."
After speaking, she prepared to leave.
Suddenly, the door of the meeting room was pushed open.
"How can a shareholders' meeting proceed without me?" A playful voice rang out. Qin Chen strode in. "Who are you? Our Migaome board meeting is not open to everyone."
"Call security," Shin-Chi said sternly.
"Board meeting? Then I must come," Qin Chen said lightly. Time rewound a few minutes.
Qin Chen was about to leave with a satisfied Aileen.
Ding! Sudden event generated.
Name, Shin-Man, age, 36, appearance, S, figure, S, charm, S, development, no, favorability, 60, overall evaluation, S, ding. Task, help Shin Man retain the position of family head, damn, just when I was trying to mind my own business.
This happens. Wait, Shin Chan seems to have realized something.
The system just rewarded me Gao Mei's shares, and now there's a board change.
It feels like everything is planned by the system. Ding. This system does not have the ability to predict the future. Please do not overinterpret, host.
I don't believe you, Shin Chen cursed in his mind. He carefully reviewed his recent experiences.
It seems like most of what the system provides can be used quickly.
Oh well, let's just complete the task first.
Shin Chen asked Eileen to wait for him and headed to the restroom.
Then he ran towards the direction of the meeting room. Just now, he heard the female secretary mention the location of the meeting room, and it came in handy now. Shin Man saw Shin Chen rushing in and was momentarily stunned. Then she stood up and explained, sorry, this person was invited by me.
Perhaps he mistakenly entered the meeting room. I will leave with him now.
Du Chuan also stepped forward and said, Mr.
Shin, let's go.
The board meeting is in progress, and the young lady has just been dismissed.
Leave? If you say leave, then leave. This place of ours is not open to everyone.
Call security and arrest this intruder who entered the meeting room and stole business secrets, Shin Shi said coldly.
Exactly, why leave?
The board meeting requires all directors to participate, and I am a director too, Qin Shin said indifferently. After Qin Shin spoke, the scene fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop.
After a few quiet seconds, Shin Chi's harsh laughter broke the silence. Ha, what a joke, everyone claiming to be board members. If you are a board member, I'll call you Dad. Damn, where are the security guards? Fire them all and get a new batch, Shin Chi laughed angrily. Some shareholders shook their heads and laughed along.
Didn't expect to come here and gain a son, but unfortunately, he's an unfilial one. Shin Chen took out a document from his pocket and threw it on the table.
Someone recognizes this thing, go verify it. Then that kid should prepare to call me Dad.
After speaking, he found a chair and sat down. Shen Man blushed upon hearing this. Shin Chi called Shin Chen Dad, which also made him her father, as they were half-siblings with the same father. Shen Man inwardly scoffed and dismissed these wild thoughts.
Du Chuan quickly stepped forward and picked up the documents.
After reading them, he excitedly said, there is no issue with the documents.
Mr. Shin holds 15% of our Mikao Mei shares.
Shen Man was surprised to hear this. She thought that the 15% stake in the market belonged to Shin Chi and the others.
She never expected it to be with Qin Chen.
She had just been thinking of having Qin Chen work under her. Now it seemed appropriate to refuse. Who would leave their boss to work in their own company? Shin Chi's face changed. Impossible, our 15% stake is in the market, not in one person's hands. An older shareholder leaned in and whispered something to Shin Chi, who pushed him away.
Get someone here to verify this information.
Who knows if you're all colluding to deceive me? Shin Chi also knew that this information was most likely true, but after planning for so long, he was unwilling to have everything overturned by someone who suddenly appeared. Soon, several people came in with laptops, checked the documents, and whispered something to Shin Chi after some operations. Shin Chi's expression became increasingly unpleasant.
Is everything fine now? Can I proceed with the shareholder vote?
Suddenly, Shin Chi said, Mr. Qin, think carefully about whom you want to vote for, or else no one can guarantee what might happen to you.
Qin Shen placed his fingerprint and voted for Shin Man.
Then he turned to Shin Chi and said with a smile, use any means you want.
If I frown, I'm not your father.
Shin Chen brought up the earlier incident of being called Dad.
Shin Chi snorted coldly and left. The directors also followed suit, leaving only two elderly men seated.
The two men stood up and walked slowly to Shin Man.
Shin Man coldly said, do the two uncles have any other business? Director Qin has already voted.
I am still the chairman of Mikao Mei and the head of the Shin family.
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
She was resolute. If it weren't for Qin Chen bringing the 15% stake, she would have been kicked out and might have met a grim fate in the family's power struggles. The two men smiled bitterly and said, head of the family, let us advise you.
Give this mess to Shin Chi. You can't beat him now. Don't worry, uncles. Haven't I already won? Shen Man snorted. The two men exchanged a glance and said, head of the family, don't you want to know why everyone suddenly turned against you and sided with Shin Chi?
Shin Man remained silent, staring at them. The two men sighed and said, forget it, forget it.
We're old and won't meddle in these matters.
Each generation has its own fortunes. After saying this, they explained the reason to Shin Man. It turned out that Shin Chi had gained the support of an ancient martial arts family. The martial arts family promised the directors that, by obeying their orders and choosing to side with them, one family member could go to the martial arts family to learn their techniques. Those who excelled could become powerful figures in the world today.
Even those who didn't excel could prolong their lives.
At their age and status, what they sought was not just longevity but also the future development of their families.
The martial arts family also mentioned that the world is changing.
Spiritual energy is gradually reviving, and more martial arts families will emerge.
In the future, the world will not be ruled by money but by the strong.
The old man looked worried. Shen Man and the others also turned serious after hearing it.
Meanwhile, Qin Shen was thinking, seriously? I just achieved financial freedom, and now the world of cultivation pops up. The old man continued, with the support of the ancient martial arts family, Shenqi, why don't you give up this position as the head of the family? We have all watched you grow up since you were little, and we don't want anything to happen to you.
Sirs, please forgive my disrespect earlier,
but I will not give up.
This family business was built by my father through years of hard work. If handed over to Shenqi, it won't be long before Mi Gaomei changes its surname, Shen Man said firmly.
The two old men understood the reasons behind it. What did the ancient martial arts family see in Shenqi? Wasn't it this family business of the Shen family? After sighing, they left.
Shen Man and Du Chuan looked serious, while Qin Shen seemed indifferent.
After all, he had not yet reached that level. Once Shen Man and Du Chuan came back to their senses, they thanked Qin Shen.
Thank you, Mr.
Qin, for your help. Otherwise, I might have been kicked out today. Shen Man nodded slightly.
Qin Shen shrugged, it's nothing, just a small favor.
Besides, I didn't lose anything. Shenqi won't let us off easily when he goes back. I wanted to keep Mr. Qin here to handle the situation,
but now it seems impossible.
I'll have someone escort Mr.
Qin back to the mainland immediately, Shen Man said with a frown. Shen Man believed that Shenqi would not easily give up, and they couldn't just listen to the words of those two people. They needed to find someone trustworthy to investigate carefully.
Qin Shen didn't mind, he had wanted to go back anyway.
Suddenly, he seemed to remember something.
Manager Du, I have something to ask, Qin Shen said to Du Chuan.
Du Chuan quickly waved his hand, Mr. Qin is our benefactor now, no need for formalities.
Just say what you want.
Alright, I'll be direct. I want to know about this ancient martial arts family and how their strength is divided, Qin Shen asked.
I'm not very clear about the ancient martial arts family.
I've only heard that hundreds of years ago, as the spiritual energy on Earth decreased, many martial arts families chose to disappear.
And now that the spiritual energy is recovering, those families are starting to reappear.
They are called ancient martial arts families because they are from ancient times, Du Chuan explained.
As for the division of strength, didn't anyone tell you about your current strength? Du Chuan looked puzzled at Qin Shen.
Qin Shen awkwardly smiled, no one taught me, it was all a coincidence.
Du Chuan was shocked. No one taught him, yet he had such strong power through coincidence. Truly, some people are just naturally gifted. Du Chuan had trained for most of his life to reach his current level, but soon, he understood.
He had seen Qin Shen's information before, and there was nothing outstanding. Without such coincidences, he wouldn't have been able to hide for so long.
He then explained, the strength is divided into 4 levels, acquired, innate, master, grandmaster.
Each level is further divided into early, middle, late, and consummate stages.
At which level are you now, Manager Du? Qin Shen inquired after listening.
I am currently at the acquired late stage, not sure if I'll have the chance to break through to consummate in this lifetime, Du Chuan said with a hint of self-deprecation.
Qin Shen pondered for a moment and continued, can you tell at which level I am currently?
From the video at Mrs. Place, I can see Mr.
Qin's explosive power.
You should be in the acquired stage, but stronger than me.
I guess Mr.
Qin should be at the consummate stage of the acquired level, Du Chuan speculated.
Why not the innate level? Qin Shen asked. After all, Du Chuan was just guessing. Why could he guess that Qin Shen was at the acquired level and not the innate level?
Du Chuan chuckled, Mr. Qin, don't just focus on acquired and innate, it's just a difference in wording. There's a world of difference between them. Innate talent is the limit of developing human potential, while acquired talent has already transcended the human body, tapping into the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Therefore, those with innate talent have protective true energy, making them practically impervious to bullets. If Mr. Qin possesses innate talent, he wouldn't have fallen so awkwardly from the car. Moreover, those with innate talent can wield the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to strengthen themselves.
The surveillance cameras on the main road won't capture them.
Qin Shen suddenly realized and nodded, saying, I see, thank you for clarifying, Manager Du.
Du Chuan waved his hand, saying, it's not a secret, Mr. Qin. We seem to have a connection, always running into each other. Always calling me manager or Mr. Feels a bit formal.
If you don't mind, you can call me Qin brother, and you can just call me Du Chuan.
Then I'll call you Big Brother Du. Qin Shen smiled. Du Chuan chuckled, sure, Qin brother. Asterisk cough, cough.
Asterisk Shinman intentionally coughed twice from the side. The two were engrossed in their conversation, leaving Shinman hanging on the sidelines for a while. Uncle Chuan, arrange for someone to take your Qin brother back, Shinman said before turning and leaving, casting a slightly resentful glance at Qin Shen before departing. Qin Shen and Du Chuan found Irene in the company's cafeteria, enjoying themselves with food and drinks, Irene reclining in her chair with her hands folded. Upon seeing Qin Shen, she immediately sat up, excitedly saying, "The milk tea here is so delicious, and the pearls are so big. I've packed some for you," she said, lifting the takeout bag in her hand. It contained not only milk tea but also other desserts.
Qin Shen smiled, "Thank you for not forgetting about me even after finishing your meal." "Weren't you in the restroom? I was worried you hadn't eaten enough, and you took so long in there. If I could stand up, I would have come looking for you," Irene pouted. "I met Big Brother Du and got engrossed in our conversation." Qin Shen didn't mention the board meeting just now. He wasn't one to share his personal matters with the world. Even if he did, others might not believe him.
"Let's go, Big Brother Du has arranged a car to take us back to Shenzhen directly." Qin Shen took the bag from Irene's hand.
"Big Brother Du is even taking you alone.
Seems like you two had a good chat," Irene teased. Du Chuan chuckled, "I hit it off with Qin brother instantly."
"Can we use a more affectionate term, like siblings?" Du Chuan thought Irene and Qin Shen were a couple. Irene blushed and quickly clarified, "We're not in that kind of relationship. We've known each other for a short time, maybe even less than you guys." "That was a misunderstanding on my part.
Seeing Qin brother risking so much to protect you, facing so many dangers and injuries, I thought you two were deeply in love," Du Chuan exclaimed in surprise. Those words struck a chord with Irene. Yes, they were just ordinary friends, not even that close, having just met recently. Yet, in times of danger, he repeatedly protected her, sustaining injuries for her sake. She had only scraped her skin a bit, nothing more. Was her hasty clarification too hurtful? Thinking this, she quickly looked at Qin Shen.
Qin Shen seemed oblivious, walking ahead.
He didn't think much about it. Protecting Irene was just a task assigned by the system. He was eager to return, not only to complete the mission but also to claim the reward. However, his mind was now occupied with Shinman's task. The task was completed. Why haven't I been notified yet? Could it be that it's not finished, and there are more tasks to come? Lost in thought, he unknowingly walked out of the gate. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the emergency event.
Shinman, ding!
Congratulations, host, for triggering a critical hit reward, 12-hour organization, ding!
The system has rewritten the memories of the 12 Hours organization members.
In their memories, the host has always been their master, from establishment to life and death. Personnel data has been placed in the host's personal space.
Qin Shen was excited upon hearing about the reward.
Lately, he had encountered too many people and things. A dangerous and unknown world was slowly unfolding before him. He also thought about whether he should form a team, as one person's power was always limited. But he didn't know how to start. Fortunately, while he was dozing off, the system sent him a pillow. Qin Shen was about to carefully examine the data when Du Chuan's voice sounded nearby. "Qin brother, the car is ready, so let's part ways here," Du Chuan said, arching his hand. Qin Shen, coming to his senses, also arched his hand. "Du brother, keep in touch. If you need any help, feel free to ask me." Du Chuan's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. He had been waiting for these words. "Good, if there's anything, don't hesitate to ask your brother for help," Du Chuan laughed heartily. Qin Shen smiled and then got into the car with Eileen. After seeing off the two, Du Chuan headed straight to Shenman's office. He told Shenman about what Qin Shen had just said. "At least when there are difficulties, Qin brother is willing to help," Du Chuan said.
Shenman nodded and didn't say anything more.
"Uncle Chuan, have someone investigate how Shinshi got involved with the ancient martial family, and keep an eye on them. If there are any movements, we might be able to know in advance." Shinman thought for a moment and decided to arrange for people to investigate, as being too passive was not an option.
"Alright, I'll go arrange it now," Du Chuan said before leaving.
Shenman stood by the window, her expression particularly solemn.
On the cross-sea bridge of Outo Island, a nanny car was speeding along.
Inside the car, Qin Shen and Eileen had different emotions on their faces. Qin Shen was excited as he had just finished reading the staff data.
The 12 Hours organization consisted of only 12 people, 4 women and 8 men.
Each person was named according to the hour and all possessed acquired strength.
The strongest among them even rivaled those with innate abilities.
They were one of the top organizations in the world. Before the emergence of those ancient families, they might have been the strongest organization.
Moreover, each person had different abilities, making them very versatile. Currently, they were scattered all over the world, living their own lives, with some carrying out missions. Organizations also needed to make money, but not everyone had to go. People were selected based on their abilities to complete tasks. Shen had no plans to contact them for now, as it was not necessary yet. However, he had a feeling deep down that he would need them in the near future. Eileen, on the other hand, had a complex expression and occasionally glanced at Shen. She noticed Shen with his eyes closed, leaning back on the chair. After a while, as if deciding on something, Eileen turned around, looked at Shen firmly, and said, "Shen, I have something to tell you." Shen opened his eyes, looking puzzled at her. "I want to tell you about my past. If two people are going to be together, I think I should be honest about my history." Shen widened his eyes, full of question marks. Together? Who was together? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and opened the interface for the sudden event. Ding! Sudden event generated. To be completed. Name, Eileen. Age, 25. Appearance, A. Figure, S. Charm, A. Development, yes. Favorability, 91. Overall evaluation, a plus. Ding. Task, protect Eileen until returning to the mainland. Unknowingly, Eileen's favorability towards him had risen so high. Shen was about to explain when Eileen began to recount her past. "I was married before, and I also have a child. But all of this was lived under the influence of family." Speaking of the past, Eileen's emotions immediately became much lower. "When I was 19, my parents' company faced some changes. At that time, my father's childhood friend learned about his situation and wanted to help my parents through the difficult times. My father is quite stubborn and didn't want to accept his help. But his childhood friend was sincere in his intentions. He secretly helped him. Later, when my father found out, he felt indebted to his friend but had no way to repay him. So, he decided to marry me off to his friend's son. Because his son is disabled, he had an accident when he was young. Now he only has one hand, and few women are willing to marry him. Even if they are willing, they are not up to his standards. When my father thought of this method to repay his childhood friend, he became obsessed. He pressured and even threatened me with death. In the end, I agreed to marry him." At this point, Eileen began to sob. Shen, seeing this, reached out and gently patted her shoulder. Eileen leaned slowly on Shen's shoulder and continued, "I have never been in love, and I have always attended all-girls schools from childhood to adulthood. I haven't had much contact with the opposite sex, so although I was unwilling, I wasn't particularly resistant either. After all, like ordinary people, we are all just trying to get by." What I didn't expect was that on the second day of our marriage, my new husband died. Eileen's eyes began to show fear as she spoke. "On the morning of the second day of our marriage, I woke up, got ready, and went out. My in-laws asked me to wake him up for breakfast. I tried calling him for a while, but there was no response, so I called them. When my father-in-law came in and touched his nose, he found that he wasn't breathing. He had already passed away. They then called an ambulance. At the hospital, the doctor said he had been dead for over 6 hours. Upon hearing this, they accused me of killing their son and wished they could kill me. Later, when my parents found out, they came to the hospital and took me back home. The doctor later provided a report stating that he died from multiple organ failure. It was his own issue, not murder. Even after knowing the truth, they only believed that I was cursed and chose to believe what they wanted to believe." Eileen said mockingly. "Since then, they cut ties with my family. Until 2 months later, I started losing my appetite and vomiting frequently. My mother, being experienced, immediately knew I was pregnant. When I first found out I was pregnant, I even felt like fate was playing a cruel joke on me. I had only spent one night with that man, not even 5 seconds, and I was already pregnant. My parents and I decided to terminate the pregnancy because I still had a long life ahead of me. I couldn't let one child ruin my life. But somehow they found out I was carrying their son's child. They even blocked us at the hospital entrance, begging me to keep the baby. In the end, my father also believed I should keep the baby, as a solace for their remaining years. I didn't want to, even to the point of death threats. But in the end, I compromised. After all, it was a life and also their family's continuation. Of course, it was unfair to me, but my life had reached that point where fairness didn't matter anymore. I decided that after the child was born, I would commit suicide. But I didn't have the courage, and they promised me they wouldn't come looking for me again. They took the child to the United States to raise, and I could visit whenever I wanted. Gradually, I found peace. Life is still long, and marriage and children are not the only paths. Since then, I have started living for myself, with no plans to remarry or even think about love again. Until I met you." Eileen finished speaking and looked into Shen's eyes. Shen felt a bit flustered under her gaze.
He sighed and said, I was once hurt by the person I trusted and was closest to. I fought and worked hard only for her future at that time. When she betrayed me, I didn't hesitate. I spent several years lost in life. During those days, my only goal in living was to prove to everyone, especially to her, that even if she trampled me underfoot, I could rise up, even higher than anyone else. Recently, my life has changed, and so has my mindset. The experiences from those days erased all my pride and youthful arrogance. Now, I can bring her down, but it no longer interests me. I just want to live well, enjoy life with those who love me and whom I love, and live in this world. I've said so much just to tell you that I'm not someone worthy of a lifelong commitment. I won't marry, nor will I make promises. Those who are with me won't have any official status.
Eileen fell silent, understanding Qin Shen's meaning.
In simpler terms, he was a scumbag who wouldn't marry, indicating there would be many women in his future. Eileen remained silent throughout the journey.
Soon, they arrived in Shenzhen.
After getting off the car, they each went their separate ways home. Eileen glanced at Qin Shen before leaving, but in the end, she said nothing and turned to go home.
Qin Shen didn't regret what he had just said. He didn't want to deceive anyone.
He only wanted to live freely in the future, without being bound by personal responsibilities to anyone.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the sudden event.
Eileen, ding!
Congratulations, host, on triggering a critical hit reward, receiving the divine level martial art, Tyrant Dragon's roaming technique *1. Qin Shen, who had just reached the bottom of the building, stopped in his tracks. He had been thinking about completing the task just now.
The system seemed to be a bit delayed in confirming the receipt, but better late than never.
Finally, he had his own martial art. He had discussed with Du Chuan about how to break through to the innate realm. Du Chuan mentioned that to reach the innate realm or go further, one must have a martial art. Martial arts were essential for cultivating the inner self and true energy. Without a martial art, one couldn't break through to the innate realm because no matter how much one trained the body, they would still be at the acquired realm.
Qin Shen opened the introduction to the martial art.
Tyrant Dragon's true technique, a divine-level martial art, a very domineering cultivation method where practitioners don't need to meditate daily, the martial art operates on its own.
Engaging in dual cultivation can accelerate the martial arts operation. If one practices dual cultivation with one of the 9 Phoenix physiques, their cultivation will greatly increase. Obtaining the complete 9 Phoenix physiques can lead directly to godhood. 9 Phoenix physiques? Directly becoming a god? What level is a god, and what are the 9 Phoenix physiques? System, can you help explain? Ding! Host's permissions are insufficient. Please complete more tasks released by the system.
Once the host's points reach 2,000, the host can access the store and search for desired information.
Store? Points? Good stuff. How many points do I have now?
Host has completed 5 sudden events, each event awards 50 points, totaling 250 points, only 250, Qin Shen cursed inwardly. Not too much, not too little, just right at 250.
When will I accumulate to 2,000 points?
Host, no need to worry. Portable services have been activated for you. Points from future tasks will be obtained through lottery draws, no longer fixed at 50 points.
Will the lottery give more than 50 points? It may, or it may give less, depending on the host's luck.
Forget it, let's take it step by step. I'll go home first and learn the martial art.
Qin Shen hurried back home.
As soon as he entered, he eagerly took out the martial art. After taking it out, Qin Shen was stunned.
System, how do I learn this martial art? Even if I can understand this text, I won't practice it. Ding! Host can learn through the system, deduct 50 points.
Damn, a dog system taking advantage of others.
Deduct, go ahead. Let's learn the technique first.
Points can be earned slowly.
And 250 points don't sound bad. Ding!
Deduct 50 points, remaining 200 points. Qin Shen's whole body tensed up instantly, every pore on his skin quickly opened up. His body began to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Qin Shen felt so comfortable he wanted to moan. After an hour, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy slowly decreased. After about 10 more minutes, it completely dissipated. Qin Shen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. After breaking through the innate, he could introspect himself. In his dantian, there was a vortex. Each rotation would produce a stream of true energy, filling the meridians of his body. When all the meridians were filled, it would be time to break through to the next realm.
Qin Shen looked at his current body in the mirror.
After the cleansing of spiritual energy, his skin became fair and translucent, making women envious.
There wasn't much change in his muscular physique.
After all, breaking through the innate was an internal breakthrough.
Qin Shen unzipped his pants and looked down.
The length, width, and height had increased, quite satisfying. Just then, a hurried doorbell rang outside.
Shin put away his vanity and went to open the door.
As soon as the door opened, a graceful figure rushed into Shen's arms. Shen looked down and saw Feng Ro, who had stayed on the boat after he disembarked.
Feng Ro was still wearing the uniform from their first meeting.
Her white, flawless skin, paired with black stockings and high heels, almost made Shen lose control.
Shen, I haven't been able to contact you since you got off the boat that day.
I was so worried, Feng Ro said as she hugged Shen and looked up.
After Shen got off the boat that day, she went back to sleep.
When she woke up in the afternoon, she tried calling Shen to see if he had returned. But she couldn't reach him, and by the time she wanted to go find him, the boat had already left. Later, she heard that many people who got off the boat didn't come back, most likely getting caught up in the local casinos, losing track of time.
Feng Ro wondered if Shen had missed the boat because he was having too much fun and decided not to look for him.
But today, news broke about mainland tourists encountering terrorist attacks, shootings, bombings, and accidents on the island. Feng Ro started worrying again since she hadn't been able to contact Shen in the past few days.
She began to wonder if the mainland tourist was Shen.
She spent the whole day in anxiety until the property management informed her that Shen had returned.
She ran over without hesitation.
Shen gently patted Feng Ro's back and said, "I'm sorry, I was negligent. I lost my phone as soon as I got off the boat and haven't replaced the SIM card yet."
Feng Ro asked, "Were you the tourist involved in the bombings, shootings, and accidents? How do you know about all this?" Shen was surprised this time.
Feng Ro let go of Shen's hand, took out her phone, and showed him the news.
Today's news is all about the terrorist attacks on the island. It's been trending everywhere. Shen wondered, wasn't this supposed to be kept confidential, not publicized? How did everyone suddenly find out?
He couldn't understand Shen Man's intentions. After careful consideration, he felt it probably wasn't Shen Man who leaked the information.
It might be someone else with ulterior motives. Shen shook his head, too lazy to think about it, and couldn't control everything. "Are you okay?
Let me check if you're injured." Feng Ro anxiously examined Shen's body. Suddenly, she noticed that Shen wasn't wearing a shirt. His muscular lines were distinct, and his skin was fair and clean. As she watched, her face turned red.
"It's okay, I'm fine now, even better than ever. Do you want to check me out, Sister Ro?"
Shen teased as he saw the blushing Feng Ro. Feng Ro spat, "Stop fooling around," reaching out to hit him. Shen instinctively dodged, causing Feng Ro to lose her balance and stagger a few steps forward. Shen quickly caught her waist and pulled her towards him. The two maintained their posture, looking at each other. Feng Ro remembered that night on the boat when Shen had ravished her all night, leaving her unable to get out of bed for half a day. Her cheeks blushed instantly, lips slightly parted, watery eyes fixed on Shen. Sensing he couldn't control himself, Shen growled softly and kissed her. Soon, they engaged in a fierce battle in the living room. During the fight, Shen didn't notice the vortex in his dantian, spinning at 3 times its usual speed. 2 hours later, they lay half-reclined on the sofa, Feng Ro panting beside him while Shen remained calm. His current innate body could handle this level of activity without breaking a sweat. He was internally observing his true chi. Midway through the battle, he discovered his cultivation technique was operating at high speed. So after the fight, he checked the results. The cultivation effect produced this time was more than 3 times the usual amount.
"Is this tempting me to become a stud?"
Shen cursed inwardly. If that activity could accelerate his cultivation, anyone would gladly do it more.
It didn't harm the body and even increased power.
Shen's smug expression made even the system, which had never shown emotional fluctuations, want to scold him. "Shen, it's only been a few days, and I see you've changed a lot," Feng Ro gasped.
"Oh, how have I changed?"
Shen smirked at Feng Ro.
Feng Ro replied honestly, "There's an aura emanating from you.
Whenever I'm near you, I can't wait to push you down, and your skin has become better." As she spoke, Feng Ro touched Shen's skin. Shen also wondered if it was due to his cultivation technique that made him more attractive to women. He also noticed his self-control in this area had weakened significantly.
Desires easily filled his mind.
After all, this cultivation technique required women to practice faster. But he needed to try with a few more people to be sure. Shen grinned mischievously, "I didn't notice just now, let's try again."
And he pounced.
"Good brother, spare me, I really can't move anymore if we go again," Feng Ro pleaded. Seeing her condition, Shen let her off.
Feng Ro then said, Shen, I've resigned from here." Shen joked, "What? Have you thought about being my kept woman? Have you considered it?"
He knew Feng Ro must have other plans but wanted to tease her.
Feng Ro lightly hit Qin Shen and scolded, "You're incorrigible."
She continued, "I mentioned meeting some clients on the boat before. Those wealthy women have now joined forces and opened a beauty salon. They've invited me to help manage it since they are all inexperienced."
"That's great. You have to step out eventually. Should we consider investing directly? I can provide the funds."
"As the boss lady, you won't be bullied," Qin Shen suggested. Feng Ro shook her head, cupping Qin Shen's face in her hands, and said gratefully, "No need. I have some savings of my own, and the divorce agreement you helped me with has already taken effect. I want to rely on myself. At least let me understand what the beauty salon is like before considering investment," Feng Ro said softly.
Qin Shen knew that Feng Ro also didn't want to rely on him to fulfill her life's value. After receiving the divorce agreement, she began to rejuvenate her life.
"All right, if you encounter any difficulties, or need money, just come to me," Qin Shen said as he caressed her smooth back.
Feng Ro hugged Qin Shen tightly around the waist.
"As long as you can think of me when you have time to spare, come see me, I will be content."
Feng Ro also knew that being a canary was indeed the fastest way.
But to continue being that canary, she needed to constantly improve herself to keep Qin Shen occasionally by her side. Qin Shen turned around and pinned her down with a smirk.
"Why wait when we can have it now? I'll satisfy you right away."
She knew she couldn't escape, so she decided to let go and enjoy the moment. Knowing that she wouldn't be around for long, not knowing when they would meet again, she decided to indulge herself today.
She teased, "You're a bad person. Without finding a few more sisters, I won't be able to keep you in check."
Qin Shen grinned mischievously, "Before I find those sisters, I'll have to trouble you a bit." Feng Ro, with tender affection, embraced Qin Shen's neck. "Come, pamper me well." Qin Shen, hearing her words, lowered his head and kissed her. After some time passed, Qin Shen sat alone on the sofa. Feng Ro had already left, casting resentful glances at Qin Shen as she departed. During their intimate moments, Qin Shen exerted himself repeatedly, bringing her to the peak time and time again, almost leaving her unable to walk. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Qin Shen pretended to be tired and fell asleep. After Feng Ro left, he inwardly checked his body and found that his true qi had already filled up 1/3. It was evident how alluring the direction this technique relied on was. It wouldn't be long before Qin Shen could break through to the middle stage of the innate realm. But before that, he needed to go out and get a new SIM card. His phone had been missing for so many days, and he had no idea how many people were trying to reach him. Since he had bought many spare phones at home, he could just go and get a new SIM card.
After changing into fresh clothes, Qin Shen headed to the underground parking lot. His Bentley had gathered dust. V-room. Qin Shen drove off in his car. The places where you could get a new SIM card were usually crowded. Driving there wasn't very convenient. So, after parking his car in a nearby parking lot, he decided to walk there. Once inside, Qin Shen took a number and found a place to sit. Glancing at the number in his hand, he realized there were still 5 people ahead of him. Based on his past experiences here, he knew he would have to wait for at least half an hour. Since he was already there, all he could do was wait. While waiting, Qin Shen had an idea. There would always be trivial matters in the future, and some assets provided by the system would also need to be managed. Should he hire a personal assistant specifically for handling these tasks, such as daily car washes, shopping, and the like? After all, as a wealthy man, he couldn't be queuing up everywhere and doing everything himself. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He was about to take out his phone to make some calls and inquire about suitable assistance when he remembered that he hadn't finished fixing his SIM card yet. Forget it, he thought. He had considered using his powers to jump the queue and expedite the process, but then he recalled how much he disliked people cutting in line in the past. Regardless of the method used, cutting in line was always annoying. So, he decided to wait patiently. After about 40 minutes, it was finally Qin Shen's turn. During the process of getting a new SIM card, they kept trying to sell him various packages. In order to speed things up, Qin Shen agreed to everything. Once he had finished, Qin Shen sat in his car, opened his phone, and checked his messages. Dozens of messages were flashing on the screen. There were messages from Li Ying, Li Xiao, and Feng Ro. There were also a few messages from a college classmate. Li Ying was asking Qin Shen if he was coming back, as he hadn't responded for several days. She mentioned that some relatives had come over, so he might not be able to return for a while. Moreover, she had to go somewhere with her elders, a place with no signal. She would be out of touch for a while, but she would be back soon. When she returned, she would look for Qin Shen. Qin Shen replied to explain that he had lost his phone, asked her to stay safe, and get in touch when she returned. Then he opened Feng Ro's message. Feng Ro had already mentioned the content of the message before. Qin Shen didn't read through each message, he replied with a sentence, "Got it sorted. You can contact me." Feng Ro quickly replied with a good word. He then opened Li Xiao's message. Li Xiao's message was quite lengthy. Xin Chen, have you returned? Xin Chen, why are you ignoring me? Xin Chen, I miss you. Can you please respond to me? Brother, have I done something wrong? Please, tell Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao will definitely change. Xin Chen, I sold another car today. It was the manager who let me have the performance because of you. Thank you, brother. Xin Chen, where are you? I miss you so much. I went to your place, but the property said you hadn't returned. Xin Chen, have you returned? From initial inquiries to later questioning, to everyday matters. Xin Chen was shocked. They hadn't known each other for long. It didn't seem like there was such deep affection. Why did it feel like they had been in love for many years, and then she clung to him? Could it be true what the books say, that women have special feelings for their first man? On the other hand, Xin Shen's mindset had shifted from being a poor man to suddenly becoming nouveau riche. This led to his retaliatory flirtation with Li Xiao, and then to a retaliatory possession. However, after discovering that Li Xiao was a first-timer, Xin Shen felt guilty and also a sense of responsibility that Li Xiao was one of his women. Xin Shen didn't reply, planning to go find Li Xiao next. Xin Shen opened the last message. It was from his university classmate Li Yuan, a wedding invitation. It was tomorrow night at the Yangcheng Grand Hotel. They had booked a private room for tonight to gather with classmates. Xin Shen didn't have a deep connection with Li Yuan. They could chat, they were classmates. Not very close, not estranged. Xin Shen replied, sorry, my phone was lost a few days ago, just got it back. I'll definitely be there. The other side replied with a bowing emoji. After replying to all messages, he put away his phone and headed to the 4S store where Li Xiao worked. Li Xiao was sitting in the rest area lost in thought. She had been wondering if Xin Shen was just playing with her. After all, they had only met for a day, and she had given herself to him. Was it too soon, causing Xin Shen not to cherish her? Because Xin Shen had not messaged her, she had been restless these past few days. At that moment, a salesperson who used to be closer to Lu Jia, who had been fired, walked over. Hey, lost in thought, have you been abandoned by that rich second generation so soon? The person teased. Li Xiao knew she was being mocked again, so she didn't respond. Because these days, she would come over intentionally or unintentionally to inquire about Li Xiao and that rich second generation situation. Seeing Li Xiao's current state, she was almost certain that she had been abandoned. If she didn't come to bloat now, how could she justify her initial jealousy? What's wrong? You think you've caught a big fish in these few days, so you're starting to prance around? Among those working here, how many are not aiming to catch a big fish? Who do you think you are? Just started working a few days ago and already succeeded in catching a big fish, then going ashore to become a young mistress. The person sneered. Xin Shen soon arrived at the 4S store, parked his car, and walked in. As soon as he entered, he heard the salesperson talking about catching big fish. Xin Shen approached and asked, which big fish? Li Xiao and the salesperson were startled. The salesperson was sarcastically focusing on Li Xiao, while Li Xiao was lost in thought and didn't notice Xin Shen approaching suddenly. Mr. Xin, you're here. The salesperson looked terrified, realizing he had been badmouthing someone right in front of them. After a quick greeting, he hurried away. Li Xiao was taken aback. Then, she joyfully rushed into Xin Shen's arms. Xin Shen gently patted her back and said, I'm sorry, I lost my phone a few days ago and was out of town, couldn't get a replacement SIM card, so I couldn't message you. Li Xiao shook her head in his embrace. I thought you didn't want me anymore. How could that be? If I lost you, where would I find such a silly girl? Xin Shen teased. Li Xiao raised her head, pouting, I'm not silly. Alright, you're not silly. By the way, who was that person talking about Kai Zi? Was it me? Xin Shen asked about the earlier incident. He didn't catch everything, just a bit, but it seemed to be about him. Not wanting to cause trouble, Li Xiao said, it's nothing, we don't need to mind her. As long as you haven't abandoned me, I'm content. Let others say what they want. No, you're only allowed to be bullied by me, others don't have that privilege, Xin Shen said domineeringly. Li Xiao's eyes instantly sparkled as she looked at Xin Shen. Let's go find Manager Zhang. Holding Li Xiao's hand, they headed towards the office area. The two entered Manager Zhang's office. Upon seeing Xin Shen, Manager Zhang quickly stood up. Mr. Xin, you're here. Xin Shen nodded. Manager Zhang, I'd like to order a car. How long will it take? Excited, Manager Zhang asked, which car model does Mr. Xin want? Let me check if we have one in stock. Let's go with the Continental, customize the color, add all options. I want it done as quickly as possible, I'll pay upfront now. But there's a condition, Xin Shen paused. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang hurriedly asked, what condition does Mr. Xin have? Please tell me quickly,
I'll do my best to meet the customer's needs. Here's the thing, when I came in just now, I saw Li Xiao being bullied by her colleague. I don't want to see that person bullying my woman in the future. Qin Shen meant for Manager Zhang to fire that person, and then he would place the car order. Li Xiao whispered, it's Xiao Yan. Manager Zhang looked troubled, not because Xiao Yan had any background, but because he was a straightforward person and didn't want to boost sales through such means. Last time, he fired Lu Jie for not giving the Mediterranean any face, just because he was an upright person, treating all customers equally.
Qin Shen sensed his dilemma and continued, let's add a Range Rover too, same specifications as before.
You have too few car models here, otherwise, ordering a few more wouldn't be a problem. Manager Zhang was still struggling with his thoughts, but upon hearing Qin Shen's latter sentence, his eyes lit up instantly.
He gritted his teeth and said, I'll calculate the prices now. I'll ensure Xiao Yan leaves in a reasonable manner.
In the end, Manager Zhang succumbed to Qin Shen's financial power. Qin Shen's words made him consider changing jobs. He had always wanted to sell some high-end cars of different brands, from booking to delivery, a one-stop service. However, he lacked clients to support his idea, not even a customer base. So he never dared to take the leap, but now, hearing Qin Shen speak like this, he felt that Qin Shen wasn't just boasting, he was his benefactor, his only chance to break free. 10 minutes later, Manager Zhang had calculated the prices for the two cars.
Mr. Qin, it's all set here, both cars total over 6 million.
Round it off, pay 12 million, and the cars will be here in a week. We'll expedite the process. Qin Shen took out his card. Let's swipe it. Put both cars under Li Xiao's name.
Alright, Manager Zhang took the card and went to the finance department.
Qin Shen, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Li Xiao heard that both cars had her name on them, and after a moment of being touched, she wanted to refuse Qin Shen's kindness. Qin Shen patted her head and said, I got these cars to show off for you, so of course, one is for you.
Choose one, and then drive the other one to my parking lot.
But, this is worth 6 million. I still think it's too precious, Li Xiao said with her head down. If you don't want them, then let them gather dust here. I already have a car, no matter how many more you give me. I can only drive one, Qin Shen said, pretending to be angry. Well, alright, I'll choose the one that's the same as yours, Qin Shen, Li Xiao finally agreed. She knew Qin Shen was saying this on purpose to make her accept. Qin Shen pinched her hand, smirked, and said, if you think it's too precious, then perform well tonight and repay me with your sincerity. Li Xiao blushed, then thought of something and said with clear eyes, Qin Shen, can we do it another day? I'm on my period, and I promised my cousin to go shopping with her tonight. Qin Shen, feeling slightly disappointed, though he didn't show it, said, silly, I was just kidding. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. At this point, Manager Zhang had finished swiping the card and returned. Qin Shen's card was set up for password-free payment. He usually kept it in the system space, so he wasn't worried about losing the card. After taking back the card, he drove Li Xiao back, and Li Xiao reluctantly got out of the car. She was going shopping with her cousin tonight, and Qin Shen had a classmate gathering to attend. Qin Shen drove towards the Yangcheng Hotel. Yangcheng Hotel was a local 5-star hotel known for its high standards. Many family banquets, international summits, and business exchanges were held there. It was said before that if you invite me to a banquet, I might not come, but if you hold it at Yangcheng Hotel, I will definitely be there. After driving into the hotel, Qin Shen found a parking spot on his own. As a 5-star hotel, they had valet parking services, but Qin Shen preferred to keep a low profile. He just parked the car at the hotel entrance and tossed the keys, not bothering with the valet service. Inside the hotel, Qin Shen suddenly remembered he forgot to ask Li Yuan for the room number.
Qin Shen? Someone called from behind.
Qin Shen turned around to see Su Weiwei, the former campus beauty from their university days. With big eyes, a faint dimple, and dressed in a black Chanel suit, she looked youthful and elegant, her slender legs accentuating her fair skin. Su beauty, long time no see, Qin Shen joked. They were quite friendly during their university days, so greeting each other didn't feel awkward.
Are you teasing me? I'm getting older, and you still call me the campus beauty. How come you seem to be getting younger over the years? Su Weiwei smiled charmingly.
Looking at her smile, Qin Shen felt like he was back in their university days. When they first entered university, Qin Shen was captivated by her big eyes and fair skin. During the 9-day military training at the university, everyone had tan skin, but she still shone brightly among the crowd. At that time, Qin Shen had thoughts of pursuing her, but many rumors stopped him from acting on his feelings for Su Weiwei. She had captivated many at the university, but she ignored them all. Some men, out of frustration from rejection, and women, out of jealousy, started spreading rumors about her, saying she had an abortion in high school, was kept by someone in university, and luxury cars often picked her up at the school gate.
Various rumors circulated endlessly. Although everyone knew the truth might not be like that, people tend to believe what they want to believe. When there are many people talking, even if it's false, the impact is significant, causing many to hesitate. Those who were interested in pursuing her began to withdraw, not daring to get close to her, including Qin Chen. In this era, malice towards beautiful and talented individuals far outweighs goodwill. In their subsequent interactions, Qin Chen gradually discovered that Su Weiwei was a kind and cheerful person. Moreover, she didn't care at all about those rumors, living her university life cheerfully every day. Qin Chen deeply regretted his actions, not for failing to pursue Su Weiwei, but for succumbing to doubts fueled by gossip and following the malicious intentions of the majority, directed at such a kind-hearted person. However, soon after graduation, they lost contact with each other. If I'm not mistaken, you're here for the class reunion too, right? Su Weiwei's voice brought Qin Chen back to reality. Qin Chen grinned, yes, but I forgot to ask for the room number. Then come with me, I know which room it is. Please take us to room 666, Su Weiwei said to the waiter. The two followed the waiter to the room. Inside room 666, a group of men and women were chatting and laughing. Currently, the most successful among us should be class monitor Wu Mao. He's in a big company at the international cruise terminal and has been promoted to manager, a man with a plump figure and a height of only 1.6 meters said flatteringly. You all know about the cruise terminal, right? If you go to the port, most of those ships belong to their company. After speaking, he looked around and elaborated on the company. Wu Mao felt conflicted. Don't listen to him. I just happened to get into that company by chance, and it was only because the leaders noticed my hard work that I got promoted. If any of you went there, you might even climb higher and faster. His words sounded humble, praising his classmates. The underlying message was that they didn't even qualify to enter that company. Oh, class monitor Wu is now in a high position. How much is your annual salary now? Let us all envy you, a woman with a flirtatious voice approached. Her voice attracted everyone's attention. A slightly plump woman in a black strapless top and a black skirt, with something hidden beneath the top, was about to burst out. Xia Xiaoyao, you're here too. Yili didn't hide his gaze, eagerly eyeing Xia Xiaoyao's assets. Xia Xiaoyao, a social butterfly during her school days, albeit of a lower class. She didn't possess striking beauty but had impressive assets that attracted many senior and junior male students. During her 4 years in university, the number of nights she spent in the dormitory was few. Back then, the male students either scorned her or used her as material for their dreams, even speculating about her background. However, her social circle consisted of seniors, and none of her peers or juniors caught her attention. Shortly after graduation, she swiftly married the school counselor. Rumor has it that she's now divorced. Class monitor Wu, you haven't answered my question from earlier, Xia Xiaoyao said, using her assets to hit Wu Mao's arm. Wu Mao felt a stir in his heart. Xia Xiaoyao had appeared in his fantasies before. He maintained a composed demeanor, not much, around 100,000 annual salary. Many of our classmates here are more successful than me. Xia Xiaoyao's eyes lit up as she moved closer to Wu Mao. She had long known that to live a good life, she must choose the right person. That's why during her university days, she targeted seniors, even counselors, because those individuals had at least a year or more head start in entering society. Their progress in society would determine if they were worth pursuing further. She wanted to know more than just about the person's family background. She wanted to understand to what extent his family could help him. After all, many families, despite being wealthy and influential, might have several children, and it's uncertain who would benefit the most in the end. Being influential doesn't guarantee being able to help one's children. That's why she didn't consider classmates or younger students. She couldn't wait for them. After careful consideration, she chose the school counselor. According to her, the counselor was the son of the director of the Education Bureau, just temporarily working as a counselor before moving on to the bureau. Working in the Education Bureau of a first-tier city, considering society's emphasis on children's education, the perks of being the son of the Education Bureau director were unimaginable. However, in that position, even if they had money, they couldn't spend it recklessly, fearing being reported for corruption. She married into that family, only responsible for spending money. In the first 2 years, she lived a comfortable life, although she had to keep a low profile. Her quality of life improved significantly, but it didn't last long. Her husband found out about her affairs and even caught her in their marital bed. Unable to accept it, he asked for a divorce. Outraged, she reported their family for corruption. In the end, both suffered. Now she was left with little money, urgently needing to find a new sugar daddy to plan for her future. Brother squad leader, it seems like you don't have anyone's WeChat, Xia Xiaoyao coquettishly said. The people present shivered at her voice. Wu Mao felt secretly pleased. He had tried adding Xie Xiaoyao on WeChat multiple times without success. Now that she was asking for it, it seemed he could bid farewell to fantasies and grasp reality tonight. They quickly exchanged WeChat contacts, and others joined in, adding Wu Mao on WeChat. Although WeChat existed back then, it wasn't popular, and not many used it. Isn't Qin Chen doing well with his company? A classmate suddenly mentioned. The room fell silent. Qin Chen's name had always been a weight on them, preventing them from holding their heads high. When Qin Chen started his business, he quickly achieved success. While they were earning internship salaries of 800 yuan, Qin Chen was already making billions in sales. For years after graduation, no one dared to bring up the idea of a class reunion. Class reunions were about showing off and comparing achievements, but with a ceiling in place, they would only be extras in their own stories. So, after many years, this was the only class reunion they had. His company went bankrupt long ago, and now he's so poor he's doing food delivery, Yi sneered. Another classmate added, I heard his company got acquired, and he was kicked out. Yes, I ordered food last time, and he delivered it. I didn't recognize him at first, but then I heard his voice, another classmate excitedly shared gossip. It seemed like having Qin Chen deliver their food made them feel superior to him. Let me tell you, I asked him for 500 yuan last month, and he didn't have it. Yi mocked, laughing loudly. The classmates who remained silent looked at him disdainfully. It was ironic to see someone who constantly borrowed money from others mocking someone for not lending to him. Moreover, Yi used to be close to Qin Chen during university, often eating and attending classes together. Yi came from a well-off family and boasted about his father being the CEO of a real estate company, yet he relied on Qin Chen's meal card every day. Qin Chen was introverted and possibly lacked close family ties from childhood to adulthood. He has always valued friendship. He would rather eat instant noodles for half a month or only have one meal a day than let Yeli go hungry. Yeli's family is indeed in real estate, and he is an only child. However, his father seems to want him to be self-reliant. After graduation, he wasn't asked to take over the family business but to go out and work. He didn't go out either, staying at home every day living off his parents or borrowing money from others to get by. I wonder if he will come. Li Yuan, did you invite Qin Chen to the gathering? Yeli laughed and shouted at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, who was catching up with other classmates, hadn't been participating in their discussion but had caught snippets of their conversation. I did invite him, so he should be coming. Just as Li Yuan finished speaking, the door to the private room was pushed open. Qin Chen and Su Weiwei walked in side by side. The pairing of the handsome man and the beautiful woman seemed like a beautiful sight. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Li Yuan was the first to react and went to greet them. Qin Chen, didn't expect you to come with Su Weiwei. Li Yuan walked up, and the two embraced lightly. Qin Chen also smiled. Luckily I ran into our class flower at the door, otherwise, I wouldn't have found this place. Many male classmates, after recovering from their initial shock upon seeing Su Weiwei, stood up and greeted the two. When Wu Mao saw Su Weiwei, his eyes lit up. He quickly walked over, ignoring Xie Xiaoyao, who was squeezing his arm with a mountain-like force. Weiwei, long time no see. Wu Mao flashed what he thought was a charming smile. Su Weiwei nodded slightly in response. Monitor, indeed it's been a while. It wasn't just him. Su Weiwei hadn't seen many of her classmates in a long time. After graduation, they had lost touch with each other. They were all busy living their own lives. Occasionally, they would gather for a classmate's wedding. However, Qin Chen and Su Weiwei had never attended. Su Weiwei didn't want to go, and no one had invited Qin Chen. Yeli received a signal from Wu Mao and asked Su Weiwei, Su Class Flower, do you have a partner now? As soon as this question was asked, many male classmates perked up, eager to hear Su Weiwei's answer. Su Weiwei shook her head. The male classmates breathed a sigh of relief, some even smiled. Look at our monitor, annual salary of $1 million, manager of a big company, a perfect diamond bachelor, Yeli flattered. Wu Mao also looked at Su Weiwei, waiting for her response. Later, everyone learned that the rumors about Su Weiwei in school were spread by malicious individuals. The luxury car that picked her up every time was her father's. She attended an all-girls high school, which was also closed off. Those rumors were easily debunked. Now, these male classmates felt confident again, secretly deciding to impress Su Weiwei during this gathering and win her heart. I'm not worthy of a diamond, and isn't this a class reunion? How did it turn into a blind date event? Su Weiwei chuckled lightly. Wu Mao felt a bit disappointed but quickly regained his composure. He believed that among those present, he had the most potential for future development and had an advantage over everyone else. Li Yuan saw that continuing this topic would only make things more awkward. He quickly spoke up. Now that everyone's here, let's take our seats.
As soon as seating was mentioned, everyone started to be polite, but apart from the female classmates, no one sat down. It was as if everyone's thoughts were written on their faces, all wanting to sit next to Su Weiwei. Shinshin couldn't care less about that. If you want to be a lapdog, go ahead, but he wasn't interested. He casually found a seat and sat down. Sitting next to him was a female classmate named Kaiwanshu, and the two happily started chatting. They had gotten along well during their school days. One mid-autumn festival, everyone had gone home, but she couldn't due to the distance, while Shinshin had nowhere to return to. Kaiwanshu and his roommate went out for a meal, and they didn't forget to pack some tangyuan for Shinshin, which deeply touched him. Seeing this, Su Weiwei also sat down next to Shinshin. With this, there was only one seat left next to the class flower. At this moment, Yili spoke up. "Wu squad leader, why don't you sit here?" He quickly ran to Su Weiwei's side and pulled out a chair. Wu Mao gave Yili a grateful look and walked over. Just as Wu Mao was about to sit down, Su Weiwei said to Shinshin, "Can we switch seats? It's been a long time since I've seen Wanshu, and I want to chat with her." Shinshin understood Su Weiwei's intention. She didn't want to sit next to Wu Mao, and she and Kaiwanshu were just ordinary classmates before, so there wasn't much to talk about. However, Shinshin didn't want to refuse a beautiful woman, so he got up and switched seats with Su Weiwei. Wu Mao stood there feeling lost. Su Weiwei's obvious avoidance made him extremely embarrassed. Now he was in a dilemma whether to sit or not. Finally, he sat down with a face alternating between red and pale. Xia Xiaoyao also sat down next to Wu Mao. He was her temporary target, and until the next target appeared, she would focus on him. Seeing everyone seated, Li Yuan asked the waiter to start serving the dishes. During the meal, everyone reflected on how time flies and waits for no one. Yili noticed Wu Mao's gloomy expression and glanced at him, then at Shinshin who was enjoying his meal next to Wu Mao. He felt it was time to take action. "Shinshin, eat more. You probably don't have time to eat well while delivering takeout. Eat your fill, you never know when you'll have such a good meal again," Yili exclaimed loudly. He then added, "No, wait, you can have another meal tomorrow. Li Yuan's wedding is tomorrow, remember to bring a gift, huh?" As Yili's voice rang out, some classmates, including Li Yuan and Su Weiwei, frowned. Most of them knew about Shinshin's past and his failed business venture that led him to deliver takeout to pay off debts. However, they didn't want to discuss this topic. A class reunion should be enjoyable, not mocking. "I've quit delivering takeout. The food here is average, so I probably won't come again," Shinshin replied while eating. "Humph, if you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. You're picky about the food here," Yili sneered. At this point, Wu Mao spoke up. "Shinshin, be humble. The Sheep City Hotel is also under our company. By saying that, you're criticizing our company." "Your company? What company are you from?" Shinshin asked, setting down his chopsticks. Yili smirked disdainfully. "Wu squad leader is now the market manager of the international cruise port. That's a height you, a delivery guy, can't reach." International cruise port? Wasn't that his company? Was he pretending in front of the real boss? 10 minutes earlier, Shinshin followed Su Weiwei and the waiter to the private room. He received a phone call. "Is this Director Qin? This is Sun Bin from the Shenzhen International Cruise Port." The voice on the phone introduced himself. Only upon hearing the company name did Shinshin recall that he had received a 95% stake reward from that company while on board. "Yes, what's the matter?" Shinshin replied. Sun Bin quickly added, "Well, the company received notice that your phone was unreachable a few days ago. You are now the major shareholder of the company. I need to report the company's operating status to you." "No need to report. Just carry on as usual," Shinshin said, preparing to hang up. Sun Bin hurriedly said, "Director Qin, in that case, I'll book a private room at the Sheep City Hotel, inform the management team, and have everyone attend to meet the new chairman." After a moment of contemplation, Shinshin replied, "Sure, I happen to be attending a class reunion at the Sheep City Hotel." "Great, I'll inform them right away," Sun Bin said joyfully before hanging up the phone. Fast forward to the present. Shinshin was surprised to find out that the Sheep City Hotel was also owned by his company, which explained why Sun Bin had chosen to meet there. He casually remarked, "Oh, I've heard of this company before." Wu Mao, seeing his indifferent attitude, felt a bit impatient. "Even if you've heard of it, you don't have to be so nonchalant. It's still a big company. What are you pretending to be as a delivery guy? If you're not delivering food anymore, aren't you just a jobless wanderer? Why not ask Captain Wu to introduce you to a job? After all, he's a manager. A word from him could easily solve your urgent need," Yili mocked. "Our company's moving department is always in need of people. I can inquire for you," Wu Mao and Yili echoed each other. "That's enough," Su Weiwei coldly interjected. "You guys keep talking about deliveries, making yourselves look noble. At least Qin Shen is working hard with his own hands.
At the same level, you might not necessarily be better than him. Su Weiwei scolded the two of them angrily.
And you, Su Weiwei pointed at Yili, back in school, Qin Shen used to help you pay for meals and drinks every day.
Is this how you repay him now?
Humph, Yili snorted and remained silent. In fact, he didn't have any grudge against Qin Shen. It was just that last month when he asked Qin Shen to lend him 500 yuan and Qin Shen refused, he started holding a grudge. At that time, Qin Shen indeed had no money, and if he did, he would have lent it. But he never thought about how every time he asked for money before, Qin Shen always lent it without asking for repayment, and he never returned it. It was just this one time he didn't lend it that led to a big quarrel, escalating into a deep-seated hatred.
Su Weiwei's outburst shocked everyone, even leaving Qin Shen stunned.
No one had ever seen her like this before. Even when her rumors spread on the school forum, she never reacted this way. Now, just because someone mocked Qin Shen, she erupted in anger. Wu Mao's face turned ashen, not expecting Su Weiwei to react so strongly because of Qin Shen.
Li Yuan stepped in to defuse the situation. Everyone's had a bit too much to drink. Let's not get heated. Come on, let's toast to our lost youth.
Just as everyone was raising their glasses, the door of the private room was pushed open. Two men walked in, scanning the room.
Mr. Sun?
Wu Mao's voice rang out excitedly. He had seen Sun Bin before at the company's annual meeting, and there were photos of Sun Bin hanging in the office. Wu Mao was thrilled because Sun Bin coming in at this moment must be looking for him. After all, he was the only one from their company in the room. Although he didn't know why Sun Bin was looking for him, it didn't stop him from putting on a show. When Sun Bin heard someone calling him, he looked in that direction and walked over briskly.
Let me introduce you all. This is the president of our company, Mr.
Sun Bin, Wu Mao proudly announced. Yili took the opportunity to boast, indeed, Captain Wu, the big boss knows he's here and came looking for him. Xia Xiaoyao was also ecstatic. If she could connect with this president's son, her future would be secured. Wu Mao watched as Sun Bin approached, smiling broadly, and took a couple of steps forward, extending his hand. However, Sun Bin and the other man walked past him, leaving Wu Mao standing there with his hand outstretched, looking disheveled in the wind. After passing Wu Mao, Sun Bin respectfully called out, Director Qin, sorry for the intrusion. The other man introduced himself, Director Qin, hello, I'm Zhang Jiangwen, the manager of the Sheep City Hotel. As soon as the two spoke, the room fell silent. Su Weiwei looked at Qin Shen in shock. It turned out they were all here to see him, and from the way they addressed him, Qin Shen was their chairman. The most shocked was Wu Mao. His boss had been sitting next to him all evening, and he had been sarcastic towards him, even planning to introduce him as a mover to his own boss. Xia Xiaogao's eyes gleamed as she realized the biggest boss was right beside her.
How did you know which private room I was in? Does the hotel have no privacy for guests?
Qin Shen said casually without looking up from his meal. Sun Bin and the other person felt a chill down their spines and quickly explained, sorry, Chairman Qin, I took the liberty of asking Manager Zhang to find out which room you were in. He found out it was a class reunion, and this was the only private room, so I hurried over. Qin Shen put down his chopsticks, picked up a napkin from the table, and wiped his mouth. The two stood nervously beside him, not daring to speak.
Let's not make this a habit.
Let's go, back to your private room. Qin Shen knew that once his identity was revealed, there was no need to stay at this reunion. If they continued, no one could chat freely. It was better to leave early. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Turning to Wu Mao, he asked, Manager Wu, ask the warehouse department at the mother port if they need any more staff.
Introduce me if they do. Sun Bin guessed his intention and looked sharply at Wu Mao. Are you also an employee of our company?
Wu Mao nervously replied, Mr. Sun, yes, I didn't know Chairman Qin's identity earlier. I have offended you, Chairman Qin, I'm sorry.
Qin Shen didn't say anything.
If his identity hadn't been exposed, they would have treated him poorly tonight. It was only because he was Chairman Qin now that everything had changed. He didn't need to think about the old classmates' feelings, nor did he need to be considerate. Sun Bin made a call, hello, it's me.
Check if we have an employee named Wu Mao. Check now and send the information to my phone.
The efficiency on the other end was high. As soon as Sun Bin hung up, the information was sent.
Sun Bin read out the information. Wu Mao, a room service attendant at the Medan Hotel, employed for 2 years, currently on vacation.
The scene erupted in astonishment.
Wasn't he supposed to be a market manager? Why is he a service attendant? He must be pretending. Anyway, you can't verify what he says.
The group whispered among themselves.
Wu Mao's face turned pale, then red.
He was indeed a service attendant, not earning $1 million a year, just a few $100,000 with tips. When he came to the reunion, he had checked the current positions and jobs of his classmates. None of them had prestigious jobs, so he decided to pose as a market manager, knowing they couldn't verify it. TCH, I thought he was really a manager. Turns out he's just a service attendant, a classmate sneered. Sunbin looked at Qin Shen, seeking guidance on how to handle the situation. Qin Shen remained silent and walked straight to the door. Once outside, he said to Zhang Zhangwen, Manager Zhang, I have a classmate named Li Yuan who is having a wedding here tomorrow. Please take care of it. I won't be able to attend tomorrow, so handle the gift for me, and I'll transfer the money to you. Zhang Zhangwen nodded eagerly, sure, I'll take care of it right away. He then went off with a walkie-talkie to make arrangements. Sunbin offered, Chairman Qin, let me handle the gift for you as an apology for disrupting your reunion. Qin Shen nodded, alright, I'll leave it to you. The group then headed to room 888, a room usually reserved for entertaining management. After Qin Shen entered the private room, there were already more than 20 people inside, both men and women. One by one, they came forward to introduce themselves and greet each other. After Qin Shen finished greeting everyone, he explained the situation, stating that he would not interfere with the company's current situation and policies, maintaining the status quo under Sun Bin's leadership. Then, after a few drinks, he left. Once he entered the lobby, he realized Su Weiwei was sitting alone there. Su Banhua, are you still here waiting for me? Qin Shen walked over teasingly. I am indeed waiting for you. Su Weiwei gazed at Qin Shen with clear eyes. This time, it was Qin Shen who was taken aback. He had only intended to tease Su Weiwei, but she directly accepted his playful banter. Regaining his composure, Qin Shen sat opposite Su Weiwei and asked, Is there something on your mind? Su Weiwei's eyes flickered as she said, Do you remember Tang Shan? Tang Shan, our senior? Qin Shen murmured. Memories of their university military training days flooded his mind. During military training, the school would arrange for seniors to visit the new juniors occasionally. At that time, Tang Shan, the senior sister, would visit our class every day. Sometimes she brought snacks, sometimes drinks. The first time Tang Shan came, she captivated all the male students. Dressed in white chiffon, accentuating her slightly raised curves, her bright red pleated skirt made her long legs appear even fairer. Simple yet elegant, charming and graceful, her fair complexion adorned with light makeup, a slightly upturned nose, and a moist, delicate mouth that never seemed to close when speaking. She exuded a blend of youthful innocence and mature charm. At that age, no boy could remain composed in the presence of such a goddess. Tang Shan always took care of our class, not only during military training but throughout our university years. Even when she went for internships, she would bring gifts for us upon her return. Overall, she was a kind, warm, and beautiful girl. Of course, I remember Tang Shan, the beautiful and kind senior sister. She's unforgettable, Qin Shen sighed admiringly. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Su Weiwei couldn't help but smile. Then, she turned serious and said, She's not doing well now. Her mother is seriously ill in bed. Her father is an alcoholic who drinks and gambles every day. Qin Shen remained silent, waiting for Su Weiwei to continue. It's difficult for her to sustain her family. She has to pay for her mother's medical expenses and deal with her father's drinking and gambling habits. Her mother is now hospitalized and needs a large sum of money for treatment. Her father not only fails to help but also asks her for money. Her father wants her to marry one of his gambling friends to settle his debts. The man is even older than Tang Shan's father. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen interrupted Su Weiwei, Tang Shan is not powerless. Why does she let her father manipulate her like this? Su Weiwei shook her head, her eyes filled with sorrow as she continued. At first, she resisted and refused. But recently, her mother's condition worsened, requiring urgent surgery and money. Her father's creditor promised to clear his debts and pay for her mother's surgery if she marries him. She's torn. She told me that all she wants in life is for her mother to live well. Now that her mother needs surgery and she can't afford it, she feels helpless. So, she might agree to marry that man to save her mother. Su Weiwei paused before saying, Qin Shen, I initiated this class reunion with Li Yuan to inform everyone about Tang Shan's situation and see if we can raise some money to help her. Let's not allow her to ruin her life. But when I saw my classmates, I couldn't bring myself to speak. Everyone is struggling for their own little family, not living very well. I worry that if I speak up, some classmates won't be able to refuse, leading to more burden on their families. Until just now, I found out that you are the chairman of a big company. This kind of thing should be easy for you. Su Weiwei looked at Qin Shen expectantly. Qin Shen frowned and said, If it's because of financial issues, I can indeed help her. But even if I help her this time, can she escape from her father? This time passes, next time he will use different reasons to force her to marry a 60 or 70-year-old man. Su Weiwei fell silent. Qin Shen's words made sense. She sighed and said, 2 years after I graduated, my family's business failed.
Now I'm just a worker. I helped Tang Shanxue as much as I could, but my abilities are too limited. Then she looked at Qin Shen firmly and said, Qin Shen, as long as you are willing to help Tang Shanxue, no matter what you ask for, I promise you. Qin Shen, with a surprised look in his eyes, listened. Seeing him not speaking, Su Weiwei thought she hadn't offered enough bargaining chips, and anxiously added, including asking me to be your woman, blushing as she lowered her head. Qin Shen looked at Su Weiwei with interest and smiled. Is Su Banhua overestimating herself, or underestimating me? Su Weiwei was at a loss. Qin Shen waved his hand and continued, I'm curious now, why are you able to help Tang Shanxue to this extent? Su Weiwei looked at Qin Shen with complex eyes. Tang Shanxue and I are lovers. What? Is that rumor true? Qin Shen was dumbfounded. Back when they were in college, there were rumors that Su Weiwei and Tang Shanxue were in a same-sex relationship. But no one took that rumor seriously. After all, there were many close female friends, not all of them could be in a same-sex relationship. Thinking that these two top beauties were actually in a relationship, Qin Shen lamented. What a waste, what a waste. Ding. Sudden event generated. Name, Su Weiwei. Age, 26. Appearance, S figure, S charm, S development, no favorability, 88 overall evaluation, S ding. Task, promise Su Weiwei to help Tang Shanxue. Qin Shen couldn't get over the shock of the two girls being in a relationship from the system prompt. This system task was basically a giveaway because Qin Shen had already planned to help Tang Shanxue. Just the thought of such a beauty marrying an old man made him unwilling. Besides, Tang Shanxue had taken care of him in the past. Let's go find Tang Shanxue. You haven't drunk, you drive. Qin Shen silently vowed to set things right between these two beauties. Su Weiwei thought Qin Shen had agreed to her previous conditions, blushed and took the car keys, then hurried out. As for how Qin Shen knew she could drive, back in college, everyone went to driving school together, and Su Weiwei and he had the same instructor. The two drove to the hospital where Tang Shanxue's mother was waiting for surgery. There was silence in the car. Su Weiwei was embarrassed by what she had just said, and Qin Shen was thinking about the sudden event. How far should he go to consider it complete, without any indication of task progress? Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to ask, the conditions you just mentioned, are they real? Su Weiwei slammed on the brakes, almost throwing Qin Shen out. She glared at him and said, didn't you say I overestimated myself? Naturally, it doesn't count. Qin Shen showed a as expected expression and said, if it doesn't count, then let's not go, get out of the car, I'll call a driver. Su Weiwei felt angry and said, the plan is not bad. Qin Shen said as he drove towards the hospital. Feeling proud, he said, that's fine. With such good rewards, I can go through fire and water. Since he had to straighten out the two lilies, he had to start thinking of a way. Su Weiwei's proposal to become Qin Shen's woman provided him with an entry point. Why didn't I realize how annoying you are before? Su Weiwei gritted her teeth. You flatter me, Qin Shen smiled. The two soon arrived at the hospital and went inside. Seeing Su Weiwei's familiar demeanor, it seemed she had been here often. I haven't asked you before, what illness does Tang Shan's mother have? Qin Shen asked. Su Weiwei replied indifferently, uremia, she needs a kidney transplant. Qin Shen thought for a moment on the way. He had a revival pill with him, which would solve any problem. But he was unsure if he should use it. After all, if his health suddenly improved after using it, it might attract attention at the hospital. After some thought, he decided not to use it. Diseases that could be cured by the hospital didn't need such miraculous pills. The two entered a ward full of people. At the far end, they saw Tang Shan sitting by the bed. She had her head down, long hair falling over her chest. She wore a simple white dress, looking delicate. Shan, look who I brought. Su Weiwei happily called out. Tang Shan turned abruptly and saw me and Su Weiwei coming in. Surprised, she said, is this Qin Shen's junior? Senior, it's been many years, you still look charming, and most importantly, you haven't forgotten me, Qin Shen smiled. Tang Shan smiled lightly, I didn't expect to meet again under these circumstances. My mom just fell asleep, let's go outside and talk. With that, she took Su Weiwei outside. Tang Shan asked why she had come with Qin Shen. Qin Shen spoke first, I asked Weiwei to bring me here. I heard Senior was in trouble, so I came to see if I could help. Su Weiwei looked at Qin Shen with a complex expression. Junior is kind, but it's just some minor issues. I can handle them myself. Still, I appreciate Junior's visit, Tang Shan said calmly. Just as Qin Shen was about to say something else, he suddenly saw fear in Tang Shan's eyes. Following her gaze, he saw several tough-looking young men walking towards them, followed by two middle-aged men. The group surrounded Qin Shen and the others. Su Weiwei instinctively shielded Tang Shan behind her.
One of the middle-aged men stepped forward, grinning, showing yellow teeth. Shan, your dad said you agreed to marry me.
Look, I've come to pay for our mom's medical expenses. Tang Shan stood trembling in the back.
Seeing this, Su Weiwei immediately retorted, you don't need to worry about Shan's mother's medical expenses.
Shan will not marry you. Oh, is that so?
The middle-aged man looked sharply at Tang Shan. Shan took a small step, blocking his line of sight.
Shan, why are you so confused? As long as you marry Daoge, you can save me and your mom. How could life be worse? Tang Shan's father lamented beside them.
Tang Shan pushed Su Weiwei aside and started to walk forward. She was scared, but her mother's illness couldn't wait. Moreover, she had decided before Shan and Su Weiwei arrived that she was willing to do anything to save her mother. Shan stopped her with a hand and calmly said, Senior, let me handle this matter. Don't worry, I won't delay your mother's treatment. Su Weiwei also advised from the side, Shan, let Shan handle it.
I brought him here to help.
Seeing Shan's confident smile, Tang Shan was momentarily stunned and nodded involuntarily.
Shan walked forward and said, Daoge, can we have a word in private?
Daoge remained silent, but the little brother beside him couldn't hold back anymore.
Who do you think you are?
He said, reaching out to slap Shan in the face. Shan retaliated with a slap, sending the little brother flying, rolling on the ground for over 10 rounds before finally coming to a faint. And Shan had already held back his strength.
With his current cultivation, if he didn't control his power, that slap alone would have killed the person. There weren't many people in the hospital at night, and the little brother who was slapped didn't hit anyone.
Hearing the commotion, a nurse shouted from the other end, this is a ward, don't make a scene here, go outside if you want to argue. Su Weiwei and Tang Shan were also shocked to see that Shan, with his seemingly slender body, actually contained such immense power.
Dao Ji's pupils suddenly contracted as he slapped his man unconscious, showing that he was a skilled fighter.
Those in the Jianghu had all heard of skilled fighters and encountered some, but never one as formidable as this.
Where to? Dao Ji's voice trembled slightly. Shan smiled faintly, intending to show a bit of his strength to intimidate these petty thugs.
Unexpectedly, one of the little brothers came looking for trouble. Let's go outside, don't disturb the patients here, Shan said, leading Su Weiwei and Tang Shan away.
Daoge and his little brother quickly followed. They arrived at the entrance of the hospital and walked to a deserted parking lot.
Daoge, I want to know how much money Tang Shan's father owes you, Shan asked directly. Daoge glanced around and said, $1 million, including interest. I only borrowed 200,000, not $1 million. Tang Shan's father rushed forward, grabbing Dao Ji's collar. Daoge impatiently pushed him away, saying, damn, it's been over a month, no need for interest. Originally it was 2 million, but I'm giving this little brother face, so I waived $1 million in interest for you. Shan understood the situation upon hearing this, it was a loan shark scheme. It seemed that Tang Shan's father lost in gambling, and this borrowing process was a trap set for him. After a moment of contemplation, Shan said, I'll help him repay the $1 million, bring the IOU. Dao Ji's eyes lit up at this, and he quickly pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. When Shan reached for it, Daoge dodged. Having witnessed Shan's skills, he feared that if Shan took it and didn't give him the money, he would be left with nothing. Shan understood his concern and disdainfully said, if I wanted to cheat you, I could just knock you down and take it, no need for this extra step. After hesitating for a moment, Daoge handed the IOU to Shan, because even if they fought back, they wouldn't stand a chance.
Shan opened the IOU and saw a few crooked words inside.
The gist was a loan of 200,000 to be repaid within 2 days, with interest charged for late payment.
It also bore Tang Shan's father's signature and thumbprint. Such oppressive terms could be signed. Tang Shan's father's intelligence was truly touching.
Thinking of this, Shan couldn't help but glance at Tang Shan and then at her father. He wondered if they were related by blood, as such intelligence had produced a beautiful and clever daughter. After handing the IOU to Tang Shan said to Daoge, give me your bank account number, I'll transfer the money to you. Daoge excitedly took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to Shan. Without a word, Shan transferred the money using his phone. It's done, check it, if everything's fine, you can leave, Shan said without even looking back. Hearing the notification sound from his phone, Daoge grinned and said, thanks, little brother. He then signaled to his little brother and left, leaving Tang Shan's father standing there dumbfounded. Shan walked over to Tang Shan and her father, saying, issue resolved, now let's tackle the next problem. Shan glanced at a large tree not far away and saw Dagger signaling to a younger brother, probably hiding there to eavesdrop. Tang Shan bit her lip, looking at Shan with a complex expression.
Su Weiwei frowned and scolded, Shan, are you so rich that you've gone crazy?
Giving someone $1 million so easily, that's loan sharking, we can report it to the police. Xinshen smiled and said, it's okay, as long as it helps senior sister solve the problem.
Tang Shan's body trembled involuntarily.
At this moment, Tang Shan's father also walked over, smiling obsequiously. This young man must have taken a fancy to my daughter, using such a method of lavish spending to win her smile. It's truly admirable. Oh, idioms are being thrown around. Uncle Tang, senior sister, and I are good friends. Senior sister is in trouble, and I helped as much as I could, Xinshen said casually. Tang Shan's father rubbed his hands excitedly. Since you gave away that million so easily, give me $1 million too. No, 2 million, and my daughter is yours.
Tang Jianshan. Tang Shan looked at him angrily.
Xinshen gestured to Su Weiwei with his eyes to take Tang Shan away, but Su Weiwei ignored him, also glaring angrily at Tang Jianshan. Xinshen helplessly said, Uncle Tang, senior sister is not an item that can be bought for a few million. She may be a girl that some people can possess by offering a price, but to me, she is priceless. Tang Shan's expression showed a hint of moved anger upon hearing this, looking at Xinshen with clear eyes. At this moment, Tang Jianshan stood still, at a loss. After all, Xinshen had just helped him repay $1 million in gambling debts.
Coercion and temptation seemed ineffective. His daughter was the only thing he could offer.
Without waiting for him to speak, Xinshen continued, Uncle Tang, I also hope that senior sister and her mother can live a happy and stable life. But you are seriously affecting their lives now. So, I am willing to offer a condition that will allow you to live the life you want from now on.
Really? Tang Jianshan's previous dejection vanished upon hearing this. Xinshen said calmly, Uncle Tang, have you been to Ao Island? Ao Island?
Images began flashing in Tang Jianshan's mind, memories of a time when he was young and saw a city on Ao Island that was far more developed than his hometown, filled with extravagance and allure. It was from that moment that Tang Jianshan became addicted to gambling. Of course, I have been there, Tang Jianshan replied, coming out of his reverie. Xinshen pretended to pat his pocket but actually took out the supreme card that Shin Man had given him from the system space. This card is the supreme black card of Mikao Mei. With this card, you can enjoy all the industries of Mikao Mei for free. You can even apply for a monthly gambling fund of 1 million. It's for you to use at the casino, and the money you win through gambling can indeed become yours, Xinshen said, holding the black card. Upon hearing this, the three people in the room, along with the person eavesdropping behind the big tree, were shocked. Ao Island, a city of extravagance and high consumption. With this card, one could live there without spending a dime. The younger brother behind the tree quickly called Dagger. Dagger, that fat sheep actually gave Tang Jianshan a supreme black card from Mikao Mei. The younger brother shouted excitedly. Dagger on the other end of the phone was unsure and asked, what's the card for? Dagger, that guy said that card can cover all expenses on Ao Island. Plus, there's a monthly gambling fund of 1 million. The younger brother exclaimed joyfully. Dagger fell silent for a moment. Is it true or false? Is there such a good thing? The younger brother continued, it should be true. I've heard about it before, and you can find related information online. Not far away in a van, Brother Dao was sitting inside. When he heard his little brother's words, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Very good. You keep listening. I'm nearby. Tang Jianshan told me after Tang Shanshan left, we'll go find him. After hanging up the phone, the little brother continued to listen intently. Xinshen, you can't. How can you give him something so valuable? Tang Shan hurriedly interjected. Su Weiwei also chimed in, yes, this thing is too valuable. Giving it to him would be a waste. Although she said so, Su Weiwei was deeply moved inside. In her view, it was because of the conditions she set that Xinshen was willing to help. No matter how much Xinshen did, it was all because of her. Tang Jianshan, coming back to his senses, quickly snatched the card, afraid that his unfilial daughter would say a few more words and Xinshen would change his mind. I'm going to Aodao now, and I won't come to see you and your daughter again. Tang Jianshan, fearing Xinshen might change his mind, quickly said a word to Tang Shanshan and then ran off. Xinshen almost burst out laughing at the sight of this. Tang Jianshan didn't even ask if the card was real. If it was fake and he was deceived, he would have made a wasted trip. No wonder he signed that IOU. Su Weiwei, seeing this, stomped her foot angrily. Why did you let him go so easily? Such a valuable thing, can't you handle it more carefully? Xinshen smiled and said, it's okay, it's just for him to use. As long as it helps solve the problem for senior sister. Su Weiwei looked at Xinshen with suspicion and asked, you seem so calm, could it be fake? Of course not, the card is real, but there are still some restrictions. Xinshen shook his head. There must be restrictions, otherwise, anyone could take a card and spend freely at Mikao Mei, and it would have closed long ago. Each card is tied to personal information.
If someone other than the owner uses the card, the people at Migao Mei will find out and catch them. There's only one thing left to do next. Qin Shen took out his phone amidst Su Weiwei and the others' puzzled looks and made a call. The phone rang once and was answered. Director Qin, a noisy voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Shen frowned slightly and said, Sunbin, are you still at the Yangcheng Hotel? Find a quieter environment. Everyone, quiet down, I'm answering Director Qin's call. Sunbin shouted at the drunken, singing and dancing crowd, and the scene instantly quieted down as everyone returned to their seats. Director Qin, go ahead, Sunbin said into the phone after the scene quieted down. Qin Shen, hearing the silence on the other end, asked, do you have any good hospitals to recommend? A friend's mother has uremia and needs a kidney transplant. After a moment of silence on the phone, a strange voice said, Director Qin, we have our own hospital, a joint hospital in cooperation with the medical university. It's one of the top hospitals in Shenzhen. Qin Shen instantly understood why Sunbin had been silent. He was the boss of this company, and he didn't even know what industries he had under him. Really, I almost forgot. Qin Shen laughed awkwardly. He then instructed, all right, arrange for her to be transferred to our hospital. Make arrangements for surgery as soon as possible. Okay, Director Qin, I'll arrange it now. The person in charge of the hospital is here, I'll have him handle it. Sunbin responded immediately. Qin Shen hung up the phone and turned to look at Su Weiwei and the others. Tang Shanshan was already teary-eyed, and after Qin Shen hung up the phone, she rushed up and hugged him. Qin Shen was startled by this sudden hug. After seeing who was in his arms, he placed his hands in the air, unsure of what to do. When her father wanted to sell her for money, she didn't cry. When Qin Shen helped her solve the marriage and father's issues, she didn't have much emotional fluctuation. Until now, she only truly relaxed when she heard that Qin Shen had already arranged a hospital and surgery for her mother. Previously, Dao Gu said that as long as Tang Shan married him, he would give her money for her mother's surgery. However, the hospital-related issues were not resolved, only the surgery fee was provided, and they still had to wait. As for how long they would have to wait, the hospital was uncertain. So when she saw Qin Shen casually resolve this matter for her, her emotions were finally released. Thank you, Qin Shen, Tang Shan sobbed in Qin Shen's arms. Qin Shen's hand naturally rested on her back. Senior, I didn't do much, as long as I can help you, Qin Shen gently patted her back. Su Weiwei walked over, smoothly took Tang Shan from Qin Shen's embrace, and gave Qin Shen a fierce glare. Qin Shen chuckled helplessly. After a while, Tang Shan's emotions stabilized, and the three of them headed to the hospital. When they reached the entrance, Qin Shen's phone rang. The caller claimed to be from Union Hospital, saying that the procedures had been completed, and the transfer ambulance was almost at the entrance. Just as the words were spoken, an ambulance stopped at the main gate. Sunbin is quite efficient, Qin Shen muttered to himself. Because Sunbin had specifically instructed that it was the chairman's family member, the procedures were swiftly completed. They faced no obstacles at the hospital and directly transferred the patient onto the ambulance. After expressing her gratitude to Qin Shen once again, Tang Shan went with the ambulance. After watching the ambulance drive away, Qin Shen also planned to head back. Su Banhua, where do you live? I'll take you back, Qin Shen said. Su Weiwei seemed to have a thought and blushed. You don't need to take me, I don't live far, I'll just take a taxi back. You can call a driver for yourself, Su Weiwei said without looking back. Qin Shen was puzzled, not understanding why Su Weiwei suddenly seemed like a different person. Then he realized something and teased Su Weiwei. Su Banhua, are you trying to avoid paying? Su Weiwei blushed and embarrassedly said, I won't avoid paying, but I didn't say I would pay you now. When setting conditions, I didn't mention a time. Well, in a legal society, I can't force you, we only had a verbal agreement. I can't do anything if you avoid payment, Qin Shen said helplessly, shrugging his hands. A ride-hailing car arrived at that moment. I won't avoid payment, I just need to prepare, I'll find you when I'm ready, she said before getting into the car and leaving. Qin Shen stayed in place, chuckling lightly. He didn't take it seriously, what he got in exchange for conditions was never quite satisfying. Besides, Su Weiwei was different from Li Xiao. His attitude towards Li Xiao in the past was due to the accumulation of too much resentment in recent years. His nouveau riche mentality needed an outlet. Now, his mindset was more carefree, especially towards old acquaintances, he wouldn't be so casual. The driver soon arrived, and Qin Shen sat in the front passenger seat, closing his eyes. Not far from the hospital, Tang Jianshan was hurrying home to get his documents when suddenly 7 or 8 people appeared in front of him, led by Dao Gu. Seeing this, Tang Jianshan wanted to run, but 2 or 3 people behind him blocked his way. Brother Tang, where are you off to? Dao Gu looked at him playfully. Tang Jianshan panicked and quickly said, Dao Gu, I've already paid back that money.
Daogo laughed. Yes, the money is repaid, but we're like brothers. Let's have some fun and see what the supreme black card of Michael is like.
Tang Jianshan felt uneasy, wondering how they knew about it. What? What supreme black card?
I have no idea, Tang Jianshan pretended not to know.
Brother Dao patted Tang Jianshan's shoulder and said fiercely, my little brother heard it.
That guy surnamed Qin gave you an ultimate black card to enjoy luxury on Ao Island.
Tang Jianshan was taken aback by Brother Dao's pat. Brother Dao,
Qin said that only I can use this card. He has made arrangements, even if you snatch the card, you won't be able to use it, Tang Jianshan said nervously. Brother Dao stood still, frowning in contemplation. Maybe what Tang Jianshan said was true. After all, such a prestigious card must have restrictions, not just anyone can use it. After a moment, Brother Dao looked at Tang Jianshan with a smile and a stern tone. Tang brother, since that's the case, I'll accompany you to Ao Island to broaden our horizons. His words left no room for refusal. Tang Jianshan's eyes flickered, realizing he had no choice in the current situation. He had to agree for now and figure out a plan later.
Alright, Brother Dao, I need to go back home for my ID. Should I go back first? Tang Jianshan said shakily.
Seeing his agreement, Brother Dao became enthusiastic, putting his arm around Tang Jianshan. I have a car. I'll drive you home to get it, then we'll head straight to the checkpoint. Tang Jianshan nodded, and they all got into the car and drove off. Back at home, Xin Chen lay on the sofa and received a notification from the system.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the unexpected event.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on gaining the skill reward insight.
Ding!
The skill has been automatically granted to the host's body and learned.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on gaining 1500 points. Xin Chen felt like something new had entered his mind, similar to opening his eyes or raising his hand, stored in his brain. With the sudden 1500 points, he was close to 2000, which would allow him to open a shop. Thinking about it, Xin Chen began to anticipate it. He had always been curious about the shop and what it contained. Using the skill on the TV, Xin Chen saw information appear in his mind.
Sony TV, 75 inches, black, manufactured in the year 2023. He then used the skill on the sofa.
Stillalin, fake, imported sofa brand, manufactured in the year 2021, domestically made.
He thought, when I visited, Feng Ro mentioned an imported sofa. How did it become domestically made? Seems like a counterfeit.
However, Xin Chen wasn't interested in these things. Having a basic understanding of insight, he could roughly see the history but wasn't sure how much information he could gather about people. Xin Chen checked his phone and saw photos of Li Xiaofa shopping, a thank you message from Tang Shan upon arriving at the hospital, and a thank you message from Su Weiwei after returning home. Liang hadn't messaged, indicating her claim of being out of touch for a while due to something urgent was true. But where could she be that she would lose contact?
Xin Chen wondered as he scrolled through his phone. Unintentionally, he landed on Eileen's profile picture.
Looking at her photo, he remembered the desolate look in her eyes when they parted ways. This made him recall that Eileen also lived nearby, though he wasn't sure where exactly. It wasn't yet 11, too early to sleep, so he decided to go out for a walk and test his newly acquired insight skill if he met someone. In a residential area just a few hundred meters from where Qin Chen lived, Eileen sat on the floor in a silk nightgown, her hair cascading down her shoulders. Her bare feet rested freely on the carpet as she hugged her knees, resting her head on them. She was thinking about what Qin Chen had said when they parted ways. Her heart, which had been frozen for so long, was finally warmed by Qin Chen's affection, slowly melting, but then stopped melting because of his words. After Aaron came back and took a shower, had something to eat, she kept thinking about these things. Even when it got dark outside, she didn't get up to turn on the lights.
Suddenly, her phone rang.
Aaron reached out towards where the phone was lit up and picked it up. It was Wang Wen calling. Wang Wen was the internet celebrity who had caused a psychological shadow on Lin Shen.
Aaron, where are you? An anxious voice came through the phone. I'm at home, what's wrong? Aaron asked, puzzled. Don't stay at home, quickly find a safe place, go to the police station.
Yes, go to the police station. Wang Wen's voice was both anxious and somewhat incoherent.
Upon hearing this, Aaron's heart tightened, and she asked, why? Wang Wen, with a trembling voice, said, remember when you called us asking why we didn't look for you, and our calls couldn't get through? We all said it was because you had too much to drink and went back on your own, so we didn't look for you.
But that's not true. Wang Wen paused, composed herself, and continued, the truth is, we were kidnapped on the ship, and I was even injured. Those people are looking for something, but I overheard them saying they were looking for you.
We promised not to tell anyone, which is why they let us go. I've been thinking and struggling for days, and finally decided to tell you.
I don't want you to go through what I did, so go find a safe place quickly.
Upon hearing this, Erin remembered the video incident. She felt guilty because the video she unintentionally shot had indirectly harmed so many people. Just as Erin was about to say something, her phone ran out of battery and shut down automatically. Her phone hadn't been charged for a long time. Erin used the light coming in from the balcony to fumble for the light switch when she suddenly heard someone entering her house code. As she wondered who knew her house code, the door was already open. 3 figures rushed in from outside, one of them moving swiftly, unlike an ordinary person, and was already in front of Erin the moment he entered, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up. The other 2 quickly started searching inside the house. When they didn't find anyone else, they returned to the person holding Erin. "Big brother, there's no one else here, that guy Leopard mentioned isn't here," one of them said. By now, Erin was unable to speak due to being choked, but it was limited to that, and the pressure wasn't increased to suffocate her. The man holding her looked at her fiercely, showing his yellow teeth as he grinned. "Girl, hand over your phone." Upon hearing this, Erin realized that these people had come for the video again, but this time Qin Chen wasn't there to protect her. Thinking of this, Erin closed her eyes, tears involuntarily streaming down her face. The other 2 saw the phone in Erin's hand and went over to snatch it. After pressing it for a while with no response, one of them looked up and said, "Big brother, it seems to be out of battery." The man referred to as Big Brother glanced at the phone coldly and said, "Then go charge it, delete the video first, then take care of the person." With that, he threw Erin, who he had been holding, to the ground, and she cried out in pain as she fell. This is a society governed by law now. There are surveillance cameras everywhere outside, you can't escape. Erin gritted her teeth. The 3 men chuckled upon hearing this. One of them sneered, "Girl, the surveillance devices in this area had already malfunctioned before we arrived, and they will be out for 2 hours. Another younger brother looked Erin up and down, then said to the other 2, "Boss, we have 2 hours, and we don't know how long this phone has been dead. Let's have some fun during this process." Erin, upon hearing this, began to retreat in panic. The boss glanced at them and said coldly, "If you're going to do it, but don't leave too many traces." The 2 obeyed and excitedly approached Erin. Hey, let go of that girl." A voice sounded, and all 4 turned to see the person standing at the door. It was Qin Chen. Qin Chen also felt a bit embarrassed. The phrase he had just shouted had appeared countless times in his teenage fantasies, and now he had the chance to say it, feeling a bit immature. When Erin saw that it was Qin Chen, the fear in her eyes faded instantly, and she looked at him excitedly. But then she remembered that these 3 were not ordinary people, and Qin Chen might be in danger too, so her eyes began to flicker with anxiety. The 2 younger brothers approached the boss. "Boss, this should be the man Ah Bao mentioned." The boss nodded, gestured with his chin, indicating for the 2 to control the man. The 2 moved towards Qin Chen. "Don't mess around, I've already called the police. They'll be here soon," Qin Chen shouted anxiously at them. Ignoring his words, the 2 continued towards Qin Chen. As they neared him, they suddenly lunged at him. Qin Chen extended both hands, delivering a slap to each of them. With a loud smack, the 2 collapsed in front of Qin Chen. "I told you not to mess around, but you wouldn't listen," Qin Chen said helplessly. The boss, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes and stared sharply at Qin Chen. Although Qin Chen was born with innate abilities, he didn't have any martial arts skills, just using the simplest methods. After knocking down the 2, Qin Chen walked over to Erin and helped her up. Erin gazed at Qin Chen in admiration, surprised by his skill in subduing the 2 with just a glance. "Are you okay?" Qin Chen asked Erin, noticing the finger marks on her neck. His gaze turned cold as he looked at the boss still standing there, and he said sternly, "Which hand left those marks? Take them off now, and I'll spare your life." The boss remained indifferent, his whole body tense. At the moment Qin Chen made his move, although he couldn't discern Qin Chen's level of skill, with his postnatal 6th level cultivation, he could also knock someone out with a slap. He now regarded Qin Chen as a formidable opponent and dared not act rashly. Qin Chen turned to Erin and said softly, "You go into the room first. I'll call you out later." Nervously, Erin grabbed Qin Chen's hand, reluctant to leave. Seeing her hesitation, Qin Chen smiled and said, "Okay, go into the room, cover your ears with both hands, count to 100, and then come out. No cheating, count quickly." Erin chuckled at his last words and obediently went into the room. As the door closed, Qin Chen appeared in front of the boss. Startled, the boss tried to retreat, but Qin Chen grabbed his wrists. Qin Chen's gaze was sharp as he twisted the boss's wrists in a painful motion, rotating them 360 degrees. Qin Chen circulated his true energy, every muscle fiber in his arms twisting like a screw. The boss looked terrified, screaming in pain, "True energy! You're innate!" Qin Chen released his hands and delivered a slap. The boss's head spun 360 degrees, and he fell to the ground. Qin Chen's angry slap had ended his life.
Shortly after, Qin Shen stored the bodies of the 3 men in the system space. The other 2 men, who had been slapped by Qin Shen earlier, were no longer there. Qin Shen's strike was too powerful, and the big brother did not sense their presence. Qin Shen had already shattered the cheekbones of the 2 men with just the strength of his physical body. After cleaning up the scene, Qin Shen walked to the door and opened it. Inside, Eileen was covering her ears, standing with her back to the door, counting silently. She had reached 30. Qin Shen leaned against the door, smiling as he watched her. Eileen seemed to sense something and turned around. When she saw Qin Shen leaning against the door, she hurriedly rushed into his arms.
In that moment of being choked, Eileen had a realization.
Marriage was no longer important to her, she just wanted to stay by Qin Shen's side.
They embraced each other in silence for a long time.
Suddenly, Eileen looked towards the hall and didn't see the 3 men. Qin Shen had used his true energy to kill the 3 men from within their bodies, so there was no blood spilled. I broke their hands and let them go, Qin Shen informed her, knowing what she was searching for.
Eileen looked up at Qin Shen anxiously and asked, "Didn't you call the police? Why didn't you let them arrest those men?"
Qin Shen patted her head and chuckled, "That was just a bluff.
I didn't actually call the police. Judging by their performance just now, even if I did, they could handle it. No need to go overboard." Eileen nodded, somewhat understanding, and then asked, "How did you know to come here?" "I don't think I ever told you my address. Because I have telepathy.
I felt that you were in danger, and the closer I got to this neighborhood, the stronger the feeling," Qin Shen teased with a smile. In reality, Qin Shen had been wandering outside, using his insight on people. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar piece of information: Zhou family's men. One of them was a high-level expert of the 6th stage of the heavenly realm. Qin Shen quickly connected this to Eileen and the incident involving Lin Shen. These people were likely targeting Eileen. The Zhou family was becoming more mysterious, even a 6th stage expert was just a servant there.
Qin Shen followed the 3 men and realized that they smoothly entered the residential area, indicating the Zhou family's influence.
The reason he arrived later than them was that Qin Shen didn't have an elevator card. They used the card to take the elevator up. Qin Shen could only watch as they reached the 23rd floor and the elevator stopped, then he ran up through the fire escape. Hearing this, Eileen also believed in the telepathic connection between them. Indeed, women in love had 0 IQ, they believed even in nonsense. Qin Shen embraced Eileen, gazing down at her with eyes full of warmth and sincerity, like the dawn shimmering with a heart-stirring longing for the light. Eileen also looked at him affectionately, their auras blending harmoniously, and then they kissed slowly. After a few minutes of kissing, as Qin Shen's hands became more daring, Eileen struggled and pushed him away with force.
Today is not the day," Eileen said, blushing.
Qin Shen thought it was due to the recent events, and Eileen's emotions hadn't settled yet, so he stopped. Seeing his reaction, Eileen thought Qin Shen was angry and hurriedly explained,
I'm on my period." Qin Shen's expression changed, inwardly feeling a mix of emotions. Damn, what bad timing, relatives always show up at the worst times.
Due to this cultivation technique, Qin Shen's control in this aspect was getting weaker and weaker. Clearly, he had been with Feng Rou a few times in the afternoon, but now he felt as thirsty as if he hadn't touched a woman in years.
"Come stay at my place tonight. I can't leave you alone here. I need you by my side to feel at ease." Eileen shyly nodded and went to pack her clothes. The two quickly returned to Qin Shen's residence. "So you live in Deep Bay No. 1, huh? That's the most expensive house around here, right?" Eileen exclaimed.
Qin Shen shrugged. "I also have a villa in Cloud Peak.
I forgot to check on it. We should go see it sometime." Eileen was astonished, her jaw dropping.
When she first met Qin Shen, she knew he wasn't poor, but she didn't expect him to be this wealthy.
After a tour, they went to bathe and sleep.
She hadn't slept all day and had experienced dangerous situations, so once her tense nerves relaxed, she felt overwhelmingly sleepy. Before sleeping, she pestered Qin Shen to tell her stories, behaving like a child. Qin Shen played along, holding her close and telling a few spicy stories that made her blush, then he left at her insistence. Seeing her asleep, Qin Shen went to the balcony and made a phone call.
"Shen, it's me."
There was a 2-second silence on the other end before a man's voice spoke up.
"Boss, I've been waiting for your call."
The voice contained suppressed excitement. Qin Shen was a bit puzzled by the enthusiasm on the other end, as these memories were implanted by the system, not his own experiences.
However, he quickly adapted. "Shen, is there anything going on with the organization?" Qin Shen inquired about the organization's current activities. After some thought, Shen reported, "Just some small tasks. We can't afford to be idle, or we'll be useless when the boss needs us."
"In that case, organize the personnel, have them finish their tasks, and then come back to Shenzhen to meet me," Qin Shen ordered.
"I'll inform them."
Everyone will be thrilled to hear the boss's call, Chen said excitedly. After reminding them to stay safe, Qin Chen hung up. Standing on the balcony after the call, Qin Chen pondered that the Zhou family had already sent some people with combat capabilities after Eileen. The purpose of recalling the 12 Hours team was to protect Eileen. They couldn't stick to Eileen all day long, could they? Suddenly, Qin Chen saw 4 glowing signs across the street, Luxury Car Club. He remembered Guan Yu and her senior sister with the youthful appearance and great strength. Right, Guan Yu mentioned her senior sister works as a bodyguard. He immediately messaged Guan Yu, as they had exchanged contact information on the boat before.
Miss Guan Yu, are you still awake? Qin Chen typed on the screen.
On the other end, Guan Yu, wearing a robe, was half leaning on the bed, browsing something on her tablet. Hearing the phone ring, she picked it up, surprised to see Qin Chen's message.
Not yet. Is there something, Mr. Qin?
After receiving the reply, Qin Chen thought of conveying his thoughts through messages. But then he decided it would be better to talk in person. Words felt too cold in text.
Do you have time to meet now? I have something to discuss with you.
After sending the message, Guan Yu didn't reply for a few minutes. Qin Chen also felt that his approach might have been too abrupt. Meeting someone in the middle of the night could make them uncomfortable. Just as he was about to go inside to sleep, his phone rang. There's a bar opposite our luxury car club. Let's meet there in 10 minutes, Guan Yu replied to Qin Chen's meeting request, feeling a bit stunned at first, then deciding to finish her work before replying.
Hence, she was delayed for a few minutes. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the bar, Guan Yu was wearing a coat that enveloped her. From the collar, it was evident that she was wearing a nightgown underneath. Without changing clothes, she simply wrapped a coat over the nightgown. The two entered the Qing bar and found a place to sit. What's so urgent that Mr. Qin had to come looking for me, a weak woman, so late at night? Guan Yu joked with a smile.
Qin Chen also awkwardly smiled. It is indeed urgent. I wanted to ask where your senior sister, who works as a bodyguard, is. Guan Yu looked at Qin Chen warily. You're not interested in my senior sister, are you? Let me tell you, my senior sister is not an ordinary girl. She has sworn not to marry for life, and she has no interest in men.
Qin Chen clicked his tongue.
Such a beautiful woman, yet she has a dislike for men. No, I have a friend who is in trouble and needs someone to protect her, he explained to her.
Unbelievable.
These people are lawless, Guan Yu exclaimed, outraged that a mere video could lead to someone's death. Unbeknownst to her, in her sudden anger, her hand loosened the coat, revealing the nightgown underneath, where one could see 2 slightly protruding grapes. Qin Chen's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting such a sight. Guan Yu's voice attracted the attention of other patrons in the bar. When they saw the goddess-like beauty, the men's eyes lit up instantly. If Qin Chen wasn't there, Guan Yu might have been approached non-stop. Guan Yu noticed Qin Chen's gaze and quickly pulled her coat back, giving him a glare, her face blushing. Pervert.
Ahem, calm down.
I'm not as excited as you are, Qin Chen reassured her with a righteous look. After calming her emotions, Guan Yu said, I'll contact my senior sister tomorrow to ask, but she may not agree.
With your assurance, I feel relieved. Tell your senior sister that she can name any conditions.
As long as money can solve the problem, I can meet them, Qin Chen promised.
Upon hearing the word money, Guan Yu's interest was piqued. And what about me? As the middleman, what's my reward?
Qin Chen's lips curled slightly, sensing her interest.
How about I hire you as my secretary? I have many matters in my daily life that I prefer not to handle personally.
You did a great job hosting the banquet last time, Qin Chen said, picking up a cocktail from the table and taking a sip.
Guan Yu looked wary again. Are you interested in me because my senior sister is off limits? Are you trying your luck with me instead? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Li Ying?
A mouthful of wine spurted from Qin Chen's mouth onto Guan Yu's face. Luckily, Guan Yu reacted quickly, using a tablecloth to shield herself, avoiding being sprayed in the face. Your heart is impure, Qin Chen wiped his mouth.
Consider it.
I'll offer you an annual salary of 10 million. Okay, I agree. Guan Yu promptly accepted upon hearing the offer of 10 million. Qin Chen was momentarily stunned by Guan Yu's resolute response.
Didn't this rich woman just sell the returning spirit pill? Why does she seem short of money?
Nevertheless, since she agreed, Qin Chen had planned to increase the stakes if she refused, but now he could save his follow-up bargaining chips. Guan Yu grew up in the Kunlun Mountains and only entered the secular world as an adult. During this process, she traveled through many mountainous areas and only upon reaching the city did she realize the hardships faced by mountain people. Therefore, most of the money she earned was donated to mountainous regions. Even the returning spirit pill given to her by her master was auctioned off to fund road construction and bridge building in the mountains. Thus, she was essentially living paycheck to paycheck.
After discussing matters, they each went home.
Back at home, Guan Yu furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with puzzlement.
Why is this happening? We didn't have this before, Guan Yu murmured.
She found that after meeting Qin Shen this time, the techniques in her body started to operate automatically. The bottleneck she had been stuck at in her cultivation was loosening at this moment.
Moreover, Qin Shen had an inexplicable attraction to her.
Every time she looked at him, it felt like there was a filter, making his every move captivating. If she were just an ordinary person, she might have already fallen for him. She had seen him a few times on the boat before, but she didn't feel this way then. One of the reasons she agreed to be Qin Shen's secretary was because of this. Forget it, there will be plenty of chances to meet in the future, we will find out the reason eventually. Guan Yu shook her head, trying not to dwell on it, and went to sleep. In the morning, Qin Shen was awakened by a phone call.
In a daze, he answered the phone. Boss Qin, still not up?
I made an appointment with my senior sister for coffee, told her about your needs, and she wants to talk to you in person. A pleasant voice came from the other end of the line.
Which coffee shop? I'll come over now, Qin Shen asked as he got up.
The Starbucks downstairs, hurry up, Guan Yu said before hanging up.
Qin Shen was speechless for a moment. Wasn't I her boss now? What's with hanging up on the boss so easily? Oh right, I haven't checked in today.
Qin Shen was always looking forward to the surprises the check-in would bring, as it always gave unexpected rewards.
System, I want to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 80 trillion red beauty gold. 80 trillion? Qin Shen was stunned. But what does red beauty gold mean? Ding. Red beauty gold is a special currency that the host can only use on women.
Whatever amount of red beauty gold is spent, an equal amount will be returned to the host's account.
Red beauty gold is not limited to currency.
So, I can't use this money myself, I can only spend it on women, and whatever I spend will be returned to me.
But what does not limited to currency mean? I'll have to figure that out later.
After leaving the room, Qin Shen saw Eileen preparing breakfast in the kitchen. I made noodles for breakfast, Eileen said cheerfully. Qin Shen, who was originally in a hurry, decided to take his time.
He couldn't disappoint her effort in making breakfast. He sat down obediently to eat. I have to go out for a while, wait for me at home.
I'll be back soon, Qin Shen said. Initially, he wanted to take Eileen with him, but then he thought it might make her uncomfortable if she knew about the conditions proposed by Lu Mei.
It was better to go alone. If Eileen couldn't accept Lu Mei's conditions, it would only backfire. Eileen nodded obediently.
Qin Shen arrived at the coffee shop and saw two girls by the window. One had long hair down to her waist, wearing a white long dress, exuding elegance and grace, a sight to admire from afar. The other had her hair tied up high, her tight top barely containing her ample bosom, her slender legs crossed under tight jeans, with a doll-like face warning strangers to keep their distance. They formed a beautiful scene in the coffee shop.
Qin Shen used his insight on Lu Mei. Lu Mei?
Age, 23, cultivation, early stage innate realm, cultivation technique, firm mind technique, 6th level, furnace technique.
Upon reaching the 9th level, can engage in dual cultivation, absorbing all the cultivation of the furnace technique. Hobbies, dolls, claw machines, unlocked, no, favorability, 20, innate realm?
She's the first one I've encountered at this level.
What does the question mark mean?
The question mark indicates that the host's cultivation level is insufficient to discern the other party's special physique.
Only by being a higher level can you see it,
the system promptly explained.
This furnace technique doesn't seem like a legitimate cultivation method.
It seems their master, the great Master Yi, is not a good person after all. However, this aloof and cold man with a youthful appearance surprisingly had a childlike heart. Qin Shen once again used his insight technique on Guan Yu, and upon seeing the information, he was instantly overjoyed. Guan Yu, Phoenix Wing of the 9 Phoenix Bodies, age, 25 years old, cultivation, consummation of acquired realm cultivation technique, Purple Moon Donjing hobbies, action figures, doll clipping unlocked, no favorability. 70 Guan Yu turned out to be one of the 9 Phoenix Bodies, and the term Phoenix Wing clearly indicated that she was not a complete 9 Phoenix Body.
This was considered an unexpected gain.
Knowing that she was one of the 9 Phoenix Bodies, Qin Shen recalled the words he read when cultivating the domineering dragon walking technique. If one encounters one of the 9 Phoenix Bodies for dual cultivation, their cultivation will greatly increase. By obtaining the complete 9 Phoenix Body, one can directly ascend to godhood. Although he didn't understand the concept of ascending to godhood, the idea that just encountering one could significantly boost his cultivation made him feel like he had a kind of cheat compared to those who diligently meditated and cultivated. Qin Shen shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these thoughts for now. He walked straight over, and before he even sat down, he heard Lu Mei speak. I can agree to your request, providing 1 year of bodyguard service, but my condition is that my annual salary must be the same as my junior sister's, 10 million, and it must be paid in advance. No problem, Xin Shen replied without hesitation, leaving Lu Mei momentarily stunned, even questioning if she had set the price too low. But I also have a request. I don't want the person involved to know you are a bodyguard. I need you to pretend to be my distant cousin. You have nowhere to stay now, so you will live with her at my place. Okay, after some hesitation, Lu Mei agreed. Assuming a different identity was no big deal for her as long as she could protect good people. After discussing the terms, Xin Shen proceeded to make the transfer. Both of their annual salaries were paid in advance. Redeemed 20 million Red Beauty Gold, returned to host account ending in 5339 at China Construction Bank with a beep. His phone received the notification of the transaction. System, I clearly used my own account for the transfer. Why was Red Beauty Gold deducted? As long as the host is making a payment to the opposite sex, Red Beauty Gold will be used by default. Xin Shen had a mischievous idea, so, if I transfer all the Red Beauty Gold to one person, will I have it all? Beep. The system will automatically determine if it is a payment to the opposite sex. If not, Red Beauty Gold will not be deducted. Forget it, as long as it's spending on women, it's fine. Xin boss, I am now your secretary. Is there anything you want me to do? Guan Yu asked from the side. After all, since the money had been received, there should be work to be done. After some thought, Xin Shen said, first, resign from your job at the luxury car club. Then, help me take over the Cloud Peak Villa, and after that, register an investment company with you as the legal person. You can think of the company name yourself. I will transfer the money to you first, and you will be in charge of running that company. After much consideration, Xin Shen decided to use Red Beauty Gold in this way. After all, with trillions of Red Beauty Gold, there was no way he could spend it all. By having Guan Yu open the company in her name, officially without any shares belonging to him, she would handle the investments. If there were losses, it would only be Red Beauty Gold, which would then convert into his own money. I already resigned from the luxury car club this morning. I was just on secondment there, so there are no formalities. I will find you after I finish registering the company. Xin Shen transferred 2 billion to Guan Yu, who widened her eyes in astonishment at the amount, counting the long string of zeros at the end. This money is for the startup capital of the company. If it's not enough, let me know. With Red Beauty Gold, I don't mind spending it. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money? Guan Yu looked at him in surprise. This was only their third meeting, and he casually transferred over 200 billion to her. Xin Shen waved his hand, trust those you employ, and employ those you trust. I believe in you. The moonlight in Guan Yu's eyes flickered, and after a moment, she said, let me tell you some news too. The Zhou family in Guangfu intends to form an alliance with the Li family in Modu. They plan to visit Modu in 3 days to propose the alliance. The Li family in Modu has only one daughter, and that is Liang, she continued, gazing at Xin Shen. Xin Shen's gaze turned cold. Once again, it was the Zhou family, and this time, their target was Liang. I understand. Book a flight for me to Modu tomorrow. Xin Shen regained his composure and instructed Guan Yu. After that, they parted ways. Xin Shen took Lu Mei back to Shenzhen Bay No. 1, while Guan Yu went to attend to the tasks Xin Shen had assigned her. Xin Shen introduced Lu Mei to Eileen as a distant cousin who came to rely on him. The two women quickly hit it off. Xin Shen looked at Lu Mei's cheerful and bright demeanor, his mouth twitching slightly. This woman wasn't cold by nature, she just disliked men. When she was with a woman, she became lively and cheerful. If you're going out, there's a car downstairs. I have something to attend to, so I'll go out first, Xin Shen instructed. Eileen waved her hand, go ahead, go ahead. With two women already leaving Xin Shen aside, the saying about 3 women putting on a play together was indeed true. Xin Shen drove, asked for the address of Sun Bin's hospital, bought some fruits and supplements on the way, and headed to the hospital. At the door of the ward, he overheard a conversation between Tang Shan and her mother. Shan, why did you transfer to this hospital? And a private ward, it must be very expensive, Tang's mother asked worriedly. She knew that they were out of money, with only a little left, and they had to guard against Tang Jianshan's covetousness. Mom, it's okay. I met a friend who lent me some money. I'll earn it back for him once you're better, Tang Shan reassured her mother, patting her hand. Tang's mother breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine if it was borrowed money. If Tang Shan had done something to harm herself in exchange for the money, she would rather not live. After listening for a while outside the door, Xin Shen knocked and walked in. Sister, auntie, good morning. I brought you some food, Xin Shen said as he placed the things he brought on the coffee table. The private ward here was relatively good, with an area for family to rest, a sofa, and a bed.
Tang's mother looked at Qin Shen, then glanced at Tang Shan in confusion.
Tang Shan quickly got up and introduced, "Mom, this is the friend I mentioned, Qin Shen." Tang's mother suddenly realized and was about to get up from the bed. "Mr. Qin, thank you for helping us through this difficult time."
Qin Shen quickly walked over after setting down the items. "Auntie, you don't need to get up. Just call me Xiao Qin. When I was studying before, I received a lot of care from sister."
Tang Shan explained, "Mom, Qin Shen and I went to the same university.
We are alumni." The three of them exchanged pleasantries for a while.
The way Tang's mother looked at Qin Shen made him a bit overwhelmed. "Mom, Qin Shen and I are going out to find the doctor to ask about the preoperative precautions. You rest for a while," Tang Shan said as she pushed Qin Shen out of the ward. After leaving the ward, Tang Shan led Qin Shen towards the staircase and the safe passage.
Qin Shen looked at Tang Shan's gradually cold expression in confusion.
Once they reached the staircase, Tang Shan spoke first. "Qin Shen, thank you for helping me.
Because of you, my mother's surgery is scheduled for this afternoon.
If we were still at the previous hospital, even if we had the money, who knows how many months we would have to wait for a kidney donor. But," Tang Shan paused and continued, "I asked Wei Wei last night and learned about the deal between you two. I hope you can agree to let me take Wei Wei's place in this deal. This is my own matter, and she doesn't need to sacrifice herself for it." Last night, after settling her mother, Tang Shan called Su Wei Wei to ask why Qin Shen was willing to help her. Hearing the hesitant voice on the other end, Tang Shan felt that something was amiss. Under threat, Su Wei Wei revealed her condition for Qin Shen to help. Qin Shen finally understood why Tang Shan had been indifferent to him from the beginning, appearing cold and aloof. It turned out to be because of this.
Qin Shen found it amusing, realizing that his good intentions were being misunderstood as having ulterior motives.
With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Qin Shen decided to tease her.
"If that's the case, you can do it too, but I want you to fulfill it right here, right now."
Qin Shen pretended to menacingly approach her. Tang Shan's face changed instantly as she stepped back until she was against the wall, with nowhere to hide. She closed her eyes and tears streamed down her face. Seeing this, Qin Shen felt a bit at a loss.
"Just kidding, senior. After learning about your situation, I didn't pay attention to Wei Wei's conditions. I just wanted to help you get through this difficult time. I never thought about using this to ask for anything in return. Take care of your aunt here, I'll leave now,"
Qin Shen said as he opened the door and left. When Tang Shan opened her eyes, all she saw was Qin Shen's slightly disheveled figure as he left, making her feel like laughing. After leaving the hospital, Qin Shen received a call from Du Chuan.
"Qin, those people with your card have arrived.
I've set up a plan to keep them working at the entertainment city," Du Chuan chuckled. Qin Shen had given his card to Tang Jianshan last night, knowing that Dagger's men were eavesdropping behind the scenes. He called Du Chuan to explain the situation, and Du Chuan assured him that he would handle it legally so they couldn't come back.
"Qin, the money has been returned."
"Let me transfer it to you," Du Chuan said, referring to the 1 million Qin Shen had transferred to Dagger. "No need, give it to the brothers as hard-earned money," Qin Shen quickly intervened. To him, this 1 million wasn't much now, and giving it to those people would earn him some goodwill, as long as the money didn't end up in the hands of thugs.
"Alright, I'll give them bonuses as the boss. It shouldn't be a problem," Du Chuan agreed. "Du, how are things on the outside? Any movements from Shenqi and those behind him?" Qin Shen inquired about the current situation there.
After a moment of contemplation, Du Chuan replied, "Nothing unusual, it's as if nothing happened before.
Everything seems normal."
Qin Shen found it strange.
How could such a bold attempt to seize power fail once and then fade away?
It seemed unlikely, especially with Shenqi, backed by the ancient martial arts family. "Let me know if you need any help," Qin Shen said before ending the call.
Tang Shan's father had helped her, and he probably wouldn't be coming back.
The difficulties had been resolved for her.
The days ahead were for them to handle on their own.
Qin Shen sat in the car, reading a message from Li Xiao saying that manager Zhang had resigned and left. She didn't want to stay either and was planning to start a business with her cousin. Both of them studied advertising and media, but one ended up selling cars and the other became a flight attendant. She also mentioned that she wouldn't be with Qin Shen for the next few days as she needed to prepare, but she would come back to him once she was ready. Qin Shen didn't mind and actually supported her decision, telling her to go ahead and do what she needed to do. If she faced any difficulties, she could always turn to him. Putting down his phone, Qin Shen decided to buy some clothes as he needed to look presentable for his upcoming trip to the Magic City.
Just then, Wan Yu called. "Boss Qin, the villa has been signed for. Do you want to come and see it?"
Qin Shen heard the lazy tone on the other end of the line and replied, "Don't call me Boss Qin, it gives me goosebumps.
Just call me by my name. Let's check out the villa later.
Come to Wanxiang City first and accompany me to buy some clothes.
I'm starting to regret it now. Your boss is really hard to please, with so many demands. He doesn't even allow you to call him boss, and you have to come running whenever he beckons and go whenever he waves, Guan Yu complained. Shin-chan chuckled, hurry up, get the job done, and I'll give you a raise. 10 minutes, beep, beep, beep. Shin-chan stared at the phone, stunned on the spot. How desperate for money was this person? Mention a raise, and suddenly the work efficiency skyrocketed. 10 minutes later, the two met in the parking lot. What kind of clothes does Boss Chin want? I'll take you there, I know this place well. Guan Yu led Shin-chan skillfully into the elevator, swiped a card, and they ascended to the mall. Why take the elevator? Because the regular passages were too crowded, and you'd have to wait several turns before getting on. As a frequent visitor, Guan Yu knew where the exclusive elevators were, but they required an internal mall card to use. I don't have any specific requirements, just something casual with a touch of formality, not too stiff but suitable for both everyday wear and formal occasions. Shin-chan stated the type of clothes he wanted after some thought. You call that not specific? I can't satisfy you then. I'll take you there, you can see for yourself. Guan Yu rolled her eyes. You haven't even tried them on, how do you know if they won't satisfy you? Shin-chan questioned. Guan Yu turned to see Shin-chan's smug smile, blushed, realizing the ambiguity of her previous statement, and clicked her tongue. Then she briskly walked out of the elevator. Guan Yu took Shin-chan to an Hermes store, where a female sales assistant warmly greeted them upon seeing Guan Yu. Miss Guan, it's been a while since you last visited the store. We have some new handbags, would you like to see them? The sales assistant asked with a professional smile. No need, I'm here to accompany someone else shopping, not for myself, Guan Yu replied, eyeing the men's clothing in the store. Alright, just let me know if you need any help, the sales assistant said before stepping aside. These sales assistants wouldn't aggressively push sales because most people didn't like being pressured and preferred quietly selecting their clothes. Guan Yu picked out 6 outfits, 3 slightly more formal and 3 casual. Go try these on, the clothes won't come to you while you sit there, Guan Yu scolded Shin-chan, who had sat down as soon as they entered. That's why you're here. Shin-chan laughed and took the clothes to the fitting room. A minute later, Shin-chan emerged wearing casual clothes. Guan Yu was stunned at the sight. Shin-chan looked handsome, like a refined bamboo. The casual clothes draped effortlessly on him, and his mischievous smile, along with his thick eyebrows, gave him a charming look. He seemed to always carry a smile, his eyes curved like the bright moon in the night sky. How do I look? Why are you staring? Shin-chan waved his hand in front of her face. Guan Yu snapped out of her daze, blushing with embarrassment. She pushed his hand away. Go try on something a bit more formal, she said. Shin-chan shrugged, then went back into the fitting room. This time when he came out, Guan Yu was prepared. She glanced over and said, it's fine. Do you want to try anything else? Shin-chan also found it troublesome. He didn't even try on clothes when he was poor, let alone now. No need to try. Just pack them all up, he said. Guan Yu then picked out several pairs of shoes from the rack and approached. What size do you wear? Size 42. I won't try on the shoes, just give me size 42. Pack these shoes too, all in size 42, Shin-chan told the sales assistant. The sales assistant's eyes lit up, they had encountered a big spender. And those new handbags you mentioned earlier, pack them all up too. Shin-chan handed the card to the sales assistant, who eagerly accepted it. Hey, are you buying bags to pick up girls? Guan Yu teased from the side. Those are for you, it's reasonable to give you a few bags for accompanying me to shop, right? Shin-chan came to buy clothes, but Guan Yu was the one handling everything from choosing the store to picking out clothes. Even though she was his secretary, she deserved some pampering, didn't she? Guan Yu blushed at his words, perhaps for the umpteenth time today, teasing him about buying bags to pick up girls, only to find out they were actually a gift for herself. It seemed like he was picking up himself instead. With a beep, Shin-chan looked at the text message on his phone, confirming the receipt of the Red Beauty Gold and the information about the clothes he bought. The Red Beauty Gold cashback was over $1 million, almost equivalent to the price of the clothes, shoes, and belts Shin-chan purchased. The few bags offset the cost of all the outfits he bought. After leaving the store, Guan Yu led him to Prada and they bought a few more outfits. These should be enough for you to change into temporarily. I've sent your measurements to a top designer in Italy. From now on, your clothes will be designed and made by him, Guan Yu said, looking down at her phone. Shin-chan looked at her in realization. No wonder earlier in the store, Guan Yu had someone measure his full body size. It was for this purpose. You are indeed a very competent secretary. Shin-chan felt that he had truly found a gem in her. Next, let's go buy a few watches, come with me. Guan Yu continued leading Shin-chan towards the central area of the shopping mall. They arrived at a Patek Philippe store, which housed many individual cylindrical glass cabinets displaying collectible grade timepieces.
This Patek Philippe store is the largest in the country, and they have a wide range of watches, Guan Yu introduced.
Qin Shan wandered around looking at the watches inside. He didn't know much about watches and had never worn one before. After a round of browsing, he decided to have the salesperson introduce him to the watches. He turned to Guan Yu, who was standing in front of the central glass cabinet where only one watch was displayed. Earlier, when Qin Shan was wandering around, he had glanced at that watch. It seemed to have some age to it, bearing the marks of time. Qin Shan approached and asked, "Is there anything special about this watch?" Guan Yu seemed to sense Qin Shan's proximity, so his sudden question didn't startle her. "This is a watch worn by an elder of mine a long time ago. I've never met this elder, but I've heard stories about his life. It was tragic, helpless, and pitiful," Guan Yu sighed. Qin Shan looked at the accompanying information, Jin Puyi, the last emperor. When Qin Shan was studying, he had come across some information about him, the puppet emperor of that turbulent era. He had spent half his life as a puppet in the hands of others. It wasn't until later, when a great man quelled the turmoil, that he was liberated. His story must be known to more than just you. Anyone who has read a bit would have heard of him. But compared to the common people of that era, he was considered lucky. At least he lived to see the dawn. Qin Shan comforted her. Guan Yu nodded. "Excuse me, is this watch for sale?" Qin Shan asked the salesperson next to him, leaving Guan Yu momentarily stunned. The salesperson was also taken aback. She hadn't expected someone to inquire about purchasing a watch from that display case. Usually, people just admired them without any intention to buy. "This watch is for display purposes only and is not for sale," the salesperson politely responded. "I would like to buy this watch. Could we negotiate?" "I'll pay double the price," Qin Shan said. Guan Yu tugged at Qin Shan's sleeve. "Why do you want this watch?" "It's only suitable for collecting. No one would wear such an old watch." Qin Shan patted her hand, signaling her not to worry. The salesperson then said, "Let me contact our manager to discuss with you." The store manager quickly approached them. "Sir, hello. Are you interested in buying our collection?" A young man in his 30s approached Qin Shan and asked. "Yes, I want to buy this watch," Qin Shan nodded. "Well, this watch was just brought back from an overseas auction by our company for 40 million. Currently, there are no plans to sell it, so why don't you take a look at our other watches?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shan felt there might be a chance since they even mentioned the price, which meant it all came down to money. "I'll offer 1 billion to buy this watch," Qin Shan said calmly. The salesperson, the manager, and Guan Yu were all stunned. "They said it wasn't for sale, yet you offer 1 billion. Guan Yu hurriedly exclaimed, "Are you crazy, spending 1 billion on this watch? If this watch wasn't worn by that person, its value wouldn't be that high. Spending so much money on it would be somewhat unreasonable." Qin Shan looked at the manager unfazed and said, "If you can't make the decision, find someone who can." The manager thought to himself that the watch was bought for less than 40 million, selling it for 1 billion would mean a profit of 60 million, which headquarters would surely approve of. Since this gentleman is so fond of this watch, actions speak louder than words. "Let's have it wrapped up," the manager said with a professional smile. Seeing that they were swayed by his financial capability, Qin Shan also smiled. "Have this one wrapped up first, I'll go look at the others," Qin Shan said, leading Guan Yu to see other watches. Guan Yu, seeing that Qin Shan had bought the watch, didn't say much more. In the end, Qin Shan chose a 70,006,002 wristwatch and a watch from the Aquanaut series, and proceeded to pay. Qin Shan only paid for his own watch. The lady's watch and the Patek Philippe watch were bought for Guan Yu, with the red beauty gold automatically deducted. After receiving the watches, Qin Shan handed the 2 watches meant for Guan Yu to her. "I may be your secretary, but I'm also a woman. How can you, as a gentleman, make me carry everything?" Guan Yu looked at Qin Shan reproachfully. Qin Shan took the items from her hands and then handed over the 2 watches, saying, "I didn't ask you to carry them. These 2 watches are for you." Guan Yu stared blankly at the 2 gift boxes in her hands. She never expected Qin Shan to spend 1 billion on an old watch and casually give it to her. "Didn't you say this was a watch from an elder in your family? Since it's from your elder, you should be the one to keep it," Qin Shan said nonchalantly. Guan Yu's eyes flickered with complex emotions, then she handed them back. "These watches are too valuable, I can't afford to keep them." "Then just throw them away. I'm not into collecting anyway. You said it was from your elder, that's why I bought it." "If you don't want it, I don't either," Qin Shan shrugged, as if saying he would discard them if she didn't keep them. Guan Yu bit her lip, then take this one back, handing over the other lady's watch. "If I give it to you, keep it. You've accepted 1 billion watch, why not this one?" Qin Shan said before turning and walking away. Guan Yu helplessly looked at the 2 watches in her hands, then quickly caught up with Qin Shan. After their stroll, it was almost dinner time.
They arrived at the parking lot, and Guan Yu headed straight for Qin Chen's car. "Where's your car?" Qin Chen asked, puzzled. "I don't have a car, I took a taxi here," Guan Yu replied, getting into the passenger seat. Qin Chen looked at her disbelievingly. "You work at a luxury car club, how come you don't have a car?" "I work there as a PR, there are cars available for transportation, why waste money buying one?" Guan Yu rolled her eyes. "Alright, since you're not there anymore, you can't rely on taxis for transportation. Come drive, let's go check out that villa you just signed for." Qin Chen walked to the passenger side and pulled Guan Yu out of the car, taking the driver's seat himself while Guan Yu reluctantly moved to the driver's seat. Qin Chen found Manager Zhang's phone number and dialed it. "Mr. Qin, hello," Manager Zhang's voice came through the phone. "Manager Zhang, I heard you've resigned. Where are you working now?" Qin Chen asked with a smile. "Don't make fun of me, Mr. Qin. I just left my job and haven't found a new one yet," Manager Zhang replied with a bitter smile. He didn't have a concrete plan in mind, just thinking of relying on his client resources to work as a freelancer for the time being. "I have an idea. I want to open a luxury car club, specializing in customizing luxury cars for clients. Are you interested in joining?" Qin Chen casually mentioned the idea, and after saying it out loud, he felt it had potential. Manager Zhang excitedly said, "Really? Then I have to thank you, Mr. Qin. It's true. I'll have my secretary send you her contact information later. Also, can you arrange the car I want right now?" Qin Chen glanced at Guan Yu, who was driving expressionlessly. "Sure. What kind of car are you looking for, Mr. Qin?" Manager Zhang wondered. It had only been a few days, and Qin Chen had already bought 3 Bentleys, but the desires of wealthy people were unpredictable. "I want a car suitable for a woman to drive, a bit expensive, preferably over 5 million, Qin Chen said after some thought. "I have a friend whose shop just received a Lamborghini Aventador. It's around 9 million. Would that be suitable?" "That's fine. I'll transfer the money to you. Speed up the process, then contact my secretary." "The car is for her," Qin Chen said decisively. On the other end of the phone, Manager Zhang's mouth twitched. Spending over 9 million on a car for the secretary, he couldn't fathom the relationship between her and the boss, but wealthy people were indeed capricious. "Alright, I'll take care of it now," he said before hanging up and rushing out. This was the first task given by the future boss, and efficiency had to be top-notch. "You heard the conversation just now. I think the idea is feasible. You work in public relations, have a wide network, and Manager Zhang knows about cars. Let him manage the club," Qin Chen said to Guan Yu after ending the call. "You're the boss, so your word is final," Guan Yu replied unenthusiastically. Qin Chen bought her a car without asking for her preference, even though she had worked at a luxury car club before and had plenty of car resources. She felt a bit miffed by his extravagant behavior, but deep down, she enjoyed the sense of vanity. The car drove into the Cloud Peak Villa area, where they confirmed their identity with the security guard at the entrance. The villa area was situated on a mountain, and Qin Chen's Cloud Peak No. 1 stood at the mountaintop, being the king of the villas in the area. The total area was over 3,000 square meters, a property that the developer had been holding onto and not selling. Thanks to some unknown means used by the system, it remained ownerless to this day. There was a main gate with a smaller gate in the middle. Guan Yu took out a remote control from her bag and pressed a button, causing the main gate to slowly open. Inside, there was a fountain in the center, and further in, there was an extra-wide garage with a ceiling height of over 9 meters, spacious enough to fit a recreational vehicle. Beyond the garage was the main living room, even taller than the garage and wide enough to make one feel insignificant. The furniture was lavish and complete. Next to it was a Western-style dining room with a long table that could seat 30 to 40 people. Beside the Western dining room was a Chinese one, mainly used for family meals, while the Western one was for hosting guests. Surrounding the dining area were 4 kitchens and a bar. Qin Chen saw these kitchens and immediately asked Guan Yu to call in several chefs from different culinary backgrounds to cook. He then called Eileen and invited her to come over for dinner. The entire villa was 4 stories high, with a wine cellar, a home theater, fully equipped, and the master bedroom alone was over 500 square meters. The place was too big, and living alone would be a bit lonely. Soon, the chefs arrived, and Guan Yu, being a public relations expert, had all kinds of resources. There were chefs specializing in Western cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, and Japanese cuisine. Among the Japanese cuisine chefs was a beautiful woman with a great figure, and Guan Yu was talking to the Japanese chef at that moment. "What's wrong?" Qin Chen walked over and asked. Guan Yu blushed inexplicably when she saw Qin Chen approaching. "It's nothing. There's a dish I don't like, so they don't need to prepare it." "What dish?" Qin Chen looked at her in confusion. "Sir, it's a body sushi banquet, which is one of our specialties, the chef said.
Body sushi banquet? Wasn't that where a woman lies down and is covered in food?
Shin Chen was a bit intrigued, but since most of the diners were women today, it wasn't appropriate. Besides, the dish was somewhat vulgar and disrespectful.
No need to prepare that.
We really don't want that dish, Shin Chen said, showing no interest. Deep down, he was already thinking of trying it out alone next time.
Guan Yu looked at him in astonishment.
In her experience, any man hearing about a body sushi banquet would be eager to try it. But Shin Chen showed no interest at all. She wondered if he declined because she mentioned it. Thinking about this, Guan Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. Eileen and Lu Mei also arrived. As soon as the car entered the gate, they were stunned and then started exploring like untamed horses.
Shin Chen, is this really your house? It's unbelievable.
I've never seen such a luxurious house even in TV dramas, Eileen exclaimed after the tour.
Are you going to move in?
It's spacious here, with plenty of rooms, Shin Chen asked with a smile.
After hesitating for a moment, Eileen shook her head.
I'll stay at your Deep Bay No.
1.
It's more convenient there, and this place is too big. I'm afraid I'll get scared living here. She liked it very much, but the location was a bit far from the city center. Moreover, the place was too vast and empty. She wouldn't dare to leave her room in the middle of the night. Seeing her shake her head, Shin Chen didn't say anything more.
The chef started serving the dishes, and since there were only 4 people, they dined in the Chinese restaurant.
The long table in the Western restaurant would have felt too empty with just 4 people. By the way, you should post that video online as usual. Holding on to it will only make them think they have an opportunity, which is more dangerous for you. No need to take it to the police. Once netizens start discussing it, the police will naturally come to you. During this time, Lu Mei will accompany you, and you two will be safer together, Shin Chen said while eating. Oh, I haven't told you yet, Lu Mei is a provincial martial arts champion. He quickly signaled Lu Mei, who responded with an eye roll. Eileen, who was eating, heard about Lu Mei's prowess and admired her.
And what about you? Where are you going?
Eileen seemed to have noticed that Lu Mei had been with him these past few days.
I'm going to Shanghai for a few days. By the way, did you buy my ticket? Shin Chen suddenly remembered asking Guan Yu to buy the ticket.
Yes,
I sent you the information.
Guan Yu, who was sipping soup, took out her phone and sent the booking details. Shin Chen checked his phone and saw that the flight was scheduled for the next morning. Oh, and find a housekeeper for me here, a young, beautiful, capable woman. When Shin Chen spoke, 3 different emotions in the room came at him. Eileen was angry that Shin Chen actually wanted a beautiful housekeeper. Guan Yu's eyes confirmed it, and Lu Mei's expression was simply disdainful.
I just want to have a pleasant sight at home. Must hiring a housekeeper mean keeping a mistress?
Your hearts are impure, Shin Chen said guiltily. The 3 looked at him with disdain.
I will collect resumes, and you can interview them yourself. I don't know what kind of beauty you want, Guan Yu said lightly.
Let's go, let's ignore him and go to the theater room, Eileen said, taking Guan Yu and Lu Mei's hands and heading upstairs. Shin Chen shook his head at the scene. Indeed, it was a drama with 3 women.
They just left their master aside.
After eating and drinking, Shin Chen returned to the master bedroom of over 500 square meters, took a bath, and went to bed early. Downstairs, the 3 were still experiencing the various facilities in the house. Eventually, tired from playing, they also went to choose a room to sleep in.
The next morning, sunlight shone into Shin Chen's room.
He woke up leisurely, and the first thing he did every day now was to check in.
System, I want to check in. Ding. Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host. You have received a gift pack of elixirs. 10 resplendent beauty pills, 10 soul rejuvenation pills, 10 marrow cleansing pills, 10 spirit gathering pills, the elixir gift pack. This resplendent beauty pill should be the kind in the novel that keeps youth forever. Another 10 soul rejuvenation pills, valued at 38 billion each according to previous auction prices, making Shin Chen's total worth of soul rejuvenation pills 7 trillion.
However, he wouldn't auction them off.
The elixirs from the system were top-notch, and he didn't lack money now, with the beauty gold returning cash and money coming in every time he breathed. The function of earning money just by breathing had unconsciously increased to 50 yuan per breath, making over 1 million a day without doing anything, just lying down to sleep. Shin Chen still hadn't figured out how this upgrade worked, but he felt it upgraded from time to time.
Shin Chen looked at the instructions for the marrow cleansing pills and spirit gathering pills.
The marrow cleansing pills had effects similar to the body tempering pills he had taken before, but not as intense. This made Shin Chen a bit annoyed. The damn system must have done it on purpose. The spirit gathering pills were auxiliary pills for cultivation, increasing the effect of cultivation by more than 10 times when taken. They were also top-grade elixirs, but for Shin Chen, they were somewhat redundant since he didn't need to meditate for cultivation, breathing was his cultivation, and exercising made his cultivation faster. After checking today's gift pack, Qin Chen got up to wash up. When he left the room, he found they were all gone. Eileen and Lu Mei had returned to Deep Bay, while Guan Yu had left early for work since Qin Chen had given her a pile of work that she hadn't finished. Qin Chen had to drive to the airport alone. It was his first time flying, but luckily, there were guides along the way, preventing any embarrassing situations. Guan Yu was considerate enough to book him a first-class seat. Once seated, a beautiful flight attendant approached him, bowing slightly with a professional smile, asking, "Sir, would you like something to drink?" Qin Chen glanced at her name tag. The flight attendant was named Yu Shu. "Just a glass of water, thank you," Qin Chen politely replied. Men tend to look at beautiful women a bit longer, and Qin Chen was no exception. However, he only looked and didn't engage in excessive conversation. Yu Shu was used to it. She had always served in first class, and those who could afford first class at least had no financial difficulties. The first-class flight attendants also rotate like water, and many of them are eager to get into first class. It's easier to meet wealthy people here than outside, and one might accidentally catch a wealthy man and retire in glory. Yu Shu is no exception, but her standards are a bit higher compared to others. Even if it's a wealthy man, he has to be a young man with high looks. This has made her the longest-serving flight attendant in first class. People at the airline laugh at her as ironclad Yu Shu, the rotating flight attendant. Yu Shu has realized that her standards may be too high, so she doesn't plan to continue. She decides to rely on herself rather than others and will resign after this flight. On her last flight, she meets Qin Chen, a man who can conquer her with his looks, so she approaches him as soon as he sits down to ask what water he would like. However, Qin Chen's indifference makes her not too enthusiastic and she can only accept her fate. The plane takes off, and it will be another 2 hours to reach the Magic City. Qin Chen half lies on his seat, closing his eyes. Thinking about the purpose of this trip to the Magic City, he needs to visit the Li family, and the Zhou family seems more complicated than it appears. Inexplicably, he has had some dealings with this Zhou family. He has already instructed his organization to investigate the Zhou family. Knowing oneself and the enemy can ensure victory. Moreover, that leopard is also at the Zhou family now. Qin Chen is not one to swallow his pride when facing danger. At this moment, a man's angry voice resounds in the cabin, interrupting Qin Chen's thoughts. Opening his eyes, he sees the flight attendant named Yu Shu bowing her head and apologizing to a fat middle-aged man. Is it useful to apologize? Do you know how much my outfit costs? This is Prada, and it costs tens of thousands for a set. The fat man points and scolds her. Yu Shu's face changes upon hearing the price. She can't afford to compensate for this outfit with her salary. Seeing this, Qin Chen decides to help her since he just used his insight and knows the man is a fraud. His outfit is worth only a few hundred. Qin Chen walks over, gently pulls Yu Shu back, and stands in front of her. "Sir, there might be some turbulence on the plane, accidents happen, and it's just water on the clothes. There's no need to demand compensation," Qin Chen says calmly. The fat man becomes even more arrogant upon seeing someone stand up for Yu Shu. "Who are you? What's it to you? I believe the young lady didn't do it on purpose. How about this, tell me the price of your clothes, I'll cover it for her. But you need to provide an invoice. If you don't have one, it's fine. Take off your clothes, I have a friend who manages a Prada store. We can have it authenticated there. If it's genuine, we'll drop it. If it's fake, I might have to report a case of fraud and extortion." Qin Chen's eyes gradually turn sharp as he speaks. The fat man's face changes upon hearing this and decides to let it go. "Forget it, I'll let it go this time. Let her off the hook." He then sits back down and closes his eyes. Qin Chen returns to his seat, knowing the man's clothes are fake, which made it easy to resolve. If he hadn't known, the man would have likely succeeded in extorting money. Yu Shu approaches Qin Chen with a paper and pen. "Thank you for helping me out. Can I have your contact information? If there's a chance, I'd like to invite you for a meal after we land to repay your kindness." Yu Shu looks at Qin Chen expectantly, thinking that after today, she wouldn't have any more connections, but his help has linked them again. Qin Chen takes the paper and pen from her, writes down his phone number and name. "Helping you is just a small gesture. Even if I don't assist you, there will be others who will." After finishing writing, Qin Chen returned the paper and pen to her. Yu Shu happily said, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. May I ask if Mr. Qin is going to the Magic City for work?" "No, it's for some personal matters, also a bit of leisure," Qin Chen replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Shu's eyes lit up. "Due to work reasons, I often come to the Magic City. If Mr. Qin needs a tour guide, you can also find me." Qin Chen nodded with a smile. Yu Shu left happily. As the plane was about to land, and they needed to return to their respective seats. After getting off the plane, Qin Shen sighed as he looked at the bustling crowd in the airport. Truly the Magic City, where everyone seemed to be in a hurry. Qin Shen hailed a taxi to head to the Magic City International Hotel to find a place to stay. Unbeknownst to him, a middle-aged fat man from the plane had been following him. After exiting the airport, the fat man got into a civilian car with 2 accomplices. "Follow that kid in front of us. Let's teach him a lesson and show him who's boss," the fat man angrily said in the car. He briefed his 2 companions on the situation as soon as he got in the car. This group specialized in such activities, extorting money and sometimes seeking compensation in other ways. However, encountering Qin Shen today had disrupted their plans. Oblivious to all this, Qin Shen was chatting with the taxi driver. "Master, it's my first time in the Magic City. Please don't take me on a detour," Qin Shen joked. "No way, our taxi has GPS, and each trip is recorded. If I take a detour, the company will fire me," the driver hurriedly explained. "Then, Master, what places are fun to visit around here?" "Plenty of fun places. Are you looking for daytime activities or nighttime entertainment?" The driver spoke in a cryptic manner. "Both daytime and nighttime are fine. I'll be staying here for a few days. During the day, you can visit amusement parks, museums, wildlife parks, and aquariums. At night, you can go to taxi bars. You might even bump into a celebrity." The driver enthusiastically listed various places to visit. However, Qin Shen wasn't particularly interested in the places the driver mentioned. "Do you know where the Li family is located?" Qin Shen asked, revealing the purpose of his visit to the Magic City. "Young man, why are you inquiring about the Li family?" "Well, it's no secret. Everyone in the Magic City knows about the Li family. They are one of the top families in the city, residing in the villa area near the airport called Dragon Palace. However, recently, something strange seems to have happened to the Li family. Many members haven't been seen in public." The driver casually mentioned the recent peculiarities surrounding the Li family. "Dragon Palace," Qin Shen murmured. As they chatted, they arrived at their destination. Qin Shen chose to get off on the roadside to avoid inconveniencing the driver with a detour. "Thank you, Master." Qin Shen handed him 2 bills and got off the taxi. Before his departure, Guan Yu had prepared some cash for him, just in case. "Young man, you don't need to give me that much. 50 yuan is enough. If you don't have change, you can pay via WeChat." The driver thought Qin Shen had made a mistake and stopped him. "No mistake. Consider the rest as an information fee from the master." Qin Shen smiled and walked towards the hotel. Suddenly, a car swiftly pulled up at the hotel entrance, blocking Qin Shen's path. Qin Shen took a closer look and recognized the fat man from the plane. The 3 men got out of the car and quickly surrounded him. "Kid, dare to take a ride with us?" The fat man arrogantly gestured towards the car behind him. The other 2 approached from both sides, ready to force him into the car if he refused. Qin Shen glanced at them and walked towards the car, casually saying, "Remember to bring me back." The men were stunned by Qin Shen's unexpected cooperation. The other 2 were about to act, but Qin Shen bypassed them and got into the car on his own. 3 people saw Qin Shen get into the car and without much ado, they drove towards a less crowded area. The car stopped in an alley in a village within the city. Qin Shen, seeing the car stop, took the initiative to open the door and get out. He felt that these people probably wanted to beat him up in a secluded place. The 3 men had not planned to get out of the car, but seeing Qin Shen get out, they hurriedly followed suit to block him, afraid he might run away. "Kid, you ruined our plan, and you think it's that easy to get away with it?" the fat man said aggressively. Qin Shen looked innocent and said, "I followed you guys, didn't I? How could it be that easy to just let it go?" The fat man was getting irritated. The other 2 said, "We are not unreasonable people. Give us 50,000, and you can go. We won't make it hard for you." Qin Shen chuckled. These thugs were resorting to the typical intimidation tactics. "I have 50,000, but can you split it among yourselves? 3 people, it won't divide evenly," Qin Shen said with a smile. The men sensed his attempt to sow discord. "Mind your own business. Just give us the money," the fat man spoke up. "Why should I give it to you? Just because your plan got ruined by me? Failing and then blaming others, your mentality is quite something. Have you ever thought about failing? Or is this your first time in this line of work? No wonder at your age, you're still up to these deceitful acts." Qin Shen rambled on like Tang sang at times and sighed at others. The 3 men blushed with embarrassment. "This kid is playing us. Let's beat him up and make him behave," one of them said. And with that, they all rushed towards him. In an instant, their eyes caught a flash of movement. 10 seconds later, 3 bruised and swollen men lay on the ground. Qin Shen controlled his strength, playing with them a bit, careful not to injure them severely.
He squatted next to one of them. Do you remember what I just said? The man on the ground looked up fearfully at Qin Chen, his swollen mouth responding, I remember. Our mentality is off, and we've wasted our lives at our age. Another slap landed, bringing him intimately close to the ground again. That's not what I meant. I told you to remember to take me back. Do you remember that? I remember. I'll take you back right now, boss, he said, quickly getting up and running towards the car. The other two men on the ground pretended not to hear, feigning unconsciousness. Qin Chen ignored them and got into the car. Soon, they were back at the hotel entrance. After Qin Chen got out of the car, the driver quickly fled the scene. Qin Chen watched the fleeing car, shook his head, and walked into the hotel. Sir, how may I assist you? Upon entering the lobby, a tall, elegantly dressed woman approached him. Do you still have the presidential suite available? Qin Chen asked, eyeing her. Yes, sir. Please follow me this way, and I'll assist you with the check-in process. The professional woman extended her hand, guiding him towards the front desk. The presidential suite here cost 88,000 per night, and Qin Chen booked it for a week. He wasn't sure how long he would stay, so he paid in advance to avoid any hassle. Sir, shall I take you up? Do you have any luggage? The woman inquired. Qin Chen shook his head. Ever since he had the system space, he hardly carried any luggage, even his car keys were kept in the system space. The presidential suite was on the top floor. It was said that this hotel had a nearly 100-year history. Built by foreigners during times of war, it was later taken over by an underground emperor of the city, standing strong and witnessing many historical events. Now, the hotel was state-owned and not privately owned. After entering the presidential suite, Qin Chen looked around at the slightly outdated art pieces and decor, exuding a strong sense of history. This retro style is not something modern people can create through decoration, it is truly accumulated over time. Mr. Qin, this is my business card. Feel free to call me if you need anything. I am at your service 24 hours a day. The professional and beautiful woman in a skirt smiled as she handed him her card. Qin Chen nodded, took the card, casually placed it aside, and then walked into the room. He planned to visit the Li family again tomorrow, knowing that the Zhou family would also be there. Qin Chen intended to make contact with them directly, mainly to disrupt their plans for an alliance. According to the information provided by Guan Yu, the Li family was not very interested in this alliance. However, since Li Ying had reached a marriageable age, they neither accepted nor rejected the proposal. With nothing else to do, Qin Chen decided to try the gathering spirit pill to see its effects on him. He didn't need to meditate for cultivation, but if the pill could accelerate his usual cultivation speed, it would be beneficial. After taking the pill, Qin Chen felt the spiritual energy around him converging towards him. However, he didn't feel any faster than when he exercised. The spiritual energy was just gathering around him, and his cultivation speed did not increase. The only benefit seemed to be that the absorbed spiritual energy was purer. At the same time, in the Dragon Saliva Palace Villa area in the Magic City, an old man in a room opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. What's going on? Why is the spiritual energy converging in one place? Is there a genius or treasure emerging? The old man murmured. A girl in a martial arts gym in an old street area outside a few blocks from the Magic City International Hotel looked surprised in the direction of the hotel. What's happening? Why is the spiritual energy converging in one place? She put on her helmet, quickly got on her motorcycle, and headed towards where the spiritual energy was gathering. At the Magic City Airport, a young man walked at the front, followed by an old man and a young man carrying luggage. The old man's eyes gleamed as he suddenly looked towards the direction of the Magic City Hotel. Uncle Zhong, what's wrong? The young man walking ahead asked when he saw the old man suddenly stop. The old man called Uncle Zhong narrowed his eyes. Young master, the spiritual energy is converging in one place. It's either because a genius or treasure has appeared, or someone is using a genius or treasure to gather spiritual energy. We need to be cautious to avoid any unexpected situations. The young master nodded, then closed his eyes to sense the spiritual energy as Uncle Zhong had mentioned. Seeing the young master unable to sense it, Uncle Zhong quickly said, Young master, you can't feel it yet. You need to have innate cultivation to sense the movement of spiritual energy. The young master suddenly realized, I see. It's because my cultivation level is too low that I can't feel anything. Uncle Zhong, worried that the young master would be discouraged, hurriedly reassured him, Young master, don't underestimate yourself. In this declining era, you have not returned to your ancestral land for the family's baptism. Achieving perfection at such a young age is already a sign of genius. Your cultivation will greatly improve after you receive the baptism. The young master nodded, determination shining in his eyes. Once I finish my current tasks, I will return to the ancestral land. With that, they left the airport. Meanwhile, Qin Shen, who had caused a stir, was still lying on the bed, feeling the effects. Soon, the gathering spiritual energy diminished, and 2 minutes later, it had no effect at all. Qin Shen assessed the results and found them to be quite ordinary. He decided not to use it in the future and thought it would be better to save it for those in the organization to use, as it would be a waste for himself. His phone rang at that moment. Qin Shen glanced at it, seeing an unknown number, but he answered it anyway. "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Qin, it's Yu Shu." "Oh, hello." Qin Shen was momentarily surprised upon hearing the name but then remembered it was the flight attendant. "Well, I'm flying back tomorrow and currently in the Magic City. Would you like to have dinner together?" Yu Shu's sweet voice asked. "Sure, I'm on the side of the Magic City International Hotel. Where are you?" Since they were going to have dinner anyway, it didn't matter where or with whom he ate, especially if it was a beautiful woman. "I'm near the airport. I'll come to find you." After Yushu saw Qin Shen agree, she hurriedly hung up the phone and went to change clothes. Qin Shen looked at the hung-up phone, feeling speechless. Why did he always feel like people were hanging up on him inexplicably lately? After tidying up, he went to the first floor to meet Yushu. Qin Shen sat in the hotel lobby and suddenly heard the roaring sound of a motorcycle, looking towards the entrance. A woman in a tight leather outfit caught his eye, every part of her body outlined by the black leather. Long slender legs, wasp-like waist, the chest was decent, not too big or too small, just a handful. Unfortunately, she was wearing a helmet, so her face was hidden. The motorcycle stopped at the hotel entrance, and after a few words with the hotel security, the motorcycle beauty rode away. It was the same woman who had felt the spiritual energy flow earlier, sensing its disappearance at this hotel. However, the energy had dissipated, and with so many people inside the hotel, she couldn't make sense of anything, so she turned back. Shortly after the motorcycle beauty left, Yushu arrived. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt that was elegant paired with slightly tight jeans that accentuated her figure. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her delicate jade face was lightly made up, revealing a hint of innocence and charm. Qin Shen waved at her, and Yushu ran over. "Mr. Qin, is there anything you'd like to eat?" Yushu asked as she sat down next to Qin Shen. After some thought, Qin Shen said, "Let's have some authentic local snacks. Since you are quite familiar with the city, show me around and let me experience the local customs of this city." "Sure, a couple of blocks away from here, there's an old street with a long history and a variety of snacks. Let's go there." The two agreed and went out to hail a cab. Once they entered the old street, Yushu began to let loose, running around carefree. Her innocence and liveliness infected Qin Shen, who followed her around. They tried various street snacks and finally found a place to sit down. With her hands supporting her belly, Yushu said, "I'm so full, ate too much, can't eat anymore, just want to sleep." Qin Shen was fine, but at this hour, it was indeed suitable for a nap. "Then let's go to my place to sleep, and we can continue exploring after we wake up." Yushu blushed at his suggestion. Qin Shen hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I have a suite with 2 rooms. Hearing Qin Shen's explanation, Yushu's expression softened. "No, sleeping is a waste of time. Let's go somewhere else. Is there anywhere else you'd like to go, Qin?" Yushu shook her head. After some thought, Qin Shen said, "Call me by my name. Always calling me Mr. Feels awkward. Is there a place that sells antiques? I want to buy something as I have to visit someone tomorrow. There's an antique market nearby. We can walk there." Yushu had noticed this place before but had never been inside as she didn't understand much about antiques. The two then headed towards the antique market. Upon arriving, Qin Shen looked at the sign above the entrance, which simply read Antique Store in titanium letters. It was no longer called an antique market. These titanium letters seemed to be a unified style by the city government, as even the hotels in the city had similar simple signage. Inside, they gazed at the array of antiques and calligraphy. Qin Shen was unfamiliar with these items, as it was his first time in such a place. After all, he used to struggle to even have enough to eat, let alone venture into the world of collecting. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. In front of Qin Shen, a middle-aged man was arguing with the shop owner. "Refund. I spent 500,000 to buy this calligraphy and painting. I had it authenticated, and it's fake. Didn't you swear that this was an authentic piece?" A middle-aged man shouted, holding up a painting. "When did I ever say it was authentic? Do you have any evidence? And you think you can buy an authentic piece for 500,000? Dream on," the shopkeeper retorted. Qin Shen looked at the painting, feeling a sense of familiarity. He then glanced at the characters in the upper right corner, his mouth twitching. "Wasn't this the evening green painting I bought at the auction?" It looked identical from the outside. He had bought it for 50 million and gave it to Liang.
Qin Shen casually cast an insight spell, causing him to pause his departure. This was not the painting he had bought at the auction, it was a different one. Evening green painting, fake, inlaid with a genuine talisman. Someone added a copied evening green painting on top of the original talisman. Seeing this, Qin Shen thought it would make a great gift. He then pushed through the crowd gathered to watch the commotion.
Let's prioritize harmony, don't get angry, Qin Shen squeezed in, playing the peacemaker.
Onlookers like Yu Shu were surprised. They had heard of such scenes in the antique market, where honest transactions were rare, and being swindled was common. It seemed foolish to intervene in such a situation, but having spent some time with Qin Shen, they didn't consider him a fool.
Who are you? Are you in cahoots with this swindler? The middle-aged man holding the painting asked warily. No, I'm just a bystander.
I saw you two arguing and wanted to mediate, Qin Shen replied with a smile. I don't need a mediator, I just want my money back so I can leave, the middle-aged man impatiently demanded.
You're dreaming.
If you want a refund, go ahead, but this painting in your hands wasn't bought from my shop, the shopkeeper retorted. Listen to me, both of you, Qin Shen interjected before the argument escalated. The two men paused, giving a disdainful snort. Qin Shen then proposed, fate has brought us together.
I have a connection with both of you and with the painting in your hands. How about selling me the painting to resolve this issue?
The middle-aged man's eyes lit up.
Really?
I bought this painting for 500,000 from him.
Give me 500,000, and the painting is yours.
The shopkeeper looked at Qin Shen, puzzled by this gullible fellow. As long as they didn't demand a refund from him, he didn't care what they did.
Of course, it's genuine.
I also enjoy collecting. While I may not have the means for authentic pieces, I appreciate imitations, especially the evening green painting. I've admired it for a long time, Qin Shen affirmed, nodding with certainty.
Onlookers whispered among themselves, mostly calling Qin Shen a gullible fool.
Qin Shen then transferred the money to the middle-aged man, who, upon receiving it, handed the painting over and happily left. After receiving the painting, Qin Shen lightly rubbed the edge with his finger until he felt a raised area. Gently pulling it down, the entire painting unraveled, revealing hidden calligraphy within.
Onlookers exclaimed, there's a hidden treasure in this painting. This lad isn't a fool but rather purposeful. Look, it's calligraphy inside, seems to be a talisman. It's a talisman, Wang Shiji's talisman. I wonder if it's authentic. Qin Shen, holding the talisman, also examined it.
Unfamiliar with such matters, he wouldn't have known its authenticity without his insight spell. A young man, I have some knowledge in calligraphy and painting appraisal.
May I have a look at the painting in your hands? A Tang-dressed elderly man approached slowly. Passers-by gasped, it's Master Tang, make way for Master Tang.
Seeing the reactions, Qin Shen realized the man held authority in the antique world.
Of course. Qin Shen handed the calligraphy to Tang Lao.
Tang Lao took the calligraphy, took out a magnifying glass from his pocket, and began to examine it inch by inch.
After a while, Tang Lao put away the magnifying glass and muttered, this is an authentic piece.
This piece scroll was said to have been taken away by another faction during the war, and I didn't expect it to reappear here.
Could it be that the one taken away initially was a fake?
Then he looked at Qin Shen with a fervent gaze and said, young man, name your price for this calligraphy.
Tang Lao's enthusiastic expression made everyone feel incredulous. This was indeed an authentic piece.
Qin Shen shook his head and said, I have no intention of selling this calligraphy, I want to give it to an elder.
Tang Lao gritted his teeth and said, I'll offer 4 billion. I hope you can bear to part with it. 4 billion?
Yu Shu and the others present gasped in shock. If someone else had said this, they would have thought it was a scam. But this was Tang Lao, a prominent figure in the industry and beyond.
Who would dare to say Tang Lao was a fraud, and who could even afford to hire Tang Lao as a fraud?
Tang Lao's offer exceeded the market price of this calligraphy. It was already valued at over 3 billion, and he offered 1 billion more. The shop owner regretted deeply, he didn't even know where this calligraphy came from. The shop was not his alone, other owners would bring things to sell there. He thought he made a fortune selling it for 500,000, but little did he know there was more to it. People were discussing how the man who sold the 4 billion calligraphy for 500,000 would regret it if he found out. 50,000 was just the capital, he didn't earn 50,000, he just got back his capital. Qin Shen still refused, saying, no, it's not about the money, I have no intention of selling this calligraphy. Tang Lao sighed upon hearing this, regretfully returned the calligraphy to Qin Shen, and then had his assistant hand a business card to Qin Shen.
Young man, this is my business card. If you ever decide to sell it in the future, feel free to contact me.
Qin Shen took the card and saw that it belonged to Tang Fei, the chairman of the Tang Group. If I ever plan to sell the calligraphy in the future, I will definitely contact Tang Lao. But I doubt there will be such an opportunity, Xinshen said after putting away the card.
Tang Fei nodded and left with his entourage.
Others dispersed gradually, marveling at Xinshen's incredible luck. Yushu, still in shock, couldn't believe that the man had just rejected 4 billion. And from what he said, the reason for not selling was to give it to someone else, giving away a 4 billion calligraphy. Yushu couldn't fathom how wealthy this man was, but a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Xinshen called out to the still-dazed Yushu and continued to stroll around. As they walked, Yushu stopped at a stall, picked up a piece of red jade, and caressed it gently, looking somewhat strange. Xinshen approached and noticed that although the jade was red, it was not blood jade. He had seen blood jade before, and this one wasn't as inferior in quality. However, seeing that Yushu seemed to like it, he decided to buy it for her, perhaps as a reward for being his guide.
He didn't notice her peculiar expression.
"Boss, how much for this jade?" Xinshen pointed to the jade in Yushu's hand and asked the stall owner. The owner recognized him as the owner of the 4 billion calligraphy and immediately quoted, 1 million. Xinshen chuckled, they were treating him like a fish in water. He grabbed Yushu and was about to leave. Seeing this, the owner hurriedly said, "Young sir, please wait.
Let me introduce this jade to you." Xinshen stopped, curious to hear what the owner had to say.
"This is blood jade, although the quality is average, it's at least 100 years old." Xinshen looked disdainful and thought he might as well judge for himself. Shortly after, he used the insight technique on the jade. The information revealed by the insight technique made Xinshen furrow his brows. This was just a piece of Hatian jade, a common one at that, stained red with blood. Logically speaking, bloodstains were easy to wash off. However, this piece had been stained with the blood of a powerful individual from birth, imbued with innate spiritual energy. Overall, it was still not worth much. Things tainted with the blood of the deceased were generally considered inauspicious. "Let's forget about it. Let's go look at something else," Xinshen said as he tried to pull Yushu away, but she shook free. "Master, how much for this piece of jade?" "I'll buy it," Yushu asked the shopkeeper with a determined look in her eyes. The shopkeeper glanced at Yushu, then at Xinshen, and reluctantly said, 1,000 yuan, take it, I bought it for 1,000 yuan as well. Xinshen didn't object, although he felt something was off. If someone liked something, he couldn't just stop them from buying it. After Yushu paid, she put the jade into her bag. As they left, Xinshen overheard the stall owner muttering, "Finally sold that unlucky thing. Damn, as long as that thing stayed, my business suffered." Xinshen glanced back at him, and the shopkeeper quickly shut his mouth. After wandering around and finding nothing of interest, they left the antique market and realized it was already dark outside. Not far from the exit, in a quiet alley under a slightly old-fashioned street lamp, Xinshen noticed more people gathering around. Among them was the shopkeeper who had sold the fake painting earlier, along with other shop owners. They were all familiar faces. Xinshen looked towards the entrance of the alley where more people were arriving. He had thought about the possibility of being robbed when he exposed the safety talisman, but he hadn't expected it to be people from the antique market. "Kid, do you know why we're here?" the shopkeeper who sold fake goods said arrogantly. "I don't know," Xinshen replied, catching the shopkeeper off guard. "Hand over the calligraphy, or we'll drown you in spit," the shopkeeper threatened sternly. Xinshen smiled, glanced around at the growing crowd of 20 or so people, with more coming from the alley. He needed to act first, not that he was afraid, but Yushu was with him, and he didn't want her to get hurt accidentally. He handed the calligraphy to Yushu, saying, "Hold this for me." But she didn't take it. Xinshen found it strange and turned to see Yushu standing there blankly. Was she in shock? Seeing her state, he decided to hold on to it himself. In a flash, before the shopkeeper could retract his fierce expression, Xinshen kicked him away. Seeing this, the others realized he was skilled and resorted to violence. The situation turned chaotic, with people flying backward, falling, or jumping several meters high. 2 minutes later, only Xinshen and Yushu were left standing. No combat skills, just slapping, kicking, and punching. "Looks like I need to learn some martial arts. At least fighting would look better," Xinshen remarked. "Where are the people? Damn, where's my 4 million? A rough voice echoed from the alley entrance. Xinshen recognized the voice and couldn't help but chuckle. Weren't these the 3 thugs from this morning? As the 3 figures appeared at the alley entrance and saw the fallen bodies, their gaze met Xinshen's amused expression. The overweight man ran forward, his legs giving out as he knelt down. "Are you 3 here to steal my calligraphy too?" Xinshen asked with a smile that sent shivers down their spines. No, I'm here to clean up the scene for Big Brother. You can leave it to us, Big Brother, you go ahead." The obese man forced a smile uglier than crying. Seeing this, Xinshen couldn't be bothered to make things difficult for the 3 of them, so he took Yushu and walked out. Yushu still had that blank look on her face. Qin Shen thought she must have been scared out of her wits and hadn't snapped out of it yet. Might as well take her back to the hotel. Since there were 2 rooms in the hotel, letting her rest should make her feel better. Back at the hotel, after Yushu entered the room, she didn't come out, not even when Qin Shen called for dinner. Qin Shen thought she had fallen asleep, so he didn't call her again and went to bed after eating and drinking his fill. In the quiet night, he listened to the fast cars racing on the street and the intense friction on the ground, the sound like bullets whistling past, piercing the silence, drawing graceful curves under the dim light. Suddenly, Qin Shen's door was slowly opening. A slender figure was projected into the room by the light from the corridor. The figure walked slowly to the bedside, carefully climbed onto the bed. Qin Shen, who was sound asleep, felt something unusual on his body. In his sleep, he reached down and felt something soft and fluffy. The lifelike touch instantly woke him up. Upon waking up, he saw a figure leaning over the bed. Yushu, what are you doing? Qin Shen finally saw the figure clearly. It was Yushu, who had been sleeping in the other room. If you wanted to come up, you could have just said so. Sneaking up in the middle of the night could scare someone to death, Qin Shen thought to himself. Yushu, blushing all over, with nothing on, looked at him with seductive eyes. Qin Shen tried to restrain himself and gently pushed her away, but Yushu, who had just been pushed away, pounced on him. It was then that he noticed something off about Yushu. Her eyes were somewhat red, like a wild beast about to pounce on him. Qin Shen's expression turned cold as he grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. Who are you? Qin Shen asked sternly. Yushu, being choked, her face turning red, gave a creepy smile. Qin Shen found this expression unsettling and immediately used his insight ability. Yushu, spiriting constitution. This constitution is highly susceptible to attracting spiritual entities. Age, 24. Cultivation, ordinary person. Hobbies, shopping, Pilates, unlocked. No, favorability, 90. Yushu had a spiriting constitution, a special constitution that Qin Shen had never expected. Looking at the red jade hanging from Yushu's neck, he realized that the jade was likely the cause of it all. Without hesitation, he tore it off, and as soon as the jade was removed, Yushu fell into a deep sleep. Qin Shen took the red jade pendant to the balcony, feeling the uncomfortable aura emanating from it under the moonlight. He couldn't identify the type of aura, but it made him feel uneasy. Recalling Yushu's behavior after she got the jade, he realized she might have been under its control all along, without him noticing, thinking she was just frightened. After storing the jade pendant in his space, Qin Shen returned to the room from the balcony and saw Yushu gradually waking up. He quickly went over and helped her up. Is there anything wrong? Do you need to go to the hospital? Yushu shook her head. I just feel a bit dizzy. Sitting down should make it better. Qin Shen fetched a piece of clothing and draped it over her. Even though Yushu appeared in his room with nothing on, he hadn't figured out how to explain her current state. Yushu seemed to sense Qin Shen's embarrassment. I know what happened, I've known all along, so you don't need to explain anything to me, Yushu blushed. Then, a hint of fear appeared on her face as she continued, at the antique market, I suddenly felt like someone was calling my name, and the closer I got to that jade, the stronger the feeling became. Inadvertently, this jade appeared in my hand, and then I found that my body was no longer under my control, but I could see what was happening, including the moment when you single-handedly defeated over 20 people, Yushu spoke with admiration in her eyes. Just a moment ago, I realized that my body had entered your room. I was afraid she might harm you, desperately trying to regain control of my body, but it was all in vain. You know the rest. Yushu's voice grew softer, her cheeks blushing under the moonlight. Qin Shen looked embarrassed. You sleep here, I'll go to that room. Qin Shen planned to use his usual escape tactic, but his nightgown was caught by Yushu's hand. Blushing, Yushu whispered softly, although my body wasn't under my control just now, my heart was willing. As she finished speaking, the clothes draped over her slipped off. Qin Shen, witnessing the scene that made his blood boil, could no longer suppress his desires and lunged forward. In the morning, sunlight streamed in through the vintage windows. Upon waking up, Qin Shen reached out and found that the person had already left. There was a note on the bedside table, with her elegant handwriting stating that she had gone to catch a flight, today being her final return trip. They would meet again in Shenzhen. Qin Shen glanced at the crimson flower on the bed, licked his lips, thinking about last night being the first time, and despite the intense battle, he could still go to work. Impressive. Checking himself, Qin Shen realized he had made a breakthrough. The fierce battle last night had propelled him from the early innate stage directly to the middle stage. Indeed, playing poker was the correct way to cultivate this technique. He claimed today's check-in reward. System, I want to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Buddha Sword *1 and the Demon Blade *1. Weapons? This time the check-in was for 2 weapons.
Xin Chen opened the introduction.
Buddha sword, a sword nurtured by a high monk with his life to counter the demon blade. It has a restraining effect on the demon blade. When used together, they complement each other. Using the Buddha sword alone may lead to excessive compassion. Please use with caution. Demon blade, a blade wielded by a great demon lord who raised a city to unseal it. Full of demonic nature, it will be restrained by the Buddha sword. When used together, they suppress the demonic nature and maintain rationality. Using the demon blade alone may be controlled by its demonic nature, turning into a killing machine. After reading the introduction, Xin Chen understood that these two weapons were meant to be used together, each having different side effects when used alone. However, comparatively, the side effects of the Buddha sword were not as severe.
Warning! Warning!
Host's current strength does not match. Please do not touch the Buddha sword and demon blade.
Damn, stupid system, if I can't use them, why show them to me? Do you know how frustrating that is? Xin Chen was annoyed.
Oh well, I'll reach the required strength eventually. After tidying up, Xin Chen left to take a taxi to Longyan Palace Community. To his surprise, the community gate was closed, leaving Xin Chen speechless. Since Li Ying was not around, and he didn't know anyone else in her family, he had to find another way in. After circling the community, Xin Chen realized he could climb over the wall. Seeing no one around, he leaped over. Once inside, Xin Chen had no idea which house belonged to the Li family. Since the houses all looked similar, he had to wander around aimlessly, thinking that the head of the Li family should live in a penthouse. He decided to search for the largest one. At that moment, in the central villa of Longyan Palace Community, a young man sat across from Li Yunfeng, the head of the Li family, with an elder standing beside him. Uncle, as we discussed before, our Zhou family has come with sincerity this time, the young man spoke softly. Li Yunfeng said lightly, Zhou Shiji, there's no need to rush this matter.
Inger is currently at her ancestral land.
We should wait for her to return before discussing further. The two individuals were none other than Zhou Feng, the young master of the Zhou family, and his follower Zhou Zhong. At that moment, a servant approached. Master, there's someone named Xin Chen outside requesting an audience.
Xin Chen?
Li Yunfeng muttered. The name sounded familiar to him. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the servant to bring Xin Chen in. Xin Chen had already retrieved the gifts he brought from the system space. Yesterday, he had picked up a peace charm and 2 bottles of Lai Mao. Li Ying had mentioned that her father enjoyed drinking, almost bidding a huge sum for a bottle at the auction house, but Xin Chen stopped her as he already had it. As the servant who went to announce Xin Chen's arrival came out of the villa, he ushered Xin Chen inside. Upon entering, Xin Chen immediately noticed the 3 individuals in the living room. He assessed the young man sitting on the sofa, average appearance but exuding an air of nobility, the demeanor of someone in a position of power, presumably Zhou Feng, the young master of the Zhou family. He then glanced at the elderly man standing beside him. At that moment, Xin Chen's alertness was unnecessary. He could sense danger emanating from the elderly man, a formidable individual, the strongest person he had encountered so far. He had considered using his insight skill to assess the man but refrained from doing so to avoid detection. The eagle-like gaze of the elderly man also scrutinized Xin Chen, realizing he was just an ordinary person, and withdrew his gaze.
Xin Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
If not for the system isolating his cultivation, the old man would have seen through him. Uncle, I am Xin Chen, Ying's boyfriend, Xin Chen stated directly.
Zhou Feng and Li Yunfeng were taken aback by this sudden revelation. Xin Chen handed over the gifts. These are gifts prepared by the younger generation for you. I hope you like them.
Li Yunfeng casually placed them on the table, looking displeased.
I have never heard Ying mention a boyfriend.
Young man, refrain from speaking nonsense, he said sternly. Xin Chen smiled. We have known each other for a long time, only recently started dating.
If uncle doubts it, we can confirm it when Ying returns.
Li Yunfeng finally recalled why Xin Chen's name sounded familiar. He was the person Li Ying often mentioned, the one who had taken the photo of late Green hanging in his upstairs collection room and gifted it to him. With this realization, Li Yunfeng began to believe Xin Chen's words to some extent.
Please, have a seat. Guests are welcome.
Let's have lunch together. Li Yunfeng gestured towards the nearby sofa, indicating for Xin Chen to sit down. He then glanced at the gifts Xin Chen brought, a common red plastic bag containing 2 items wrapped in old newspapers and another resembling a calligraphy painting, partially unrolled without a string tied around it, revealing a corner. Curious, Li Yunfeng picked it up and opened it, his eyes widening in astonishment.
Isn't this a peace charm?
Li Yunfeng looked at Xin Chen in shock.
Xin Chen chuckled, it seems so. I found it at the antique market yesterday.
Yesterday, Tang Lao bid 4 billion for the peace charm, and a young man rejected it.
Was that young man you?
Li Yunfeng was even more surprised.
Zhou Feng's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. A 4 billion item given as a gift. Although it wasn't a significant amount for him, the prominent families were not ones to give away valuable gifts without a reason. Zhou Feng, observing Qin Shen's behavior since his arrival, realized that this person was not to be underestimated. Tang Lao? If it's Tang Lao, then he must have been referring to me. I bought it to give as a gift to uncle. Tang Lao has been pestering me to sell it to him, Qin Shen said nonchalantly. Li Yunfeng suddenly exclaimed, such a valuable item, how could you casually handle it like this? What if it gets damaged? Someone, quickly go and invite a professional framer to come and frame this calligraphy. Then, still feeling uneasy, he had a servant bring a plate to place the calligraphy on, trying to avoid touching it with their hands as much as possible. Li Yunfeng had originally planned to have Qin Shen take the gift back when he left later, but Qin Shen had given him too much, hitting the mark precisely. Nephew, you've come, bringing such a valuable gift for what reason? Li Yunfeng looked at Qin Shen with a smile on his face, thoroughly enjoying the gift, and now seeing Qin Shen, he found him quite pleasing to the eye. Uncle, as long as you like it, I was afraid the gift might be a bit shabby, almost didn't dare to bring it out. Not shabby at all, not shabby at all, not even a bit shabby, Li Yunfeng hastily waved his hand. On the side, Zhou Xiao, who had been neglected for a long time, spoke up, Uncle Li, about the proposed marriage alliance earlier, I hope you can consider it carefully. If our two families join forces, we can help each other in times of need. Zhou Feng hoped this matter would be settled quickly, he didn't have much time to waste here. Just as Li Yunfeng was about to speak, a voice beside him said, Zhou Xiao, what's this? If the marriage proposal at Kunlun Mountain failed, are you turning to the Li family as a second choice? Does your Zhou family rely on marriage alliances to survive? The speaker was Qin Shen, who had come this time to sabotage the Zhou family's marriage alliance. You can seek alliances with anyone, but don't seek my woman. Suddenly, Zhou Zhong beside Zhou Feng exuded a powerful aura, pressing down on Qin Shen. Qin Shen's face changed, feeling as if a mountain was bearing down on him, even breathing became difficult. This old thief, launching a sneak attack, no martial ethics, Qin Shen cursed inwardly. At that moment, in the innermost room of the Li family villa, an even stronger aura burst forth, pressing towards Zhou Zhong. Zhou Zhong's face changed instantly, retracting his aura. Qin Shen suddenly felt relieved, breathing heavily. Li Yunfeng's face darkened, this is the Li family, not your Zhou family. Don't casually insult my guests. Zhou Feng looked at Qin Shen, a hint of coldness in his deep eyes. How did you know that our Zhou family went to Kunlun Mountain for a marriage proposal? Very few people are aware of this matter. Qin Shen, catching his breath, waved his hand, if you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Qin Shen felt a chill down his spine, he had provoked Zhou Feng earlier, thinking that even if Zhou Zhong was stronger, the difference wouldn't be significant. However, the overwhelming pressure made him realize the harsh reality. If it weren't for a master in the Li family, his situation might have been much worse. Qin Shen glanced at the room furthest inside the villa. Ignoring Qin Shen, Zhou Feng looked at Li Yunfeng, Master Li, our Zhou family has shown our sincerity. As for what happens next, our family elders will communicate with yours. I bid farewell here. With that, he stood up and left with Uncle Zhong. Li Yunfeng bowed slightly, not trying to keep them. Outside the gate, another attendant brought by Zhou Feng drove up. After they got into the car, Zhou Feng's face turned grim. In all his years outside, everyone he met showed respect, but Qin Shen was the first to embarrass him. Xiao Yun, investigate this Qin Shen for me. I want to know what he's made of to dare to oppose our Zhou family. Zhou Feng said to the driver. Yes, young master. Zhou Zhong spoke up. Young master, why bother investigating? Let me take care of him. We just need to keep an eye on the Li family from a distance since they have a master. The Zhou family had always had people monitoring the Li family nearby, not only to gather information but also to know when the Li family's young lady would return. Zhou Feng nodded, calming his anger, then asked, have the people on Aodao decrypted the information? Not yet, those people have returned to Aodao to investigate the information on site. Spending so much money to rescue them from the Shin family's hands, I thought they were familiar with Ao Island and could quickly decipher the meaning. The subsequent plan to erode the Shin family could also work, but the result is just a bunch of useless people, Zhou Feng said angrily. Zhou Feng remembered nearly a month ago when a note was passed down from the Zhou family's ancestral land. It read, in the land of Ao Island, beneath the red house, shadows sway, look up, twin moons in the sky, the gathering place emerges, Panglai Island appears. The diviner in the ancestral land only received this sentence predicting the future but couldn't understand its meaning. After searching for information from various sources, they deciphered the preceding and following sentences, but the middle part remained a mystery. In simple terms, at a certain place on Ao Island, a gathering place of spirits is about to appear. When the gathering place emerges,
Panglai Fairy Island will also appear to the world.
According to legend, when the gathering place of spirits appears, spirits born from the abundant spiritual energy will first emerge. Obtaining these spirits will lay the foundation for the body's top-level spiritual affinity. Therefore, Zhou Feng secretly decided to obtain these spirits.
After purifying the body with the spirits, he would proceed to the ancestral land to initiate the inheritance baptism. Have Zhou Ping cooperate with Shen Qi, prepare, and start the plan in 3 days.
The clan elder's foreknowledge information is for a month later. Time is running out. Instead of slowly eroding the Shen family, take control of the Shen family first.
I want to control the entire Ao island within 5 days. It turned out that behind Shen Qi's ancient martial arts family was the Zhou family. The Zhou family harbored the idea of controlling the Shen family for the sake of this gathering place of spirits, leading to a series of subsequent operations. In the villa, it was already mealtime. Li Yunfeng invited Qin Shen to eat together, originally reserved for Zhou Feng and the others, but since they had left, 2 people dining felt too lonely. Li Yunfeng called someone over to join them, pretending mysteriously to Qin Shen that it was someone he knew. Before long, a familiar old man's voice was heard outside the door. "Old Li, did you really receive the peace invitation?" Qin Shen looked at the visitor. Wasn't this Tang Lao whom he had seen yesterday? Seeing Li Yunfeng's smug look, Qin Shen couldn't help but smile wryly. It turned out his purpose was to invite Tang Fei over and show off in front of him. Tang Fei was over 10 years older than Li Yunfeng, but they got along well in terms of hobbies and character, forming a close friendship. "Let's eat first, we can talk after the meal," Li Yunfeng said proudly, trying to appear calm. Upon seeing Qin Shen, Tang Fei greeted him. "Young friend, nice to see you again. I didn't expect you were given to Old Li. It seems I really have no chance with this peace invitation anymore. Once it's in Old Li's hands, it's unlikely to come out." Qin Shen smiled. "Tang Lao, there are more valuable calligraphy and paintings than just peace invitations. Enough talk, let's eat. The dishes are getting cold. Go to the wine cellar and bring a bottle of wine." Tang Lao can't eat without wine. Li Yunfeng urged them to sit down while instructing a servant to fetch the wine. "Uncle, I brought 2 bottles of wine. You and Tang Lao can have that." Qin Shen remembered the 2 bottles of wine he had brought. Li Yunfeng looked at the 2 bottles of wine in red plastic bags on the table. "So, that's wine." "I didn't even notice," Li Yunfeng chuckled. He hadn't failed to notice, he had simply forgotten, his eyes fixed on the peace invitation. The servant brought the 2 bottles of wine over. Li Yunfeng tore open the outer newspaper wrapping, and the aroma of the wine began to waft out. Tang Fei, smelling the wine, also came over to see what kind of wine could have such a fragrance. After unwrapping the outer packaging, Tang Fei and Li Yunfeng looked at the aged packaging and froze in place. "This is the 1935 Limao?" Tang Fei exclaimed in disbelief, then shook his head. "Impossible. There were only 3 bottles of the 1935 Limao, one of which appeared at the auction in Shenzhen. It's impossible for these to be the other 2 bottles." Li Yunfeng also felt it was unlikely. Both of them looked at Qin Shen, who was bringing the wine. Qin Shen had no idea about the origin of this wine, let alone that there were only 3 bottles of it in the world. He had 10 boxes of it in his system space, and he had no clue how the system had produced it. He could only casually fabricate. In fact, there are more than 3 bottles of this wine. It's just that some people, with ulterior motives, want to create scarcity and drive up prices, so they claim there are only 3 bottles available. Both nodded in agreement. Qin Shen's explanation made sense. They were businessmen themselves, and this method indeed maximized profits. Li Yunfeng suddenly hesitated, but Tang Fei seemed to see through his thoughts and quickly snatched the wine, opened it, and poured glasses full. Li Yunfeng, feeling a bit annoyed, poured himself a glass as well. "Old Li, what's your relationship with Qin Shen? Sending calligraphy and paintings, and now wine, these are all valuable items," Tang Fei asked after taking a big sip. Li Yunfeng also looked at Qin Shen, expressing undisguised satisfaction. "He is Inger's friend. I just asked him to bring some fruits, but he's spending so extravagantly." Qin Shen almost choked on his soup. This old man was so naturally pretentious, he must have been like this all the time. "You didn't even know me before today, right? If I really brought some fruits, I probably wouldn't have anything to do with this meal." Upon hearing this, Tang Fei's eyes lit up. Has the young man gotten married? Qin Shen felt like he was being treated as prey, so he awkwardly shook his head. "I have a granddaughter who is 20 years old now, at a marriageable age. I feel a special connection with you, like you should call me Grandpa," Tang Fei said, grabbing Qin Shen's hand. Qin Shen's mouth twitched. This old man's granddaughter is only 20 years old, probably not even done with college, and she's already at a marriageable age? Selling off a granddaughter with a better excuse, huh? "Oh, come on, he is my daughter's boyfriend. What does your granddaughter have to do with him?" Li Yunfeng quickly brought up the fact that Qin Shen was Li Ying's boyfriend.
You said they were just friends, now they're boyfriends? It's fine, they're just dating, not married yet.
Having more options is not a bad thing, Tang Fei continued nonchalantly. Qin Shen felt embarrassed being caught in the middle, watching the two old men argue. After the three finished their meal, they all went upstairs to Li Yunfeng's collection room. On the table in the collection room were newly framed peace scrolls. Tang Fei went over to take out a pocket-sized magnifying glass he carried with him and began to admire them.
Xiao Qin, come with me to the tea room.
Old Tang will be busy here for a couple of hours. Li Yunfeng led Qin Shen to the adjacent tea room. The two sat in silence until they finished their first cup of tea.
Uncle, where did Xiaoying go?
I've tried to contact her several times but couldn't reach her, Qin Shen asked, revealing one of his purposes for coming to the City of Magic, to find out about Li Ying's whereabouts. After pouring a second cup of tea, Li Yunfeng answered Qin Shen's question. Inger and her mother went to Guanlong, the ancestral land of our Li family.
Guanlong? Why haven't I heard of this place before? Li Yunfeng continued, you must have heard of the ancient martial arts families. Qin Shen nodded slightly, indicating some knowledge.
We are one of those families, the Li family of Guanlong. I am just a branch of the Li family, always living in the outside world. If it weren't for creating so much wealth, my branch might not have had the qualification to return to the ancient clan, Li Yunfeng said with a bitter smile. Although the outside world calls us the Li family of the Magic City, I have no brothers, only a daughter. The title of the head of the Li family is just a name given by the outside world because of my business empire.
Qin Shen nodded in realization.
During the meal, he noticed that Li Yunfeng didn't invite any relatives but called Tang Fei instead, which had struck him as odd. To be called the head of the Li family, there should be a certain number of family members.
Some time ago, two elders from the clan came to visit. They discovered that Inger possessed the atavistic physique of the saint of martial arts, the Taiwu saint physique.
They intended to take Inger back to the ancestral land for her to undergo the baptism of inheritance. Li Yunfeng took a sip of tea and continued. Initially, Inger was reluctant, and the elders did not force her. They simply informed her about the current state of the world. The spiritual energy is beginning to revive, and soon this world will no longer be one where money reigns supreme.
Without strength, one will be eliminated.
They also promised to leave an elder to guard the magic capital, ensuring my safety, the one downstairs.
Qin Shen recalled the incident where the Zhou family members were overpowered by another force.
Her mother was worried that she would be too lonely there, so she accompanied her on the journey. Qin Shen finally learned of Li Ying's whereabouts, realizing she had gone back to cultivate.
How long did they say they would be gone for? Qin Shen asked.
The elders said it could be as short as 3 to 5 months or as long as a year or more, Li Yunfeng replied.
Qin Shen lowered his head in silence. They had just reunited, and now they would be separated for so long?
Li Yunfeng looked at Qin Shen's expression and sighed. Qin, you are still young. Perhaps your fate with Inger ends here.
Qin Shen raised his head in surprise. What was going on? Weren't they getting along well all this time? The Zhou family is very mysterious, different from me.
I am a branch member and have had little contact with the clan for centuries.
But the Zhou family is different.
The Zhou family in Guangfu has always had connections with the ancestral land. Zhou Feng is not a branch member, he is the young master of the main lineage.
There is also a saying that the real surname of the Zhou family is not Zhou.
Qin Shen was astonished.
If not Zhou, then what surname? The Zhou family in Guangfu was a well-known large family, yet even their surname was fake.
He had not expected there to be so much information involved.
Angered, he asked, so, uncle wants to pushing into the fire pit?
Li Yunfeng shook his head with a bitter smile.
You are good, and I appreciate you.
I have heard about your economic strength, and after spending some time with you, I can see that you are suitable in terms of character and upbringing to be my son-in-law.
However,
Qin Shen looked at him, waiting for the continuation. Li Yunfeng sighed, this matter is not up to me. The marriage arrangement has been in contact between the two clan elders from the beginning. The officials in the Guanlong region highly approve of this matter.
Zhou Feng and the others coming to me is just a formality. In other words, I cannot protect Ing, and without strength or ability, neither can you. After saying this, a hint of pain appeared on Li Yunfeng's face.
Separated from his daughter for so many years, finally finding her, only to encounter this matter, made him feel a strong sense of powerlessness.
Perhaps you should really consider Tang Lao's granddaughter.
The Tang family is also an ancient martial arts family, specializing in hidden weapons, the Tang sect, Li Yunfeng continued. Qin Shen ignored the latter part of what he said, finally understanding Li Yunfeng's intention to dissuade him.
He clenched his fists, then quickly relaxed them.
He indeed did not have the strength to contend with ancient martial arts families, but he had the system. Although the system was meant to make him a wealthy man, recently, more and more rewards related to cultivation had emerged from the system.
Given time, what threat could ancient martial arts families pose?
Uncle, I apologize for my tone earlier. Shinshin stood up and bowed respectfully.
Li Yunfeng waved it off. Although what you said makes sense, I will not give up on Ing.
I will find a way to protect her and prevent her from becoming a tool for the clan's marriage alliance. Shinshen's eyes flashed with determination.
Li Yunfeng shook his head.
The conversation had reached its end, and whether to listen or not was now up to Qin Shen. Qin Shen bid farewell and left the Li family. Li Yunfeng offered to have the driver take him, but Qin Shen declined, wanting to walk and digest the information he had just received. Unknowingly, Qin Shen found himself in a park. It was nap time, so there was no one else around. Suddenly, Qin Shen felt his hair stand on end, and his scalp tingle. This sense of crisis triggering his alertness skill was stronger than any he had experienced before.
Kid, you really made me wait a long time. A figure emerged from behind a large tree.
It was Uncle Zhong, who had already left.
Zhou Feng and the person named Xiaoyun had already flown back on the plane.
However, Zhou Zhong insisted on staying behind to deal with this disrespectful person to the young master in the Zhou family. He then took a car back to the Longyan Palace community gate to wait for Qin Shen to come out. After waiting for a few hours, he became increasingly impatient. When he finally saw Qin Shen coming out, walking no less, he followed him all the way until they reached this deserted place, where Zhou Zhong revealed his murderous intent.
Old man, I'm not a beauty, why wait for me? Qin Shen pretended to be calm.
Zhou Zhong snorted coldly, I hope your mouth will be as tough later.
What to do? Qin Shen felt anxious.
He knew he couldn't beat someone whose cultivation level was obviously higher than his. Suddenly, Qin Shen remembered he had a Grandmaster experience card and was about to take it out. With a swift move, Zhou Zhong appeared in front of him. Qin Shen hastily raised his hands to strike, but Zhou Zhong effortlessly sent him flying, the force knocking Qin Shen down. Staring at Qin Shen in shock, Zhou Zhong realized, you are a cultivator, already at the mid-stage of the innate realm.
Your true qi is so dominant at such a young age. Why didn't I notice your cultivation level earlier?
Lying on the ground, Qin Shen spat blood defiantly, maybe you underestimated me, old man. As Qin Shen's consciousness began to blur due to the vast difference in their levels, he thought of the Grandmaster experience card. Suddenly, he saw something else in the system space and decisively took it out, clutching it in his hand. You must have a treasure on you that conceals your cultivation level. Kid, hand over your treasure, and I'll leave you a complete corpse. Zhou Zhong's eyes gleamed with fanaticism. Ha, old dog, if you have the guts, come and get it. Qin Shen spat blood and slowly stood up. Zhou Zhong sneered, just at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Let me show you the strength of a half-step Grandmaster. With a swift move, he appeared in front of Qin Shen and aimed a palm strike at his head. Qin Shen's eyes flashed with madness as he shouted, die, you old dog. A palm strike mixed with a purple talisman was directed at Zhou Zhong's chest. Zhou Zhong's palm missed and hit Qin Shen's neck, causing him to faint instantly. Perplexed, Zhou Zhong looked at the unconscious Qin Shen on the ground and then at the burning purple talisman on his chest. Suddenly, a sense of danger struck him, and he tried to retreat rapidly, but the impending danger remained. With a loud bang, a purple thunderbolt the size of a tree trunk struck him, reducing him to nothing. Qin Shen had used the 5 Thunderbolt Strike talisman he had obtained a long time ago. Unaware that the talisman had a delay, he thought it would instantly kill. If he had known about the delay, he would never have used it and wouldn't have been on the brink of death. Outside the park, a motorcycle slowly came to a stop. It was the motorcycle girl Qin Shen had seen at the hotel before. The girl took off her helmet, revealing a stunning face, and casually placed the helmet on the motorcycle before walking briskly into the park. She had noticed a mysterious lightning strike in the park and came to investigate. Upon entering the park, she saw Qin Shen lying on the ground in a dark mass not far away. After hesitating for a while, she helped the unconscious Qin Shen up and walked out of the park. Qin Shen had a dream in which he was sitting paralyzed on the ground when suddenly a rope tied around his body. He was pulled up into the sky by the rope and found himself in front of a soft and huge cloud, then abruptly pulled into it. Suddenly, the rope loosened, and he fell from the cloud, the sensation of weightlessness jolting him awake instantly. Qin Shen slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a simple room with a faint fragrance, indicating it belonged to a woman. He realized he couldn't move, and upon looking down, he discovered he was wrapped up like a mummy. At that moment, the door creaked open. Qin Shen struggled to turn his head towards the door, where a beautiful girl in a black martial arts uniform entered. She glanced at the awakened Qin Shen, said nothing, and proceeded to the wardrobe, pulling out a box. After a moment, she took out a file folder from the box and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Qin Shen managed to call out. Your bones are all broken. If you go to the hospital, they'll send you straight to the morgue. Although I can't tell your cultivation level, the fact that you're alive in this state means you're also a cultivator. I'm using our ancestral healing method on you, so don't worry, focus on recovering." The girl seemed to anticipate Qin Chen's questions, spoke in a series, then laughed. "Sheesh, why talk so much when you could just stay silent? Beautiful face, but such a cold personality. I just wanted you to help me with these bandages on my hands. System, can you help me take the revival pill?" Ding! Host is taking the revival pill. Qin Chen felt the pain dissipate throughout his body, instantly restored. The medicine works so fast? Qin Chen was surprised, as he had taken it while unconscious last time, so he didn't recall the process. Using his true energy, Qin Chen shattered all the bandages on his body, realizing he was completely naked. This girl is a rogue, Qin Chen cursed inwardly, quickly grabbing a set of clothes from the system space to put on. Upon opening the door, Qin Chen noticed a spacious area with several wooden dummies nearby, indicating it was a martial arts hall. The girl, who was busy taking photos with her phone, turned to see Qin Chen walking out, looking shocked and exclaiming it was impossible. She hurried over, circled Qin Chen, and asked, "Do you have some kind of miraculous healing medicine?" "It's impossible, no healing medicine could restore you so quickly." Ignoring her, Qin Chen walked to the tea table, poured a glass of water, drank it, and said, "Thank you for saving me. I have a special constitution with strong recovery abilities." The girl showed an understanding expression and continued with her tasks. A strange scene unfolded where two strangers sat harmoniously at a table, each engrossed in their own activities. Qin Chen wanted to ask something, but seeing her focused on something else, he refrained from interrupting, deciding to observe the person in front of him in his spare time. Yan Xintong, age 22, cultivation level, early innate stage martial arts, Wing Chun, authentic, hobbies, fighting, gossip developed, no favorability, 30. Another early innate cultivator, the second one he had encountered. A young person who had broken through to the innate stage, a descendant of Wing Chun. No wonder this was a martial arts hall. "Since you're awake, settle the bill. 3,000 for herbs, 3,000 for labor, you were unconscious for a day and a night, 2,000 for accommodation, totaling 8,000, the girl said, fiddling with her phone. Qin Chen was speechless for a moment. Although the debt of saving a life was worth more than 8,000 yuan, since she had mentioned it, why not ask for a little more? Yan Xintong, seeing Qin Chen remain silent, raised her head in confusion and asked, "Don't tell me you don't even have this little money?" Qin Chen was about to speak when suddenly a middle-aged woman entered with a young man. "This place is a total of 390 square meters. It can be used as a warehouse or divided for living, very convenient," the middle-aged woman introduced to the young man. Yan Xintong hurried over. "Aunt Fawn, didn't we agree that I would have some time to raise money to buy this place? Why did you bring someone else to see it again?" Aunt Fawn, feeling awkward, said, "Xiaoyan, I also want to give you time, but it's been 2 months and you still haven't raised the money. My family is urging me, we are all immigrating and leaving soon, so we need to settle this quickly. Aunt, please give me a little more time. I've already put the house up for sale, I'll have enough money soon." Yan Xintong, knowing she was at fault, could only plead for more time. "Xiaoyan, I have no choice. This gentleman is here to finalize the deal, payment will be made today. We can't wait any longer." The young man beside them, upon seeing Yan Xintong, had a gleam in his eyes. "Miss, my surname is He, given name Yu Qian. If you want this place, after I buy it, you can come and negotiate with me." He Yu Qian flashed what he thought was a charming smile and reached out to pat Yan Xintong's shoulder. Yan Xintong was already displeased with this sudden appearance of a troublemaker trying to take over the martial arts gym, and now he wanted to touch her. She grabbed his wrist and with a swift motion, kicked him in the abdomen. He Yu Qian cried out in pain, falling to his knees unable to stand up straight. "Oh my, mister. He, are you okay? Oh, Xiaoyan, why did you have to resort to violence?" Aunt Fong exclaimed, bewildered. Yan Xintong coldly snorted without saying a word. After He Yu Qian recovered, he said to the landlord, "I'll buy it, I'll buy this place right now." He Yu Qian thought to himself, since this place is so important to this girl, I must buy it. She even dared to hit me, I'll make her kneel down and beg me. Aunt Fong beamed with joy, "Let's go handle the paperwork." After helping He Yu Qian up, she started to walk towards the door. Ding! Sudden event generated. Name, Yan Xintong, age, 22, appearance, S, figure, S, charm, S, development, no, favorability, 30, overall evaluation, S, ding. Task content, help Yan Xintong buy the martial arts gym. Wait, Qin Chen walked over at this moment. Aunt Fong then noticed there were others present. "I also want to buy this martial arts gym. Auntie, why didn't you ask me?" Aunt Fong was pleasantly surprised to have another potential buyer, ensuring the sale of the property today.
Young man, do you know how much this place costs? 13 million, do you have the money to dare say you want to buy it? Yu Qian sneered.
He was determined to use this opportunity to control Yan Xintong, and now there was another troublemaker. Qinshan smiled faintly. I'll offer 16 million, auntie, sell this property to me. Aunt Fong was overjoyed at the sudden extra 3 million, she was definitely willing. Yu Qian, furious, said, I'll offer 18 million. Then he provocatively looked at Qin Chen. 20 million, Qinshan said calmly.
Yu Qian's face turned red with anger. Realizing his embezzled public funds were not enough to compete, he turned and left.
Aunt Fong, happy to hear the bid had reached 20 million, didn't even pay attention to Yu Qian leaving. She quickly pulled Qin Chen, afraid he might also leave.
Auntie, you don't need to drag me. I'm not going anywhere. Let's go handle the paperwork now.
After finishing speaking, he turned back to Yan Xintong and said, bring your ID, mine is not here, so I'll use yours temporarily. Yan Xintong was still shocked and casually picked a person who turned out to be so wealthy.
Selling the name to someone else was not as good as selling it to him.
At least she had saved him. When she gathered enough money, she could buy it back from him. The three of them went to the local housing management office to transfer ownership. Qin Chen also transferred the house payment to the landlord, who left with a happy face. Back at the martial arts gym, they sat back at the same table as before. I will repay you as soon as possible, Yan Xintong said first after a moment of silence. Qin Chen was speechless for a moment.
This woman wouldn't even say thank you.
Anyone with eyes could see that he had bought this place just to help her.
Let's not talk about money for now. After all, you saved me, so I helped you too. Can you promise me a request?
Qin Chen waved his hand and said. Yan Xintong's eyes showed a hint of caution. Seeing this, Qin Chen hurriedly explained, it's not an unreasonable request. I see that this is a martial arts gym, and I want to learn martial arts. Hearing Qin Chen's words, she finally relaxed and explained, this martial arts gym was founded by my father. It holds all my childhood memories, so I wanted to buy it.
I don't want it to be destroyed.
Yan Xintong spoke with a touch of sadness.
Our family is the direct descendant of Wing Chun. This set of boxing techniques is not passed on to outsiders.
If you want to learn, you must go through a formal apprenticeship ceremony.
Qin Chen shrugged. It was fine to apprentice.
It was only natural to learn from others by apprenticing. I am currently not qualified to take on disciples, but I can do it on behalf of my father.
Come with me to burn some incense.
Yan Xintong led Qin Chen to the backyard. After burning incense, Qin Chen performed a few bowing rituals and officially became the heir of Wing Chun. Senior sister, Qin Chen bowed to Yan Xintong. Yan Xintong also presented a gift, a set of martial arts attire. After changing into the martial arts attire, they stood in front of the wooden dummy. Wing Chun mainly includes the little idea, seeking bridge, and pointing finger. I'll demonstrate on the wooden dummy first, you observe and practice on your own later, Yan Xintong explained.
After demonstrating, she assumed a stance and, like in a movie, struck the wooden dummy.
After she finished, she let Qin Chen try. Thanks to the system rewards and several upgrades to his physique, Qin Chen, now an innate powerhouse, found memorizing the moves to be basic skills. Qin Chen's movements were smooth, but he couldn't control his strength, and the wooden dummy was left bald.
Yan Xintong's face turned pale.
She then took Qin Chen to the training ground for a sparring session. Use your normal skills to fight me and let me see where you need improvement, Yan Xintong said, assuming a stance. Qin Chen mimicked her stance, and they began sparring. Yan Xintong's straight punch aimed at Qin Chen's face, but he dodged to the side. However, he didn't notice Yan Xintong's other hand striking his chest, causing him to step back.
Qin Chen looked surprised. Indeed, there was a big difference between having skills and not having them. While he had a slight advantage in skill, he only knew how to use brute force and couldn't even touch Yan Xintong's clothes. As they continued to spar, Qin Chen became more proficient and could finally touch Yan Xintong.
However, her experience prevented him from causing any real harm. Seizing an opportunity, Qin Chen reached for Yan Xintong's collar, attempting a shoulder throw. Yan Xintong leaped up, wrapping her legs around his neck and grabbing his hands at the collar, and they both fell heavily to the ground. Qin Chen felt everything go black, and when his vision cleared, he found himself on the ground. They maintained this embarrassing position for a while, and finally, Qin Chen admitted defeat before being released. After standing up, Qin Chen looked at Yan Xintong's legs and suddenly realized how slender they were, yet so powerful.
Yan Xintong noticed Qin Chen's gaze and said, "What are you looking at? Martial artists pay no attention to trivial matters. Physical contact is normal in training.
If blushing over a slight touch, you'd be in big trouble." "I understand, senior sister," Qin Chen agreed.
"Continue practicing on the wooden dummy."
I'll check your progress from time to time, Yin Shintong said before returning to her room. Xin Shen thought he saw excitement in her eyes but dismissed it as a misunderstanding. Then it hit him, Yin Shintong's hobby was fighting, no wonder she seemed so thrilled. Over the next 2 days, Xin Shen spent his time at the martial arts hall, training on the wooden dummy, sandbags against the wall, knives, and staff. On the third day, while practicing on the wooden dummy, his phone rang. Xin Shen picked it up to find Shin Man calling.
Hey, Shin, the head of the Shin family is looking for me. I'm flattered, Xin Shen joked.
After a brief silence, Shin Man's voice sounded urgent. Xin Shen, stop talking and listen to me. Sell off all your shares in Mi Gaomei today to cut ties with our Shin family. Frowning, Xin Shen sensed something was wrong.
I don't have time to explain now.
Just know that Mi Gaomei is in trouble, Shin Man said before hanging up. Xin Shen realized there was trouble on Shin Man's side and tried calling back, but the phone was switched off. Shin Man wouldn't turn off her phone unless something serious had happened.
Xin Shen searched for Du Chuan's number and dialed it, but no one answered. He then called Chen's phone.
Boss, a deep voice answered. Chen, find out what's happening with the Shin family on Outao Island as soon as possible, Xin Shen instructed.
Okay. Xin Shen then called Guan Yu. Boss, I lost contact after arriving in the Magic City. Any orders?
Guan Yu's lazy voice came through the phone. Book a flight from the Magic City to Outao Island for me as soon as possible, Xin Shen said urgently.
Sensing Xin Shen's anxiety, Guan Yu quickly arranged the flight.
2 minutes later, the flight details appeared on Xin Shen's phone, a flight in 2 hours.
Chen called again.
Boss, the Zhou family made a move on the Shin family. Shin Man, the head of the Shin family, has been detained, but we don't know where she's being held.
The Zhou family? Weren't they cooperating with the Shin family? Why the sudden change?
Xin Shen furrowed his brows, deep in thought. The exact reason is unclear, but the Zhou family has been planning this for a while. The executors are Zhou Ping from the Zhou family and Shin Qi from the Shin family.
Xin Shen suddenly realized that the ancient martial arts family behind Shin Qi was the Zhou family, well hidden. Understood.
I'll fly to Outao Island in 2 hours to assess the situation.
Boss, do you need backup?
Shen knew Xin Shen was also a shareholder of Mi Gaomei and had a good relationship with Shin Man.
Who's nearby?
Xin Shen pondered, not wanting to be overconfident this time. He almost lost his life due to carelessness last time.
Si and Hai are in Shenzhen.
I'll have them wait for your instructions on Outao Island.
Good.
Xin Shen was about to hang up when Shen hesitated. Boss, there's something I need to tell you, although it's not fully investigated yet. Don't beat around the bush, just tell me.
Xin Shen laughed and cursed. The Zhou family isn't just a 100-year-old martial arts family, it's a 1,000-year-old family.
And they weren't originally surnamed Zhou, they adopted the Zhou surname to conceal their overly prominent family name, which they'd used for nearly 1,000 years. Shen's voice sounded somewhat nervous. Xin Shen was also a bit stunned.
A 1,000-year-old family? This is a colossal entity.
However, the fact that they had another surname was something he had heard from Li Yunfeng as well, although Li Yunfeng didn't know what the Zhou family's other surname was. The original surname of the Zhou family is Ji, Shen said with a tremble.
Xin Shen fell silent upon hearing this. The most famous Ji surname in history belonged to the family that overthrew King Zhou of Shang.
Changing Ji to Zhou referenced their dynasty name Zhou, and being a 1,000-year-old family, it was highly likely that this Ji was the one he had imagined. No wonder even Shen, a deputy leader who had seen a lot of the world, had a trembling voice. That was the oldest family in history. It also explained why one of Zhou Feng's attendants, a half-step grandmaster, was so skilled. In this light, it wouldn't be surprising if a grandmaster emerged from their family.
However, why would such an ancient family form an alliance with the Li family? Moreover, why would it be a direct descendant of the Zhou family marrying a branch of the Li family?
This puzzled him. Perhaps the Li family also held some significant status. Boss, unless necessary, avoid direct conflicts with them. Let go of what needs to be let go, Chen advised somewhat nervously. Xin Shen remained silent. Indeed, it wasn't wise to clash with such a prominent family now, but then again, if he didn't do certain things, he would regret it for a lifetime.
Xin Shen's eyes began to shine brightly and resolutely. I understand.
I will consider it myself, he said before hanging up the phone. At that moment, Yin Shintong walked in through the gate of the martial arts hall. Senior sister, I have something to attend to at Lang Ao Island. Let's postpone our training sessions for now, Xin Shen said to Yin Shintong as she entered.
Yin Shintong looked at him with a serious expression and asked, do you need any help? Xin Shen's eyes lit up.
Yes, this senior sister was born with innate talent, and her mastery of Wing Chun was exceptional. Even if his true chi and cultivation were stronger than hers, he hadn't been able to defeat her in the past few days. If she came along, he would have much more confidence. If you have nothing urgent, come with me. There might be some action over there, Qin Shen added. Excited at the prospect of action, Yan Xintong asked, will there be a fight? Seeing her enthusiasm, Qin Shen's mouth twitched. There's a high probability, he replied. Suddenly, Yan Xintong's mood shifted. I can't leave right now. I just received a call. The property deed for this place is ready for me to pick up. There are some other formalities to take care of as well. Qin Shen comforted her. I also have matters to attend to that won't be resolved quickly. Sort out your affairs and then come find me. Besides, I'm about to catch a flight now, and you haven't even bought your ticket yet. Yan Xintong nodded. I'll take you to the airport then. Let me change clothes, and I'll be at the door in 5 minutes. Qin Shen didn't refuse. After all, whether Yan Xintong sent him or he took a taxi to the airport, the result would be the same. 5 minutes later, Qin Shen stood at the door. Suddenly, he heard the roar of a motorcycle nearby. A woman dressed in a tight black leather suit rode up on a motorcycle and stopped in front of Qin Shen. Looking at the bewildered Qin Shen, she said, "What are you staring at? Get on the bike." Damn! It was Yan Xintong on the motorcycle. I didn't expect you to be the motorcycle girl, Qin Shen remarked. You've seen me before? Yan Xintong asked in confusion. I saw you on the road, wearing a helmet, so I didn't see your face. I didn't expect it to be you, he said as he got on Yan Xintong's motorcycle. Hold on tight, we're off. Qin Shen gently placed his hands on her waist. With a roar, the motorcycle accelerated, almost throwing Qin Shen off. He quickly held onto Yan Xintong's waist tightly. The locomotive raced away. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Magic City airport. Had enough of a hug? Yan Xintong's cold voice rang in Qin Shen's ears. Qin Shen quickly let go of her hand and got off the car upon hearing her words. Seeing your sister rides too fast, purely instinctive reaction, Qin Shen chuckled dryly. Yan Xintong ignored him, twisted the throttle, and was about to leave. Seeing your sister, wait, Qin Shen called out to her, then took out a box containing several pills. As a token of our sibling relationship, I'm giving you something with instructions inside. Qin Shen put 3 pills in the box: marrow cleansing pill, spirit gathering pill, and revival pill. He also wrote down the effects of each pill to help Yan Xintong understand their purposes. He didn't give her the youth retaining pill since cultivators already had a natural youth retaining effect. Giving it would be redundant. After Yan Xintong accepted the pills, she swiftly ran off. Qin Shen was left behind, gazing at the figure outlined by the tight leather jacket, marveling, I didn't expect senior sister to have such a fiery side. Inside the waiting room, Qin Shen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Du Chuan, so he quickly answered. Brother Du. A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Qin, I'm not Manager Du, I'm Xiaobai. Xiaobai? Qin Shen thought for a moment, recalling that he was the one who drove him and Aileen to Michael's before. Where's Brother Du? Why is the call from you? Manager Du was seriously injured and is currently unconscious. We are hiding in a place now. Qin Shen furrowed his brows slightly, realizing that it was the Zhou family's doing. During the last days, Du Chuan's cultivation was passable, but now that spiritual energy was slowly recovering and martial arts families were emerging, he wouldn't stand a chance against just anyone. I'm at the Magic City airport now. I'll be in Aoudao in 2 hours. Where are you guys? I'll come find you. Our location is hard to find. I'll come to the airport to pick you up in 2 hours. Okay. They agreed on a meeting point and hung up the phone. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the sudden event. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the transformation technique. Ding. The skill has been automatically granted to the host's body and learned. Ding. Congratulations, host, on gaining 500 points. Ding. Points have reached 2,000, opening the points mall. Finally completed. Qin Shen had been wondering if the system had disconnected these past few days due to not receiving any completion messages. Judging by the time, Yan Xintong must have received the property certificate that belonged to her, thus completing the sudden event. The transformation technique was a very practical skill, and it happened to be useful for this trip to Aoudao. Qin Shen immediately opened the mall and looked at the wide array of items available. There were martial arts techniques, pills, weapons, anything you could think of, the mall had it. Qin Shen opened the martial arts category and saw the domineering dragon walking true technique, priced at 1 million points. The system was indeed considerate, otherwise, at his current rate of earning points, he might never have the chance to obtain this technique in his lifetime. The Wing Chun fist was only 100 points, still a long way off from that level. Qin Shen then looked at the pills category, where the revival pill only required 1 point, and the mirror breaking pill, a pill to break through the current bottleneck of cultivation, cost 5 points. The pills were reasonably priced, so he decided to study them later and save the points for now. Qin Shen then spent 200 points to select the bone strengthening and tendon stretching technique to complement the transformation technique he had just received as a reward. The combination of the two could be called a shape-shifting technique. He had initially wanted to exchange for the clairvoyance skill, which he found very useful during the 24-hour trial before. However, it cost 2,000 points, and Qin Shen didn't have that kind of scale for now, so he decided not to spend 2,000 points on the clairvoyance skill. After getting off the plane, Qin Shen saw Xiao Bai wearing a mask in a corner. After the two got in the car, they drove towards the place where they were hiding. Meanwhile, in a passing business van,
still unable to contact Uncle Zhong?
The young man inside the car was none other than Zhou Feng, the young master of the Zhou family. Young master, still no contact. People in the Magic City haven't seen any trace of Uncle Zhong either, replied Xiao Yun beside him.
Zhou Feng frowned, sensing something ominous.
Some in the clan had mentioned that the current spiritual energy was insufficient to support the emergence of experts above the Grandmaster level. The strongest were only Grandmasters, and Uncle Zhong had mentioned that he could easily escape in front of a Grandmaster. Not being able to reach him for several days now, it was almost certain that something had happened. Zhou Feng didn't believe that Zhou Zhong would die at the hands of Qin Shen. He suspected it might be the Grandmaster from the Li family who had intervened. Young master, the informant at the airport spotted Qin Shen. Someone picked him up, and they are heading towards the residential area, Xiao Yun reported to Zhou Feng after receiving a phone call. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng clenched his fists. Uncle Zhong was missing, but Qin Shen was safe and sound. He was now more convinced that the Grandmaster from the Li family had intervened to protect Qin Shen. You, Li family, Zhou Feng gritted his teeth. In the residential area of Aodao, Xiao Bai was leading Qin Shen through the alleys. They arrived at an apartment building where the residents were diverse, making it easier to conceal their identities. Upon entering a room, they found only a simple double bed and a round dining table. Duken was sleeping under the bed, and upon seeing Qin Shen, he showed an excited expression on his face. Xiao Bai stood outside, keeping watch. Qin Shen quickly approached and took out a prepared revival pill from his pocket, feeding it to Duken. Duken glanced at Qin Shen, swallowed the pill, and instantly sat up from the bed.
Brother Qin, what did you give me to eat? How did my injuries heal instantly? Duken clenched his fists. I actually broke through to the consummation of the postnatal stage in an instant.
I feel like I'm just a step away from the prenatal stage, he said excitedly, looking at Qin Shen. Just a revival pill. It should be the spiritual energy inside the pill that boosted your cultivation, Qin Shen said casually.
Duken widened his eyes. Is it the revival pill that was auctioned for 3.8 billion? I just swallowed 3.8 billion.
He felt incredulous.
Qin Shen waved his hand and chuckled. Saving you is worth more than 3.8 billion. Let's talk about the current situation.
Duken calmed down and explained, it's Shin Qi, accompanied by a pre-celestial expert, who took the young lady away. When I tried to stop them, I was severely injured with just one move. Luckily, Xiao Bai brought me here after they took the young lady away.
Qin Shen pondered for a moment. Do you know where Shin Man is now? I do. Xiao Bai is from the intelligence department, and he has his ways of gathering information.
The young lady is currently at the old Shin family mansion.
Shin Qi needs to obtain Shin Man's shares transfer signature, so he shouldn't harm the young lady yet.
Besides, Shin Qi's mother is also intervening to prevent them from harming the young lady, Duken explained.
Qin Shen looked puzzled. Shin Qi is targeting Shin Man, while Shin Qi's mother is protecting her? What a melodramatic situation.
Duken smiled and continued, Shin Qi's mother is a kind person. When the master married her, he was attracted to her simplicity and kindness. After giving birth to Shin Qi, she has always revolved around him, ignoring internal family matters and focusing solely on Shin Qi. That's why Shin Qi has become pampered. As the saying goes, a doting mother spoils the child. I see, Qin Shen nodded.
Where is the old Shin family mansion?
I'll go take a look.
Duken advised, Brother Qin, there's a pre-celestial expert there.
We should plan carefully. Qin Shen shook his head, there's no time to waste.
Every minute we delay, Shin Man is in more danger.
Besides, even if I can't beat the pre-celestial expert, I can at least protect myself. Trust me. Du Chuan hesitated for a moment before saying, 5 kilometers west of this residential area, there is a prominent estate.
That's where the Shin family's old mansion is located.
Just then, Xiao Bai hurried in from outside and was taken aback to see Du Chuan sitting on the edge of the bed like a normal person.
What's wrong, Xiao Bai? Du Chuan asked.
Mr. Qin, manager Du, we might have been exposed. Many of Shin Qi's men are outside, Xiao Bai replied anxiously.
Du Chuan's expression turned fierce upon hearing this. It's perfect timing. I've just recovered and improved my skills.
I can use them as practice. No, you can't, Xin Shen interjected. Now is not the time to act. Their people are coming in waves, and we are at risk of being surrounded in this location. Instead of wasting energy, it's better to hide for now and plan carefully. Du Chuan found the reasoning sound. In that case, Du Gu and Xiaobai, you two find a safe place and send me a message. I'll go check out the Shin family's old mansion. Alright, Qin brother, be careful. Du Chuan and Xiaobai quickly ran outside. Qin Shen also left the house, reached a secluded corner where no one could see him, and activated the bone stretching and tendon loosening technique to adjust his height to 1.7 meters. Then, he used the disguise tools he had exchanged in the points store to change his appearance and clothes completely, turning into a different person. Calmly, he started walking down the street. Along the way, he saw many young people rushing upstairs, most likely Shin Chi's men. After leaving the residential area, Qin Shen headed towards the Shin family's old mansion. In such a critical time, even taking a car would risk exposure, so he had to walk there. It took him a full hour to reach the estate Du Chuan had mentioned. Qin Shen observed the mansion from outside, then found a secluded corner, removed his disguise, and leaped over the wall. The bone stretching and tendon loosening technique had a drawback of limiting cultivation, so he reverted to his original state to maintain optimal condition. Inside, he realized the place was vast, requiring an electric scooter for daily activities. Quietly, Qin Shen made his way towards the central building of the estate. Fortunately, there were no surveillance cameras outside, or he would have had to fly over. Approaching the main gate, he leaped onto a tree nearby. With 2 guards at the gate and unknown numbers inside, entering through the main gate was not an option. While surveying the surroundings, Qin Shen noticed a second-floor window at a corner of the house that was open and obstructed from view by branches, conveniently hiding the guard's line of sight. Quickly, he climbed to that spot and entered. Inside, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, likely from a woman's room. He moved towards the door, listening for any sounds outside. Suddenly, the adjacent bathroom door opened, and a woman in a V-neck nightgown emerged. Startled to see Qin Shen at the door, she froze and was about to scream. Qin Shen swiftly moved behind her, one hand embracing her and the other covering her mouth. The woman, now restrained, could only whimper. Listening for any commotion outside, Qin Shen warned her, "I'll release you now, but don't scream. Even if you do, I can break your neck before anyone arrives." The woman nodded in fear. Slowly, Qin Shen released his hand covering her mouth, and seeing she didn't scream, he let go completely. The urgency of the situation had caused his other hand to inadvertently rest on the towering mountain peak, and now Qin Shen felt the softness beneath him. Women were also filled with the fear from before, but didn't realize it. Now that Qin Shen was willing to let her go, it indicated he meant no harm. She felt the weight of the mountain pressing down on her, her cheeks blushing. She had just changed into her sleeping gown, ready for a nap, only to be interrupted by a man barging in. Qin Shen acted as if nothing had happened and released her. Qin Shen observed the woman before him, her hair cascading down, her shapely figure accentuated by the sexy nightgown she wore, her 2 long legs pressed together due to nervousness. Although she appeared to be in her early 20s, Qin Shen could tell from the details that she was not as young as she seemed. He remembered someone who had seen countless women saying that a woman's age was hard to determine from her face. It could be seen from her neck, hands, and feet. Qin Shen deduced from her delicate feet that she was not as young as she appeared. Qin Shen cleared his throat and asked, "Ahem, where is Shen Man?" The woman looked at Qin Shen in surprise. "Are you here to save Man Man? Man Man?" The way she addressed her indicated a good relationship between the woman and Shen Man. "Yes, Shen Man and I are old friends." "And you are?" Qin Shen nodded. "I am Lu Yaru, Man Man's aunt." "Aunt? Could she be Shin Chi's mother?" Man Man is locked in the room furthest inside the first floor. There are many people brought back by Cheer on the first floor. You won't be able to rescue her, Lu Yaro said. Qin Shen had come to see if there was a chance to save Shin Man. Now that he was inside and had reached this point, he had to try. Is Shin Chi here? And that expert by his side. As long as that innate expert wasn't around, the difficulty of rescuing someone would decrease significantly. Although he wasn't afraid of that person, he couldn't handle a crowd. If heavy weapons were involved, it would be a different story. Lu Yaro was about to say something when a knock on the door interrupted. "Mom, are you sleeping?" Shin Chi said as he turned the doorknob, finding it locked. Qin Shen could tell it was Shin Chi's voice, confirming that this woman was indeed the kind and naive person Du Chuan had described. Startled by the knocking, Lu Yaro looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen slowly walked to the corner of the door and nodded at Lu Yaro. I'm not sleeping, just changing clothes," Lu Yaro said nervously. Shin Chi, upon hearing this, stopped trying to open the door. "Mom, mister, Joe and I are going out to pick up an important person.
Do you want to come with us? An important person? Could it be someone from the Zhou family again?
Qin Shen speculated it might be Zhou Feng.
Cheer, Mom won't go. Mom is feeling a bit unwell and wants to take a nap.
After saying this, Lu Yaro began twisting the doorknob again.
Mom, where do you feel unwell? Open the door and let me in to check on you, She said anxiously.
Qin Shen was speechless. The relationship between these mother and son seemed good, but Lu Yaro was definitely a liability. She could have just declined without adding the excuse of feeling unwell, causing unnecessary trouble. With everyone leaving, it would be much easier for Qin Shen to rescue Shenman.
No need, I just feel a bit dizzy.
I'll rest for a while, you go ahead, Lu Yaro hurriedly stopped him. Alright, if you feel unwell, just let me know, she said before leaving. Understood, go on, Lu Yaro urged him anxiously. As Qin Shen's footsteps outside the door faded away, the sound of cars downstairs became audible. Once he was sure they had all left, he planned to open the door and leave. Wait, Lu Yaro spoke up to stop him. Let me go out first and come back to tell you about the surroundings and the people outside, she said, heading towards the door. Qin Shen looked at her strangely. Are you going out like that? Lu Yaro glanced down, her face turning red. The strap nightgown she wore was too revealing. A slight movement of her hand could expose her. During this time, Qin Shen didn't know how many benefits he had gained. Lu Yaro quickly went to the wardrobe, took out a coat, put it on, and walked out. A few minutes later, Lu Yaro returned to the room and said to Qin Shen, there are 2 people downstairs, 2 at the front door, and I only saw 4 people in this building.
4 people? It was much simpler for Qin Shen.
However, there were many of Shinqi's men in the houses outside. If he dealt with the 2 at the front door, it might alert others. While Qin Shen was thinking of a solution, there was a knock on the door.
Madam, open the door.
I suspect there might be an outsider inside, and I need to check, a rough voice sounded from outside.
Qin Shen and Lu Yaro were both startled. Had they been exposed?
Then another voice said, Phone, let's go quickly.
This is the madam.
If the young master finds out, our lives will be in danger.
What are you afraid of?
Once I conquer the madam and she pleads with me, I can become the young master's benefactor, the man called Feng outside said hesitantly.
Qin Shen turned to see Lu Yaro looking embarrassed.
It seemed like the man outside was drunk and had watched too many movies, thinking about conquering the madam. However, Qin Shen found the voice outside somewhat familiar.
Feng, you're on your own.
I'm not staying, the other person said and quickly ran away.
The drunk man shook his hand and continued knocking on the door. Madam, open the door.
Qin Shen's eyes lit up as if he had thought of a solution. He leaned close to Lu Yaro and whispered, open the door for him, don't worry, I'm here. Lu Yaro felt the warmth of Qin Shen's breath and blushed. She then got up and opened the door, while Qin Shen hid behind it. The drunk man walked in excitedly, kicking the door shut behind him.
What do you want? Lu Yaro asked sternly.
Madam, being alone for so many years must be lonely. Let me comfort you, the drunk man said with a smirk.
Qin Shen shook his head from behind. What kind of people were under Shinqi's command?
In the next moment, as the drunk man lunged forward, Qin Shen swiftly moved behind him and snapped his neck. As the drunk man fell, a smile of excitement still lingered on his face. Lu Yaro covered her mouth with both hands, looking at Qin Shen in shock as he effortlessly killed the man.
Qin Shen looked at the drunk man and couldn't help but curse, damn, it's you. You got off too easy with such a simple death. He recognized the man as the one who had knocked him out and shot at him. Qin Shen kicked him a couple of times before searching his clothes. The man's name was Su Feng, who used to follow Abao but later switched sides to the Shen family during the Qingshu operation. After entering the Shen family, Du Chuan and Shen Man looked down on such small-time thugs and left him aside. This time, he turned against Shinqi and met his end due to a bit of alcohol. Lu Yaro, looking shocked, asked, what are you doing? Qin Shen paused, then decided to exchange a bottle of sedative from the mall and sprayed it towards Lu Yaro. She instantly rolled her eyes and fainted. Qin Shen prepared to use his disguise technique to impersonate the dead Su Feng. He didn't want his secret to be known, so he made Lu Yaro faint. After examining Su Feng's body and face, he began to disguise himself, putting on the clothes he had taken from him. He then carried Lu Yaro to bed, covered her with a blanket, stored Su Feng's body in the system space, and left the room. As soon as Qin Shen stepped out, the 2 men downstairs looked up, and one of them hurried to the staircase. Feng, did you do something to the madam? Qin Shen used his inner energy to mimic Su Feng's voice and replied, what could I have done?
I said I was just checking if there was anyone in her room.
Since there wasn't, I came out.
The man was skeptical, but there had been no movement upstairs since he entered. indicating that Su Feng had the intention but lacked the courage. Qin Shen passed by him and headed straight to the room at the innermost part of the first floor. Another person hurriedly ran up to Qin Shen and blocked his way, saying, "Fenggu, you really can't touch Miss." The young master said not to provoke her. If she doesn't cooperate later, it will be troublesome. Qin Shen pushed him aside and said, "What are you talking about? The young master instructed me to bring a VIP here." During this time, Shen Man must not encounter any problems. "Madam wants me to transfer her to her room. Is that so?" The man looked at Qin Shen with suspicion. "If you don't believe me, come with me," Qin Shen replied. The man finally stopped doubting and moved aside, letting Qin Shen pass. Shin Shi had instructed that as long as Shen Man didn't leave the house, she would still be considered free. Upon opening the door, Qin Shen saw Shen Man leaning against the window, a few strands of hair falling loosely, looking somewhat weary. "Miss, Madam wants me to take you to her room to have a chat with you," Qin Shen said, glancing around to see if anyone was following them. Shen Man didn't look at Qin Shen, but after leaving the window, she walked straight to the second floor. Qin Shen quickly followed behind. Upon entering the room, Shen Man saw Lu Yara sleeping on the bed. She turned abruptly, her gaze sharp as she looked at the man in front of her. "Who are you? What do you want?" Qin Shen intended to scare her and walked towards her with a smirk, saying, "What do you think I want to do? I haven't tried a threesome yet." Shen Man's eyes were sharp as she looked at the man in front of her, realizing that despite his tough words, there was no malice in his eyes. "You don't need to scare me. I don't see any malice in your eyes," she said. Qin Shen shook his head helplessly. "It's no fun. Indeed, you are the head of the Shen family, able to discern good and evil from one's eyes." Shen Man exclaimed upon hearing his voice, "You are Qin Shen?" Qin Shen turned and entered the bathroom, appearing in his original appearance a few seconds later. Shen Man looked at Qin Shen with surprise. "How did you get here, and what was that just now?" "My lady Shen, now is not the time for these questions. We need to escape quickly," Qin Shen said, wondering why this woman valued curiosity over safety. Shen Man blushed and muttered, "Who is your lady Shen?" But when she looked at the sleeping Lu Yaro, she teased, "You mentioned a threesome earlier, right? How come you're not sparing my aunt?" Qin Shen looked embarrassed. "Just kidding." He then walked over to Shen Man and lifted her up in a princess carry. Shen Man exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Just wait until it's safe," Qin Shen replied instinctively. Shen Man blushed and muttered, "Pervert." Qin Shen leaped out of the window with her in his arms, landing safely on the ground. Shen Man felt a blur before finding herself outside. She knew Qin Shen was even stronger than Du Chuan, so she wasn't too surprised. Qin Shen carried her back the way they came, quickly exiting the building. However, once outside, he felt lost because Du Chuan hadn't sent him any messages. Not knowing where to go, he decided to start walking. Suddenly, a luxury car appeared at the corner of the street. Shen Man exclaimed, "That's Shen Shi's car." Qin Shen looked around and cursed under his breath. "Damn, why stay in such a conspicuous place? There's nowhere to hide." With no hiding spots on the straight road, Qin Shen turned around, pushed Shen Man against the wall, and kissed her, shielding her with his body from the view of the street. Shen Man stood still after being kissed by Qin Shen. "Is my first kiss gone just like that?" Qin Shen would be surprised if he knew her thoughts. A woman in her 30s, still having her first kiss. The vehicle slowly drove past the two of them until it entered the estate. Qin Shen finally let go of Shen Man and pulled her to run quickly. After they ran out of the estate, Shen Man came back to her senses and let out a scream. "Ah! You actually! Shen Man fiercely wiped her mouth. Qin Shen looked puzzled. Wasn't it just a kiss? At that time, they could only blur past it like that. "Humph," Shen Man snorted. "Miss Shen, where should we go?" Qin Shen knew well not to appease or confront a woman in a temper. Changing the subject was the way to go, and it had to be something she could respond to. Sure enough, Shen Man fell into deep thought upon hearing Qin Shen's question. Indeed, the entire Ao Island was now under the control of the Shen family. With Shin Shi seizing power, she was not safe anywhere she went. Seeing her dilemma, Qin Shen knew she had no choice. "If you have nowhere to go, then come with me for now," Qin Shen suggested. He noticed a familiar place nearby, having not been on Ao Island for long and not visited many places. He thought of a place close by, unsure of its current state, but decided to check it out first. Shen Man nodded and followed Qin Shen. As they passed by some small shops, Qin Shen even bought her some clothes. Who knew if her clothes were unique to Ao Island? If so, this outfit would be like a GPS. Shen Man didn't hesitate and found a secluded spot to change into the new clothes. She made Qin Shen turn away while she changed. Qin Shen sighed in disappointment, thinking Shen Man would be more carefree and let him enjoy the view. Shen Man emerged in her new outfit, her long hair now tied up in a high ponytail. She had swapped her usual formal attire for a white t-shirt and jeans, stunning even Qin Shen, who had seen many beauties before.
What are you staring at? Let's go.
Shen Man, seeing Qin Shen's dazed expression, felt pleased with herself, realizing her charm was still intact. The two arrived at a residential area, and Qin Shen led the way based on his memory, passing through colorful streets until they reached an old building. Qin Shen surveyed the area, noticing the sealed front door, confirming it was uninhabited and deserted. They headed towards the basement, and Qin Shen forcefully opened the door leading upstairs, taking Shen Man inside.
What place is this, and why are you so familiar with it?
Shen Man asked, puzzled.
Qin Shen recalled the events that had taken place there before.
I was captured and held here for a while. I managed to escape but got shot in the process.
The route I took to bring you in was the same one I used to escape. This place was once leopards' territory, surrounded by the red light district where many girls solicited at night.
Qin Shen felt it was still quite chaotic, making him feel safer there.
After the Shen family took over, they sealed it off.
Upstairs, the building had only 3 floors, each with over 1,000 square feet, likely used as small gambling dens in the past. After a quick tidy up, Qin Shen sat on the sofa and messaged me in hi, asking them to come over and bring some food. It was inconvenient for them to go out, risking exposure.
Why did the Zhou family target you?
They are known as the prestigious Zhou family of Guangfu, superior to your Shen family in many aspects. Qin Shen asked the question that had been on his mind.
Shen Man sat across from Qin Shen.
Shen Shi has always wanted to seize power, that much I know. When the Zhou family helped him, I had my suspicions. During the clear rat operation, the Zhou family invested in the port to protect those rats, which felt suspicious to me.
However, I didn't connect the dots between the two, so I didn't dwell on it. Qin Shen also pondered the connection between the two parties.
Source text, however, Auntie told me that there is a treasure on Ao Island, and the Zhou family wants this treasure. They are not sure where the treasure is, so they came up with the idea of controlling the Shen family, so they can find the treasure first.
What treasure? Qin Shen suddenly became interested.
I'm not sure about the specifics, but Auntie said she saw Shinshi pondering over a note for a long time and even showed the note to Auntie. It said, in the land of Ao Island, beneath the red house, shadows sway, twin moons in the sky, the gathering place of spirits emerges, Panglai Island appears.
Qin Shen murmured as he read it aloud, then said, it seems quite literal, just need to find the red house on Ao Island.
The problem is, there are no red houses on the entire Ao Island.
Shen Man's gaze suddenly narrowed. So, it's not meant to be taken literally. The two fell into contemplation.
Suddenly, Qin Shen's phone rang, indicating a message. Qin Shen checked and saw it was from Du Chuan, informing him that they were now on a fishing boat, narrowly escaping capture several times before. Thanks to Du Chuan's improved skills, they managed to escape easily. Qin Shen sent their current location to Du Chuan, asking him to confirm safety and find an opportunity to come over.
What plans does the Shen family head have?
Shen Man pondered for a moment.
No plans.
The world has changed, and I should indeed step down from the historical stage. Shen Qi and the Zhou family are keeping me confined in the hope that I will hold a press conference, announce my abdication to the public, and explain to the country the event of the Shen family changing leaders.
Our Shen family's position on Ao Island is granted by the country.
Although the country does not interfere in our change of family leadership, the person to be replaced must submit a written report to the country for approval before truly inheriting the position of family head. Qin Shen looked at Shen Man in astonishment, realizing the gravity of the situation. No wonder Shen Man was only under house arrest and not harmed.
It turns out that her consent is required for the usurpation. Now you can plan.
After all, I am also one of the bosses of Mikao Mei.
I can't allow you to retire so soon.
Shen Man understood that Qin Shen didn't mean it that way, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes. At that moment, Qin Shen's phone rang again. He checked and found that Shi and Hai had arrived.
He instructed them to come up from the basement.
Qin Shen watched as the two outside, a chubby Hai dropped what he was holding and rushed over.
Boss, stop. I can't handle your tank-like hug.
Qin Shen hurriedly stopped him. The chubby one was Hai from the organization. The other woman, twisting her waist coquettishly, was she. Oh, the boss disappeared for so long, I thought you didn't need us anymore. She complained, but her eyes revealed undisguised excitement. Qin Shen hugged Hai and then walked over to hug Shi.
She said, aren't you afraid I'll poison you? If I don't trust my little snake, then what's the point of being the boss?
After hugging her, he said, their memories were implanted with information about Qin Shen by the system, and Qin Shen also had memories of them, so it wasn't just an act. The 12 hours corresponded to the 12 zodiac signs, with she corresponding to the snake, and she happened to be skilled in potions, so Qin Shen had always called her little snake.
Boss, what do we do now? Hai was eager.
She's eyes also sparkled. It had been a long time since they had acted together with the boss.
Upon receiving Chen's notification, the two rushed over without delay.
Shin Chen looked at their cultivation levels. Hai was at the 9th heavenly layer, and she was at the 10th heavenly layer. Shaking his head, with their current cultivation levels, they wouldn't even last a few seconds as cannon fodder in the current situation.
Let's not act yet. Let me help you improve your cultivation first. Qin Shen took out 2 marrow cleansing pills and asked them to each find a room to take the pill.
The two of them hesitated for no time and swallowed the pills Qin Shen gave them. At this moment, Shin Man also walked over, and Qin Shen introduced them to each other. The two who took the pills felt their stomachs churning, hastily excused themselves, and ran to find a room.
What's wrong with them?
Shen Man looked puzzled at their hurried appearance. They took pills to enhance their physique. Now they should be expelling impurities from their bodies, Qin Shen explained, glancing at Shin Man. He was considering whether to give Shin Man a pill too, as he had plenty of them and they were only worth 1 point in the mall. Shin Man's eyes lit up at the mention of this magical pill. She had also heard of pills before, rumored to be worth billions, made by a master from Kunlun Mountain. I have another kind here called the youth retaining pill. Taking it can keep you forever young. Qin Shen took out a youth retaining pill. Shin Man's eyes showed a hint of excitement. Who could refuse eternal youth? Name your price for this pill, I want it. Shin Man seemed to revert to the powerful woman who dominated the business world. Qin Shen handed her the pill, saying, take it. You have nothing now, so even if I name a price, you can't afford it. Shin Man blushed with anger at his words, huffed, and reached out her hand. Since you're so generous, give me a pill to enhance my physique too. Qin Shen shrugged, took out a marrow cleansing pill, and gave it to Shin Man. He had thought about giving it to her. Even if she wasn't a cultivator, it could still benefit her health. Shin Man took the 2 pills back to her room. She and Hai finished taking them and came out. Qin Shen gave them 2 more pills, exchanged for 2 points in the mall, called the Essence Nurturing Pill. It could elevate one's cultivation level, allowing an ordinary person to reach the peak of acquired realm with just 1 pill. Originally, he had wanted to exchange for the Super Warrior Serum to help them advance, but that might fail, and the effect of this pill was better. He also gave them 2 cultivation techniques, the Diamond Zen and the Poison Doctor's Manual, tailored to their respective strengths. Hai focused on defense, so Diamond Zen was suitable for her, while she was an apothecary who used poisons, making Poison Doctor's Manual more suitable for her. After taking the pills and practicing the techniques, they could directly reach the acquired realm. Once they reached that level, Qin Shen decided not to give them any more pills to avoid instability in their foundations. Soon, Du Chuan and Xiaobai also arrived, and Qin Shen gave them pills and techniques as well. Xiaobai had been practicing with Du Chuan, so they received the same technique, the Heavenly Gang Decision, to cultivate to the acquired realm first before anything else. After the two found rooms to practice, Shin Man came out of her room, looking resentful at Qin Shen. After taking the pill, her body emitted black impurities, dirty and smelly, and she blamed Qin Shen for not informing her beforehand. Qin Shen looked at Shin Man as she came out, now back in her usual attire, with wet hair dripping water. A droplet fell from her snow-white face, whether sweat or residual water from her hair. The effects of the 2 pills had erased the fine lines on her face, making Shin Man look like a woman in her early 20s, just starting out in society, yet her aura remained. Cough, cough. Qin Shen stared for a long time, then cleared his throat. Ding! Sudden event generated. Name, Shin Man, age, 36, appearance, S+, figure, S+, charm, S+, development, no, favorability, 88, overall evaluation, S+, ding. Mission content, help Shin Man regain the Shin family's patriarchal power. A mission has arrived. Qin Shen knew that when Shin Man encountered difficulties, she would wonder if there was a task, but she never received a system prompt. Finally, it came, although even without a task, Qin Shen would help her. After all, the Zhou family had sent people to kill him, creating a deadly feud. Unable to defeat the Zhou family, making them sick was still achievable. However, Shin Man's level was S last time. How did it become S+ this time? Was it because of those 2 elixirs? And her favorability rating increased so much, just 2 points away from reaching an intimate relationship. Over the next 2 days, the 4 of them successively broke through to the innate realm. The first breakthrough, without surprise, was Du Chuan. Although he was older and his future achievements limited, his cultivation was the most solid due to his long accumulation. Following him were Si, Xiaobai, and Hai. Hai's breakthrough was the slowest. Qin Shen knew that the chubby guy must have been slacking off. Xiaobai broke through faster than the chubby guy because he was younger. The 4 discussed going to the headquarters of Migaomei the next day to help Shin Man reclaim her position as the head of the Shin family. Previously, Shin Man had been under house arrest, and Shin Qi had publicly announced that she was seriously ill, taking over as the acting head. After Shinman escaped, Shin Chen was worried that the people around him were not strong enough or confident. It wasn't until today, when the four broke through to the innate realm, that he had some confidence. These past 2 days, Shin Chen had gone out a few times, pondering the meaning of that sentence. Still clueless, he even called Yin Shintong, who said she was busy with challenges from other martial arts schools for the next few days. Shin Chen was speechless. If someone challenged you, you should accept it. He had hoped for a senior sister to support him, but now it seemed he had to rely on himself. Standing on the balcony of the 3rd floor, he pondered while watching the girls downstairs, their shadows dancing in the lamplight, as if they were dancing. Dancing? Shin Chen suddenly thought of something. Could the swaying shadows refer to that? What about the red house? Shin Chen hurried downstairs, feeling that the meaning of that sentence was not entirely literal but definitely related to it. He searched around but found nothing related to the red house. As he turned back, he looked up at where he had been these past 2 days, illuminated by red lights, turning into a red house. I got it. I finally got it. It's like finding something without searching, effortless. Shin Chen laughed and ran back. Running to the balcony on the 3rd floor, he looked up at the sky. The moon was shining through the skylight, seemingly split in half. Everything fell into place. Meanwhile, at the Shin family's old mansion, 2 people were kneeling in the center of the hall, covered in blood. Damn it, can't you even watch one person? What's the use of you? You let a man enter my mother's room, make her faint. I'll never forgive you. Shin-Chi stood nearby with a stick, his temper flaring these days. Seeing the position of the head of the family within reach, these people's negligence ruined everything. Alright, come over here. A young man sitting on the sofa in the living room called out. Shin-Chi dropped the stick and walked over, standing respectfully in front of the young man, who was none other than Zhou Feng. Shin-Chi, don't worry. Shin Man is hiding now, and our goal has been achieved. After tonight, I will help you secure the position of the head of the Shin family, Zhou Feng reassured. Release everyone now. I want people to spread out across the entire AO island, find any anomalies, report back quickly, then surround the abnormal areas. Do not enter, you are not cultivators and will perish immediately upon entry. Once you find the place, wait for me to arrive. Zhou Feng ordered the people around him to go out and search. Tonight is the last day of the prophecy, and coincidentally, the moon is at its fullest, corresponding to one of the points in the prophecy. After receiving the orders, everyone went out one after another. In one of the cars, a Bao and Hong Lian were sitting. The two raced along the main road of AO Island. Bao good, can we start living on AO Island from today? Hong Lian asked. Bao remained silent for a moment before saying, Lian, we follow young Master Zhou. Wherever young Master Zhou asks us to go, we must go. But if we behave well and ask young Master Zhou, there should be no problem. Yeah, I miss our old territory. That place holds all my beautiful memories. I want to sit on the balcony on the 3rd floor and watch the moon separated by the windows, Hong Lian yearned. Separated moon? Bao suddenly slammed on the brakes. Hong Lian also realized it at this moment, and they both exclaimed in unison, 2 moons? Bao slapped his head, I'm so stupid. Isn't the red house our place? At night, those shops with red lights shining on our building are the red house. Bao quickly took out his phone to call Zhou Feng, but it was busy all the time as Zhou Feng was busy arranging manpower, and the phone kept ringing. Lian, I'll go guard the place first. You take a car back to inform young Master Zhou. Bao hurriedly asked Hong Lian to get off the car and go back. Okay, Bao Gu, be safe. Run if you encounter any danger, Hong Lian expressed her concern. Bao waved his hand, signaling Hong Lian to get off the car. Inside the car, Bao's face was full of excitement. He was a heartless person by nature, and a momentary favor could only touch him momentarily. He didn't believe in the talk of abnormal deaths that Zhou Feng mentioned. He was sure that there must be treasures in that place. If he obtained them, his destiny would be completely rewritten. Shin Shen's group only knew that this was the place the Zhou family was looking for, but they didn't know what treasures were here and when they would appear. Shortly after, Bao arrived downstairs and found that there seemed to be someone inside the house, with a faint light flickering inside, and the seal on the door had been torn open. He cautiously walked in. At the moment the door was pushed open, everyone on the 2nd floor except Shin Man heard someone. However, no one paid attention. After knowing that this was the place the Zhou family was looking for, Shin Shen had already spread poison around the house. Anyone entering this building would be poisoned, but they had taken the antidote in advance. So when the person downstairs stepped into the door, the outcome was already sealed. Unaware, Bao had already reached the 2nd floor and was about to push the door when Du Chuan opened it. Du Chuan was delighted to see Bao. Bao, it seems I couldn't kill you last time. In the end, you will die by my hands, Du Chuan said as he saw Bao. Seeing Duchuan opening the door, Bao quickly retreated and reached for the gun at his waist. Seeing his movement, Duchuan didn't give him a chance. He kicked him directly in the chest, causing him to fly out and hit the wall. Bao felt a huge force exploding in his chest, spat out blood, felt his vision blur, and everything spinning before his eyes. Unable to stand steadily, he struggled a few times before falling down, only exhaling without inhaling. Being poisoned was already close to death, and being kicked by the advanced Duchuan made the poison spread rapidly. Xin Shen was about to stop Duchuan, but before he could say a word, Duchuan had already killed the person. He wanted to get some information from Bao's mouth. Now he could only shake his head helplessly. Brother Qin, Bao is a subordinate of the Zhou family. If he found this place, it means the Zhou family already knows about this place. We need to prepare early, Duchuan said solemnly. Oh, how can you be sure this is his former territory? Maybe he just came back for nostalgia, Qin Shen said indifferently. Duchuan shook his head and continued, impossible. These past few days, the Zhou family has been acting crazy, making everyone search for this place. Based on what I know about him, he wouldn't slack off at such a critical moment. Besides, Honglian is not by his side. After going to the Zhou family, the two of them have always been inseparable. Maybe Bao is just a scout, and the others are preparing to come over. Xin Shen nodded at his words. Regardless of whether Duchuan's words were true or not, he had to be prepared in advance. He then said to Si, you take Xin Man and leave first. She's just an ordinary person, and I'm worried I won't be able to protect her later. I'm not leaving. Who said I need your protection? If you all fail, what's the point of me surviving alone? Xin Man protested loudly. Just as Qin Shen was about to say something else, the sound of a car braking outside the door interrupted them. Well, it's too late to leave now. See, you're responsible for taking care of her, Qin Shen instructed before walking to the balcony to look downstairs. The entire road was blocked by a dense line of cars, and a young man got out of the front car. It was Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng also felt the gaze from the second floor and his expression turned cold. Qin Shen, you're really lucky. Uncle Zhang went to kill you and hasn't returned yet, but here you are. What did you and the Li family's master do to Uncle Zhang? He still believed that Uncle Zhang was killed by the Li family's master. Xin Shen was puzzled by the question. What did the Li family's master have to do with this? He then realized that Zhou Feng must think that the Li family's master had taken action and quickly explained. What Li family's master? That old dog you mentioned came to kill me, and I blasted him to pieces. Humph, Zhou Feng snorted. He didn't believe Qin Shen's nonsense. He found it ridiculous that someone of similar age to him could kill Uncle Zhang. Come up and talk. It's tiring for me to keep looking down at you. Don't bring too many people up. This house is a bit old and can't handle it, Qin Shen said, rubbing the back of his neck and shaking his head. Zhou Feng led a dozen people upstairs, all of whom were his trusted men from the Zhou family except for Honglian. The rest of the people were scattered around the building. As soon as he entered, he saw Bao's body, glanced at it, and stepped over the corpse. Honglian, on the other hand, rushed forward as if possessed, hugging Bao's body and crying out. The crying made Zhou Feng furrow his brows, then he waved his hand. One of his men stepped forward and threw Bao's body out of the window. Honglian, still crying, couldn't stop him and could only look back at Zhou Feng's group and then at Qin Shen's group before rushing downstairs. She would remember these people, they were the ones who killed Bao. Being a student of pharmacology, she sensed the air inside was filled with poison as soon as she entered. She wanted to warn Zhou Feng's group, but seeing Bao's body and Zhou Feng's actions fueled her resentment, so she decided not to tell them. Honglian ran outside with Bao's body. At this moment, both sides were at a standoff. Qin Shen assessed the people Zhou Feng brought with him. His alert skill didn't trigger, indicating that he didn't sense any danger from them. However, Zhou Feng's side felt the presence of 4 innate experts around Qin Shen. Bending down to Zhou Feng's ear, a man whispered, "Young master, there are 4 innate experts on the other side. Although they seem to have recently broken through, my cultivation is 1 level higher than theirs, so I can engage with them, but defeating them will be challenging." The implication behind Zhou Ping's words was for the young master to consider if there was another way to make them leave. Zhou Feng frowned slightly at the words. Why did so many innate experts suddenly appear? Could it be that Qin Shen was also from some ancient martial arts family? If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let the clan elder go to the port. This time, the person who came with him was a grandmaster-level powerhouse. The clan elder felt that with Zhou Ping around, everything could be settled. He first went to the port to observe if there were any anomalies nearby. The last sentence in that statement mentioned that Panglai Fairy Island would appear in the mortal world after the gathering place of spirits, which should be tonight. Zhou Feng also believed that the current Haodao posed no threat to him, so he let it go. It was hasty, and now he could only avoid conflicts with Qin Shen.
Xin Chen, name your price.
This place is very important to me. Give it to me, Zhou Feng spoke up.
Xin Chen chuckled at his words. The distinguished young master of the Zhou family, are you asking me for a favor? And do you think I lack money?
Zhou Feng's face turned red with urgency. I can have you apprentice under our clan elder and become a powerhouse in this world.
Xin Chen nonchalantly replied, not interested. Our clan elder is a grandmaster.
You should know that the spiritual energy in the world today cannot support the emergence of powerhouses above grandmasters. Currently, a grandmaster is the strongest in this world, Zhou Feng said proudly, looking at Qin Chen.
Qin Chen was surprised, learning something new.
Seeing Qin Chen's surprised expression, Zhou Feng thought Qin Chen had agreed. After all, to apprentice under a grandmaster was a dream for many cultivators.
He waved his hand towards Qin Chen. You all go out, wait outside. After I finish my business, I will take you to see the clan elder. Qin Chen looked disdainfully at him. Who are you commanding? Did I agree? It's almost like having your clan elder apprentice under me. You. Zhou Feng was furious.
Suddenly, the entire building erupted with powerful spiritual energy. Qin Chen felt surprised by this spiritual energy, sensing such richness for the first time. Zhou Feng roared, Zhou Ping, take action, drive them out. Zhou Ping made the first move, rushing towards Qin Chen, who stood up to meet him. Zhou Feng's other men also charged forward, and Du Chuan and the other two also began to fight back, with Ji standing in front of Shen Man, protecting her. After practicing Wing Chun, Qin Chen was in a league of his own. With just a few moves, he pushed Zhou Ping back. Zhou Ping frowned and said, you are also innate. Then he realized he had been poisoned. Although the poison wouldn't kill him, it weakened him significantly, making him unable to exert his full strength. He quickly shouted, there's poison here, be careful. Suddenly, a shining object emerged from the ground. Quick, catch that thing, Zhou Feng shouted frantically, charging forward himself. Qin Chen carefully observed the shining object, which turned out to be a fairy with small wings.
What is this? Looks like a ginseng fruit, Qin Chen commented. The fairy moved agilely, evading everyone's grasp, then paused in midair before swiftly rushing towards a corner. Ah! Shen Man, standing in the corner, was startled by the object in front of her, closed her eyes, and let out a scream. The fairy rushed into Shen Man's body, causing her whole body to glow, slowly rising into the air. Everyone stopped and stared in astonishment at the glowing Shen Man floating in midair. Zhou Feng angrily shouted, no! Seeing the fairy had entered Shen Man's body, it was too late to change the outcome. Clenching his fists, he turned and walked out. Despite his anger, he still had some sense left. With nothing left to fight for, continuing to confront Qin Chen was meaningless. Did I let you go? Qin Chen's voice rang coldly. Zhou Feng turned around slowly and said in a cold voice, do you know who you're talking to? I'll remember what happened today, Qin Chen. I will make you understand that our Zhou family is not someone you can afford to offend. The noisy voice of Qin Chen was still echoing in place, but his figure had already appeared in front of Zhou Feng. Before everyone could react, Qin Chen had already kicked Zhou Feng in the chest. Zhou Feng groaned as he flew backward, hitting the wall hard. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he passed out. Qin Chen was about to continue attacking when Zhou Ping's figure appeared and engaged him in a fight. How dare you harm the young master, you're finished, there will be no place for you in this world, Zhou Ping shouted madly. Idiot, have you watched too many adolescent dramas? Qin Chen laughed and scolded. Qin Chen's fist struck his chest, making him kneel on one knee, struggling to breathe. As he tried to get up, Qin Chen was already in front of him, delivering a series of punches to his head. Each blow contained the domineering true energy within Qin Chen. By the time the final punch landed, Zhou Ping had stopped breathing. After dealing with Zhou Ping, Qin Chen looked to where Zhou Feng had fallen earlier, but he was nowhere to be seen, unsure if he had been rescued or had escaped on his own. Qin Chen looked at Shen Man, still glowing in midair, and decided not to pursue further. Qin Chen quickly approached Shen Man, and as he got closer, Shen Man fell from midair. Qin Chen swiftly caught her and placed her in a room. Using his insight technique, Qin Chen checked her status. Shen Man? Age, 36 cultivation, early innate stage cultivation technique, none hobbies, watching dramas, reading books unlocked, no favorability, 88. Qin Chen was surprised by this information, especially the two question marks, indicating two different constitutions. And her cultivation level was directly at the early innate stage. Could it be the effect of that little spirit just now? Qin Chen looked at Shen Man, who now exuded a kind of sacred aura, marveling at the transformation. Shen Man's eyelids fluttered before slowly opening her eyes. Surveying her surroundings and seeing only Qin Chen beside her, she asked, what happened to me? You've encountered a stroke of luck. You're now an innate powerhouse, Qin Chen casually replied. Shen Man was stunned, feeling different indeed. How did she suddenly become an innate cultivator? Qin Chen continued, That little spirit just now must be a treasure. It chose you, allowing you to become an innate powerhouse without any foundation. After a brief astonishment, Shinman quickly accepted the situation, even feeling extremely delighted inside. She had always admired those immortal maidens in the fantasy dramas, fighting evil and upholding justice with a wave of their hand, something she had longed for. Exiting the room, the others also approached. Xiaobai, have someone clean up these people, send the injured to the hospital, detain those who need to be detained, and evacuate the area. Record all compensations and expenses, and report back to me later. I'll return to the old mansion first, Shinman said calmly, exuding that queen-like confidence once again. Among the people Zhou Feng brought, Shinshi was not present, probably brought only his own people to obtain the treasure. Xin Shen instructed Shi and Hai to stay here for cultivation, as the area was currently rich in spiritual energy, an ideal place for practice. Xin Shen then went to the old mansion with Shinman and Du Chuan. Upon entering the estate gates, they caught sight of Shinshi getting into a car to escape. Du Chuan rushed over, pulled him out of the car. Shinman walked straight into the house, not even sparing a glance at Shinshi, and sat in the living room. Du Chuan dragged him inside and threw him in front of Shinman. Sister, spare me, I was misled by Zhou Ping. He said he would train me to become strong. You know, our family has no cultivators, and I wanted to become one to help you, sister. Shinshi crawled toward Shinman, but was pinned down by Du Chuan halfway. Shinman closed her eyes and remained silent. Seeing this, Du Chuan thought Shinman was wavering again and advised, Miss, you can't be soft-hearted this time. When he did those things, he didn't consider you being his sister. Collaborating with outsiders is a big taboo. Shinman did feel soft-hearted, mainly because she wasn't harmed much, and he was her father's only remaining son. At that moment, Lu Yaro also ran down from upstairs, knelt in front of Shinman, choked up, and said, Man, don't kill your brother. It's my fault for not educating him well. If anyone should be killed, let it be me, spare his life. Du Chuan, worried that Miss couldn't do it, was about to strike Shinshi on the head with his palm. Xinshin quickly blocked his hand, looked at Du Chuan, whose eyes were bloodshot, exuding a fierce aura. Shinman opened her eyes, surprised at Du Chuan. Although Du Chuan always considered her, he had never acted without consulting her first. Xinshin swiftly struck Du Chuan's neck from behind, knocking him out. What's wrong with Uncle Chuan? Shenman asked. Xinshin laid Du Chuan on the sofa and said, Brother Du seems to have lost control. His cultivation advanced too quickly, and his body couldn't absorb the sudden surge in power due to his age. What should we do? Shenman asked anxiously. Let him rest for a while and keep him away from violent activities for now. I noticed he still has some rationality left, Xinshen replied. Shenman quickly had someone take Du Chuan back to rest. Xinshen, looking at the two kneeling on the ground, sighed and advised Shinman, Your aunt has helped you after all. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to save you easily. Give them a chance. Shenman, persuaded by Xinshen, said, You two leave Ao Island. From now on, the Shin family has no ties with you. Leave everything that belongs to the Shin family and go. After speaking, Shinman returned to her room. Thank you, Man, and thank you, Mr. Shin. Lu Yaro gratefully helped Shinshi up and they walked out of the Shin family together. As they left, Lu Yaro glanced back at the place she had lived for most of her life. Her eyes shifted from loneliness to anticipation. It was anticipation for the future, as she had been a caged bird for the first half of her life, and now she was finally free. Xinshen sat in the living room, waiting for the completion signal of the mission, which hadn't appeared yet. He wondered if there was a step left incomplete. After changing her clothes, Shinman hurried out and said, Xiaobai just called. 80 nautical miles west of Ao Island, an island appeared out of nowhere. Xinshen then remembered the last part of that sentence, Panglai Island appears. They looked at each other and simultaneously said, Panglai Immortal Island? I'll go check it out. Xinshen stood up and headed outside. Wait for me, Shinman called out from behind. Xinshen turned to her, that place might have unknown dangers. Maybe you shouldn't go. Humph, I'm also an innate master now, at the same level as you. If you can go, so can I, Shinman retorted. Xinshen shook his head helplessly. Fine, let's go. Have someone prepare a boat, we can't swim 80 miles. No need to tell me, Shinman arranged for a car to take them to the port. On the way, Shinman made calls and arranged some matters. In just a few days off track, during the time on the road, she managed to get the company back on track. They arrived at the port and boarded a yacht. Finally, after boarding the yacht, Xinshen received the notification that the mission was completed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the emergency event. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 5,000 points. Ding! Points have been automatically distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 500 points. This time it's a reward in points, but it makes sense. You can exchange directly for whatever you want from the mall. Even if you want to eat Shanghai's Xiaolongbao, you can exchange for it. Shin Man also put down the work in her hands, stretched lazily, and the mountain peak that was about to burst made Qin Shen's eyes widen. Shin Man noticed Qin Shen's gaze and quickly covered it up. Qin Shen cleared his throat twice and pretended nonchalantly, ahem, why are you following me even when I'm so busy? I've been through busier times, what's this? Shin Man said proudly. It would take another 2 hours to reach the destination, and the two spent the time chatting. Before long, a huge island covered in mist appeared in front of them, giving off a stifling feeling. Many boats had already appeared around the island, and there were also many people standing on the island's beach. After Qin Shen and Shin Man landed, they got off the boat together and approached to take a look. It seemed like the island was shrouded in a protective barrier. Qin Shen reached out to touch it, but his hand passed through the barrier. A person next to him walked up and greeted, I presume this brother is also a practitioner? I am Lin Yu from the Tsengchun sect, may I know your name? Qin Shen also returned the gesture, Wing Chun sect, Qin Shen. No problem, he was indeed from the Wing Chun sect. Lin Yu was taken aback because he had never heard of this sect. However, out of politeness, he still said, I've heard of you. Brother Lin, what's the situation with this island? Qin Shen asked. Qin brother, this should be the legendary Panglai Immortal Island, an island of immortals that disappeared nearly 1,000 years ago, and now suddenly reappeared in this place. We and these people received news in advance that Panglai Immortal Island would reappear soon, so we arrived here just as the island emerged. I assume Qin brother also received the news. Lin Yu smiled. Qin Shen reluctantly said, indeed. He didn't receive any news, he just happened to know by chance. Brother Lin, what's the current situation here? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu said, as far as I know, there is a master-level expert who tried to enter but was bounced back by the protective barrier. However, those with prenatal and below cultivation levels have entered, but no one has come out yet, and we don't know what's inside. Qin Shen pondered for a moment, only those below the master level can enter? Is it dangerous inside, or is it that once you enter, you can't come out? At the moment, no one knows. Now we are all waiting for representatives from various families and sects to arrive. These are just the vanguard forces. Qin Shen and Shin Man exchanged a glance, and Shin Man understood his meaning, then said, do as you wish, I've finished my business, you don't need to consider me. Qin Shen nodded. Initially, he thought Shin Man was so busy, should he go back first? Since she said that, he decided to stay and observe for now. Qin brother, I have some talismans here, would you like to take some for protection? Since the situation inside is unknown, we are fated to meet, and these only cost 10 spirit stones each. Lin Yu suddenly showed a pleasing expression. Qin Shen was speechless for a moment. It was his first time dealing with people from the cultivation world, and he wondered why they were so enthusiastic. Turns out they were waiting for this. However, he had never heard of spirit stones before. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I rushed out this time and didn't bring any spirit stones, only some worldly money. Qin Shen said apologetically. He didn't have any spirit stones at all, even if he sold one, he couldn't afford it. Lin Yu's face was filled with disappointment, but then he smiled and said, Qin brother, let's exchange contact information. If you need anything related to talismans, you can find me. Exchange contact information? These cultivators are not supposed to be isolated from the world, right? Qin Shen looked surprised as Lin Yu took out a cell phone from the bag hanging on his body. They exchanged WeChat contacts, and Lin Yu gave a talisman to Qin Shen, asking him to experience its effects. Just then, more people arrived at the shore, and Lin Yu hurried over to promote his talismans. Qin Shen and Shin Man didn't find anything interesting around, so they decided to go back to the boat to rest. Qin Shen had no intention of joining the crowd, he didn't plan to enter the Panglai Fairy Island either. He was here out of boredom, purely to satisfy his curiosity. Ming Shu, this is Qin Shen, the one who defeated Zhong Shu and Zhou Ping. He's the one who injured me, a familiar voice sounded behind Qin Shen. Turning around, Qin Shen saw Zhou Feng standing with an elderly man who bore some resemblance to Zhou Zhong. Zhou Feng's face was pale, indicating that he also had some healing elixir. Despite the poison and the aura of dominance in his body, he could move normally after just a few hours, albeit with a slightly unpleasant complexion. Just as Qin Shen was about to tease him, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. His alert skill was triggered. The last time he felt this chilling sensation was when Zhou Zhong tried to kill him, but this time it was even more intense. Run! Qin Shen shouted, pulling Shin Man as they swiftly retreated, taking out the Grandmaster experience card from the system space. Before he could use the card, the figure of the elderly man appeared in front of him.
You hurt the young master of the Zhou family and killed the disciples of the Zhou family. You will pay for it in the underworld, he said. Qin Shen felt a tremendous force hitting his chest, sending him flying into the protective barrier.
Qin Shen!
Shen Man screamed and rushed in after him. The elderly man stood still, watching where Qin Shen disappeared, then shook his head.
Zhou Feng approached, gritting his teeth. He managed to escape inside, he's lucky.
Zhou Ming calmly said, young master, don't worry. With my strike, he won't survive. On the other side of the protective barrier, Qin Shen lay on the ground, barely conscious. In the moment of impact, he had taken out the revival pill and swallowed it, but it only provided slight relief, leaving him unable to move now.
System, is this revival pill expired? Why is it not working?
The revival pill, it has the ability to heal any disease or injury instantly.
There's nothing wrong with the description, so why is it not effective? The revival pill is only effective for humans. Those below the Grandmaster level are considered human.
As the Grandmaster has surpassed the human realm, he no longer falls under the category of humans. The injury you sustained was caused by the Grandmaster, hence the revival pill has no effect.
Damn, why didn't you say it was ineffective earlier?
Qin Shen quickly opened the system store and searched for available medicines. Finally, he found the small revival pill. It had similar effects to the revival pill, but it required 100 times more points. Gritting his teeth, he bought 3 for self-defense.
After taking one, his body recovered.
Observing his surroundings, he saw the misty weather, towering trees all around. Qin Shen had never seen such large trees before. They were everywhere, even the grass was taller than a person. The spiritual energy here was extremely dense, which explained the gigantic flora.
Despite the dense spiritual energy, the sky was still gloomy.
Qin Shen checked his phone and, as expected, there was no signal, and time seemed to have stopped. Pushing aside the grass, he walked forward.
Suddenly, the bushes nearby rustled, indicating something was there.
Qin Shen watched attentively as a delicate hand emerged from the bushes, followed by Shen Man stepping out. After seeing each other, Qin Shen looked astonished while Shen Man appeared pleasantly surprised.
What are you doing here? Qin Shen asked in confusion.
He remembered being pushed in by that old dog. He vaguely recalled letting go of Shen Man's hand at that time, so it couldn't have been him who pulled him in. I saw you being thrown in by that person, didn't think much and just followed in, Shen Man said with a slightly flushed face. Qin Shen didn't notice her blush and could only helplessly say, forget it, forget it.
Don't stray too far from me.
Something feels off in here, there might be some danger. Let's go, we'll only know once we walk around. Qin Shen beckoned Shen Man to move forward. After walking for a while, Qin Shen felt his clothes being tugged down slightly. Turning around, he saw Shen Man holding onto him. Seeing Qin Shen's puzzled expression, Shen Man blushed and stammered,
I'm afraid of snakes.
Qin Shen chuckled and said, don't worry, there won't be ordinary snakes here. Besides, you're already at the innate realm, still afraid of snakes. He wasn't wrong, with the dense spiritual energy here and the unique flora, even if there were snakes, they wouldn't be ordinary. Shen Man relaxed upon hearing this and let go of his clothes. Shen Man seemed to have realized something and said, I entered at the same spot as you, but there was no one around.
We only met after walking for a while.
Qin Shen fell into contemplation. The situation here resembled the formations he had read about in novels.
Could it be that this place was enveloped by a massive formation?
As they approached a protective barrier, Qin Shen observed that it was like a mirror, reflecting back but not showing the outside. When he tried to touch it, he was repelled. It seemed his earlier guess was correct. People couldn't leave because it was impossible. They had no choice but to continue inward. Qin Shen found the tallest tree nearby and climbed up, leaving Shen Man below. From the treetop, he saw a building resembling a Taoist temple on a distant mountaintop, requiring some time to reach. He descended and informed Shen Man,
we can only go there for now.
We can't leave this place, so it's better than staying in this primitive forest. Shen Man agreed to explore the area. She had heard of Panglai Immortal Island in myths, perhaps they could encounter immortals there. As they walked, Shen Man, being at the innate realm, had no issues with stamina. After a while, Qin Shen stopped and noticed something odd about the weather.
What's wrong?
Shen Man asked as she saw him halt.
Have you noticed that the sky here seems unchanged from the beginning?
Shen Man looked up. She hadn't paid attention to the sky before, but now it did seem peculiar, with unmoving clouds, as if the sky itself was fake.
This sky is likely another oddity of this place. We probably won't be able to tell if it's day or night in here.
Let's rest and have something to eat, Qin Shen suggested, seeing the sweat on Shen Man's face after hours of trekking through the primitive forest. They sat down, and Qin Shen produced 2 roasted chickens and 2 bottles of drinks as if by magic. These were all obtained from the system's store, albeit quite expensive at 1 point each. The store wasn't very user-friendly. Shen Man stared at the food Qin Shen conjured and asked in astonishment, Where did you get all this from? I obtained a spacetime storage by chance, only I can use it. These are things I put in there in advance, and now they come in handy. Shin Shen thought of many excuses to hide his ability to produce food, but in the end, he came up with a better reason. After all, besides the two of them, no one else has been seen here, and being trapped in this place, not knowing when they can get out, it would be foolish to go without eating or drinking for so long just to keep this secret. Don't tell anyone else, you're the only one who knows this secret now. If others find out, I'll be sliced and studied. Shin Chen added. Shin Man inexplicably felt a little happy upon hearing this, then teased, I feel like slicing you up for research now. After finishing their meal, they continued on their way. Shin Shen, Shin Man's voice rang out from behind. What's wrong? Shin Shen turned to see Shin Man blushing, struggling to speak. I need to use the restroom, do you have any paper in that space of yours? Shin Man's voice grew quieter as she spoke. If Shin Shen's ears weren't sharp enough, he wouldn't have heard what she said. Big or small? Small. After saying that, she lowered her head even further, as if wanting to bury herself in the abyss of her mountain peaks. Shin Chen was stunned. Was she asking for a big piece of paper or a small one? Shin Man's answer was clearly not a straightforward one. Shin Chen took out a small pack of paper from the system space and handed it to her. Shin Man hurriedly took it and walked away. Turning back to Shin Chen, she shouted, Don't come over here. Shin Chen stood there, speechless and amused. Ah! Shin Man's scream echoed not far away. Shin Chen immediately ran over and saw Shin Man running towards him in terror. Shin Man ran to Shin Chen's side and hid behind him, tightly gripping his sleeve. There's a bone. Shin Chen was speechless for a moment, thinking they had encountered a wild beast or a giant snake. He was relieved to find it was just a bone. Walking closer, they saw a corpse that had been dead for who knows how many years, now reduced to a pile of bones leaning against a tree, weathered by time. This was the first person they had encountered since entering, although it could hardly be called a person anymore. Shin Chen also found it strange. Weren't there supposed to be other people who entered as well? They hadn't encountered anyone along the way. It's just a skeleton, nothing to be afraid of, Shin Chen reassured. Shin Man slowly peeked out from behind him to look at the skeleton. Isn't this supposed to be a fairy island? Why are there bones here? Can immortals die too? Shin Man asked in confusion. Shin Chen looked around the area, furrowing his brow. We don't know if this is still a fairy island. We've been walking for so long and haven't encountered any living creatures. Despite the abundant spiritual energy, everything here seems lifeless. Shin Chen dug a hole on the spot and buried the bones. He sighed, they say rest in peace, so let's do this small favor. After burying the bones, Shin Chen and Shin Man continued on their journey. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain where a stone archway stood, with the words Panglai Immortal Gate inscribed on it. Shin Chen gazed at the archway, as if he could see the disciples of Panglai coming and going underneath. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. This archway seems a bit ominous, don't stare at it, Shin Chen warned Shin Man. As a result, there was no response. He turned to look at Shin Man and found her eyes staring blankly. Shin Chen hurried over, blocking her line of sight and patting her face. Shin Man woke up, looking at Shin Chen in horror. I just saw many people walking up here, and then you held my hand and walked inside, Shin Chen said. At this moment, he dared not keep staring at the archway and instead held Shin Man's hand, walking upwards. Not far inside, they found another set of bones, this time lying on the steps. Shin Chen chose not to bury it this time. He felt there would be many more such bones, and he didn't have the time to bury them all slowly. He didn't know what had happened here. A mythical fairy island had turned into a dead place. Continuing upwards, they unsurprisingly saw many more bones. Shin Chen carefully examined the clothes on these bones, all wearing the same Taoist robes. It seemed they were all disciples of the Panglai Immortal sect. Shin Man was too shocked to speak along the way. As they neared the Taoist temple at the mountaintop, they suddenly heard other voices. This thing was found by me earlier, why should we draw lots to divide it? An angry voice said. Didn't we agree on this? This place is strange, we all came together to search for treasures, and what we find will be decided by drawing lots, another voice shouted. Since it was Brotherly who found it before we formed a group, there's no reason to draw lots. That's right, since we agreed to draw lots to decide ownership, it naturally applies to all treasures. I also found a bronze mirror just now, and I'm willing to draw lots with it. TCH, the others looked at him disdainfully, drawing lots with a mirror when someone else clearly has a weapon, maybe even a magical one. The group noticed Shin Chen and Shin Man approaching. You two must be the vanguard sent by your clan, right? Join us in searching for treasures, we can watch out for each other, the man who wanted to draw lots with the mirror said. Shin Chen looked at the 5 people in front of him, probably the ones who couldn't find a way out after entering initially.
What's the use of finding treasures here if we haven't found a way out first? Isn't life more important than treasure hunting?
Shin-chan looked at them puzzled. The group exchanged smiles, and one of them said, "Your family must not be a big one."
Oh, how do you know?
Although we are not important in our respective families, we believe our families will spare no effort to open this place.
Our task is to collect treasures first, and when we return, we will receive generous rewards. Have you ever thought about what if we can't open this place? Shin-chan poured cold water on their plans.
Another person showed a look of disdain. Small families are small families. The heritage in our family is beyond your imagination. Shin-chan wanted to go up and give him a couple of slaps after seeing his attitude. After observing the 5 people carefully, he noticed 3 were in the middle stage of the innate realm, and 2 were in the early stage. "I am Qin Shanglin of the Qin family from the ancient capital.
May I know your names?" One of the men who had spoken freely stepped forward and greeted.
"I am also surnamed Shin, with the single name Jia.
However, we are not from a big family, just independent cultivators.
This is my wife, Shin-shon," Shin-chan replied with a greeting. Shin-nan trembled slightly upon hearing Shin-chan's introduction.
However, she didn't expose him. When away from home, who didn't have some identity to uphold?
2 of the 5, upon hearing that Shin-chan was an independent cultivator and unable to discern his cultivation level, thought he was just an ordinary person and didn't bother looking at him again, walking inside. The other 2 who stayed behind also came forward to introduce themselves. "I am Li Dioji of the Li family from Guanlong."
Guanlong Li family? Isn't this the Li Ying's family? "I am Zhu Shirgue from Shuntian Mansion, Zhu family." Zhu Shirgue? What a name! Qin Shanglin continued. "The other 2 who left are Lu Maobing from the Liudo Lu family and Sima Fei from the Sima family in Wen County."
Indeed, they are all from prominent families. Although Qin Shen had never heard of them, their names all sounded quite formidable. "Some of us were sent in by our families, while others came in on their own and found themselves unable to leave, so they had to move further in and wait for the family to send someone to rescue them," Zhu Shirgue added. "I believe Qin brothers must have seen those corpses on the way here. Nowadays, Panglai Immortal Island, for some unknown reason, is filled with corpses, not a living soul in sight," Qin Shanglin said.
"Qin brother, why don't we travel together?"
"We don't want to be with those 2 anymore." Li Daoji invited Qin Shan and the others to team up for treasure hunting. Qin Shan wasn't particularly interested in treasure hunting, but he agreed nonetheless. The group entered the mountain gate together, and along the way, they heard about the other 2 men who saw Li Daoji pick up a sword next to a corpse and decided its ownership by drawing lots. This must have been what Qin Shen heard them arguing about earlier. Before long, they arrived at the central hall, with a plaque hanging at the entrance reading 9 heavens, truly befitting an immortal sect, with such ethereal names. Surprisingly, there were no corpses inside the main hall, probably because no one was there when the incident occurred. After searching around and finding nothing but corpses scattered everywhere, they didn't come across any treasures, not even one.
"Gentlemen, we've come a long way without much rest.
We plan to clean up a room here to rest, and we won't participate in treasure hunting." Qin Shen politely declined the invitation from the others.
"All right, the 3 of us will go explore first."
Along the way, the 3 men noticed Qin Shen's lack of interest in treasures. Whenever they saw something resembling a treasure, they would rush to it, while Qin Shen remained indifferent each time. After the 3 men left, Qin Shen and Shin Man found a room in the backyard to rest. Although it was simple, it seemed to be a girl's room, free of corpses unlike the other rooms they checked. They decided to rest there and tidy up. "Let's stay in the same room for now, so we can look out for each other," Qin Shen suggested to Shin Man.
Shin Man blushed slightly and nodded. "Let's rest for a while. There's no sense of time here, no day or night. You take the bed, I'll sleep on the floor," Qin Shen said as he lay down on the ground. Thinking about how to solve the current dilemma, he wasn't one to wait for others to rescue him. According to Zhou Feng, the strongest one who could come out in the current world was a grandmaster. Even grandmasters couldn't enter here, so how could he rely on those families to break through this protective barrier? "System, is there a way to escape from here? Exchange for the great teleportation rune in the mall. The host cannot be trapped anywhere," the system responded.
Qin Shen searched for the great teleportation rune in the mall, but the required points displayed made him give up. Great teleportation rune, break any space and teleport 1,000 miles away.
Requires 10,000 points.
Qin Shen looked at the 4-digit points and sighed, feeling powerless.
He couldn't earn points here. "Qin Shen, are you asleep?" Shen Man's voice sounded nearby. "Not yet, what's up? Why don't you come up and sleep on the bed?"
"It's big enough," Shen Man whispered softly. She had seen too many corpses along the way, gradually becoming somewhat numb from the horror. Ever since she entered the mountain gate, she could faintly feel as if someone was calling her, not with a voice but with a sensation.
This feeling became even stronger after she arrived in the backyard. She wanted to ask Qin Shen if he had the same feeling, but after observing him for a while, it seemed that he did not have that sensation, indicating that she was the only one. Shen Man became increasingly afraid, unsure if she was hallucinating or if something unclean had set its sights on her. Qin Shen saw the fear on her face and without much ado, got into bed and lay down beside her. "Sleep, I'm here, you don't need to be afraid," Qin Shen comforted softly. Shen Man leaned against Qin Shen, grasping his arm before slowly relaxing and drifting into sleep. Qin Shen watched Shen Man sleeping, lost in thought. Since entering the mountain gate, Shen Man had been looking around, then became silent. It's only the beginning now, but if one stays here for a long time, they might go crazy. Lost in his thoughts, Qin Shen fell asleep too. After a while, Qin Shen and Shen Man were awakened by the sounds of a fight outside. "You actually killed Brotherly to snatch his treasure, and now you want to kill me to silence me," Zhu Shigui roared in anger. "Damn it, we didn't kill him. When we found him, he was already lying here. What's wrong with you?" Sima Fei cursed angrily. Qin Shen led Shen Man and Qin Shanglin to walk in different directions. Zhu Shigui saw the two and quickly said, "Brother Shanglin, Lady Shen, come help. These two are so ruthless, keeping them will only make us more dangerous." Zhu Shigui didn't call Qin Shen because he couldn't gauge his strength, thinking he was just an ordinary person, so he chose to call Shen Man. Qin Shen, still unaware of the situation, chose not to intervene and pulled Shen Man back. Qin Shanglin, without a word, rushed forward, and the two sides engaged in a fight. Qin Shen walked over to check Li Daoji's breath and confirmed that he was already dead. Looking at Li Daoji's slightly purple lips with some residue around his mouth, seemingly some kind of biscuit, he then opened his clothes and examined the sunken area on his chest. Qin Shen believed he had been poisoned and then killed by someone. At this moment, the battle between the two sides intensified, with Qin Shanglin and Sima Fei both at the mid-stage of the innate realm, while Zhu Shigui and Lu Maobing were at the early stage. Zhu Shigui seemed to be no match for Lu Maobing and was knocked to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Shanglin rushed over to rescue Zhu Shigui but was hit solidly in the back by Sima Fei, and Lu Maobing, seeing Qin Shanglin being thrown towards him, also rushed forward to engage. At that moment, Zhu Shigui suddenly sprang up from the ground, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed it towards Lu Maobing's head. Lu Maobing's attention was elsewhere, and he didn't react in time, getting stabbed in the head and falling down. A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Shen's eyes. Sima Fei, seeing this, swiftly fled the scene. Shen Man was shocked by the scene before her and vomited on the spot. Qin Shen felt uncomfortable witnessing this, but having experienced killing before, he didn't react as strongly. Qin Shanglin spat out blood and sat down on the ground. Zhu Shigui hurried over to help him and led him outside. Throughout, he didn't even glance at Qin Shen and Shen Man, seemingly blaming them for not helping. Qin Shen instructed Shen Man when they returned to the room, "Try not to leave my side as much as possible. It's too dangerous here, and people's hearts are unpredictable." Shen Man obediently nodded. He recalled Zhu Shigui's display of strength when he suddenly rose from the ground earlier, indicating that he might also be at the mid-stage of the innate realm, but he deliberately concealed his strength, pretending to be weak. It seems that there are some issues with Li Daoji's death. Then Qin Shen thought about whether Qin Shanglin, who was with him now, was also planning to harm him. With this in mind, Qin Shen decided to follow and see. Let's go see Qin Xiong." Qin Shen took Shen Man and walked outside. At this time, Zhu Shigui helped Qin Shanglin into a room and took out a pill from his pocket, handing it to Qin Shanglin. "Shanglin, this is a healing pill from our clan. I was only given one when we left the clan this time. Since you are injured now, please take this pill." Qin Shanglin quickly refused. "Since there is only one, Brother Zhu should keep it. My injury is not serious, resting will be enough." Seeing this, Zhu Shigui did not insist and then took out a bag of biscuits and handed it over. "Qin Xiong probably didn't bring any food. I have some biscuits here, please have some. You need to eat to recover." This time, Qin Shanglin did not refuse. The pill was too precious, so he declined it, but he could accept the biscuits. Zhu Shigui watched as he took them, a hint of gloom in his eyes. Qin Shanglin tore open the package, ready to take a bite. "Qin Xiong, it's not good to eat biscuits when you're injured, especially poisoned ones." Qin Shen walked in from the door, looking at the two. Qin Shanglin was stunned. "What do you mean, Qin Xiong? If I'm not mistaken, you should be the one who killed Li Daoji." Qin Shen stared at Zhu Shigui intently. Zhu Shigui's face turned pale as he looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen continued, "Li Daoji was poisoned and died from a punch to the chest. The biscuit at the corner of his mouth was likely the cause of the poisoning, the same type that Qin Xiong has." Upon hearing this, Qin Shanglin quickly threw away the biscuit and took a few steps back. "Forget it, I wanted to deal with you easily, but since you know now, I'll have to put in a bit more effort." Zhu Shigui looked fiercely at the three of them. Xin Chen was surprised. He was just speculating and thought Zhu Shigui would try to argue or ask for evidence, but he admitted directly. "Brother Zhu, why would you do this?" Xin Shanglin asked angrily. Zhu Shigui chuckled. "Naturally, it's for the sword in Li Daoji's hand. The entire sect was searched, but no other treasure like that weapon was found. If I didn't kill him, how could I obtain it?" You are so ruthless," Xin Shanglin pointed at him with trembling fingers. "One severely injured, one ordinary person, and a woman in the early stages of innate realm. Although it's a bit troublesome, I have to use some strength." Zhu Shigui revealed his mid-stage innate realm cultivation and charged towards Qin Chen. "Mid-stage innate realm? You actually hid your cultivation. Be careful, Xin Shanglin shouted loudly. Xin Chen knew he had hidden his cultivation. He had noticed it when he killed Lu Maobing. "Our Zhu family's techniques have the ability to conceal cultivation. I've been pretending to be weak all along, but you've ruined my plan. I'll kill you first, and I'll take your wife." At this moment, Zhu Shigui hated Qin Chen the most, as he had disrupted his arrangements. Qin Chen saw Zhu Shigui charging towards him, so he clenched his fist and pulled back, gathering his strength, then punched him in the chest. "You!" Zhu Shigui, struck, looked shocked but couldn't speak. Qin Chen then punched him in the head, and Zhu Shigui fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Qin Chen shook his fist, took Shen Man, and walked outside. Xin Shanglin stood there in a daze. He had thought Qin Chen was just an ordinary person, but he turned out to be so strong that he defeated Zhu Shigui, who was also in the mid-stage innate realm, with just 2 punches. Due to his techniques and the rich spiritual energy in this place, Qin Chen was now close to the late-stage innate realm, making him more than a match for someone in the mid-stage innate realm. "Shanglin, what are your plans? Are you going to continue searching for treasures?" Qin Chen looked at Qin Shanglin, who followed him, and asked. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shanglin shook his head and said, "No, I plan to go back to the protective shield and wait for the family members to come in. There's nothing interesting here. Alright, let's bid farewell again then." Qin Chen arched his hand and watched Qin Shanglin descend the mountain. "Qin Xiong, to be honest, my surname is not Qin. In fact, none of us in the ancient Qin family are surnamed Qin," Qin Shanglin said seriously to Qin Chen. "Oh?" Qin Chen looked at him with interest. "I am from the ancient Ing family, Ing Shanglin. If it weren't for Qin Xiong's help just now, I might have followed Li Xiong's footsteps." Shanglin feels that he shouldn't hide his identity from his savior. Qin Chen looked at him with a strange expression. Why do these ancient clans like to use false surnames? The Zhou family is surnamed Ji, the Qin family is surnamed Ing. All these big families are so mysterious. "Qin Xiong, if you need help in the future, feel free to ask," Ing Shanglin said, arching his hand. "Shanglin, your words are too kind. I will still call you Shanglin instead of Ing. It sounds strange. My name is Qin Chen, and this is Shen Man. We are also using aliases." Qin Chen arched his hand and smiled. The two exchanged a smile. "By the way, Qin Xiong, there is some connection between Panglai Fairy Island and our Ing family. I think if you continue to explore, it's better to know some information than nothing." Ing Shanglin seemed to have remembered something. "Please tell me more." Qin Chen was at a loss about this place, so having some information would be better. In the past, an ancestor of the Ing family sent someone here to seek the elixir of immortality. That person was named Su Fu. After obtaining the elixir, Su Fu did not return to the ancient capital but fled to Dongyi. The ancestor sent people to capture him back but was unsuccessful. Later, the ancestor sent others to seek the elixir here, but they never found the fairy island again. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen understood the meaning of this information, indicating that Panglai Fairy Island had disappeared over 2,000 years ago. "I hope this information is useful to Qin Xiong. I will take my leave now," Ing Shanglin said before descending the mountain. After seeing off Qin Shanglin, Qin Chen looked at Shen Man and noticed that she had been staring in the direction of the back mountain. "What's wrong? I feel like something behind is calling me," Shen Man said with a hint of fear in her eyes as she looked at Qin Chen. "Then let's go check it out." It wasn't a good idea to continue being fearful like this, so it was better to go and see what was there. The two walked towards the back mountain and soon arrived at a small hill with a stone stele next to it, inscribed with the character forbidden. Not far ahead, there was a cave, pitch black inside, emitting a strange aura. Could it be that something sinister was inside? Qin Chen, seeing Shen Man's body trembling slightly, decided to go in and investigate. Qin Chen exchanged 1 point in the mall for a flashlight, held Shen Man's hand, and walked towards the cave. After entering the cave, besides darkness, there was nothing special. Shen Man grabbed Qin Chen's arm, holding on tighter. After walking for a while, Qin Chen noticed a problem. They seemed to be going downhill,
although the slope was not very steep. The further they went, the more uncomfortable the atmosphere became. Suddenly, a large pit appeared ahead. Qin Shen shone the flashlight down but couldn't see the bottom, and a strange aura wafted up. There's no way forward, only this deep pit. It seems we won't find out the reason, Qin Shen said to Shen Man. Shen Man nodded. With such a bottomless pit, even in the outside world, it would take days to prepare tools to go down and explore. Now they had nothing, not even a way to descend, and they didn't know what dangers lay below. It wasn't worth the risk. As they were about to turn back, a sudden sound of breaking air came from behind. Qin Shen immediately shielded Shen Man behind him, throwing a punch that clashed with the incoming person, causing both to step back. Upon closer inspection, the person was Sima Fei, his eyes bloodshot, emitting hoarse roars from his mouth. Qin Shen furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. Sima Fei seemed to be tainted by a strange aura, as Qin Shen could feel a hint of evil energy mixed in his opponent's true qi during their exchange. Even intertwining with Qin Shen's own true qi, it was automatically neutralized by his internal energy. If not for practicing the tyrannical dragon's roar true technique, a divine-level technique, he might have been corrupted like Sima Fei. But why was Shen Man unaffected? Qin Shen turned to look at Shen Man, finding nothing unusual about her. In that split second, Sima Fei charged forward, prompting Qin Shen to react swiftly. However, Sima Fei swiftly bypassed Qin Shen and aimed his attack at Shen Man. Damn, he's lost consciousness but still knows to bully the weak, Qin Shen cursed inwardly, rushing to intercept him. Shen Man, watching Sima Fei charging towards her, retreated in fear, unaware of the deep pit behind her. As she stepped back, about to fall into the pit, Qin Shen grabbed her hand in time. Meanwhile, Sima Fei, engaged in combat with Qin Shen, seized the opportunity and struck Qin Shen's back. Both Qin Shen and Shen Man tumbled into the deep pit, echoing Shen Man's piercing scream throughout the cave. Qin Shen cradled Shen Man in his arms, flipping her over so she was above him, while he positioned himself with his back facing downwards. With one hand, he took out a revival pill and placed it in his mouth, intending to swallow it just before hitting the ground to prevent fatal injuries. Shen Man's screams gradually subsided as she clung tightly to Qin Shen. The descent seemed endless, making Qin Shen doubt if there was a bottom to the pit. Suddenly, Qin Shen's back hit a sturdy bubble, bouncing up and then falling back down, his entire body slowly sinking into the bubble. Once past the resilient bubble, his body plummeted rapidly, but this time the fall was brief, lasting only a few seconds before they landed on the ground. Qin Shen helped Shen Man up from the ground. Surveying the surroundings, they faced a stone door engraved with mysterious runes, flanked by 2 torches. Qin Shen marveled at the torches, pondering how Panglai Island had vanished for a millennium, yet these torches remained lit. What mysterious force sustained them for so long? Qin Shen and Shen Man assessed each other for injuries, their eyes meeting and sharing a smile. Shen Man's gaze was tender, gazing at him affectionately, her eyes filled with emotion. Through this journey, Qin Shen's protective gestures towards her had melted the icy barrier in her heart time and time again. Let's go. Since we're here, let's explore inside, Qin Shen said, placing his hands on the stone door and pushing it open. The door creaked open, revealing a large stone chamber with a massive altar in the center and a colossal stone statue above, depicting a female figure holding a mirror-like object. The sight left Qin Shen and Shen Man awestruck. Suddenly, the altar began to glow, gradually forming into an elderly man. After 2,000 years, someone has finally entered the old man side. Qin Shen eyed the ethereal old man warily. You two need not be so guarded. I am the head of the Panglai Immortal sect, Su Fu. Qin Shen was astonished. He had recently heard about Su Fu's story from Ming Shanglin. Wasn't he supposed to have gone to Dongyi? How did he end up here? Judging by your expression, it seems you've heard of me, Su Fu remarked, noticing Qin Shen's reaction. Qin Shen adjusted his expression and said, the name Su Fu, not many people haven't heard of it. Oh, I didn't expect that after more than 2,000 years, there are still stories about me. Could you please tell me what kind of story it is, young friend? Su Fu asked with interest. Commissioned by the Emperor, I led 3,000 boys and girls to Panglai Island to obtain the elixir of immortality. However, we never returned. It is rumored that we escaped to Dongying. Qin Shen recounted what the world knew about Su Fu, then glanced at him. Su Fu, with a look of anger, said, how could I go to such a barbaric place? After composing himself, he began to recount his past. I was originally the head of the Panglai Immortal sect. After reaching the level of a demigod, my progress stagnated. I went to the mortal world to temper my mind. By a stroke of luck, I met the Emperor at that time, and we quickly became close friends. I have been by the Emperor's side to help him with his worries. One day, when the Emperor fell seriously ill, I knew that there was an elixir in the sect. I explained this to the Emperor. The elixir could be obtained, but I had to bring 3,000 disciples to the sect to convince the elders to release the elixir. Qin Shen listened to Su Fu reminiscing about the past without questioning its authenticity, simply enjoying the story. Su Fu continued, upon returning with the 3,000 boys and girls, I discovered that there had been changes in the sect. He turned to look at the statue, his eyes revealing a hint of resentment. A position of Holy Maiden was established in the sect, equivalent to the sect leader. Upon my return, I found that the Holy Maiden was practicing dark arts, advancing to the level of a saint. Her dark influence had already reached the disciples of the sect. In order to prevent the rise of a demon, I had no choice but to activate the island sealing formation, concealing Penglai Island from the world. Su Fu's eyes welled up with tears as he spoke. Qin Shen, upon hearing this, could now connect the dots with what Ing Shanglin had said, understanding the reason behind the disappearance of Penglai Island. After sealing the island, all the sect members gathered and, with the help of the formation, sealed it here.
The statue represents the Holy Maiden's manifestation.
My cultivation was not enough to kill the Holy Maiden, so I had to sacrifice myself to the formation, creating a seal around her.
Due to my insufficient cultivation, the seal was incomplete.
It was only after each of my sect members sacrificed themselves to the formation that we were able to completely seal this witch.
Su Fu's eyes revealed sadness.
Shen Man also shed tears emotionally, witnessing how such a grand sect was destroyed by a dark arts practitioner.
Qin Shen felt like something was missing in the story but couldn't quite pinpoint it.
On your way here, you must have seen many corpses of sect members who perished in the sacrifices, Su Fu said, and Qin Shen nodded in agreement. As the eye of the formation, I have retained a trace of consciousness here, only to pass on the legacy of my Penglai immortal sect to those who enter in the future. Su Fu looked intently at the two of them. Qin Shen felt a chill down his spine, not due to his alertness skill this time, but because of the intense gaze of the old man.
Strange, I can't see through your cultivation level. It seems you also have some secrets, Su Fu remarked in amazement.
Qin Shen didn't respond, as he hadn't come up with a cover story, so he just shrugged. This girl has cultivated her soul to the spirit refinement realm, and she possesses the primordial spirit body, Su Fu said in astonishment, looking at Shin Man.
Primordial spirit body?
Qin Shen and Shin Man exclaimed simultaneously.
It seems you are not familiar with this physique.
The primordial spirit body is a natural constitution with perfect affinity to spiritual energy, making cultivation of any technique twice as effective. There was also a primordial spirit body in the sect before, and it was the Holy Maiden behind me, Su Fu said, looking at the statue behind him. Qin Shen looked at Shin Man in amazement, realizing that she could also reach such heights in the future.
Elder, may I ask how cultivation levels were classified in your era?
Qin Shen had just heard Su Fu mention the realms of half-saints and saints, which were levels he had never heard of before.
Tempering the body and refining the soul is the initial stage of cultivation. Rebirth and shedding the mortal coil mark the true entry into the ranks of practitioners.
Beyond that are the realms of half-saints and saints. The realm of a saint represents the highest attainment in the human realm, and ascending to the immortal realm comes after that, Su Fu explained. Qin Shen pondered over these corresponding levels of cultivation. Tempering the body is acquired, refining the soul is innate, rebirth signifies mastery, shedding the mortal coil denotes grand mastery, while half-saints and saints are realms above grand mastery. In this era, it was uncertain if there were still saints around. I will impart the sect's techniques to you, hoping that you can carry on the legacy, Su Fu interrupted Qin Shen's contemplation. Qin Shen quickly declined. I already have my own cultivation techniques, and I may not be able to practice other techniques. Seriously, his domineering dragon's roar technique was a divine-level skill.
Why would he go and practice the techniques of these mundane sects?
It was like having a sumptuous lobster in front of you but choosing to eat river shrimp instead.
You are only practicing qi cultivation, right?
Here, I have a soul-refining technique that does not conflict with your current practice, Su Fu said as he shot a beam of light into Qin Shen's mind. Qin Shen examined it in his mind and indeed found it to be a soul-refining technique that did not clash with his current practice. Su Fu then shot another beam of light into Shin Man's mind. You have a primordial spirit body, so the techniques before the saintess are most suitable for you. Shen Man looked at the appearance of the immortal spirit decision in her mind with joy. Go, I have prepared a cave for you two to cultivate in. With the presence of the witch here, it will be difficult for you two to focus. Once you have achieved success in your cultivation, I will activate the formation to send you out. Su Fu pointed to a small door that had opened nearby. He then condensed two pill-like objects in his hand and sent them towards Qin Shen and Shin Man. These are tranquil mind pills. Taking them will help you resist the witch's disruptive magic. Qin Shen and Shin Man received the pills and thanked Su Fu before heading towards the small door. As they turned around, a shadow of concern flashed in Su Fu's eyes. Inside the cave, Qin Shen appeared distracted, while Shen Man was engrossed in studying the immortal spirit decision. Soon, she noticed Qin Shen's demeanor.
"What's wrong with you?" Shen Man asked softly.
Qin Shen furrowed his brows. "I feel like something is off, but I can't quite figure out what."
"Don't overthink it.
"We have obtained new techniques and a way to leave."
"Isn't that a good thing?"
Shen Man reassured him, holding his hand. However, Qin Shen remained unchanged, not accepting Shen Man's comfort. Seeing this, Shen Man sighed. Master Su Fu is also pitiful, trapped here for a lifetime just because the saintess practiced dark arts, leading to the downfall of the entire sect.
Suddenly, a realization struck Qin Shen. Yes, that's what's wrong here.
Shen Man looked at him in confusion.
Along our journey, we have seen many skeletons, and we have practically explored the entire sect.
But don't forget, the 3,000 boys and girls who returned with Su Fu have also disappeared.
While other sect members may have been sacrificed, those 3,000 were just ordinary people. How could they have been sacrificed?
We have only seen 100 or so skeletons, and Su Fu never mentioned the whereabouts of those 3,000 people.
Could it be that those 3,000 were just ordinary people, so their skeletons did not last as long as those of cultivators and have turned to dust, dissipating into the air? Qin Shen shook his head. That's impossible. The dense spiritual energy here is what preserved the skeletons from decay, not their cultivation level.
The two exchanged a glance, and a hint of fear appeared in Shen Man's eyes.
So, is his story a lie? Shen Man asked in terror.
Qin Shen pondered for a moment and said, half true, half false.
Although I don't know what's real and what's fake, he has ulterior motives towards us, that much is true. He, I didn't expect you to be so clever.
I thought I had hidden everything well, shedding tears where necessary, feeling regret where needed, yet you still managed to see through me. Su Fu's voice echoed from all directions.
Qin Shen immediately shielded Shen Man, raised his head, and asked sternly, what do you want? What I want, you'll find out after you accept the gift I have for you. Gift?
Qin Shen turned to look and saw Shen Man, her face flushed, tearing at her clothes, muttering, so hot, so hot. Qin Shen's body also started to heat up, a fire rising in his dantian. Oh no, that calming pill I took earlier must have been tampered with. Damn it, I had a feeling something was off with Su Fu, yet I still ate what he gave me. Qin Shen regretted inwardly.
System, what's happening to me now? Ding. Scanning host's body.
The host has a drop of demon blood, which can drive the host into madness.
Please remove it promptly. Damn, how do I remove it?
Qin Shen quickly opened the system store, searched for items to remove demon blood, but found a bunch he couldn't afford. By now, Shen Man had already pounced on him, and Qin Shen's last bit of consciousness instantly collapsed, and the two embraced each other swiftly. Outside, Su Fu, upon hearing the sounds, burst into maniacal laughter.
Ha ha, Yao Xiener, you've brought me to this state. Now that I see someone with the same constitution as you suffering, I feel doubly happy. Su Fu held a deep grudge against the saintess.
In the eyes of the stone statue, a tear of blood actually fell. Rest assured, once I obtain that boy's body, I will keep the woman by my side, transforming her into your likeness, tormenting her day and night. As Su Fu taunted the saintess, Qin Shen and Shen Man had already come together. Qin Shen's cultivation technique instantly activated, his cultivation soaring rapidly, breaking through to the later stage of the innate realm. Due to the demon blood, they were unaware of each other in their madness. Slowly, they began to regain consciousness, seeing each other's faces, Shen Man blushing and lowering her head shyly. Qin Shen, like an arrow on a bowstring, had to act, pretending to still be in a state of madness, releasing a burst of energy. Shen Man, caught in Qin Shen's energy, once again fell into it. After a full day and night, the two gradually came to a stop. Qin Shen now held the sleeping Shen Man, checked his own cultivation, and found he had already reached the level of a half-step grandmaster.
How did this happen?
Even if it was Shen Man's first time, her cultivation shouldn't have increased this much. Qin Shen looked at the blush beneath him. On the other hand, Shen Man had also reached the later stage of the innate realm.
System, scan my body. Ding. Scanning host's body. Ding. Host's body is fine, demon blood has been cleared. Cleared? How was it cleared?
The host has entered the state of dragon leaping and phoenix crying, under which all negative states can be dispelled.
Dragon leaping and phoenix crying?
Qin Shen glanced at Shen Man and used insight on her. Shen Man, Phoenix nose of the 9 phoenixes, primordial spirit Tao body, age, 36 years old, cultivation, later stage of the innate realm cultivation technique, immortal spirit decision hobbies, watching dramas, reading books unlocked, yes favorability, 109 phoenixes body. Shen Man was also a 9 phoenixes body. Through a twist of fate, Qin Shen successfully obtained the first 9 phoenixes body, and her favorability was already at maximum. Wasn't it said that special constitutions could only be seen at a higher level? How come he could see it now? Once the host is combined with it, the special physique is no longer hidden.
So that's how it is. Shenman's eyelashes trembled slightly, and Qin Shen, seeing this, jokingly said, "Are you planning to pretend to sleep forever?" Shenman opened her eyes, looked at his teasing expression, blushed, and sat up.
Qin Shen took out clothes from the space, they both put them on, and fell silent at the same time.
Although their cultivation had improved, Su Fu outside used to be a sage-level existence.
After pondering for a moment, Qin Shen's eyes showed determination as he took Shenman's hand and walked outside. This is not a place to hide, it's better to confront it directly.
When Su Fu saw the two coming out, he smirked sinisterly, "Do you like the gift I gave you? Oh, this girl actually has two physiques. Two physiques appearing in one person, unheard of, and it even broke through."
Qin Shen ignored him and straightforwardly asked, "Tell us, what do we need to do to leave?"
Su Fu showed a mature expression. "Step onto the altar, and I will tell you what to do." Su Fu beckoned to Qin Shen.
Qin Shen thought Su Fu wanted him to help lift the seal. Remembering Zhou Feng's words, he knew that the current spiritual energy in the world couldn't support the emergence of grandmasters and above. Even if he was released, once out of this place, many could deal with him. A tall person could hold up the sky if it fell.
No.
Shenman hurriedly stopped Qin Shen, worried about the danger he might face by going up. Su Fu's face turned cold, and he reached out into the air, creating a spiritual force that grabbed Shenman by the neck, lifting her up.
"Stop. Release her, and I'll go up now."
Qin Shen walked over, and Su Fu, seeing this, waved his hand, causing the spiritual force around Shenman's neck to disappear.
Qin Shen stood in front of Su Fu. "Tell me, what do I need to do to set you free?" Su Fu grinned. "Who said I want to be set free? I want your body."
Then, he turned into light and rushed into Qin Shen's mind.
Your body is quite good. Once I fully control it, I can return to my peak in no time." Su Fu's figure appeared in Qin Shen's mind.
Compared to Su Fu, Qin Shen's soul fire was like a candle flame against a torch, easily extinguished. Qin Shen instantly felt he lost control of his body.
Ding! Alert! Host is being possessed. Please expel it immediately. I want to expel it, but give me away. Qin Shen inwardly roared in anger. Ding! Deduct 5,000 points from them all. Can expel it. Deduct it now. What's the use of points when my life is at stake? Ding! Deduction successful. Expelling now.
The soul fire in Qin Shen's mind received irrigation from the system, instantly turning into a huge fireball that engulfed Su Fu.
What is this? Why is this happening? No! After a brief wail, Su Fu completely dissipated.
After consuming Su Fu's soul fire, Qin Shen's soul fire gradually shrank, turning into the size of a torch. Qin Shen sat cross-legged on the altar with his eyes closed, while Shenman anxiously ran up to him. At this moment, the statue above the altar began to shrink until it became human-sized. The statue cracked open, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with an ethereal aura walking out of it. Shenman extended her hands in front of Qin Shen. Although she knew Su Fu was not a good person, the saintly woman, always referred to as a witch by Su Fu, if she was real, then the truth would be revealed here.
Don't panic, what Su Fu said was not true, he was the one sealed. A melodious voice rang out.
Shenman no longer believed in Su Fu's superb acting skills after her experience. Yao Xian sighed. Su Fu is indeed the sect leader, and he did travel to the mortal world.
He obtained a demonic cultivation manual in the mortal world. Deceiving Emperor Eng, he brought 3,000 boys and girls here for sacrifice. Later, he sacrificed the entire Panglai Immortal Island. When I returned from my journey, all life within the sect had been drained by the altar, including all the magical tools and spirit stones on the island, which had been depleted of spiritual energy. I activated the sect's grand formation, isolating the Immortal Island from the outside world, vowing to trap it here.
As Shinman listened to Yao Xian's account, she gradually relaxed her guard, lowering her raised hand. Yao Xian's words now seemed more logical, especially since many corpses were found on the steps, indicating they had perished while walking.
I came here as a medium, using the sect's treasured Haotian mirror to seal him on the altar.
For the past 2,000 years, I have never slackened, but now I am nearing the end of my strength and can no longer sustain the sect's formation, allowing Panglai Immortal Island to reappear in the world.
Fortunately, Su Fu is now dead. I can feel that he has truly dissipated.
Only when he has completely vanished can I lift the seal suppressing him, Yao Xian said, casting a deep glance at Qin Shen.
What about Qin Shen? Is he dead too?
Shenman, who had seen Su Fu enter Qin Shen's body, anxiously rushed to his side. Don't worry, he is undergoing a transformation and is not in any danger, Yao Xian reassured her upon seeing her concern.
Shenman finally relaxed. I am also about to disappear from this world.
Since we share the same constitution, let me grant you a transformation before I go, Yao Xian said with a hint of relief in her eyes before turning into a ball of light and entering Shin Man's body. Shin Man closed her eyes and sat down on the ground. Both of them sat in meditation on the altar as time passed slowly. 7 days later, the two on the altar slowly opened their eyes. Qin Shen felt his own being. He had now reached the realm of a sage in spirit, but his cultivation level remained unchanged at the half-step grandmaster stage. His powerful spirit meant that he would not encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation until reaching the realm of a sage. Dots of starlight flew out of Shin Man's body, forming a figure, Yao Xian. At this moment, Yao Xian's figure gradually blurred. I have stored all my lifelong learning and remaining power within you. As your cultivation advances, the power I have bestowed upon you will gradually be released. At present, you cannot bear my power, Yao Xian told Shin Man. Thank you, senior. After days of mental practice, Shin Man had become proficient in using her spiritual power, and Yao Xian had imparted not only spiritual power but also a wealth of experience. Yao Xian produced a mirror and said, "This Haotian mirror is the sect's treasure. Through this treasure, I was able to seal Su Fu, who had reached the realm of a sage, for so long with my half-saint cultivation. This mirror requires a large amount of spiritual power to activate, which you cannot do for now. I will store it within your spirit, and when you reach the level to activate it, you can summon it from within." With a hand gesture, the Haotian mirror slowly shrank and entered Shin Man's forehead. The Haotian mirror is no longer in my possession, and the sect's grand formation outside has been lifted. You can leave now, Yao Xian said before gradually fading away until she disappeared. Shin Man watched Yao Xian vanish, tears welling up in her eyes. Although they had known each other for a short time, the deep bond formed during these days of companionship had touched her deeply. Moreover, the spiritual power Yao Xian had imparted to her contained fragments of her lifetime memories, making Shin Man, as a fellow woman, feel a sense of heartache. Selected at a young age to join the immortal sect, competing for the position of saintess, she was chosen due to her special spiritual constitution, the primordial spirit Dao physique. She dedicated her entire life to the sect, even turning into a stone statue for over 2,000 years to seal Su Fu. For her, this outcome is actually a kind of liberation. Qin Shen comforted Shin Man as he held her in his arms. Shin Man leaned against Qin Shen, nodding as she sobbed softly. At the periphery of Panglai Immortal Island, many people had gathered, representatives from various major families and even from other countries. However, these families did not allow the foreigners to land on the island. When the Americans attempted to land with heavy weapons, several families joined forces and sank their ships. The Chinese government also sent people over, expressing gratitude to the families for their intervention. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, it might have escalated into a national war, a military officer leading the group thanked the families. Humph, driving away invaders is a duty we cannot shirk, an elder coldly snorted nearby. If it weren't for the world entering the Dharma-ending era, the ancient martial arts families would not have had to return to their ancestral land, where they would not allow barbarians to start wars. The protective shield is down. The formation is down. We can go in now. Someone shouted, and everyone watched as the protective shield slowly dissipated. Soon after, they felt the surge of spiritual energy rising into the sky after the shield vanished. The island was instantly filled with spiritual energy, and many people began rushing in, some families even arriving by helicopter, flying directly to the Panglai Immortal sect. After Qin Shen and Shin Man calmed their emotions inside the cave, they prepared to leave. Qin Shen slapped his forehead in regret. I didn't even ask how to get up there. The distance is not short. I have a way out here. The Haotian realm is in my mind. Although I can't use it, I can still send us out. Shin Man chuckled lightly, then tightly held Qin Shen's hand, and they disappeared together from the altar. A flash of white light, and the two appeared at the mouth of the cave. Qin Shen looked at the vanished protective shield outside, now able to see the blue sky and white clouds. Suddenly, a roar came from behind. It was Sima Fei from earlier. Sima Fei saw Qin Shen and Shin Man and immediately rushed towards them. With Qin Shen and Shin Man's increased cultivation, they no longer paid him any attention. Shin Man waved her hand, gathering spiritual energy into a palm shape and struck at Sima Fei. Sima Fei was sent flying, crashing into the hillside, coughing up blood and falling down. How dare you, actually dare to kill a member of my Sima family, a furious voice echoed from above. Several helicopters hovered overhead, and a middle-aged man leaped down from one of them. Youngsters, have your family elders come out. I want to see which family dares to injure a member of my Sima family, the middle-aged man said. There was a hint of probing in his words, wanting to know which family Qin Shen and Shin Man belonged to. Although the Sima family was an ancient martial arts family, it was only a mid-level family and still had a gap compared to some major families. We are not from any family. If this person attacks us, can't we fight back? Shin Man retorted. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, It seems that my Sima family has been absent for too long, allowing any Tom, Dick, or Harry to bully us. With that, he swiftly attacked Shin Man. Shin Chen moved forward, delivering a punch. The middle-aged man's attention was solely on Shin Man, not noticing Shin Chen's lack of cultivation. As a result, Shin Chen's punch landed solidly on his chest. The middle-aged man was sent flying, spitting blood, looking at Shin Chen in shock. I didn't expect you to be a half-step grandmaster as well, hiding so deeply. In my decades in the Sima family, this is the first time I've been defeated by a junior. Sima Yen dared not make a move at this moment. He was only a half-step grandmaster and had just been injured by Shin Chen. He felt Shin Chen's strength, which he might not even have been able to defeat at his peak, let alone now that he was injured. To think that I didn't die from your palm strike, and my cultivation even improved. It seems you've gained some great fortune. Zhou Ming walked out slowly from behind, with Zhou Feng beside him, glaring hatefully at Qin Chen. Qin Chen coldly looked at the two from the Zhou family and directly used the Grandmaster experience card. There was a huge gap between a half-step Grandmaster and a Grandmaster, and he didn't dare to risk challenging a higher level. Sima Yen, seeing that there was a conflict between the Zhou family and Qin Chen, felt a sense of joy and walked towards Zhou Ming. Brother Zhou Ming, I am Sima Yen from One County, Sima Yen greeted. Zhou Ming glanced at him and said, is your Sima family only sending a half-step Grandmaster here? The Grandmasters in the clan have other tasks. Only I and some young clan members are here, Sima Yen replied truthfully. Zhou Ming's eyes showed a hint of disdain. I see you are using the usual tricks of your Sima family, hiding somewhere to reap the benefits. Sima Yen chuckled twice. Zhou Ming ignored him and coldly said to Qin Chen, hand over your fortune, and I'll spare your life. He believed that Qin Chen's rapid advancement in cultivation must have been due to gaining something. Humph, the Ji family is still as domineering as ever. A cold snort came from the side. A middle-aged man with a young man beside him walked forward. Zhou Ming had been nonchalant until he saw this person, and his expression instantly turned serious. Yin Fan. Indeed, it's me. I don't change my name or surname, unlike you Ji family who changed your surname to Zhou, Yin Fan said contemptuously. The fact that the Ji family changed their surname to Zhou was not a secret within the ancient family circles. Yin Fan walked up to Qin Chen and said, little brother, you don't need to fear them. These Ji family enemies are friends of my Yin family. Your Yin family's troublemakers are still the same, showing up everywhere. Two more people walked out from the side, bowed to Zhou Ming, and looked at Yin Fan. Yin Fan's gaze sharpened. Jiangwen, Jiangwu. I didn't expect two grandmasters from the Jiang family to be here. The Jiang family, a subsidiary family of the Ji family, was equally powerful, and due to ancestral promises, they had been serving the Ji family for generations, maintaining a master-servant relationship. Wherever we go together as brothers, everyone knows that, Jiangwen said with a smile. Qin Chen felt a sense of urgency. Why did this Grandmaster card still have a surprise element? Facing three Grandmasters on the opposite side, even though Yin Fan said he had his back, with more people now, who knew if he would help? Brothers Wen and Wu, help me stop Yin Fan. This man injured my young master, and I want to personally kill him, Zhou Ming pointed at Qin Chen. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen quickly pulled Shin Man back. Zhou Ming dashed forward, but before Yin Fan could act, Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu stood smilingly in front of him. As Zhou Ming approached Qin Chen, a fist emerged from behind Qin Chen and struck towards Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming quickly changed his stance, blocking with both hands. The fist hit Zhou Ming's palm, causing him to step back. A man in a black long shirt walked out from behind Qin Chen and stood between the two. Who are you, and why are you blocking me? Zhou Ming asked coldly, his hand trembling slightly behind him, feeling the gap between him and the man in front of him. The man in the long shirt assumed a stance and said, Wing Chun, Ip Man. Qin Chen stared blankly at the man in front of him. Was this the Grandmaster from the experience card? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Ming realized he hadn't heard of this name before and continued to strike forward. Ip Man dodged to the side and then used a shoulder strike to send Zhou Ming flying. Before Zhou Ming could steady himself, Yuan swiftly moved forward and delivered a powerful kick to his face, sending Zhou Ming flying backward. Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu were about to step in to help when Yin Fan blocked their way, smiling as he looked at them. Don't leave yet, weren't you here to stop me? Move aside. Jiang Wu's voice was stern. Humph, even if we can't beat you too, delaying you for a moment shouldn't be a problem. I just wonder how long that Ji surname can hold on. Yin Fan snorted coldly and advanced. Zhou Ming got up from the ground, a shoe print on his face with 2 streams of blood trickling down. Sima Yen, have the Grandmaster hiding behind come out to assist me. The Ji family owes you a favor. Alright, I'll take the Ji family's favor. An old man emerged from the woods. Big brother. Sima Yen exclaimed excitedly. The newcomer was the Grandmaster of the Sima family, Sima Yu. Zhou Ming and Sima Yu joined forces to attack Yiwen, who effortlessly engaged with both of them.
System, why are the Grandmasters from the experience card so much stronger? Qin Shen asked the system inwardly.
Products from the system are always top-notch. Please don't compare them to some trash. Host, damn, this arrogant system. Qin Shen couldn't help but sense a hint of disdain from the system's words. Sima Yu, being cunning as expected from his family, continuously provided support from the sidelines, never letting himself fall into danger. Yuan kicked Sima Yu away and swiftly launched a series of punches at Zhou Ming, who was struck by dozens of rapid punches to his chest, blood gushing out as he fell to the ground. Yuan pinned him down and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Zhou Ming's head was solidly hit, and he fell down, only exhaling but not inhaling. A crowd had gathered around since earlier, now all shocked on the spot.
He's dead?
The Grandmaster of the Ji family was actually beaten to death by a random set of punches. The situation is about to change.
My goodness! Who is this Yiwen, effortlessly killing the Grandmaster of the Ji family? Seeing Zhou Ming's death, Sima Yu vanished in a flash, along with Sima Yan from the Sima family.
Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu, witnessing this, immediately broke free from Yin Fan's entanglement, rushed to Zhou Feng's side, grabbed him, and fled the scene.
Qin Shen stood there, bewildered. This is too strong.
Even with two Grandmasters teaming up, he managed to kill one of them.
And looking at Yi Wen's demeanor, he hadn't even broken a sweat. Ha, delightful. The first Grandmaster to die after the spiritual energy revival is from the Ji family.
How exhilarating, Yin Fan laughed heartily. Brother Yi, I am Yin Fan from the Yin family, let's be friends. Yin Fan extended his hand towards Yiwen. Yiwen ignored him and walked straight to Qin Shen, leaving Yin Fan looking embarrassed in his place. Brother Yin, my friend Yi isn't good at socializing, he didn't mean to offend you.
Thank you for your help earlier, Qin Shen explained.
Yin Fan waved his hand. People with strength can be a bit eccentric.
But by killing someone from the Ji family, you'll face continuous trouble. You can come to our Yin family in Shanqiu, we will protect you.
Qin Shen thanked him. Thank you, Brother Yin, we will take our leave then. Shen's helicopter also arrived at the mountaintop, as Du Chuan knew that Qin Shen and Shen Man had come here and went to find them.
After boarding the plane, they headed towards Ao Island.
Du Chuan informed them that the two had been missing for half a month.
Miss, representatives from the government have arrived.
It seems to be about this island. They want the Shen family to manage and develop it, Du Chuan said. Shen Man nodded. This situation was within his expectations. Although the experiences during this period had led her to many discoveries about the world, a country was still a country. The appearance of land in its territorial waters would inevitably stir up some international disputes, and since Outa was the closest place, the Shen family's cooperation was naturally needed.
Brother Du, are you feeling better?
Qin Shen asked beside him. Du Chuan knew what Qin Shen was asking.
I have to thank Brother Qin.
If it weren't for Brother Qin, I would have caused a great disaster.
Now I am much clearer.
Shen Man extended her finger and touched Du Chuan's brow, sending a surge of spiritual energy over.
There is still some hostility.
I used pure spiritual energy to help purify you.
Uncle Chuan is fine now. Du Chuan felt the majestic spiritual power in Shen Man's finger, looking shocked. How did Miss become so powerful?
Shen Man waved her hand.
It's a long story. We'll talk about it later. And can you two change your titles?
I call you Uncle Chuan, Qin Shen calls you Brother Du, the generations are all mixed up.
Shen Man looked angrily at Qin Shen.
Qin Shen chuckled, patted her head, and softly said, then I'll just call you Uncle Chuan too. Shen Man blushed as he patted her head.
Du Chuan looked as if he had seen a ghost.
He had watched Shen Man grow up but had never seen her act like such a little girl. Du Chuan glanced deeply at Qin Shen and then refused. No, just call me Du Chuan.
I can't bear this uncle title.
The group argued over this title, with Shen Man ultimately winning. Qin Shen followed her in calling him Uncle Chuan, as she had always done so since childhood, making it difficult to change. It was easy for Qin Shen and Du Chuan to change their titles since they had not known each other for long.
The group quickly returned to Auto. After getting off the helicopter, Yiwen left.
Qin Shen learned from the system that Yiwen would disappear in a place where no one noticed, just as he had appeared in an unnoticed place before. This way, sudden disappearances and appearances would not cause any unreasonable panic.
Shen Nan also went to the headquarters of Mi Gao Mei.
She wanted Qin Shen to go with her, but he refused, thinking about Shi and Hai who were still on Auto. It had been almost half a month, and he needed to see them first. Qin Shen arrived at the gathering spirit place and found that the spiritual energy around had returned to normal, no different from the outside world. The spiritual energy outside had become richer due to the outburst of spiritual energy from Panglai Fairy Island.
Boss! An excited voice rang out.
Before Qin Shen could step inside, he heard someone calling from upstairs.
Looking up, he saw Hai. Soon, there was the sound of footsteps running upstairs. Figures ran down the stairs one by one. It turned out that all the members of the 12 Hours had arrived. "Boss!" they all exclaimed in unison. One figure threw themselves into Qin Chen's arms. Feeling the delicate and soft touch, Qin Chen lowered his head to see a lowly-like girl snuggling in his arms. "It was you. Boss, I missed you so much." "You didn't come to see me for so long," you coquettishly said in Qin Chen's arms. "You, don't hog the boss." "We all want to hug the boss," a handsome young man beside them said indignantly. Qin Chen let go of you, opened his arms, and walked towards them, hugging each one of them. Standing at the end was Mao, a cold and elegant elder sister with legs over a meter long, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Qin Chen. Qin Chen walked up and hugged her. Mao's face instantly turned bright red. "Sister Mao, why is your face so red?" you asked innocently. "Ha ha," everyone burst into laughter. Everyone knew that Mao had always secretly admired the boss. Normally icy, she would always act coyly when she saw the boss. Afterwards, everyone went upstairs. Qin Chen assessed their strengths and found that, apart from Si and Hai, Chen and Yin were also innate. The latter two had extraordinary talents but no specific techniques, relying solely on their own exploration. The rest were still at the acquired realm. Qin Chen exchanged a set of cultivation techniques tailored for each of them from the system store, urging them to cultivate. Times had changed, and they needed to be able to protect themselves. As the others went to practice, Chen remained standing in front of Qin Chen. "Boss, I heard that you injured the young master of the Zhou family and killed one of their innate members," Chen said quietly to Qin Chen. Qin Chen gazed at Chen silently, waiting to see what he would say next. Chen had advised him before not to antagonize the Zhou family, which was actually the Ji family, an ancient and vast clan he had investigated. "I apologize for overstepping my bounds and advising you last time. As our leader, your actions must have reasons, and I should not have interfered. Please punish me." Chen bowed his head to Qin Chen. Qin Chen walked over and patted his shoulder. "You don't need to worry about these matters for now. If you want to help me, focus on your cultivation." With that, he walked towards the sofa. "Oh, by the way, I didn't just kill one of the Zhou family's innate members, but also a half-step grandmaster and a grandmaster," Qin Chen added. Chen was shocked by this information. He knew that the boss had always been stronger than them, but he hadn't realized by how much. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Chen walked excitedly towards his room. He needed to cultivate diligently to become stronger and assist the boss. Qin Chen sat on the sofa, reflecting on his recent experiences. If it weren't for the system, the person sitting here now would have been Su Fu. The system rewarded him with 5,000 points, which he could use there. It seemed like the system had prepared for his future experiences in some mysterious way. Suddenly, Qin Chen remembered that he hadn't completed his daily check-ins for many days. "System, can I make up for the missed check-ins?" The last compensation was the final one. If the host fails to check in for various reasons, there will be no further compensation, the system replied. "Damn, heartless system," Qin Chen muttered. "Please refrain from insulting the system. Even with 5,000 points, the system cannot help the host devour souls. The system has already overstepped its boundaries before," the system warned. Qin Chen understood that the system had used its privileges and spent 5,000 points to save him when Su Fu tried to take over his body. In a way, the system did have some compassion. "I want to check in," Qin Chen declared. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Phoenix Cry." "What is the Phoenix Cry?" Qin Chen wondered, looking at an object resembling a tripod and reading its description. The Phoenix Cry, the essence of the legendary sacred beast Phoenix, nurtured through millennia of fusion and refinement. Qin Chen decided to keep the Phoenix Cry since items provided by the system were usually useful. After storing it in the system space, he went to practice on the wooden dummies, as he had instructed his companions to do earlier. Thinking of Ip Man, Qin Chen marveled at how using just Wing Chun, he had defeated the Ji family's grandmaster. No one could say that traditional martial arts were just for show. It had been a while, and Yin Xintong still hadn't shown up. Qin Chen took out his phone from the system space. He had grown accustomed to not checking his phone and felt uneasy without it. Opening it, he found a bunch of messages, Li Zhao's emotional messages, Yu Shu asking if he had returned to Shenzhen, Su Weiwei wondering why he had gone silent, and Tang Shan informing him that her mother had been discharged from the hospital and thanking him. Yen Xintong hadn't messaged him, so he decided to call her. "Hello." It took several rings before the phone was answered, the crisp voice sounding somewhat weak. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Qin Chen sensed the weakness in the other person's voice. "Cough, cough, it's nothing, just a little injury, I'll be fine after resting for a bit," Yen Xintong responded. "Just a little injury and you say it's nothing?" It's really nothing.
Yan Shintong seemed to be hiding something.
Alright then, if you're fine, just rest. Shen didn't press further and hung up after speaking. He dialed another number. Boss, disappearing for so long, I was starting to think happily that I could inherit the legacy you left behind.
A lazy teasing voice came from the other end of the phone, belonging to Guan Yu. Got into a little trouble, couldn't use my phone, Shin Chun chuckled.
What kind of trouble stops you from using your phone? You're in Aodao. You didn't run off to that Panglai Ferry Island, did you?
Well, it's a long story. Help me book a ticket from Aodao to Modu, the fastest one. Shin didn't deny it, knowing that Guan Yu was no ordinary person. She would eventually find out what happened on Panglai Ferry Island.
Fine, I've booked it. The fastest one is in an hour and a half. The details have been sent to your phone.
Shin Chen marveled at the efficiency of his secretary.
Thanks, I'll treat you to dinner when I get back.
No need for thanks, after all, I'm your secretary.
If you really want to thank me, give me some time off.
I have something to attend to in a few days and need about a week off.
Guan Yu said. No problem, your work is flexible, manage your time as you see fit.
Shin Chen remembered overhearing her conversation with Lu Mei on the ship. Guan Yu's master was hosting a birthday banquet and needed her to return to oversee the preparations.
Thanks, boss.
By the way, regarding the task you assigned me earlier, there have been some results and some difficulties.
I'll give you a report on it.
No need for a report, just handle it. If you need money, come to me. Shin Chen was most troubled by such matters and felt relieved after ending the call. This jerk.
Guan Yu looked at the hung-up phone, cursing under her breath.
Shin Chen instructed the members of the time organization to practice at their current location, then sent a message to Shin Man before boarding the plane. Once on the plane, Shin Chen closed his eyes in his seat.
Sir, would you like something to drink? A flight attendant asked standing next to Qin Chen.
This scene felt somewhat familiar to Qin Chen, reminiscent of how things started with Yushu last time.
Just a glass of water, thank you. Qin Chen ordered a glass of water as before.
After getting off the plane, it was already late at night. Shin Chen took a taxi to the martial arts hall and found it dark, indicating that they were probably asleep. He planned to come back in the morning. The martial arts hall was not far from the Moto Grand Hotel.
Shin Chen decided to walk there and see if there was anything to eat along the way.
Moto seemed like a city that never slept. No matter how late it was, there were still shops open and people around. The area around the martial arts hall belonged to the old street district, with many authentic local delicacies. Shin Chen found a noodle shop and sat down.
Hello, what would you like to eat?
A pleasant voice sounded nearby, and Shin Chen felt it was somewhat familiar. He looked up and saw her. The two locked eyes, and in unison, they said, "It's you." Shin Chen looked surprised at the woman in front of him. She was Shin Man's aunt, Shin Chi's mother, Lu Yaro. She had shed her former glamorous attire and was now dressed in simple work clothes, with a strand of hair tucked behind her ear, giving her a more innocent look. "I'll have a bowl of the signature beef noodles." Shin Chen didn't say much and directly ordered a bowl of noodles.
Lu Yaro took the menu and went into the kitchen.
Shin Chen looked around the shop. It seemed like she was the only one there, cooking the noodles herself, taking orders. He wondered if this place was usually bustling, and if it got crowded, wouldn't things get chaotic? Fortunately, the preparation was quite quick. Lu Yaro walked out carrying a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of him. Just as Qin Chen was about to start eating, a group of 7 or 8 people approached, flipping over all the tables along the way. One of them passed by Qin Chen's table, attempting to flip it as well, only to find it immovable. With one hand resting on the table, Qin Chen held chopsticks in the other hand, eating his noodles. The person tried several times to flip the table but failed, glared angrily at Qin Chen, then followed the others into the shop. The moment they appeared, Qin Chen saw the fear in Lu Yaro's eyes as she slowly retreated inside.
"How's the money coming along?"
"I've given you enough time, but today is the deadline." The leader lit a cigarette and said to Lu Yaro.
Lu Yaro bit her lip and firmly replied, "I don't have the money. Whoever borrowed from you should be the one you seek."
"Damn, your son borrowed from us, and now he's in jail.
Since we can't find him, we'll come after you, the mother."
Another person beside him slammed the table and shouted. Ignoring them, Lu Yaro's hands trembled slightly, betraying her outward strength. The leader gestured to the people behind him, and 2 of them approached Lu Yaro.
"What do you want to do?"
"I've already called the police, they'll be here soon."
Lu Yaro panicked.
The person who slammed the table earlier sneered, "Don't worry, even if you call the police, they won't come that quickly. Our boss has made arrangements."
"Ha ha."
The leader flicked the cigarette butt on the ground.
"Since you don't have the money, go earn it.
I'll arrange a small shop for you to work in. With your looks, you'll pay off the debt in less than 2 years." Terrified, Lu Yara tried to run backward, but she was caught by her hands.
How much for the bowl of noodles, boss? Qin Shen stood in front of the group about to take Lu Yaro away. Damn, where did this brat come from, so blind? The person who slammed the table saw this and slapped Qin Shen. Qin Shen watched the approaching hand, kicked forward, sending the person flying and knocking down a few others before stopping. Seeing this, the others released Lu Yaro and charged at Qin Shen. Qin Shen's figure flickered in front of them, and within a few breaths, they were all lying on the ground in disarray. Only the leader stood there dumbfounded. Qin Shen walked slowly towards Lu Yaro. As he passed the leader, he glanced at him. The man instantly scrambled to run out, followed by the others. Qin Shen didn't use excessive force. He could control his strength better now. Sorry, I tried to control it, but things still got broken. Qin Shen looked around at the mess and apologized to Lu Yaro. In reality, he hadn't touched anything. It was the people who had come in earlier that caused the chaos. It's okay, thank you, mister. Qin. Lu Yaro regained her composure and thanked him. I didn't eat enough just now. Can you cook another bowl of noodles? Qin Shen smiled at Lu Yaro. Looking at the sunny smile in front of her, Lu Yaro felt relieved from the earlier tension. Sure, just wait a moment, she said, about to turn to the kitchen. However, upon seeing the messy kitchen with ingredients scattered all over the floor, making noodles was impossible. How about we go to my place? I have ingredients at home, I'll cook for you. Lu Yaro hesitated before suggesting. Sure, Qin Shen readily agreed. Wait for me a moment, I'll tidy up here first, she said, rolling up her sleeves and starting to clean up. Seeing this, Qin Shen also rolled up his sleeves to help. As the saying goes, men and women complement each other in work, and in no time, the two of them cleaned up the shop. After tidying up, Lu Yaro led Qin Shen towards her home. Her place was not far from there, just around the corner. Qin Shen looked at the old houses around inside. He could have been the master of a billion-dollar family, but he was tricked by his son into living in this chaotic place. Following Lu Yaro upstairs, they reached the 5th floor where she lived. It was a building with staircase rooms, and in the hot summer, she was already sweating profusely by the time they reached. Qin Shen, on the other hand, didn't sweat at all. The amount of exercise climbing the stairs wasn't enough to make him sweat. Upon entering the room, it was a small apartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room, totaling just over 60 square meters. Please have a seat first, I'll go cook noodles for you, Lu Yaro said before heading to the kitchen. Qin Shen sat at the dining table, watching Lu Yaro busy in the kitchen, lost in thought. It felt like he had gone back to the time right after graduation, in a similar rented place with a similar kitchen, but everything had changed. Lu Yaro brought a bowl of noodles and sat down beside him. Qin Shen eagerly took a bite and found it tasted just like the ones from a restaurant, with a sweet and sour flavor that made it delicious. He couldn't help but ask, did you add something special to these noodles? Lu Yaro noticed his curiosity and explained, it's willow juice. It's a skill passed down from our ancestors. Boiling noodles with water extracted from willow branches gives it this sweet and sour taste, and it also has healing effects. However, it's not a taste everyone is accustomed to. Qin Shen nodded in understanding, realizing it was indeed something unique, probably a secret recipe. What happened with those people? You just left out not long ago. How did you end up in so much trouble? Qin Shen asked, puzzled, looking at Lu Yaro. Lu Yaro sighed. Although Man said we couldn't take anything or wealth with us, she still gave us 2 million as living expenses. So, I brought Shinchi to the Magic City. When we passed by that storefront, it was up for sale. Since I didn't know how to do anything except cook noodles, I spent 300,000 to buy the shop. Qin Shen could sense that Lu Yaro's life was getting back on track and improving, but it seemed trouble still followed her because of that troublesome son. I thought everything was finally going well, but Chier hasn't changed at all. After a few days of decadence, he started contacting his friends in the Magic City. Initially, it was just hanging out, but then they went gambling, and he lost the remaining 7 million, even borrowing 500,000. Those people just now were from that casino, Lu Yaro explained, tears streaming down her face. Qin Shen gently patted her back to comfort her. His group of friends found out he was no longer the young master of the Shen family and started to distance themselves from him. One of them even suggested a way for him to make money, which was to transport drugs. Influenced by the sudden change in his circumstances, Chier agreed without hesitation. As a result, he got caught by the police, and the drugs found in the car are enough to keep him locked up for life. Lu Yaro cried out in pain, leaning on Qin Shen without realizing it. It's all my fault for spoiling him too much and not teaching him well. Now, I can only slowly earn money to find him a good lawyer and try to reduce his sentence as much as possible. He chose his own path. Many children grow up without their parents around and don't necessarily turn out bad. Education is just one aspect. He's an adult now and has his own judgment, Qin Shen comforted softly.
Lu Yaro, upon hearing Qin Shen's words, realized how close they were sitting and quickly sat up straight, her face turning red, too embarrassed to look at him. Qin Shen's hand, still hanging in the air, felt a bit awkward as he stood up and said he was leaving. "Your noodles are delicious, they will definitely be a hit. If you need any help in the future, you can call me." Qin Shen left his phone number and was about to leave. "Mr. Qin, where are you going?" Lu Yaro, having composed herself, asked. "Just call me Qin Shen, Mr. Qin sounds a bit strange. I need to go to the hotel. I arrived in the Magic City too late and haven't checked in yet." Qin Shen glanced at the time, it was already early morning. "Then don't call me Auntie Lu, just call me Yaro. There's a room here, originally for Cheer, but it seems he won't be able to stay. If you don't mind, you can stay here for the night." Lu Yaro blushed slightly as she spoke. "Then I'll call you Sister Yaro. Having a place to stay is already great, there's no need to make do." Qin Shen smiled. Seeing Lu Yaro happily tidying up the room, Qin Shen initially wanted to refuse, considering it was not quite appropriate for a man and a woman to stay alone together. However, he thought about how she had been having a hard time lately, and Du Chuan had mentioned that she was a very simple-minded woman. It was normal for her to be a bit more enthusiastic upon meeting someone she knew in a foreign place. "Since you didn't bring any luggage, you probably didn't bring clothes either. These two sets are Cheer's casual wear and pajamas, you can wear them for now." Lu Yara came out with 2 sets of clothes. Qin Shen accepted them without refusal, then followed Lu Yara's guidance to take a shower before going to bed. The night passed quietly. "System, I want to check in." The first thing Qin Shen did upon waking up was to check in with the system. He regretted wasting so many days before and wished he could turn back time. Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the tendon bone separation technique." Qin Shen opened the introduction as usual. Tendon bone separation technique, as the name suggests. What, it's that simple? Qin Shen was annoyed at the brief introduction and proceeded to learn it directly. Suddenly, a new skill, the tendon bone separation technique, appeared in his mind. Qin Shen got up, opened the door, and found that Lu Yara had already gone to open the shop, leaving a bowl of noodles on the table. After finishing the noodles, Qin Shen went downstairs towards the martial arts hall. The gate of the martial arts hall was wide open, but there were many cars parked outside, and upon entering, he saw that it was crowded with people. What's going on? Did senior sister expand the enrollment? Qin Shen squeezed his way inside, taking quite some time to find a spot due to the large crowd. Inside, Yen Shintong was in a tough situation. Due to her habit of picking fights, when she saw a Japanese karate dojo opening, she went and kicked their signboard to pieces. As a result, more and more karate experts from Japan came to challenge her, leading to daily battles. These people were mostly no match for Yen Shintong individually, so they resorted to group tactics to deal with her. After several days of battles, Yen Shintong was visibly exhausted. Yesterday, she got distracted for a moment and was injured by a senior karate expert. Today, these people intended to take advantage of her weakened state to finish her off. Is Wing Chun represented by only you? We still have many people in karate who haven't made a move. If you can't hold on, you can surrender. The leader of the Japanese group spoke in broken Mandarin. He had already investigated Yen Shintong and knew that she was the only one here, even the only one in the entire Wing Chun. That's why they resorted to group tactics. If you want to fight, then let's fight. We are people of integrity, even if there's only one of us, we will never surrender to some barbarians. Yen Shintong snorted. That's right, don't let these foreigners act arrogantly on our land. I support you. Many onlookers were patriotic, and some even started live streaming the scene. Let's see how long Miss Yen can hold on. The Japanese man sneered. The little devils are still playing hit and run. If they can't win, they just roll up their bedding and go home, making a fool of themselves. It's really disgusting, ugh. Someone in the crowd shouted. Wait, I practice Wing Chun, let me in a bit. There were too many people, and Qin Shen couldn't squeeze in. These onlookers were just there for the show. He couldn't throw them out, so he had to shout helplessly, hoping it would work. Hearing this, everyone made way for him. Folks, there's a martial arts gym competing here. There's someone claiming to be from Yongchun in front of me. I'll see if I can squeeze in behind him to find the best view for everyone. At that moment, a popular female anchor with millions of fans named Ning Xiaoxiao happened to be live streaming outdoors today and joined Qin Shen in the front. Qin Shen finally made his way to the front and looked at Yen Shintong, saying, Senior sister, you didn't even call me when someone was challenging. Are you trying to take all the credit for yourself? Yen Shintong heard the teasing tone and smiled. She didn't want Qin Shen to know because she sensed a strong individual among these people, even stronger than her. Until she knew that person's intentions, she didn't want Qin Shen to get hurt. But now that Qin Shen had returned, they would face it together.
Qin Shen walked up to Yan Xintong and said, "Senior sister, didn't I give you the elixir pill? Did you take it or not?"
He then took out another revival pill for her.
Yan Xintong blushed at his words.
She hadn't even looked at the elixir pill and had left it in the room when she came back. Seeing that her cultivation hadn't improved, it was highly likely she hadn't taken it. "Take it. Let the junior handle this small situation, and senior sister can assist from the side," Qin Shen urged her to take the pill. Yan Xintong took the revival pill and instantly returned to her peak state, then looked at Qin Shen in shock. Qin Shen turned to the group of Japanese devils who came to challenge and asked, "Will you come at me one by one, or all together?" The leader of the Japanese group looked at Qin Shen and snorted, "Since you also practice Wing Chun, then state your name." Qin Shen pondered for a moment and said, "I am Wodi Nendi."
"State your name, Nendi's hands don't harm nameless dogs." Everyone couldn't help but chuckle at Qin Shen's self-introduction.
Wow, this Nendi guy is quite a character.
These devils probably think others admire them.
Little do they know he's just making fun of their ignorance of the dialect. A barrage of comments like this appeared in the live chat.
"I don't think it's appropriate. We are a great nation and should be friendly to international friends. This Nendi guy seems a bit uncouth." "Uncouth my foot.
Think about whether your ancestors had any manners when they were rubbing their faces on the ground back then.
A bootlicker is a bootlicker. Have you run out of poodles to lick and now moving on to Akita dogs? Find out the account behind that friendly comment.
I'll go to their house and ask them to be friendly to me."
Every era has its share of bootlickers who worship foreign things.
The chat room was buzzing, but the outside world remained calm.
"I am called Kusuda Hachiken.
I didn't expect you to also adopt a Japanese name."
"It seems you also have a great admiration for our Japan," Kusuda Hachiken said proudly to Qin Shen.
"Bah, just because I said 4 words doesn't mean it's a Japanese name. But Nendi does indeed have a great admiration for your Japanese film and television culture," Qin Shen said with a sly smile on his face.
"We also have great admiration." Comments flooded Ning Xiaoxiao's livestream.
"Humph, words are useless.
Let me, Kusuda Hachiken, teach you a lesson.
Let's see if you're all talk or if your kung fu is as strong as your words."
Kusuda Hachiken snorted and assumed a stance. Qin Shen extended his right foot backward and beckoned him forward.
Enraged, Kusuda Hachiken charged at him.
Dragon tail swings. Qin Shen delivered a swift back kick, landing heavily on Grassfield Bajin's chest, sending him flying backward at high speed until he crashed into the crowd of onlookers. "My legs are quite tough, who's next?"
Qin Shen patted his shoes and remarked. The people from Dongying watched as Grassfield Bajin lay unconscious. None dared to step up. A few days ago, Yan Xintong didn't hit as hard, at most causing minor injuries and accepting defeat, but this opponent showed no mercy, rendering Grassfield Bajin incapacitated with a single kick.
"Impressive, Brother Dai is mighty."
Ning Xiaoxiao's live stream chat was instantly flooded with these words, some even excitedly sending gifs. At that moment, a figure in a cloak emerged from the crowd of Dongying people, speaking rapidly before the others retreated. Seeing this, Yan Xintong quickly approached Qin Shen and said, "Junior brother, step aside, let me handle Daizong Shinki. You're no match for him, he injured me yesterday."
Qin Shen glanced at the cloaked figure, at the mid-stage of the innate realm. No wonder he could injure Yan Xintong.
"Senior sister, times have changed, let me take the lead this time. Let me break his bones and avenge you." Qin Shen shook his head, smiling at Yan Xintong.
Seeing his determination, Yan Xintong stepped back, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of trouble.
The audience in the livestream chat resumed their barrage of messages. "What's with this guy, dressing up like that in the scorching heat, covering himself up? You don't understand, it's a symbol of strength for those Dongying guys, the powerful ones always put on a show.
It means he's the strongest, isn't Brother Dai in danger?"
"I'm rooting for Brother Dai, these guys learn martial arts from our Huaxia, how can they beat the traditional ones? It's not certain, they might have made improvements, maybe the student surpasses the master." Ning Xiaoxiao, seeing the chat about to escalate, quickly intervened. "Everyone, stay calm, it's about to start, we'll know the outcome soon."
"Blogger, who do you think will win? You're not one of those who idolize foreigners, are you?"
Ning Xiaoxiao was sweating profusely from the chat. One wrong word in this kind of livestream could be disastrous.
"Of course not, I naturally support Brother Dai."
She then turned her gaze back to the arena.
Qin Shen gestured again, beckoning Daizong Shinki.
Daizong Shinki removed his cloak and swiftly lunged towards Qin Shen. Qin Shen dodged his fist, throwing a punch that missed its mark. Daizong Shinki sneered and said something in a rapid manner.
Qin Shen scratched his ear with his little finger. "Can someone help me translate what this guy is saying, speaking some gibberish?"
A voice nearby chimed in. "He said he's seen through your moves, you won't be able to hit him." Qin Shen looked over and saw Ning Xiaoxiao, the live streamer. Thanks, he smiled at Ning Xiaoxiao. Seeing that smile, Ning Xiaoxiao blushed. Having learned the Dongying language in the past to cater to the audience's interest, little did she know it would come in handy today. Xiaoxiao is amazing. She actually understands the enemy's language. No kidding, if Xiaoxiao didn't know this language, how would we have met here? Xiaoxiao uses the enemy's language to attract fans. You didn't know that? Seems like a fake fan. Qin Shen realized that he couldn't overpower his opponent with brute force as he wriggled like an eel. He swiftly charged towards him, and Daizong Shinki smirked, evading the attack. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Shen had caught up with his movements, seizing his hands and twisting them outward, rotating them 360 degrees. Ah! A piercing scream echoed in the arena. Qin Shen swiftly kicked at his knees, resulting in a crisp sound as Daizong Shinki's legs bent unnaturally. Qin Shen kicked hard at his chest again, and Daigo Makoto flew out until he hit the wall. Seeing through me? I hate these fancy tricks, Qin Shen muttered. The crowd fell silent as they watched Daigo Makoto, twisted into a pretzel on the ground. One, someone said, and the arena erupted in cheers. The live broadcast room was also filled with excitement. I knew it, the little devil is no match for Brother Dai. This little devil can't take a hit, he lost in just a few moves. Clearly Brother Dai hasn't even tried yet. Sparring like this, hitting so hard, seems a bit excessive. Attention! Attention! The bootlicker has appeared again, please check the bootlicker's IP address. Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes shone as she looked at Qin Shen standing in the center. At that moment, another group of people entered, pushing the onlookers to the ground. These people are from the Japanese Martial Arts Association. One onlooker seemed to recognize them. Qin Shen stared at them with cold eyes. The leader stepped forward, tilting his neck, Aikido with Judo, Kendo here to learn. The surrounding area buzzed with excitement, another group challenging. This guy has no shame, lost to one school, and now others are coming out, can't handle losing? TCH, that's called unity. If you have the skills, you should call for backup too. Damn, this bastard is still here. Yan Shintong also walked up to Qin Shen, looking at them. Then, another group of people in training clothes appeared. Humph, when did it become the little devil's turn to be arrogant on our land? Xingyi's Li Xiang is here to help. Bagua Zhang's Wu Daiyu is here to help. Tai Chi's Don Lianqing is here to help. Watching their compatriots come to support, the crowd was filled with excitement. Qin Shen bowed to the crowd. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. Please support me and let these Japanese see the might of our Chinese martial arts, one that can stand against hundreds and thousands of them. Qin Shen walked up and waved to the group of Japanese. Come on, I'll take on 10. Tensions rose. Although Qin Shen was alone, it felt like he was surrounded by the Japanese group. Stop! A voice came from outside the arena, and then Qin Shen saw a man with two well-dressed individuals walking towards them. I am Gui Jing, a director of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. The actions of the Japanese Martial Arts Association in China have caused a negative impact on society. We are expelling those involved, while the rest are to stay at the embassy until the investigation is complete. Wu Jing coldly scanned the Japanese. These two are from the Japanese embassy, they will explain the reasons to you, please follow them, Wu Jing gestured. The Japanese left angrily, and many onlookers followed suit. Wu Jing approached Qin Shen and bowed. Brother, may I ask for your name? Qin Shen also bowed back, surname Qin, single name Wei. So Brother Dai's name is Qin Shen. This name is decent, neither sharp nor mediocre. Still, Brother Dai sounds better. The people in the live broadcast room witnessed this scene. Brother Qin's Wing Chun style can join our Chinese Martial Arts Association. Together we can promote Chinese martial arts culture. Wei Jing extended the invitation. Qin Shen shook his head and pointed to the side. That's not up to me. In Wing Chun, we have to listen to my senior sister, she has the final say. Wei Jing also looked at Yan Shintong. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Shintong asked, what does the Martial Arts Association do? In today's revitalized world, the Martial Arts Association aims to advocate and promote mass martial arts activities, enhance people's physical fitness, and uplift the national spirit, Wei Jing said solemnly. Yan Shintong was also infected by it. Then I must practice Wing Chun, it's a matter of principle. Please follow me, let's have tea and chat, she said to Gui Jing. Leading Gui Jing into the inner room, Qin Shen did not follow but went outside. Wait, Ning Xiaoxiao stopped Qin Shen in his tracks. Qin Shen looked down to see a delicate-faced, petite girl standing in front of him. What's the matter, little girl? Qin Shen looked at her in confusion. The live stream chat room started buzzing again. Ha, the old lady was called a little girl. Brother Dai really understands women. No matter the age, women always like being called little girl. Is it possible that the old lady really looks like a little girl in reality? Ning Xiaoxiao blushed as she looked at Qin Shen.
I also want to learn Wing Chun, can I be your student? Oh my, what did I just see?
The old lady is blushing. Brother Dai's masculine hormones are so strong that even the old lady can't resist. Qinshen shook his head and said, I'm not taking on students.
If you want to learn, go inside and find the senior sister. With that, he walked past Ning Xiaoxiao and left.
The old lady was rejected, such a pity.
I wanted to see her practice, someone commented.
It's not really a rejection, Brother Dai said he's not taking on students, but he didn't say others wouldn't, another voice chimed in.
Old lady, hurry and go inside to ask.
If you succeed, I'll fly over immediately to be your junior brother. The chat room was encouraging Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao looked determined and said, family, I will definitely succeed in becoming a student. I'll end the stream now, wait for my good news. After ending the stream, she walked inside. After Qinshen left, he went straight to Lu Yaru's shop. He wondered if those who caused trouble yesterday would come back. Upon arriving at Lu Yaru's shop, he found it full of people, mostly those he had dealt with yesterday, along with some new faces eating noodles and even helping out in the kitchen. Qinshen was puzzled by the scene.
Lu Yaru noticed Qinshen and hurried out.
These people were just watching the live stream of you dealing with those Japanese people.
Now they are clamoring to be your followers, Lu Yaru explained.
At that moment, everyone saw Qinshen and stood neatly in front of him, bowing. Please accept us as your disciples, Brother Dai.
Qinshen was taken aback. Who was Brother Dai? He waved his hand and refused. I'm not taking on students. If you want to learn, go to my senior sister.
She should be planning to reopen the martial arts school soon. The group of people were ecstatic upon hearing this.
Don't get too excited.
With your previous bully image, you may not be able to enter, Qinshen warned. The leader of the group was the one who escaped without being beaten up yesterday.
Brother Dai, I'm Li Ming.
In fact, we are not bad at heart.
We did what we did to make a living.
Yesterday, we just wanted to scare that lady. Even if you hadn't shown up, we would have let her go at the door, Li Ming said with a flattering smile.
Qinshen was skeptical. What about the money owed by Sister Yaru? What should we do? Sister Yaru doesn't owe us money, it's Shinchi who owes.
Of course, the debts have their rightful owners, Li Ming hurriedly denied.
Qinshen nodded and found a table to sit down.
Sister Yaru, make me a bowl of noodles.
I'm a bit hungry after the fight. Li Ming's mouth twitched.
He had just watched the live stream. That wasn't a fight at all. Qinshen hardly threw any punches, yet he managed to incapacitate everyone. At that moment, Yan Shintong called him, asking where he was and to return to the martial arts school.
Qinshen muttered, I just got here, let me eat noodles before going back.
Lu Yaru brought out a bowl of noodles, and Qinshen enjoyed his meal. After finishing, he bid farewell and returned to the martial arts school, asking Yan Shintong if there were any requirements for recruiting students.
Back at the martial arts school, there was no one inside anymore. The onlookers and those seeking apprenticeship had all left, and Yan Shintong was sitting at the tea table brewing tea.
Seeing Qinshen return, she spoke up, Junior brother, I have joined the Martial Arts Association.
We will start accepting students tomorrow.
Although the ancestral motto is not to teach outsiders, I think we can teach some basics. After observing for a while, we can accept suitable individuals as disciples.
What do you think?
Qinshen shrugged. Wing Chun is the martial art passed down by your ancestors. It has only been passed on to this generation's senior sister.
Your decision is fine.
Yan Shintong poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Qinshen.
Have a cup of tea, then let's spar.
I see that your skills seem to have improved. Qinshen looked at Yan Shintong, whose eyes were gleaming with excitement, feeling speechless for a moment. It seemed that her love for fighting was genuine. The two of them took their stances in the sparring arena and began their exchange. There were several times when Yan Shintong tried to strike Qinshen, but he managed to evade her attacks. Yan Shintong furrowed her brows slightly and continued to press forward. Qinshen, having suppressed his skills during the spar with Yan Shintong, managed to gain the upper hand in martial arts for the first time. Let's stop, Yan Shintong said as she walked away, leaving Qinshen standing there looking puzzled.
What's wrong? Qinshen quickly caught up and asked.
Yan Shintong, with an annoyed tone, said, Why did you change the Wing Chun I taught you? Qinshen suddenly realized the reason for her anger. In fact, he hadn't made any changes. He had just found the techniques of Ip Man more convenient for practical combat and incorporated them. Seeing that he remained silent, Yan Shintong continued, The Wing Chun I teach is the accumulated experience from our ancestors in various aspects, leading to the mature martial art we have today. You haven't even mastered the traditional Wing Chun yet, and you're already making changes. Seeing that she was genuinely upset and that it was for his own good, not wanting him to learn to run before he could walk, Qinshen quickly said, Senior sister, I promise you, I will no longer modify Wing Chun casually.
Hearing Qin Shen's words, Yan Xintong's stern expression softened slightly. Then let's continue, Yan Xintong said with a charming voice. Qin Shen also smiled and said, please teach me, senior sister. The two of them resumed their sparring, and after a while, they sat exhausted on the ground, looking up. My father disappeared after I turned 18. I was determined to buy this place, hoping that when he returns, he can find me. He founded the martial arts school and never taught any students. In my memory, he was always alone, teaching me martial arts, Yan Xintong reminisced with a glint in her eyes. He told me that Wing Chun is only passed down to our own people, and he wouldn't take on disciples for money. So I never thought about opening a martial arts school. Taking you in was also out of gratitude. Now, it seems not bad to have you as a junior brother. Yan Xintong looked at Qin Shen with a smile. Why did you suddenly decide to join the Martial Arts Association and start accepting disciples? Qin Shen asked curiously. Because they are right. The times have changed, and now we are in an era where everyone should be skilled in martial arts for the country and the people. If our ancestors knew, they would approve of my actions, Yan Xintong nodded. Qin Shen agreed, realizing that the ancient families were integrating into society, and the world was undergoing significant changes. If they continued to cling to the past, they would eventually fall behind. Qin Shen's phone rang with a ding-a-ling. He walked over and saw that it was a call from AI Lin. AI Lin, what's up? I'm Lu Mei. I need to take a few days off. Is AI Lin coming with me or what? A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Shen pondered for a moment. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. He also intended to see what the Grandmaster's birthday banquet was like, and he vaguely remembered that there was going to be some kind of exchange meeting. This time, he had a somewhat bad premonition. Allowing his disciple to practice the furnace sting technique, 9 times out of 10, was to break free from constraints. Although he wasn't very familiar with Lu Mei, Guan Yu was his secretary and one of the 9 phoenixes. It was only right for him to go and protect her. Qin Shen took out his phone to book a ticket for himself, but ended up booking it for tomorrow, so he had to call Lu Mei to wait an extra day. Lu Mei replied that she had time to wait. Qin Shen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, a secretary had to be a secretary. Every time Guan Yu booked tickets for Qin Shen, they were for 1 or 2 hours later, but when he booked one himself, the earliest option was always for the next day. There must be a channel he didn't know about. Just for this reason, Qin Shen had to make sure to protect Guan Yu thoroughly. Yan Xintong had already gone to deal with the enrollment for the opening of the hall tomorrow. Qin Shen had nothing to do, so he decided to walk outside. The old streets of the Magic City under the setting sun had a unique charm. Unconsciously, he found himself at the entrance of Lu Yaru's shop again. Watching Lu Yaru busy inside with 3 or 4 young helpers, Qin Shen had sent the rest of the people away when he left, telling them not to gather here too much and affect business. Li Ming was the first to see Qin Shen and hurried over to greet him. Boss Dai, do we have a result regarding our martial arts learning? Qin Shen nodded. The hall will be open for enrollment tomorrow. You can all give it a try. Whether you can successfully become disciples and enter the hall depends on yourselves. Li Ming was excited, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Boss Dai. Thank you, Boss Dai. Qin Shen waved his hand. No need for thanks. In the future, when I'm not around, come occasionally to help Sister Yarrow and make sure she's not bullied in this place. Li Ming nodded repeatedly. I've already arranged for people to come over every day. It's not only to help Sister Yarrow but also to protect her from being bullied. Qin Shen looked at Li Ming with newfound respect. He didn't expect this kid to be so sensible. Li Ming hurried back to the shop and said something to Lu Yarrow, who then glanced at Qin Shen and blushed slightly before being pushed over by Li Ming. Boss Dai, Sister Yarrow has never been out to explore the Magic City since she arrived. You two go out and have a walk. We'll take care of things in the shop. With that, she quickly ran back into the shop. Qin Shen and Lu Yarrow looked at each other, and Lu Yarrow shyly lowered her head. Qin Shen was also thinking of taking a walk. The night was long, and he hadn't really explored the Magic City properly. Sister Yarrow, is there anywhere you'd like to go? I've been to the Magic City twice, but I haven't really explored much. After some thought, Lu Yarrow said, how about going to the Bund? That's the place I've heard the most about in the Magic City. Qin Shen thought that it was a place to show off wealth, but since Lu Yarrow wanted to go, they went. They took a taxi, and on the way, Qin Shen thought about investing in some industries in the Magic City. It seemed feasible. He would have Guan Yu handle it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was a good idea. After a while, they arrived at the Bund. Lu Yarrow got out of the car and looked around with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She couldn't understand why so many people revered this place, praising it endlessly. In her opinion, it wasn't as good as the environment she used to live in. Qin Shen noticed her confusion and said, in this world, ordinary families make up the majority. This place is just an ordinary dating, dining, and shopping spot for the wealthy. But for most people, this place symbolizes wealth. Every brick and tile in the Magic City is something that most people would struggle for their whole lives to obtain. Of course, there are exceptions, as everyone has different pursuits. Yen Yaro nodded as if she understood but didn't really. She was originally from a wealthy family, and the extravagant life after marriage only added a little to her already affluent lifestyle. However, after coming to the bustling city, she realized the hardships faced by ordinary people and the discouragement the city had towards them, so she could somewhat understand. Let's go watch a movie. It's been a long time since I last watched one, Shin Shen suggested. Yen Yaro's eyes lit up at the idea and she nodded eagerly. Shin Shen hadn't watched a movie in a long time, and she had never been to a cinema before. Back in the Shin family, they could watch any movie they wanted, even if it wasn't released yet, in their home theater. But after leaving the Shin family and planning for the future, she never had the chance to go to a cinema. When they arrived at the cinema, Shin Shen was indecisive as there were too many movies playing, and he didn't know which genre to choose. In the end, Shin Shen impulsively chose a romantic horror film. It was an old movie, and since Yen Yaro had never watched horror films before, she felt a mix of fear and excitement upon hearing the genre. Inside the cinema, they found seats closer to the center because Shin Shen believed that being surrounded by more people would make watching a horror film less scary. He was wrong. The movie was quite old, not many people were watching it, and those who did had impure intentions, sitting either to the side or at the back, leaving only the two of them in the middle. As the movie started, Yen Yaro nervously grabbed Shin Shen's arm. The movie could be considered a romantic horror film with some quality. The more frightening the beginning, the more touching the ending. From Yen Yaro burying herself in Shin Shen's arms to leaning on his shoulder in tears, she couldn't recover her emotions for a long time after leaving the cinema. I'm sorry, I lost control a bit just now. Yen Yaro blushed and lowered her head. Shin Shen chuckled and shook his head. Is there anywhere else you'd like to go? I want to go to a bar. Yen Yaro's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. Shin Shen chuckled at her curiosity, finding her preferences quite fitting for social life. Sure, tonight I'll gladly accompany the lady, Shin Shen said with a generous air, amusing her. They went to a nearby bar, where a waiter approached them and asked, Sir, Miss, do you have a reservation? Shin Shen shook his head. No, can we make one now? Of course, please follow me, the waiter gestured as he led them in. As they entered, they were greeted by deafening music. Yen Yara showed a hint of discomfort on her face. She preferred quiet environments and had heard that young people loved going to bars, so she was curious. However, upon arrival, she realized she didn't quite enjoy that kind of setting. After they were seated, the waiter took out a tablet and bent down to ask, What would you like to drink? Shin Shen looked at the prices and exclaimed, Wow. Although he knew drinks at bars were expensive, the prices, nearing 100,000 for some, still surprised him. He didn't want to order such an expensive drink, especially the ones with fancy decorations that would draw attention. He had brought Yen Yaro to experience the bar, not to attract unnecessary attention. So, he ordered some champagne, whiskey, and cocktails instead. After paying, the waiter went to prepare their drinks. In bars, you had to pay up front to avoid issues like dine and dash or being unable to pay due to intoxication. The act of ordering drinks had already attracted some attention, especially with the fairy wands used to garnish the drinks. How could it not be eye-catching? Shin Shen looked at Liu Yaru, who was covering her ears, and leaned in to whisper in her ear, This is how bars are. Don't resist it. Try to blend into the atmosphere. If you really can't stand it, we'll leave. The warm breath he exhaled by her ear made her blush instantly. Shin Shen handed her a cocktail, which Liu Yaru hastily took and drank to ease her embarrassment. Two girls sat at Shin Shen's table, playing on their phones with their heads down. Liu Yaru looked at Shin Shen in confusion. Seeing her expression, Shin Shen leaned in again and explained, These two are probably regulars here, designated to drink with those who have alcohol on their table. They will finish your drink and then you can order again. Liu Yaru nodded hesitantly. The two girls put away their phones, poured drinks for themselves, and came over to toast Shin Shen. They received a message in their group chat that this man had ordered drinks for them, and quite a few at that. Seeing Shin Shen's handsome appearance, they automatically ignored Liu Yaru beside him. Brother, I'm Shanshan, and she's Won. Let's toast to you, Shanshan said as she approached Shin Shen, bending down to whisper in his ear with a flirtatious tone and revealing a bit of cleavage. Shin Shen's nose tingled, and something inside him started to stir. He raised his glass and clinked it lightly. Liu Yaru snorted beside them, but it was too noisy for anyone to hear. After toasting, the two girls sat next to Shin Shen. Brother, let's play liar's dice, Won suggested. She thought drinking was too slow, and playing a game would speed things up. Shin Shen shook his head. I don't know how to play that.
Seeing this, Shanshan wrapped her arms around Qin Shen's and coaxed, "Oh, come on, it's simple.
Let's play together. Whoever loses drinks. What are we playing?" "Count me in," Liu Yaru interjected.
The two girls agreed when they saw Liu Yaru wanted to join. Shanshan let go of Qin Shen's arm, as their main task was to finish the drinks, and there had to be a proper reason for drinking. Qin Shen quickly got up and switched seats with Liu Yaru so that the three of them could play together. Although not all girls in nightclubs were bad, Qin Shen still didn't want to get too involved with them. Moreover, since he started on the path of cultivation, his self-control had weakened, and being teased like this could easily lead him astray. The three women started playing dice, and although Liu Yaru didn't know how to play, after losing a few rounds and drinking a few glasses, she started to get the hang of it.
However, the outcome remained the same. These nightclub girls were experts at playing liar's dice. Liu Yaru was too honest and turned the game into an honesty dice game.
Except for a few lucky rounds where she rolled the dice correctly, she mostly ended up drinking.
Soon, the drinks ran out, and Shanshan and Wenwen exchanged a glance. Then Shanshan said coquettishly, "Brother, we're out of drinks. Shall I order some more?"
Qin Shen glanced at Liu Yaru, who had just won 2 rounds and still looked excited. He waved to the waiter and ordered the same drinks as before. Liu Yaru had drunk a lot and was now having trouble sitting steadily, leaning against Qin Shen, but she still wanted to continue playing. Qin Shen told them, "Let Liu Yaru play, I'll drink for her." Before Liu Yaru could respond, the two girls across from them protested, No, if you drink for her, it has to be double." "No need, I'll drink myself." Liu Yaru waved her hand. Qin Shen patted her back and reassured her, "It's okay, double it is.
If you win every round, I won't have to drink."
Liu Yaru found his reasoning sound and sat up straight, focusing on the game. After Liu Yaru played seriously, she did win some rounds, but still lost more. Fortunately, Qin Shen's body had become quite resilient from his training, so the alcohol didn't affect him much. Soon, the drinks were finished. Shanshan seemed a bit dazed. Wenwen had already fallen asleep on the sofa, and Liu Yaru leaned against Qin Shen, feeling drowsy. Seeing this, Qin Shen helped Liu Yaru out of the bar. It was late at night, but the outside scene was not much different from dinner time.
Qin Shen hailed a cab and took Liu Yaru back to her place.
As soon as she got in the car, Liu Yaru fell asleep. Qin Shen carried her inside, found the keys in her bag, tucked her into bed, and was about to leave. At that moment, Liu Yaru grabbed Qin Shen's hand, gazing at him with misty yet affectionate eyes. Her lips parted slightly as she said, "Promise me, just for tonight." Qin Shen, already stirred up for the night, filled with desire, couldn't resist anymore and pounced on her. The night passed in silence. In the morning, Qin Shen was awakened by a phone call.
"Junior brother, where are you? The martial arts gym is enrolling students today. Aren't you coming?" Yan Shintong's voice came from the phone.
"No, senior sister, I'm heading back to Shenzhen soon. I booked a flight yesterday, didn't tell you as you seemed busy." Qin Shen checked the time, it was almost time to head to the airport.
"Alright, if you have time, come over and help me out. I can't manage everything alone." Yan Shintong sounded a bit disappointed. "Send me your bank account details, I'll transfer some money over."
Running a martial arts gym requires funds. Besides teaching, don't do everything yourself.
Use money where it's needed.
Yan Shintong didn't refuse and sent Qin Shen her account number.
Qin Shen transferred 200 million to her.
He wasn't sure if she needed that much money, but it was better to have more than less. Yan Shintong stared at the incoming message, eyes wide, counting several times and even restarting her phone to check if it was a problem.
After confirming, it was indeed 200 million.
She didn't reject Qin Shen, thinking he might have sent a few million at most. She had money of her own and would repay him later. Yan Shintong hurriedly called back, but no one answered. By then, Qin Shen had finished freshening up. Not seeing Liu Yaru around when the phone rang, he guessed she might have gone out to open her shop or was avoiding him.
Recalling Liu Yaru's wild and unfamiliar appearance from last night, he couldn't help but smile.
Looking at the noodles on the table, Qin Shen felt an inexplicable emotion. After finishing the noodles, he left 2 pills on the table. One was marrow cleansing pill, and the other was a rejuvenation pill, with a note instructing her to take the marrow cleansing pill first and then the rejuvenation pill. Time was running out, so he skipped the noodle shop and went straight to the airport. In Shenzhen, Liu Yu and Eileen were attending an event hosted by a jewelry company. Eileen, an internet celebrity, was invited by the host, while Liu Yu was just accompanying her, but everyone was captivated by Liu Yu's youthful charm and ample bosom. After they finished their duties for the host, they sat down and listened to the introductions. Not far away, a pair of malicious eyes were fixed on Eileen. Beside this person were 2 young men lounging lazily. "Linson, a look can't kill. Have you decided where to strike?" one of the young men said. This person was indeed Linson, his face covered in burn scars, exuding an aura of evil. Ever since the video of Eileen was posted online, it has caused a huge uproar in society. It's unbelievable that in this day and age, there are still people daring to commit murder in broad daylight. The woman who was pushed into the sea, her body has yet to be found. Due to public pressure, the police did not ask him to come back to assist in the investigation. Instead, they directly issued a wanted order. Now he has become a fugitive, and Zhou Feng has taken him to his ancestral land, evading the wanted notice.
Zhou Feng demanded an ancient sorcerer's legacy from the clan for Linson.
Linson only accepted part of the legacy, which led to his current appearance, but his strength has reached the late innate stage, just one step away from perfection. The Ji family always let him go out to temper his character, to come back for the remaining legacy only after stabilizing, otherwise, he might fall into demonic ways. After coming out, he coincidentally met the Jiang brothers escorting Zhou Feng back to the ancestral land, informing them of Zhou Ming's death at the hands of Qin Chen. The clan was furious and wanted to send people to hunt down Qin Chen, but now all the clan's masters are channeling spiritual power for the emergence of a grandmaster, with no masters available and those below the master level not being his match. At this moment, Linson proposed to start by targeting Qin Chen's family and friends, extracting some interest to make them feel pain. The Ji family thought this method was feasible. Anyone who dared to offend the Ji family would die in torment. They arranged for Linson to be accompanied by two outstanding youngsters from the younger generation, Zhou Ji and Zhou Bei, both at the late innate stage. That woman is at the early innate stage, not a concern, but there may still be some obstacles, so we should find a place that won't attract attention, another young man said.
I know this type of woman the best.
She attended an event today, spent time on her makeup and outfit, won't go home easily, probably planning to have afternoon tea, dinner, or go to a bar. We'll follow her and strike when we find a suitable place.
After the event, Eileen and Lu Mei drove to Deep Bay No. 1.
Normally, after attending events, they would go to eat something delicious, but Eileen knew that Qin Chen was flying in today. After the event, she couldn't wait to go home as she hadn't seen Qin Chen in a long time. Linson and the two others following behind exchanged glances. This was different from what Linson had said. Linson also felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. Things were turning against him so quickly.
We can only go in and take action. Waiting outside would be a waste of time.
Qin Chen was still in the Magic City yesterday, so at this moment, there are only the two of them at home.
Let's subdue them first when we go in, Linson said fiercely.
Zhou Bei licked his lips, his eyes emitting a green light.
Let me try these two women later. Damn, just looking at them made my mouth dry.
One person each, Zhou Shi exclaimed excitedly. However, Linson, unlike his usual self, remained silent, his eyes not revealing any desire. He had lost his manly abilities during the inheritance process, and now he was powerless despite having the intention. The three of them arrived at Qin Chen's doorstep and knocked on the door. Qin Chen's past information was clearly laid out on the Ji family's desk, so they didn't need to eavesdrop to know which floor she lived on. Lu Mei opened the door, and upon seeing the three of them, she instantly became alert, sensing that their strength surpassed hers.
Who are you? Eileen walked out from inside and asked, Lu Mei, has Qin Chen returned?
She happened to meet Lin Sen's eyes filled with hatred.
Lin Sen! Eileen exclaimed.
Lu Mei quickly stepped back, positioning herself in front of Eileen in a combat stance. The three of them walked in slowly. You wretched woman, you've made me look like this, neither human nor ghost. Today, I will make you die in torment. Lin Sen grinned hideously, even uglier than if he were crying. Go into the room, lock the door, pile up everything that can block the door at the entrance.
Hurry! Lu Mei pushed Eileen into the room, deciding to face this alone. Zhou Ji revealed a sinister smile, swiftly attacking Lu Mei.
Lu Mei tried her best to defend but was still sent flying with a blow, spitting out blood. You have the cultivation of the early innate stage, indicating you are from a family sect.
State your name, let's see if there's any connection with my Zhou family.
Zhou Shi asked like this, but in his heart, he had already planned to kill him here, making sure no trace would lead back to him. Humph! Lu Mei snorted coldly, not answering. After the recent exchange, she realized the power gap between them and was unsure how to proceed. Bro, let me have this woman. Zhou Bei licked his lips as he approached. Although Zhou Ji also desired Lu Mei, his younger brother had spoken first, and he couldn't compete with him. Despite the mere few days age gap between them, he had to be magnanimous. Moreover, there was a woman involved, no need for a rivalry, so he nodded. Zhou Bei revealed a lecherous smile, getting closer to Lu Mei sitting on the ground, reaching out his hand. Seeing this, Lu Mei wanted to bite her tongue and die rather than endure such humiliation. Just as Zhou Bei's hand was about to touch Lu Mei, he was suddenly sent flying, crashing into numerous pieces of furniture before hitting the wall. Clutching his chest, blood trickling from his mouth, Zhou Bei looked ahead in terror.
"What are you doing in my house?"
A cold voice rang out. A figure appeared next to Lu Mei, helping her up and giving her a pill to swallow, then turned with a stern gaze towards the three from the Zhou family.
"Xin Chen."
Lin Sin gritted his teeth, glaring at the figure. Xin Chen had rushed back here immediately upon landing, and upon reaching home, he saw Lu Mei covered in blood on the ground. With a man approaching her, unaware of Eileen's presence, he erupted in anger and acted swiftly. The three from the Zhou family became vigilant, their expressions turning serious. Having heard from the Jiang brothers in their ancestral land, Xin Chen had already reached the half-step grandmaster level and had a powerful grandmaster by his side. In an era without grandmasters, he could practically dominate.
Looking around, the three didn't see a second person. Although the half-step grandmaster was stronger than them, they were not without the ability to fight.
After swallowing the pill Xin Chen gave her, Lu Mei felt her injuries instantly heal and witnessed his strength as he sent Zhou Bei flying with a single move, looking at Xin Chen in shock. She didn't know Xin Chen was also cultivating. The first time they met, she had easily overpowered him, but in such a short time, he had become so powerful. "Go find Eileen, leave these three to me." Xin Chen sensed Eileen in the room and instructed Lu Mei to go to her.
Facing two early innate full-stage cultivators and one early innate stage like Lu Mei, they would only be targets here.
Xin Chen looked at the three opposite him, surprised to see Lin Sen, who had transformed from an ordinary person into an early innate stage. Judging by his appearance, he must have paid a hefty price.
Xin Chen also used his insight technique on the other two.
Zhouji, age, 32, cultivation, early innate full stage, cultivation technique, innate universe art, hobbies, women, gambling, favorability, -50, Zhou Bei, age, 32, cultivation, early innate full stage, cultivation technique, innate universe art, hobbies, women, favorability, -50, being in their 30s at the early innate full stage, they were quite powerful, two of them. Truly worthy of a 1,000-year-old family. Xin Chen swiftly charged towards Zhou Bei, delivering a punch. Seeing this, Zhou Bei cursed in frustration and swiftly retreated, thinking Xin Chen wouldn't dare to strike first, or if he did, he would target the lowest cultivated Lin Sen. However, without any warning, Xin Chen attacked him. Zhou Ji and Lin Sen rushed up to block Xin Chen. Xin Chen changed direction and threw a punch towards Zhou Ji's chest.
Zhou Ji grunted and took a few steps back.
Seeing this, Lin Sen quickly stopped the car.
If Zhou Ji was pushed back, wouldn't he also get punched if he rushed forward?
In the instant Lin Sen stopped the car, Xin Chen appeared in front of him like a ghost and kicked his knee.
"Ah!"
Lin Sen screamed in agony. Xin Chen raised his foot again and ruthlessly kicked his other knee, breaking both his legs and then ignored him. He just wanted to keep these three people here, so he first broke Lin Sen's legs to prevent all three from escaping together. Now that he had injured two and disabled one, Xin Chen was no longer worried. After a brief eye contact between Zhou Ji and Zhou Bei, they both rushed towards the door, but Xin Chen had already anticipated their move and appeared at the entrance before them. The two stopped and looked towards the room where Lu Mei and Ai Lin were. Xin Chen saw where their gaze was fixed, his eyes turned cold, deciding to end this quickly.
He swiftly appeared in front of Zhou Bei and launched a rapid punch towards his midsection.
Zhou Ji quickly threw a punch to stop Xin Chen, but Xin Chen kicked him away. With this kick, Xin Chen was also swiftly pushed back by Zhou Bei. Zhou Ji and Zhou Bei stood together, looking at each other with a determined gaze. They assumed a stance and simultaneously shouted, "Heaven and earth are boundless, heaven and earth are immeasurable." Xin Chen felt a powerful aura surging from all directions, gathering in the hands of the two and blasting towards him. Xin Chen hurriedly circulated his true energy to defend, but he was still sent flying. Xin Chen grunted, feeling something rising in his throat. He quickly suppressed it, took out a small healing pill and swallowed it. He was already at the half-step grandmaster level, so the revival pill that could heal his injuries was probably useless.
Xin Chen directly took the small healing pill.
After recovering, Xin Chen looked at the Zhou brothers who had become lifeless, standing motionless.
Xin Chen approached and saw that they were dead, then turned to the terrified and stunned Lin Sen. "Speak, what's the deal with these two?"
"I'll make it quick for you," Xin Chen said with a cold gaze fixed on Lin Sen. Lin Sen was instantly filled with fear. Even though he was an advanced innate stage cultivator, he was just an ordinary playboy who had never seen such a scene before.
"I'll talk. I'll tell you.
Please don't kill me," Lin Sen pleaded.
Xin Chen did not respond to him. They used the 7 absolute techniques of heaven and earth, a technique from the Ji family's cultivation method.
It's very powerful, but it requires the Grandmaster realm to use, otherwise, it will cause the user's body to explode. Lin Sen hastily revealed what he knew. Xin Chen recalled the situation just now. It was indeed critical.
No wonder even his god-level dominating true energy couldn't resist it.
A technique that cost 2 lives to execute was indeed formidable. Qin Shen squatted in front of Lin Sen.
It's impossible not to kill you.
Your actions before have put me in danger more than once. I've wanted to kill you for a long time, but I didn't have the strength or opportunity before, he said, then directly snapped Lin Sen's neck. I promised you earlier, to satisfy my curiosity, I'll make it quick for you.
I keep my word.
After a few turns of Lin Sen's head on his neck, it stopped, still showing fear in his eyes. Qin Shen took out corpse powder from the system space and sprinkled it on the 3 bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 3 bodies turned into blood water. Qin Shen had obtained it from the mall and had tested it with the bodies he had stored in the system space before. It was quite effective for destroying evidence.
Lu Mei came out of the house with Ai Lin.
Ai Lin rushed into Qin Shen's arms and hugged him tightly. There was a hint of complex and unclear emotions in Lu Mei's eyes.
Qin Shen patted Ai Lin. Let's go, we're heading to the Cloud Peak. It's too messy here, let's call someone to tidy up.
Erin nodded from her arms, and the 3 of them drove to Qin Shen's cloud top No.
1.
Upon entering, Qin Shen found everything spotless.
It had been almost half a month since he last stayed, so there should have been some dust or something, right?
Moreover, the fridge, wine cabinet, and snacks were all full, and upon checking the dates, they were all fresh. Seeing Qin Shen's confusion, Lu Mei explained, my junior sister has someone come to clean every 2 days, so you can move in any time when you come back. Qin Shen sighed, after this, Guan Yu will spoil me, thinking of everything so thoughtfully. So, you are also a cultivator, and your cultivation is so high, Lu Mei looked at Qin Shen with keen eyes. Qin Shen, coming back to his senses, waved his hand modestly, such a low cultivation level is not worth mentioning.
There are always higher mountains and better people. My principle is to keep a low profile. Then why were you easily thrown to the ground by me when we first met? Lu Mei asked in confusion.
I don't fight with women, Qin Shen said awkwardly. By the way, I'll go back with you. It's a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. Qin Shen quickly changed the subject.
Little did he know that this statement only deepened Lu Mei's confusion. How did you know where I was going?
I don't think I told you why I was taking leave. Qin Shen realized that he had overheard their plan to return to their sect for their master's birthday celebration. Of course, your junior sister told me, otherwise how would I know? Lu Mei nodded dubiously, then looked at Aaron who was on the phone.
What about Aaron? Qin Shen had already thought about it when he came.
Originally, he planned to go together, but then he realized that as an ordinary person, she might not withstand the climate of Kunlun. I'll have someone come to pick her up and take her to Aodao for a few days. I have people there, and Aodao is quite special now, with many national security agents there, so her safety can be guaranteed. Moreover, now that Lin Sen is dead, she is basically safe. He had thought it through but hadn't told Aaron yet. At that moment, Aaron walked over, looking hesitant.
What's wrong?
Qin Shen sensed that she seemed to have something on her mind. Qin Shen, I just received a call saying that my son is sick in the United States, and I want to go see him. Aaron looked at Qin Shen timidly. She was afraid that Qin Shen would mind her son's situation. Qin Shen smiled, patted her head, and said, go ahead. I also have some things to attend to, and I was thinking of letting you play in Aodao for a few days.
Since you want to go to the United States, then go. Aaron nodded happily and went to pack her things and book a flight. When do we leave? Qin Shen asked Lu Mei beside him.
We'll leave after Aaron goes.
By the way, what did you give me to eat just now? Why did my injury recover instantly?
It was a healing pill I obtained by chance, and I only have that one, Qin Shen explained. He didn't want Lu Mei to know it was a revival pill, considering her master was also an alchemist. If he accidentally revealed it and her master found out, who knows if he would be interrogated.
Lu Mei left after hearing this.
Her misandry did not ease just because Qin Shen's cultivation was higher than hers.
Qin Shen remembered that he hadn't signed in today. System, I want to sign in. Ding! The sign-in system has been upgraded. The host can choose between weekly, monthly, and daily sign-ins, with higher rewards the longer the duration.
Damn, I wasted so many sign-ins before without getting this, and now that it's here, I feel even more wasteful.
Ding! Does the host choose to sign in?
Qin Shen pondered for a moment and decided not to sign in for now. The rewards from signing in were too random, and there was nothing particularly urgent he needed at the moment. He could always exchange for items from the mall as needed.
The system mall's elixir section is temporarily closed to the host. What? What does that mean?
Qin Shen was instantly puzzled when he heard the system's prompt.
Considering the host's recent excessive reliance on elixirs, as medicine can be poisonous, to ensure the host's safety, the mall's elixir section is temporarily closed. Please take care of yourself.
Qin Shen fell silent upon hearing this. It was true, ever since he could exchange for elixirs, he would often consume them recklessly. He would give them to others as well, and even because of this ability to exchange for elixirs, he had become somewhat complacent. The system is only meant to assist the host, not to be a tool for the host's complacency. We hope the host will regain confidence in the system and embrace the spirit of adventure as soon as possible.
Damn, I'm being lectured by the damn system. If I have the system, shouldn't I be even more complacent? Isn't your purpose to make me complacent?
So contradictory, Shin-chan muttered to himself. If it's closed, then let it be closed. Medicine can be poisonous, and who knows how many toxins have accumulated in my body by now. Shin-chan quickly let go of his concerns. The system must have its reasons for doing so. It was like how it would always preemptively reward him before certain events, preparing him to face sudden occurrences.
System, do I need to return the elixirs I currently have? Shin-chan asked.
The system is only closing the mall's elixir section, no need for returns. Alright then, Shin-chan said, looking at the few elixirs he had left. There was only one small healing pill remaining, while he still had plenty of revival pills, although they were no longer of much use to him. Shin-chan, I booked a flight for tomorrow morning. Eileen ran down from upstairs to inform him.
Okay, I'll take you to the airport tomorrow morning.
Get some rest early tonight. Shin-chan nodded. Eileen stood in front of Shin-chan, looking shy and hesitant. Shin-chan gazed at her in confusion.
I'm alone now. Do you want to come to my room tonight?
Her voice grew softer, and her face turned crimson as she lowered her head. Shin-chan's eyes lit up for a moment, but then he shook his head, refusing. At this moment, Eileen's heart was in turmoil. She had only made the offer to prevent Shin-chan from getting upset and to comfort him. However, Shin-chan didn't need such reassurance. His standards had risen, and he wouldn't insist on anything impure. A hint of disappointment flashed in Eileen's eyes as she realized Shin-chan's rejection. Without saying much, she turned and went back to her room. Shin-chan could only shake his head helplessly. Now both women had retreated to their rooms, leaving him with nothing to do but take out his phone and text Li Xiao. After all, she had sent him many messages, but Shin-chan hadn't replied to any.
Xiao, I'm back in Shenzhen. Shall we have dinner tonight? Shin-chan sent a message.
She immediately replied, Shin-chan, you finally replied to my message.
I thought you didn't want me anymore, sniff. Shin-chan was speechless. What did she mean by didn't want me anymore? It sounded as if he had rejected her before. Come to my place tonight.
I'll cook, and I'll introduce you to my cousin. Li Xiao, dressed in a beige shirt and a brown knee-length skirt, exuded a professional career woman vibe in her small office. Alright, let me taste your cooking, Shin-chan agreed. The office was cramped, with only 5 people squeezed in together. Li Xiao quickly packed up and announced she was leaving early today, leaving the rest of the people bewildered and frozen in place. Shin-chan checked the time. It was still early for dinner. He decided to buy some gifts and drove towards the Haichang Commercial Street. Arriving at the commercial street, Shin-chan couldn't help but sigh. Why didn't he rush to the street during the 9/9 promotion? He regretted not doing so. However, at that time, he wanted everything, but due to a poor network connection, he missed out on those 2 items. Shin-chan thought for a moment and decided to buy clothes and a bag as a gift. After all, Li Xiao was now starting a business and didn't want to accept his help financially. It shouldn't be a problem to help out a bit with the packaging. He arrived at a Chanel boutique and happened to hear some reprimanding voices inside. Driven by the human tendency to join in the commotion, he went over to take a look. To his surprise, Shin-chan's expression became intriguing as he realized he knew the person being scolded. Even pouring a glass of water can end up spilling on the customer because of you useless trash.
Can't you be of any use? A middle-aged woman dressed as a Chanel salesperson was reprimanding a girl.
I'm sorry, if this gentleman hadn't stretched his foot out, I wouldn't have fallen. The girl was Tang Shan, who, while apologizing, looked resolute as she faced the woman. Shin-chan noticed that beside Tang Shan stood a young man and a middle-aged, overweight woman who seemed to be mother and son. The incident occurred when Tang Shan was pouring water for the woman, and the young man accidentally tripped her, causing the water to spill on the overweight woman.
Oh, don't blame me. What evidence do you have to prove that I tripped you?
A young man nearby smirked. He found Tang Shan attractive and tried to flirt with her, but she always responded politely. Wanting to tease her, he ended up tripping her.
Sister Yuan, there are surveillance cameras in the store.
We can check the footage, Tang Shan said defiantly.
Do you think you can just check it like that?
You, and in turn, have no right to access the store's surveillance, Sister Yuan retorted, raising her hand as if to slap Tang Shan. She was already jealous of the newcomer Tang Shan, who, being young and pretty, attracted all the new customers. Now, her old customer had been splashed, and she had to stand up for them to maintain her yearly performance. However, her hand stopped mid-air.
Let's talk things out. Why resort to violence? Qin Chen grabbed Sister Yuan's wrist. Tang Shan looked bewildered at the sudden appearance of Qin Chen. Let go of me. Who are you to her, coming here causing trouble? Sister Yuan struggled to free her hand from Qin Chen's grip. As Sister Yuan pulled back forcefully, Qin Chen suddenly released her hand. Sister Yuan lost her balance and fell backward, landing heavily on the floor. Ouch! Assault! Assault! Sister Yuan cried out. Qin Chen smiled at the ridiculous scene unfolding in his store. Was this person lacking common sense to create such a scene here? What are you shouting for? This is your workplace. Aren't you embarrassed enough? A man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, walked over. Manager, you have to take my side. This intern can't stand that I have old customers and deliberately splashed water on my client. Now she even brought someone to hit me. Sister Yuan hastily got up from the floor, crying and pointing at Qin Chen. The manager looked at Tang Shan, who explained the situation. Just check the surveillance footage. No need for all this shouting, the manager frowned. I'm very dissatisfied with how your store handles things. Regardless of the surveillance results, my clothes are ruined. You have to give me an explanation for this, the overweight woman snorted. The manager apologized, saying, Madam, we are very sorry for the treatment you received. However, checking the surveillance is just to clear our colleague's name. We will compensate you where necessary and offer an apology. The overweight woman snorted again and didn't say anything more. The manager checked the surveillance footage, and although the angle was partially blocked by a display rack, it was still visible that the young man had made a kicking motion. The young man chuckled, See, I told you there's no evidence against me. The footage only shows my foot moving, not that I tripped you. Yuan Jia was ecstatic after seeing the display stand she had brought over for the customers, not expecting it to come in handy. Tang Shan's face turned pale with confusion. The store manager had to address the issue first. Madam, how would you like us to handle this? I want her to compensate me for this garment. I don't want it anymore if it's been stained. And she even falsely accused my husband. I want her to pay for mental damages, the obese woman sneered. Well, the store manager looked at Tang Shan, unsure of how to proceed. Upon hearing that the young man was her husband, Qin Chen's mouth twitched. So, it was a rich woman and a gigolo, not a mother-son relationship as he had thought. No problem, I'll compensate for the cost of the clothes. Forget about the mental damages. I can call the police for a forensic demonstration, and then we'll see who compensates whom, Qin Chen interjected. The young man, feeling displeased that Qin Chen stood up for Tang Shan, retorted, Can you afford it, you loser? My darling's outfit alone costs 100,000, and it got wet inside too. Mine got splashed with water. All our clothes together amount to 15,000. He even reached into the obese woman's collar, making Qin Chen nauseous. And me, my clothes got splashed too. This work uniform of mine costs 20,000. Yuan Jia hurriedly pointed at the water stain that was about to dry up. Qin Chen no longer looked at these three disgusting individuals, turned to the store manager, and said, Manager, draw up an agreement for them to sign, and I'll pay. As the store manager was about to draft the agreement, Qin Chen suddenly stopped him, whispered something in his ear, handed him a card, and the store manager, shocked, took the card and happily proceeded to draft the agreement. Qin Chen then made a call on the side. Tang Shan timidly approached Qin Chen and said, I'm sorry, Junior, for causing you trouble again. I'll find a way to repay you. Qin Chen waved his hand and looked towards the entrance where a crowd had gathered to watch the commotion, saying, Don't worry, let me help you vent first. Let's wait and see the show. Shortly after, the store manager emerged with an agreement. Qin Chen looked it over, somewhat satisfied, then glanced outside as if waiting for someone. The gigolo impatiently said, What's there to watch? Hurry up, sign and pay up. At that moment, a man in a suit carrying a briefcase walked in. Mr. Qin, I'm Wang Lu, part of your company's legal team. You can call me Xiao Wang. Wang Lu extended his hand. Qin Chen shook his hand, leaned in to whisper something, and Wang Lu nodded, stepping forward to say, I am Mr. Qin's lawyer. I will witness the signing of the agreement. If there are no issues, everyone can sign now. The gigolo sneered in disdain. Yuan Jia quickly stepped forward to sign and leave her fingerprint. 20,000 yuan was a significant amount for her, as she needed to achieve many sales to earn that much in salary. Now, she could earn it with just a casual mention. She was afraid Qin Chen might change his mind, especially since the water stain had dried up and was barely visible. The gigolo and the obese woman also signed and left their fingerprints. Qin Chen transferred the money to the three through Wang Lu. After receiving the money, the gigolo and the obese woman pretended to be calm and were about to leave confidently. Wait, Wang Lu interjected. What now? The gigolo was impatient. You've received the money, but we haven't received the items yet. Wang Lu looked at the two. Items? What items?
The obese woman looked puzzled. Wan Lu presented the agreement, stating, "The clothes were stained by my client. My client will fully compensate for the value of the clothes, and the clothes will belong to my client. It's clearly stated here." Later, he added, "Even if it's not written here, if your compensation demands exceed the value, it can be considered extortion. We have already reported to the police, and they will arrive soon." The young man sneered, "It's just some clothes. Here you go. Miss Yuan, bring us 2 sets of clothes. This will boost your performance." Miss Yuan joyfully went to get the clothes, but the store manager walked out and said to her, "You are no longer our employee. I have already informed the headquarters of your actions, and they have issued a dismissal letter. You should have received it on your phone." Miss Yuan looked puzzled at the store manager and then shouted desperately, "It's impossible. You can't fire me. I haven't done anything wrong. I will complain to the headquarters about you." Ignoring her, the store manager turned to the young man and said, "There are no clothes left for sale in the store. Mr. Sheen has bought everything in the store. If you want to buy, you can contact Mr. Sheen and purchase from him." He handed the card back to Qin Shen. "Mr. Sheen, you are now a lifelong diamond VIP of our Chanel. Thanks to you, I will be transferred to the headquarters office in the South China region. Miss Tang Shan will be the new store manager here." Tang Shan was shocked by this news and couldn't recover for a long time. "Miss Tang Shan, Mr. Sheen has purchased everything in the store, and all the sales will be credited to you. Due to your performance, the headquarters has decided to promote you to the store manager of this store." The store manager informed Tang Shan. Tang Shan looked at Qin Shen in shock, feeling both surprised and touched. She never expected that a man would buy everything in the store for her. "The 3 of you, please execute the agreement immediately," Wan Lu sternly said. The 3 bewildered individuals, still shocked by the recent news, had actually bought everything in the store. What kind of financial power could achieve this? At that moment, 2 police officers walked in. After a brief conversation with them, the police officers stood aside without approaching. "I have informed the 2 officers. You have 5 more minutes. If you do not comply, the police will take you back to investigate whether there was extortion and fraud involved," Wang Lu said to them. "I don't want this money. I'll give it back to you," the overweight woman said. "Yes, I'll return the money. Please don't fire me," Miss Yuan quickly added. Wang Lu coldly stated, "Do you think the law is a joke? An agreement witnessed by a lawyer has legal effect. You have 3 minutes left." The young man gritted his teeth and walked up to Qin Shen. "I'm sorry. Please sell us the 2 sets of clothes. We can pay double, no, triple the price." Qin Shen coldly looked at him and said, "Do you think I lack that little money?" Seeing that Qin Shen refused to sell, the young man, with a ruthless heart, took off his clothes first. The other 2 followed suit. "Please make sure to leave all the clothes mentioned in the agreement," Wang Lu reminded them. In order to get more money, all the clothes they were wearing were listed in the agreement. They even wished they could include their own bodies. Now, they had shot themselves in the foot. After stripping naked, they covered their private parts and ran towards the door. Outside, a crowd of onlookers had already taken out their phones and started taking pictures frantically. The 2 police officers stopped the 3 of them, citing their public nudity as a violation of social norms and public order, and took them away. Wang Lu bid farewell to Qin Shen, who collected the clothes and planned to have their value appraised by an appraisal company. If the value of the clothes did not match, he could sue them for extortion. The store manager and other employees also left for the day, leaving the store empty. There was no reason to stay any longer, so they closed early. The store was now only left with Qin Shen and Tang Shan, who was still in a daze. "Senior, help me pick a few bags, a few sets of professional women's clothing, and some lipsticks and perfumes," Qin Shen said. "Oh, okay, I'll go do that now," Tang Shan replied, snapping out of her reverie and quickly started to gather some items. As she tidied up, she came back and asked, "Junior, what size of professional women's clothing do you need?" Qin Shen wasn't sure about the sizes. Li Xiao might have some idea, but his cousin Qin Shen had never seen. So, he simply asked Tang Shan to pick 2 sets of each size. Tang Shan, who had busied herself, gradually recovered and a hint of complexity could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Qin Shen. After finishing up, she brought the items in front of Qin Shen. "Junior, I picked these based on my judgment, quite standard. After all, I haven't met the beauty you're gifting these to, so I'm not sure what style suits her," Tang Shan joked. Qin Shen teasingly glanced at her and said, "What? Senior, are you trying to steal women from me?" Tang Shan blushed, recalling that Qin Shen knew about her relationship with Su Weiwei, and quickly changed the subject. "Junior, what about the remaining items? I've given them all to you, you deal with them yourself," Qin Shen replied, unsure why he needed so many things. Tang Shan quickly refused. "No, you've already helped me a lot, and because of you, I went from an intern to a store manager directly. If I take these things too, then I'm really not worth much." Xin Shen looked at Tang Shan's flustered state and said with a smile, "You were never worth much to begin with."
Xin Shen's double entendre made Tang Shan realize what she had said.
"Alright, pick some things for yourself, then pick some for Wei Wei too, and send the rest to my place.
I live at No.
1 Shenwan, Unit 8, on the 8th floor, the password is 66s. With so many things, it would keep Tang Shan busy for a few days.
Tang Shan was puzzled when she heard Shenwan No. 1.
That was a legendary property, often with 9 figures. Just how wealthy was this junior?
Junior, regardless, I still have to thank you.
Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Tang Shan felt that Qin Shen had already helped her too much, whether it was her mother's surgery or her job. Her life had become so much better because of him. It was only right to invite him to dinner, even though Tang Shan kept saying she would repay Qin Shen. With his current efforts, she feared she could never repay him in this lifetime.
Tonight? I can't tonight, I've made plans with someone else, let's do it another day.
I have to go out of town tomorrow, we'll talk when I get back. Qin Shen declined, as he had already made plans with Li Xiao.
Tang Shan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but she quickly snapped out of it. What's wrong with me?
I never used to have emotional fluctuations towards men before. Why am I feeling so down just because of a dinner rejection?
Tang Shan muttered to herself inwardly.
After bidding farewell to Tang Shan, Qin Shen carried the bags and headed to the parking lot. Following the location sent by Li Xiao, Qin Shen drove to Li Xiao's neighborhood. He arrived at Li Xiao's apartment complex, which was bustling with construction of new apartment buildings.
Following the instructions, he reached Li Xiao's doorstep and rang the doorbell.
Coming, a pleasant voice came from inside, but to Qin Shen, the voice sounded somewhat familiar. As the door opened, both of them looked at each other in surprise and said in unison, "Why are you here?" The one who opened the door was Yu Shu, who also looked shocked to see Qin Shen.
"How did you know I live here?"
she asked, still not realizing that Qin Shen wasn't looking for her.
"You live here? You're Li Xiao's cousin?" Qin Shen asked in surprise. Yu Shu then understood that Qin Shen wasn't there for her. "You're the Qin brother that Xiao mentioned? Sis, has Qin brother arrived?"
Li Xiao's voice came from the kitchen. "Come in first, let's not tell Li Xiao about our matter," Yu Shu said with a complex expression as she looked at Qin Shen.
Qin Shen also looked embarrassed.
He didn't expect to meet a flight attendant in Magic City who turned out to be Li Xiao's cousin.
The world is indeed small.
Qin Shen entered the small duplex apartment, which seemed to be only about 40 to 50 square meters in total, but because it was a duplex, it looked relatively spacious. When Li Xiao saw Qin Shen, she bounced into his arms. "Qin Shen, I missed you so much." Li Xiao snuggled against Qin Shen.
Qin Shen looked at Yu Shu, who had an unpleasant expression, sitting on the sofa.
Yu Shu turned away, pretending not to see. "I'm here, just got back and came to see you right away." Qin Shen patted Li Xiao's back. Li Xiao let go of Qin Shen and pushed him onto the sofa.
"You sit for a moment and chat with my sister. We'll be eating soon." Then she busily ran into the kitchen.
Qin Shen sat on the sofa, looking slightly embarrassed.
Having a meal turned into a battlefield. "You already have Xiao Xiao, why come to provoke me again?" Yu Shu asked tearfully.
Qin Shen fell silent.
He didn't know what to say.
He not only had Li Xiao and Yu Shu but also Shennan, Eileen, Li Ying, Lu Yaro, all of whom he desired. "Scumbag," Yu Shu cursed when Qin Shen didn't respond.
Qin Shen took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I'm a scumbag.
I not only have Li Xiao and you but many other women, and there will be more in the future.
I'm not someone worthy of a lifetime commitment.
I will explain the situation to Li Xiao, then leave your world. Let's eat, come over," Li Xiao called out. Yu Shu wiped her tears and said, "After this meal, tell Li Xiao not to waste the food she prepared with so much care."
Qin Shen looked at the dishes on the table.
There were no extravagant delicacies, just some home-cooked dishes. It had been a long time since he had eaten a simple meal. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Li Xiao laughed at Qin Shen's eating habits. "Qin Shen, eat slowly, no need to rush. I prepared a lot of food for you." "Xiao Xiao, your cooking is delicious," Qin Shen mumbled with his mouth full. Li Xiao gazed at him tenderly. "Then Xiao Xiao will cook for you for a lifetime." Hearing this, Yu Shu trembled, and Qin Shen stopped eating, wiped his mouth, and said, "Xiao Xiao, I have something to tell you." Li Xiao's hand also trembled slightly. When someone suddenly says they have something to tell her, she knows it's not something she'd like to hear. "Xiao Xiao, I also have something to tell you," Yu Shu interjected. Qin Shen looked at her in confusion. Wasn't he supposed to speak first? Yu Shu didn't look at Qin Shen and said, "Let's not take the business from the Lu group." "Why?" Li Xiao asked, puzzled. Finally, there was a business opportunity, and a big one at that. Why shouldn't they take it? Our small workshop, with a staff count that can be counted on one hand, why would the Lu Group, a billion-dollar conglomerate, approach us for company promotion? Because we're cheap? Li Xiao innocently suggested. Yu Shu was almost speechless. Helplessly, she said, there are many others cheaper than us, and the Lu Group itself has its own subsidiaries in the media industry. Then why did they approach us? Li Xiao also began to wonder. Yu Shu shook her head and said, I don't know their intentions yet, but I feel they are up to no good. Qin Chen, listening on the side, speculated about the Lu Group's motives. Does that Lu Group have someone named Lu Huai? Qin Chen asked. Yu Shu looked slightly surprised and replied, the vice president of the Lu Group is named Lu Huai. Qin Chen pondered. When he was on Panglai Island before, he often chatted with Shin Man. She mentioned investigating her own past, saying that the Lu Group originated from corporate espionage. To understand their intentions, just eliminate a few possibilities. What do you have that might make people greedy now? Qin Chen asked. Yu Shu and the others were also contemplating. A newly established small company with no money, no clients, nothing at all. What exactly were they after? Qin Chen watched them thinking and couldn't help but sigh. Are you two really suited for business? Have you considered that they might be after people? People? Li Xiao looked at Qin Chen in confusion. Since you have nothing else, all that's left is people, especially attractive women. Qin Chen shook his head, looking at them. According to Qin Chen's speculation, it was highly likely that the two of them didn't know who from the Lu Group had taken an interest in them, setting a trap for them to fall into. This kind of newly established small company, lacking experience, would see an order and accept it without hesitation. Without a legal team, they would sign lengthy contracts, causing their eyes to blur with fatigue, signing without much thought. Even Qin Chen from back then would have easily fallen for such a scheme. In business, especially during the entrepreneurial phase, business was paramount. Even if one knew it was a trap, there would still be a sense of optimism, hoping the pit wasn't too deep. Yu Shu and the others were not lacking in intelligence, just lacking in confidence. Did someone from the Lu Group target them and set them up? How could such a thing happen to them? Were they worthy of such attention? Since Big Brother Qin Chen said so, then we won't take the order. Li Xiao nodded beside them. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, call me instead of bearing it alone. Qin Chen felt that even if they refused the order, the other party might not give up so easily. Now that's settled, it's my turn to speak. Qin Chen remembered what he hadn't said earlier. Yu Shu interrupted again. Xiao, help me get some soup. I've walked too much today, and my feet are aching. Li Xiao hurriedly got up and took Yu Shu's bowl away. Qin Chen looked at Yu Shu in confusion. One interruption could be overlooked, but two interruptions meant she didn't want me to speak, right? Yu Shu leaned in and whispered, let's not talk about it. Let me calm down for a few days. I don't want Li Xiao to be upset, and I hope to find a better way to handle this. Before Qin Chen could say anything, Li Xiao came out with the soup. Oh, Big Brother Qin Chen, what did you want to say? Although Li Xiao knew that what Qin Chen wanted to say might not be what she wanted to hear, she decided to face reality. I just want you not to overwork yourself, learn to rest appropriately. I got 2 miraculous beauty supplements from somewhere, one for each of you. Qin Chen took out 2 beauty pills and handed them to the women. Li Xiao joyfully accepted hers and swallowed it immediately, while Yu Shu looked at the pill in her hand with a complex expression. Seeing Li Xiao take it without hesitation, Qin Chen couldn't help but feel warm inside. This was the feeling of being trusted. The beauty pill didn't have the purifying effect of the marrow cleansing pill. Instead, it worked gradually, so Qin Chen wasn't worried about any adverse effects they might experience. After eating and drinking their fill, Qin Chen was preparing to leave. Li Xiao grabbed him, her face flushed. It's getting late. Why don't you stay here tonight? Qin Chen glanced at Yu Shu's stern expression and didn't dare to stay. Just kidding. With my driving skills, even if it's late, it'll only be a few minutes. With that, he left directly, leaving Li Xiao gazing at him with a touch of regret. Qin Chen had also considered spending the night with Li Xiao and then going to Yu Shu's room afterward. The script was all planned out. However, given the current situation and relationship, it wasn't appropriate yet. He could only play the role of a straightforward man this time. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Qin Chen drove towards Deep Bay No. 1. The next morning, Qin Chen got up early in the morning. Ai Lin had an early flight, so after seeing her off, he would also take a plane to Kunlun with Lu Mei. Ai Lin, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, dragged her luggage downstairs, looking resentfully at Qin Chen who was having breakfast. He seemed like he hadn't slept all night. Qin Chen pretended not to notice, took out 2 pills from his pocket, and said to her, "This one is for you to take now, and the other one you take to America. If your child's illness becomes so severe that it's difficult to treat medically, give it to him." Ai Lin, in a huff, took the pill and swallowed it, then stuffed the other one into her bag. Lu Mei came downstairs at this time, holding only a handbag, not laden with luggage like Ai Lin. She looked at Qin Shen in confusion, as if asking where his luggage was.
I don't have luggage. I'll buy whatever I need along the way, he said.
His things were all in his personal space, so there was no need to carry luggage. The group set off for the airport. Before parting, Ai Lin hugged Qin Shen reluctantly. The three of them boarded the plane one after another.
You should rest for a while. After we land, we'll need to take a taxi,
and then there's a long way to go, Lu Mei said, leaning back in her seat with her eyes half closed.
Is the road that difficult?
Qin Shen hadn't expected there were still such challenging places in society. Junior sister walked from Kunlun to the city, taking half a year. Although she stayed in mountain villages along the way, it also shows the difficulty of the journey, he explained. Qin Shen thought for a moment. It seems we'll need to buy a car after we land.
He had thought about it before, but had never acted on it.
Putting the car into the system space, taking it out when needed, seemed very convenient.
After landing, Qin Shen took Lu Mei to the largest local car dealership. Why are we going to the car dealership? The car can't go all the way. We'll have to leave it halfway, Lu Mei frowned.
It's okay, we'll drive it out when we leave. Many drivers refuse to go to such remote places, and walking will only increase the distance. Having a car will be much more convenient, Qin Shen explained. Lu Mei didn't say anything more. Qin Shen's method would indeed save a lot of time, as most drivers wouldn't go to desolate areas. The two entered a car dealership where all kinds of cars were sold, not limited to a single brand.
A salesperson quickly approached them.
Sir, what kind of car is the lady looking for?
The salesperson asked with a smile. Lu Mei's eyes turned cold. What did you call me?
Miss, the salesperson was taken aback.
A young man and woman coming to the dealership, weren't they a couple?
His usual approach always worked, even if he got the name wrong. The girl would usually blush, never encountering someone getting angry.
Lu Mei didn't look at him again. Suppressing a smile, Qin Shen asked, do you have any off-road vehicles for rugged terrains?
Yes, follow me. The salesperson wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and led them to the off-road vehicle area. Pointing to a pickup truck, he introduced, this Raptor is very popular overseas, equipped with a 3.5T 423 horsepower V6 engine, very responsive in power. Qin Shen sat in it, a car he had heard of and seen on the road, but it wasn't very comfortable, the seat was too hard. Shaking his head, he asked, do you have any others? The salesperson hesitated and asked, sir, do you have a budget? Like, what price range are you looking to buy? No budget, as long as it's suitable, I'll buy it no matter the price, Qin Shen said generously. The salesperson's eyes lit up, then follow me this way. This Range Rover is also suitable for off-roading, good handling, and the interior is comfortable enough. Qin Shen looked at it and shook his head. In terms of off-roading, Land Rover had never been at the top.
Do you have a Hummer? Qin Shen remembered that Hummers were known for their strong off-road capabilities.
The shopping guide said apologetically, if it's not available in the store, you can still place an order. Qin Shen wasn't interested in pre-ordering, he wanted a car he could drive away immediately. Looking around, he spotted a car he used to like a lot.
I want this one, fully loaded. Do you have it in stock? Qin Shen pointed to the black G-Class not far away. The guide hurried over, excitedly introducing, the Mercedes G63 AMG is equipped with a 4.0-liter twin-turbo V8 engine, producing 585 horsepower and 850 Nm of torque, delivering maximum power at 6,000 RPM and maximum torque between 2,500 and 3,500 RPM.
Qin Shen quickly interrupted, I'll take this one, drive it out now, and expedite the process.
Sure, sir, I'll take care of it right away, the guide said eagerly.
The anxiety caused by Lu Mei's raised eyebrows vanished instantly as he hurried into the office to prepare the contract. Soon he emerged with a paper in hand. Sir, this car is fully equipped, except for the optional extras.
Do you want to add them or take it as it is? The guide asked.
No need, just like this. I'm in a hurry to leave, and who knows how long the optional extras will take. Qin Shen waved his hand.
All right, after calculating everything, it's 3.15 million.
Qin Shen handed over his card, asking, how long will it take? Taking the card, the guide replied, it will only take half an hour.
Half an hour was acceptable.
The receptionist brought over some pastries, and Qin Shen, feeling hungry, invited Lu Mei to eat.
Half an hour later, the car was parked in the pickup area.
Qin Shen removed the red cloth covering it and told the guide, don't bother with unnecessary frills, I'm pressed for time. Lu Mei sat directly in the driver's seat, leaving Qin Shen, still holding the red cloth, momentarily stunned before taking the passenger seat. As they filled up nearby, Qin Shen secretly negotiated with the gas station attendant and spent a fortune on several boxes of gasoline to store in the system space. Lu Mei's driving skills had Qin Shen gripping the handle tightly in the passenger seat.
How about I drive instead? Qin Shen suggested, seeing the excitement in Lu Mei's eyes. You don't know the way, so I'd have to navigate for you, wasting time.
Just sit tight, Lu Mei replied, pressing down on the accelerator, making Qin Shen's scalp tingle. The car gradually entered a mountain road, and Qin Shen observed ongoing construction, road paving, bridge building, and many houses under construction along the way, prompting him to remark, with the development of the times, even the most remote mountain villages are moving closer to the cities.
Humph, Lu Mei snorted. Qin Shen was puzzled. Had this woman taken the wrong medicine? Who was she trying to impress with that attitude?
If it weren't for Junior Sister, we would have abandoned the car and walked long ago, Lu Mei said with pride. Qin Shen suddenly realized she was referring to his earlier words. It was a misunderstanding.
What do you mean? Could Guan Yu have such great abilities?
Junior Sister negotiated with the local government. She will donate money to the government to plan these roads and bridges.
This city is too big, and there are too many places like this.
Waiting for the government's funds to come in for planning is too difficult, Lu Mei sighed, continuing, Junior Sister has worked several jobs outside over the years, even auctioning off the master's returning spirit pill she received, all donated to the government for planning these mountain villages. I didn't expect Guan Yu to be so compassionate. No wonder she acts like a money grubber. Qin Shen's words earned him a glare from Lu Mei.
Our senior sisters really need money.
She does it for these places, and I do it to help her. Qin Shen glanced at Lu Mei, now seeing her in a new light. Night fell, and a black G-Class slowly drove into a small mountain village. According to Lu Mei, this was the final destination.
Next, they had to drive up the mountain road as there were no more villages along the way.
Upon entering the village, Lu Mei frowned, and Qin Shen also felt puzzled.
Although it wasn't completely dark yet, it was getting there. Why weren't there any lights on in the village? It wasn't so poor that they couldn't afford electricity, they could even see the electric poles.
Lu Mei drove around the village, but they didn't see a single person.
What kind of event made everyone in the village disappear? Lu Mei muttered.
They parked the car in front of the village committee office and planned to get out and take a look. As soon as Qin Shen got out of the car, he sensed something was wrong. His alertness was triggered, albeit subtly, but he could still feel it. Be careful, there seems to be something dangerous here, Qin Shen warned Lu Mei. In response, Lu Mei pulled out a red satin ribbon, tied up her hair, and took out a round silver tube from her waist. With a swift motion, she extended the ends of the tube outward, turning it into a long spear.
Qin Shen was stunned by what he saw. Lu Mei, holding the weapon, looked heroic, exuding a fearless aura.
Qin Shen wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and followed Lu Mei towards the houses. They checked each house one by one, but found nothing unusual inside, no signs of struggle.
Returning to the village committee office, they prepared to leave. Initially planning to stay overnight, the current situation made them uneasy, so they decided to continue their journey.
Suddenly, a sound came from inside the village committee office.
Qin Shen and Lu Mei exchanged a glance before quickly running inside.
They saw dust rising in the room, and Qin Shen noticed the unstable floorboards, suspecting someone was hiding underneath. Lu Mei lifted the floorboards, grabbed the person hiding there, and threw them out. The person landed heavily on the ground, muttering, Abba, Abba.
Nyo, why is it you? Lu Mei looked surprised at the person in front of her. Nyo? That name suited a rural setting.
Recognizing Lu Mei, Nyo excitedly gestured.
Lu Mei grabbed his arm and asked, where are the other villagers? Why are they all gone?
Nyo pointed in a direction, mimicking drinking water, then walked forward with vacant eyes.
Are you saying that after drinking water from the well, the villagers all walked away in a trance?
Qin Shen, for the first time, understood sign language so vividly, despite not having learned it. Lu Mei introduced Nyo to Qin Shen, explaining, Nyo is the son of the village chief. He fell seriously ill as a child and became deaf and mute. He used to take me out, so we are quite familiar with each other. Understanding, Qin Shen waved at Nyo, who smiled back. As Qin Shen surveyed the surroundings, he felt a heightened sense of danger, unlike the faint signals from his alertness skill before. He searched around to identify the source of the threat. Suddenly, voices were heard outside. Qin Shen and Lu Mei quickly leaned against the wall near the door.
Damn, why are we the ones patrolling? Who would come to this ghostly place? A voice complained.
Stop talking, patrol around, and if there's nothing unusual, let's go back, another voice suggested.
Hey, why is there a car here? Was it here before? Who cares, it's a Mercedes. How could someone drive a Mercedes here? Send a signal, be on guard.
Qin Shen and Lu Mei exchanged a glance and then rushed out together. Qin Shen didn't hold back, his ghostly figure appeared in front of the two men. With a punch, one of them was knocked unconscious before he could react. The other man quickly retreated. Lu Mei's long spear blocked his path, and the man pulled out a knife to engage with Lu Mei. Xin Shen tied up the unconscious man with a rope, then sat on him, watching Lu Mei and the man fight, almost as if he was watching a show. Seeing the two evenly matched in their skills, Xin Shen was curious to see how they fought and how it differed from his own fighting style. After a while of fighting, Lu Mei thrust her spear into the man's heart, killing him instantly. Xin Shen clicked his tongue, noting the disadvantage of being weaponless. Lu Mei put away her spear, glared at Xin Shen, who smiled back. They took the still conscious man to the village committee, splashing the bottle of mineral water they had given to Ernyo on his face. The bound man slowly regained consciousness, struggling to get up but realizing he was tied up. "Where have you taken the villagers? What is your purpose?" Lu Mei demanded sternly. The bound man stopped struggling, revealing a sinister smile to Lu Mei and Xin Shen. "Long live the True Spirit sect," he said before tilting his head, blood trickling from his mouth. Xin Shen, noticing this, grabbed his chin and saw blood flowing from his mouth, realizing a large molar was missing. Damn, he had poison in his mouth. What kind of people are these? Xin Shen muttered to himself. He's dead, poisoned himself, Xin Shen told Lu Mei. Lu Mei looked surprised. She hadn't expected him to poison himself just from a question. "Have you heard of the True Spirit sect he mentioned?" Xin Shen asked, recalling the man's last words before he died, looking at the matching black and gold trimmed outfits on the ground. Lu Mei's expression turned serious as she said, "I've heard of that name. They've been active in recent years, but with a bad reputation. They operate more overseas, often engaging in cult activities like hanging people alive from rooftops or killing them and placing the bodies in patterns on the ground." Xin Shen realized this was indeed a cult. Why were they here? The villagers have been taken by these cultists. It seems ominous, and their presence here suggests they have some ulterior motive, Xin Shen said, rubbing his chin. Lu Mei exclaimed, "This is bad. The cult is here for the master. We need to inform him quickly." She rushed to the car. "Wait," Xin Shen stopped her. "We can't rush this. What about Ernyo?" Xin Shen pointed to the dazed Ernyo. Lu Mei hesitated, torn between taking him along, risking his safety on the road, or leaving him behind, risking another attack by the True Spirit sect. Seeing her dilemma, Xin Shen went into the village committee, grabbed a piece of paper and a pen, and wrote something on it. He handed it to Ernyo, gesturing for him to go down the mountain and report to the police. Ernyo, observing Xin Shen's comical gestures, nodded and headed down the mountain. Lu Mei glanced at Xin Shen in surprise. "I didn't expect you to know sign language." Xin Shen almost choked on his own blood. "Who are you to look down on sign language?" They got back in the car and continued up the mountain. The road ahead was treacherous, with the villagers having carved and filled the mountain paths for generations, making it extremely difficult to traverse. After walking for a few hours, they arrived at a flat area, which was their resting point. There was a cool shed where people who used to chop wood or hunt would set out early in the morning. Regardless of their harvest, they would return here at noon to rest and drink from the mountain spring. "The car can only be parked here. From now on, we have to walk." Lu Mei got out of the car and picked up her luggage. Xin Shen surveyed the surroundings and finally asked the question that had been on his mind. "Why are there no cars here? Didn't your master invite someone? Why didn't they drive here?" "Very few people take this road because it's too long to walk. Many choose the other side, which is similar but relatively closer," Lu Mei explained. Xin Shen was puzzled by this. If there was a shorter route, why not take it? Why choose the longer path? Seeing Xin Shen's confusion, Lu Mei's cheeks turned slightly red as she admitted, "I took the wrong path, that's why we ended up here," and then she briskly walked ahead. Xin Shen was speechless for a moment. After making sure he couldn't see her anymore, he stored the car in the system space, grabbed his backpack, and hurried to catch up. He took the backpack to carry some food and water, otherwise, it would be awkward to suddenly take them out from the space when needed. As they navigated through the forest, some areas had traces of people passing through, forming a natural path, while others required them to pave the way themselves. Xin Shen used a flashlight, his eyes straining from the effort. If not for his heightened senses, he would have stumbled several times despite the light. As they walked, Xin Shen, engrossed in his thoughts, suddenly bumped into Lu Mei ahead. She didn't turn around or scold him, which felt unusual to him. With the help of the flashlight's light, he noticed a hint of panic and fear on Lu Mei's face. "How long have we been walking?" she suddenly asked. Xin Shen checked his watch, it was already 4 a.m. They had started walking at 1 a.m. About 3 hours. "Why?" he asked, puzzled. "This forest should only take a little over an hour to walk through, but we've been walking for 3 hours," Lu Mei said, her voice trembling. Xin Shen furrowed his brows. Uncertain of the duration of the journey, he had been following her all along. If what Lu Mei said was true, they had only two possibilities: they were going in the wrong direction, or they were trapped in a loop.
Let's mark our way along the journey and continue walking.
Maybe we took the wrong path and ended up in a loop. Tell me the direction, and I'll lead the way, Shin suggested, trying to reassure her. He was also puzzled by her sudden fear. Her previous cold demeanor had given the impression that she was fearless. Southeast, Lumei said before following closely behind Shin as he took the lead. Following the compass on his watch, Shin headed southeast, marking trees along the way. After walking for some time, he noticed something strange. There were no markings, yet the scenery seemed oddly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he made a mark on a nearby tree, then sat down to rest. He took out 2 bottles of water from his backpack, handing one to Lumei. Lumei drank it all in one go. Shin, watching her silent demeanor, teasingly remarked, "You should return to your sect.
Instead, you have me leading the way. Your guiding skills seem a bit inadequate."
Lumei suddenly smiled. "I'm scared, in the dark. I'm most afraid of unclean things." Shin furrowed his brows slightly, feeling something was off.
Lumei was smiling at him? That woman who seemed to have misandry was actually smiling at him? Was he hallucinating, or was Lumei genuinely scared and trying to please him so he wouldn't leave her behind?
Shin scanned the surroundings and suddenly got up from the ground, walking to the tree where the mark had been made earlier. The mark on the tree had disappeared at some point. "It seems we've really encountered a maze. No wonder the marks we made are gone, yet we keep encountering similar scenes," Shin muttered to himself.
Lumei stood up in panic. "What should we do? Are we going to die here? My feet are already tired from walking."
Shin turned around, smiling reassuringly. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. From now on, we stick together closely. I'll carry you, and I will definitely get you out of here." A shadow of worry flashed in Lumei's eyes as she walked towards Shin.
"I'll have to trouble you then.
We're trapped, and you still have to think about taking care of me."
"I'm useless."
Just as Lumei approached Shin, he threw a punch, causing Lumei to quickly step back in surprise. With a cold gaze, she looked at Shin. "Even if you don't want to take care of me, there's no need to resort to violence."
Shin looked regretful, shaking his head. "Stop pretending. If you keep it up, I'll vomit." "Who are you really? Where is Lumei?"
Lumei looked at Shin and asked, "How did you see through my disguise?" "I thought my illusion technique using this formation had no flaws, and I've even reduced my speech to avoid mistakes." Shin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there are no flaws.
From the outside, it's almost impossible to tell. But you shouldn't act coquettish.
The real Lumei wouldn't act that way towards me. Her essence of never giving in to anyone, you haven't mastered that." Lumei revealed a look of understanding. "Since you've seen through me, there's no point in continuing this charade."
Lumei gradually transformed into the appearance of a young man.
Witnessing this scene, Shin almost vomited at the thought of a grown man acting coquettish towards him.
Shin used insight to see who the other person was. Mo Yang, age, 33, cultivation, grandmaster, cultivation technique, Mo scripture, damn, a grandmaster? Why didn't my alert skill trigger?
Shin was shocked to see the other's cultivation level. He was no match for a grandmaster.
However, Mo Yang's next actions left him puzzled, standing there in confusion. Mo Yang suddenly ran backward, saying as he ran, "You can just waste away in this maze until you die. I'll watch you slowly perish from the shadows, let you experience the taste of dying alone." Shin watched Mo Yang run off, utterly bewildered. What game was this grandmaster playing? At that moment, Mo Yang ran swiftly towards the exit.
Seeing Shin not following, he climbed a large tree to observe Shin's movements.
Mo Yang couldn't gauge Shin's true strength but sensed danger, hence he avoided direct confrontation.
Although he was a grandmaster, he wasn't adept at combat. The Mo family's techniques excelled in mechanisms and formations rather than battle. That's why he disguised himself as Lumei to approach Shin and find an opportunity to strike. Shin didn't understand why Mo Yang fled, but he had to focus on the situation. According to Mo Yang, this place was a formation, and novels often mention formations having key points. He needed to carefully observe the surroundings for anything resembling a key point. Shin strolled through the forest, kicking here and tapping there, hoping to stumble upon the key point by chance. Despite his casual demeanor, his vigilance was at its peak. There was a grandmaster lurking nearby, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Moreover, Lumei had disappeared, and Shin didn't even know when she had been replaced. Suddenly, Shin saw a figure under a tree not far away. As he approached, he realized it was Lumei, sitting in a state of unconsciousness against the tree. However, Shin hesitated to go closer, fearing it might be Mo Yang disguised as her. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at her, hitting Lumei on the head, causing her to groan in pain and slowly regain consciousness. Looking at Shin not far away, Lumei, still groggy, asked, "What's happening to me?" Qin Shen didn't answer, his gaze fixed on her, trying to discern whether she was real or fake.
Why stand so far away?
Come help me up, I feel weak, Lu Mei said, frowning as she watched Qin Shen standing at a distance. Qin Shen became more cautious, and with a sharp look in his eyes, he asked loudly, where did we first meet?
Perplexed, Lu Mei answered, on the boat, next to my junior sister.
Upon hearing her response, Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to help her up. Someone just impersonated you, so I was worried that you might be him now, Qin Shen said as he approached Lu Mei, suddenly feeling a great sense of danger and quickly stepping back. The vines on the ground in front of Lu Mei began to twist, binding her tightly and pulling her upwards. You reacted quickly, but it's a pity, Mo Yang appeared in the tree, grabbing the vines that bound Lu Mei. Lu Mei struggled desperately, but to no avail. She couldn't even stand before, let alone now that she was tied up. Qin Shen's expression darkened as he stared sharply at Mo Yang. What do you want? Mo Yang had taken Lu Mei twice without harming her, indicating his interest lay elsewhere. I laced these vines with the madness poison of our sect, intending to drive you insane and then to your death from exhaustion. But your vigilance is too strong, so this girl suffers instead, Mo Yang said regretfully.
You're also from the True Spirit sect.
What is your purpose?
Qin Shen asked, noting the mention of the sect in Mo Yang's words. Surprised, Mo Yang looked at Qin Shen. How did you know we are from the sect? Qin Shen paused. Weren't the two men below sent by you? Mo Yang suddenly realized and shook his head. I'm only responsible for setting up the formation, I don't know the rest.
He then pulled out a dagger and threw it in front of Qin Shen. If you want to save this girl, stab yourself 3 times with this dagger, and I'll release her, Mo Yang said with a wicked smile. Watching Lu Mei struggling in madness, Qin Shen picked up the dagger from the ground.
Upon inspection, he couldn't help but curse, a grandmaster using a rusty dagger, this is a tetanus blade.
Mo Yang seemed to sense Qin Shen's hesitation and reassured him, don't worry, this dagger isn't poisoned.
The rust is a result of my blood, turning it into this appearance. It's my treasured weapon, used to activate this formation.
A hint of a sinister smile played on his lips.
Qin Shen's brow furrowed imperceptibly.
A weapon bathed in a grandmaster's blood should possess grandmaster power. Although he had a healing pill, if he used it now and got injured later, he'd be in trouble. Qin Shen's eyes flickered as he took a revival pill, then stabbed himself in the abdomen with the dagger. The dagger, imbued with grandmaster power, tore through his body, causing a chilling sensation as he broke into a cold sweat. Quickly withdrawing the dagger, he stabbed himself twice more before tossing it aside. Clutching his wound, he looked up at Mo Yang. Let me see if the words of the True Spirits sect are just hot air. Mo Yang leaped down from the tree with the vine that bound Lu Mei's eyebrows, looking at Qin Shen, whose face was pale with blood flowing non-stop. He grinned and said, it seems this girl is quite important to you.
I always keep my promises. With that, he tossed Lu Mei to Qin Shen, who, seeing Lu Mei losing her mind, pressed his mouth against hers, pushing the revival pill in his mouth down her throat with his tongue, causing Lu Mei, in her frenzy, to bite his tongue. After releasing Lu Mei, she slowly regained her senses. Mo Yang, with interest, asked, what method did you use to detoxify her? Just a kiss and the poison is gone? Qin Shen ignored him and cut off the vines entwined around Lu Mei. Lu Mei looked at Qin Shen, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity. Although she was not clear-headed just now, she knew what had happened. Seeing Qin Shen willing to save her by stabbing himself 3 times and then feeding her the detoxifying pill mouth to mouth, she couldn't help but feel touched. Lu Mei took out her long spear and attacked Mo Yang. Mo Yang sneered, although I'm not good at fighting, a little girl like you in the innate realm is no match for me. He waved his hand, and many small arrows shot out from the trees on both sides, which Lu Mei hurriedly blocked. Qin Shen, observing the situation, was thinking quickly. Mo Yang stretched lazily and said, enough playing, it's time to get serious. No time to fool around here. Before his words fell, his ghostly figure rushed towards Qin Shen. Qin Shen grabbed a dagger and thrust it forward, but suddenly the dagger seemed to grow thorns, piercing his hand and forcing him to let go. Mo Yang's palm was already at his chest, and he struck Qin Shen's abdominal wound. Qin Shen flew backward, crashing into a tree trunk. It's my life treasure, and you dare to use it against me. I didn't expect you to be just in the innate realm, not even a grandmaster yet. I've been cautious because of you. If I knew your cultivation level, I would have acted from the beginning. Mo Yang, a cunning old fox, targeted his wounds, and just as he spoke, he rushed towards Qin Shen again, intending to kill him with a punch. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Qin Shen, taking a punch from Mo Yang solidly on the back and spitting blood towards Qin Shen. This figure was Lu Mei, who ran towards Qin Shen when Mo Yang attacked. Qin Shen caught her, and Lu Mei had fainted completely. She was only in the early stages of the innate realm,
and Qin Shen, a half-step grandmaster, couldn't withstand much, let alone Lu Mei. At this moment, Qin Shen was also in a bad state, having stabbed himself 3 times and been hit by Mo Yang's palm, now lacking the strength to stand. Seeing this, Mo Yang clapped joyfully, touching, so touching. A pair of desperate lovebirds. I didn't expect to witness such a scene. He walked slowly towards Qin Shen, picked up his treasured dagger, and pressed it against his face, regretfully saying, "What a pity.
I wonder if I'll ever encounter such a toy again."
Qin Shen raised his head, a hint of madness flashing in his red eyes as he grinned at Mo Yang. "I've been waiting for you to come for a long time." Then a knife appeared in his hand, and Qin Shen infused all his true energy into it, slashing towards Mo Yang. The true energy in the knife formed a huge blade shadow, and Mo Yang, sensing the danger, was too late to react, only able to use all his spiritual energy to defend. Against such a massive blade shadow, Mo Yang couldn't even hold on for a second and was split in half directly. Qin Shen quickly took a revival pill, stopping the bleeding. Although the revival pill had no effect on injuries caused by a grandmaster, it could still buy him some time. He had not taken the revival pill all along to make Mo Yang lower his guard because once taken, the bleeding would stop, making Mo Yang hesitant to approach. In a battle against the grandmaster, unable to win, Qin Shen had to find a way to show weakness. Fortunately, his current cultivation allowed him to briefly wield one of the weapons from the Buddha sword and demon blade. As the demon blade slipped from his hand, its malevolent nature began to erode Qin Shen's rationality. He bit his tongue to stay alert and gave a small healing pill to Lu Mei. While he would have been fine taking the pill himself, Lu Mei, struck by a fatal blow from Mo Yang, was on the brink of death. He could hold on a bit longer, but Lu Mei couldn't. After consuming 2 pills, Lu Mei's cultivation broke through to the middle stage of the innate realm. Seeing Qin Shen's bloodshot eyes, she quickly retreated. Qin Shen waved his hand, urging her to leave, as he struggled to maintain control. Surprisingly, Lu Mei approached him, realizing his identity only after he spoke. "Go!" Qin Shen's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling. Startled by his appearance, Lu Mei slowly backed away. Qin Shen picked up the demon blade and swung it sideways, cutting through the trees. Shocked, Lu Mei turned and swiftly departed. Losing his sanity, Qin Shen wielded the demon blade in the forest, felling trees until he eventually collapsed. Already battered and exerting high power, the healing effects of the pills he brought back were minimal. After Qin Shen fell, a figure appeared beside him, none other than Lu Mei, whom he had driven away. She had never gone far, watching Qin Shen's madness from a distance. Lu Mei gazed complexly at the fallen Qin Shen, feeling an unknown emotion as she sensed him feeding her a pill different from the ones before, not only healing her but also helping her break through a realm. Knowing her own capabilities well, she was far from a breakthrough, yet one pill had propelled her to the middle stage of the innate realm. The spiritual energy in this pill was unimaginably rich, far beyond what her revered master could produce. If Qin Shen had taken the pill himself, he wouldn't be in this state, but he chose to save her. She couldn't ignore this life-saving grace. Searching Qin Shen, she found no more pills, indicating that was the last one. Supporting Qin Shen, Lu Mei led him away from the chaotic scene, laying him down on flat ground. Attempting to remove the blade, she was repelled by a force. Astonished, she realized the blade, black with intertwining red and gold on its edge, was firmly attached to Qin Shen's hand. Could this blade be the cause of his loss of control? Entrapped in a dilemma, she discovered that the formation, unaffected by Mo Yan's death, might trap them there. Looking at Qin Shen on the ground, she recalled her master's words from years ago when she was known as Lu Mei. "Mayor, you possess natural charm. I removed the woman character from your name to conceal your allure. Your constitution is extraordinary. If someone were to possess your body, they would soar to great heights, breaking through all cultivation barriers. If a dying person were to obtain it, they would be revived. Therefore, you must protect yourself when outside. I will teach you a technique to suppress your natural charm and enhance your cultivation. I have placed a restriction on you to safeguard against ill-intentioned individuals. Only a grandmaster or you can lift this restriction. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment." In Lu Mei's eyes, there were complex emotions swirling. She was unsure of what to do. Only by lifting the prohibition could she save Qin Shen now. However, her feelings for Qin Shen were not that deep, and her master had warned her that breaking her virginity would deplete her cultivation and even pose a life-threatening risk. Lu Mei closed her eyes, sighed, and murmured, "Forget it. You have saved me so many times, consider this repaying the debt of saving your life." She took out a beach mat from her backpack, laid it on the ground, moved Qin Shen onto it, then slowly undressed and pressed against him. Lu Mei groaned in pain, and then her true energy rushed out of her body and into Qin Shen's. Qin Shen's lifeless body began to radiate new life.
His eyelids twitched, slowly opening to a scene that left him utterly shocked. Was I just pushed down by Lu Mei, who has androphobia?
Qin Shan was astonished. Soon, he felt a large amount of spiritual energy flowing from Lu Mei's body into his own, giving him a familiar sensation. After circulating through Qin Shan's body, the spiritual energy returned to Lu Mei's body. The spiritual energy flowed back and forth between the two bodies, gradually accumulating. After a while, with a scream and a roar, the spiritual energy evenly distributed within both of them.
Qin Shan's cultivation directly broke through to Grandmaster level and continued to advance until the late Grandmaster stage.
Lu Mei also directly advanced to the early Grandmaster stage. Panting heavily, Lu Mei lay on top of Qin Shan. She then woke up abruptly, quickly got up, dressed herself, her cheeks slightly flushed, whether from shyness or the recent activity was unclear. Qin Shan sat up from the ground, feeling the power within his body. Indeed, the gap between the innate and Grandmaster levels was significant. Grandmasters could manipulate spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, while those at the innate level could only use the energy within their bodies.
Thank you for saving me.
If it weren't for what just happened, I would probably be dead by now, Qin Shan thanked Lu Mei. However, Lu Mei, at that moment, did not want to engage with him and was absorbed in feeling her own power. She was puzzled. Her master had warned that breaking her virginity would deplete her cultivation and lead to death, yet nothing had happened, and her cultivation had directly increased by a significant level. Qin Shan, observing her puzzled expression, asked, "Do you know that the cultivation technique you practiced is the furnace sting technique?" Lu Mei nodded and shook her head. "My master only told me that this technique could conceal my seductive nature. She also said that if I lost my virginity, I would die on the spot. But now, nothing has happened to me." Qin Shan used his insight ability on her, and as he looked at the information in front of him, he had a sudden realization. Lu Mei, Phoenix eyebrows of the 9 Phoenix body, age, 23, cultivation, early Grandmaster stage, cultivation technique, solidifying spirit technique, 6th layer, furnace sting technique. Cultivating this technique to the 9th layer allows for dual cultivation, absorbing all the cultivation of the furnace sting. Hobbies, dolls, doll clipping, unlocked, yes, affection level, 70, no wonder Qin Shan felt a familiar sensation in the spiritual energy, it was because of the 9 Phoenix body.
It's probably because it was me you encountered, Qin Shan said.
Lu Mei frowned slightly at his words, feeling that he was boasting in front of her after taking advantage of the situation. The cultivation technique I practice is the Tyrant Dragon True technique, and the corresponding physique is the 9 Phoenix body. When the two are combined, it enters a state of dragon leaping and phoenix chirping, dispelling all negative states. As for why you gain so much power, it should be due to the accumulation of spiritual energy in your body from your cultivation technique. The feedback of this energy has led to a significant increase in our strengths, Qin Shan explained hastily, seeing Lu Mei's disdainful gaze.
Lu Mei nodded as if she understood, murmuring to herself, 9 Phoenix body. Then she looked at Qin Shan with a puzzled expression. How did you know that my physique is the 9 Phoenix body? Because I once met someone, and at that time, we were both affected by demonic blood, inadvertently triggering the state of dragon leaping and phoenix chirping, Qin Shan said, scratching his head awkwardly after speaking. Lu Mei rolled her eyes and then said, "This time, I only did this to save you. My master told me that my constitution can bring the dying back to life. You saved me several times, so consider this as repaying the favor, but don't expect there to be a next time," Lu Mei warned sternly. Qin Shan pursed his lips and said nothing. He wouldn't force a woman to be intimate with him, it had to be voluntary. Even if she possessed the 9 Phoenix body, which could greatly enhance his cultivation techniques, if she wasn't willing, he wouldn't insist. Lu Mei got up and walked away, the current atmosphere somewhat awkward. The two had just awakened from an intimate encounter, yet now they felt like strangers. Qin Shan picked up the demonic sword from the ground and followed behind. With his current cultivation, he could briefly control the Buddha sword demon blade. However, even with his late-stage Grandmaster cultivation, he could only do so temporarily. It seemed he needed to break through to the great Grandmaster level to easily wield it. The two arrived at the place where Qin Shan had gone berserk earlier. The trees here had been cut down by Qin Shan, but now they had returned to their original state, leaving them puzzled about the formation's origin. Qin Shan looked at the body of Mo Yang, split in half on the ground, and couldn't help but feel lucky to have one. If Mo Yang had been skilled in combat, if he hadn't been so close to Qin Shan, and if the demonic sword hadn't been so powerful, the outcome would have been uncertain. Qin Shan searched the body, hoping to find something that could break the formation. In the end, all he found was a compass and several spirit stones. Finally, some spirit stones. So this is what they look like, Qin Shan muttered to himself. He picked up the compass and studied it for a while but couldn't figure out how to use it.
The formation seemed unaffected, so he decided to keep the compass. Lu Mei didn't want to wait around, so she walked off in another direction. Qin Shen sat down and checked the system store for something to break the formation. There was something available, but it was too expensive for him to afford. He then took out some food from the system space and started eating. Suddenly, he noticed something emitting a faint light in the system space. Qin Shen took it out and exclaimed, "Isn't this the jade pendant controlled by Yushu?" As the red jade pendant emerged from the system space, it rose into the air and began to rotate. As the jade pendant spun rapidly, a gray gas appeared around it, being quickly absorbed by the pendant. Qin Shen watched as the surroundings gradually became blurry. With a sound of shattering, the entire space changed, and the jade pendant fell back to the ground, returning to its dull state. Qin Shen picked up the jade pendant from the ground, realizing that it had broken the formation. Looking at Lu Mei, who looked puzzled not far away, he couldn't see her within the formation. Now that the formation was broken, Lu Mei stood nearby. It seemed she had been going around in circles all this time, unable to leave even if she walked until her legs broke. "Did you do this?" Lu Mei asked as she approached him. Qin Shen shrugged, "Sort of, but I don't know what happened either. Regardless, now that the formation is broken, we need to speed up and report to Master at the Lawful Spirit Sect as soon as possible," Lu Mei called out to Qin Shen before rushing off. With two grandmasters traveling together, they were much faster than before. After half a day, they arrived at Lu Mei's sect, which was just a peak in Kunlun. There were many peaks nearby, but this one was relatively higher. Upon entering the sect, they saw Guan Yu directing the disciples in some tasks. Guan Yu's face lit up with joy when she saw Lu Mei and Qin Shen. "Senior sister, why did you bring Qin Shen here?" Lu Mei's gaze towards Qin Shen suddenly became complex. Immediately asked, "Junior sister, has anything unusual happened recently?" Guan Yu looked at her in confusion. "No, why? Did something happen?" Lu Mei also felt puzzled. They encountered two groups of disciples from the Fa Lingjin Jiao along the way, but none of them revealed their purpose. "I'll go to Master first, and I'll leave Qin Shen to you," Lu Mei said before rushing inside, looking like she wanted to quickly get away from Qin Shen. Guan Yu walked up to Qin Shen and patted him on the back. "Did you offend my senior sister? Why does she look like she wants to stay away from you?" Qin Shen was speechless for a moment, after not seeing each other for many days. "Is this how you greet your boss?" "Oh, I'm on vacation now, so I'm not your employee during my time off," Guan Yu pouted. She was still very happy to see Qin Shen. Apart from Master and senior sister, all the other outer disciples treated her with utmost respect, not even daring to speak to her. "Let's go, I'll show you around," Guan Yu said, pulling Qin Shen inside. Just as they entered a bit further, they saw a person hurrying towards them. "Junior sister Yu, Master wants you to go to the main hall," a male disciple said to Guan Yu. Guan Yu glanced apologetically at Qin Shen. "You can walk around by yourself for now, I'll take you with me when I come out." "Master also wants this gentleman to come along," the male disciple said to Qin Shen. Qin Shen was puzzled for a moment. Could it be that Master found out about the incident with Lu Mei and wants to take revenge on me? But since I'm here, I might as well go and see. With my cultivation level, if I can't win, I can still escape. At the entrance of the main hall, the male disciple stopped Qin Shen. "Master wants you to wait here for now, let junior sister you go in first." Qin Shen was not pleased to hear that. He was giving face to Guan Yu and Lu Mei, so it was not inappropriate to meet their master. But now he was being asked to wait at the door, waiting to be summoned? Did this master really think highly of himself? Tisk, Qin Shen didn't say much, just sneered and turned to leave. The male disciple, along with a few other disciples outside, stepped forward to stop Qin Shen. Qin Shen's eyes turned cold. "Is this how you treat your guests?" They remained indifferent and drew their long swords from their waists. "What do you want to do?" Guan Yu shouted angrily from the side. "Junior sister Yu, this is Master's order. We are just following orders, please don't make it difficult for us," the leading male disciple said. Qin Shen chuckled in anger, clenching his fists, ready to take them down. "Mr. Qin, since you have a connection with my two disciples, I can also be considered your senior. Do you not have the patience to wait for a moment?" A deep female voice came from inside the main hall. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen realized that it was Guan Yu and Lu Mei's master speaking. "Senior, please forgive me. I misunderstood earlier and thought these juniors were acting on their own. In that case, I will wait here." Qin Shen bowed towards the main hall. "Moon, come in." The master didn't respond to Qin Shen, but directly called Guan Yu in. As Guan Yu walked in, Qin Shen stood there thinking, "I always thought Guan Yu's master was a man, and giving Lu Mei a cultivation technique must be for some ulterior motive. But now it seems like it's not the case. A female master teaching her disciples such a technique might indeed be as Lu Mei said, to suppress her natural charm." Inside the main hall, Guan Yu saw Lu Mei kneeling with her head bowed and their master sitting with closed eyes on the dais.
Master, is there anything you want to tell Moon? Guan Yu looked at Lu Mei and respectfully addressed the master on the dais.
Master Yi slowly opened his eyes. Your senior sister encountered an attack from the Law Spirit True sect on her way back. According to her speculation, the Law Spirit True sect's target is us. Instruct the other disciples to pay more attention to any unusual situations around and increase manpower.
Guan Yu's expression turned serious upon hearing this.
Despite her mediocre cultivation level, she was in charge of all internal matters in the sect, so she was familiar with the Law Spirit True sect.
An evil cult targeting them meant that the upcoming celebration and exchange event would not be simple.
Yes, Master, I will make arrangements immediately, she said, preparing to leave. Take this pill. Your cultivation level is the lowest in the sect. Break through to the innate realm first. If you encounter any danger, you won't even have the ability to protect yourself. Master Yi handed her a pill with a look of dissatisfaction. Guan Yu took the pill and rolled her eyes. She was not interested in cultivation but in management. She had hardly practiced cultivation since she was a teenager, always busy with various tasks. Whenever she had free time, she would leave the sect to train in the city, resulting in her being the weakest in the sect now, with only those slightly stronger than her being at the innate realm. Mr. Xin, please come in, Master Yi said after Guan Yu left. Xin Shen passed by Guan Yu, who gave him an encouraging look, leaving him speechless. Xin Shen saw the legendary Master Yi, with long hair tied up, dressed in black and white Taoist robes, appearing to be a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s. As Qin Shen observed her, a strong aura suddenly pressed down on him. He quickly exerted all his cultivation to counter it. The aura clash lasted only a few breaths, but Qin Shen felt like it had been a long time. When Master Yi withdrew her aura, Qin Shen felt relieved.
Wait, wasn't it said that there are no higher-level grandmasters now?
This aura is at least on par with a grandmaster or above.
Qin Shen thought to himself, you are a good seedling.
In this era, reaching the late grandmaster stage at such a young age is impressive. Your cultivation technique is so profound that even I can't see through your level. No wonder you haven't suffered any backlash but instead increased your strength, Master Yi praised. Qin Shen pretended to remain calm and said, it's all just a matter of coincidence and luck.
Since you have broken through Meyer's barrier, stay here after my celebration.
I will officiate your marriage, and you two will become a couple here, Master Yi declared.
Qin Shen was bewildered. Marriage?
He glanced at Lu Mei, who was kneeling on the ground with her head down, her expression hidden.
Senior, I currently have no intention of getting married.
I'm afraid I have to disappoint Qin Shen's kindness, Qin Shen politely declined. This sudden proposal of marriage was absurd. Among the women he had relationships with, he had the least emotional connection with Lu Mei. Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, Lu Mei's body trembled slightly. On one hand, she indeed did not want to marry Qin Shen, but on the other hand, she felt a sense of loss. A feeling of uncertainty and regret lingered in her heart.
Are you saying you don't want to take on this responsibility? Master Yi coldly snorted.
Although she had not left the room, she could see everything happening on the mountain peak, including Guan Yu's warmth towards him, making her feel that this person was dangerous and might even lure away her other disciple in the next step.
Qin Shen looked at her firmly and said, it's not that I don't want to take responsibility. Lu Mei is indeed a beauty, and anyone would agree to this marriage proposal. However, I believe it's unfair to her.
In today's world, marriage should be a decision made when the feelings between two people have reached a certain level of mutual understanding, not just a casual order from you as a master. Lu Mei and I made our decision in a critical situation where she saved me. So, as long as she is willing, I, Qin Shen, am willing to take responsibility. Moreover, I believe Lu Mei also holds opposing views on this marriage, but as you are her master, she dares not contradict you.
A hint of emotion flashed in Liu Mei's eyes.
Indeed, as Qin Shen said, she disagreed but did not dare refuse.
Moreover, Qin Shen's explanation made her feel enlightened, as he refused from her perspective.
Mayor, share your thoughts. The Grand Master's expression softened slightly. Lu Mei bit her lip and said, Master, I do not wish to. After Lu Mei uttered these words, silence fell over the scene, and the Grand Master remained silent for a long time. After a while, the Grand Master sighed and said, well, since the die is cast, you may go with them.
Mayor, you go down first. I have something to discuss with Mr. Qin. Lu Mei nodded, got up from the ground, and walked out. You can just call me Qin Shen, Senior.
It felt awkward to be called Mr.
Qin. How did you find the pressure I exerted on you just now?
The Grand Master asked directly. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shen replied, it felt like the aura of a Grand Master or above. The Grand Master continued, indeed, you need not wonder how I could release the pressure of a Grand Master, as my strength is only at the level of a complete master.
Qinshan became even more puzzled upon hearing this.
A complete master could emit the pressure of a grandmaster, and he was told not to be puzzled. The grandmaster went on, I am different from you, and you need not delve too deeply. I have protected Mayor and Yuer for over a decade, only to see Mayor lose her innocence because of you. I hope you will treat her well in the future. She is a child who appears cold on the outside but is warm inside, unable to express her emotions. Just because of my words, she has become like this.
Qinshan found it strange to hear this. What was the grandmaster trying to convey?
I can see that you have great potential and will reach realms beyond ordinary people in the future. I also hope you will take good care of Yuera then.
Qinshan was even more confused. Why did this sound like a farewell message?
Seeing Qinshan's confusion, the Grand Master sighed and said, perhaps my time is running out.
Perhaps? Qinshan looked at her.
The Grand Master waved her hand as if she did not want to explain further. If one day I am no longer here, I hope you will take care of both of them.
This is a soul-refining immortal technique.
I see that your soul is powerful, yet you practice the worldly soul-refining method.
Wow, my soul can be observed?
Qinshan accepted the immortal technique given by the Grand Master but wanted to say something more. However, seeing her looking exhausted and waving him away, he could only bid farewell. After leaving the main hall, he saw Guan Yue returning but did not see Lume.
Guan Yue hurried up and asked, how was it? Why did my master look for you?
Thinking of the Grand Master's almost dying appearance earlier, Qinshan decided not to tell Guan Yue for now.
Your master found out that I am your boss and asked me to take more responsibility.
You have been spoiled by her since childhood, quite willful, Qinshan said with a smile.
Guan Yue pouted, when have I been willful? Let's go, I'll take you around.
All the guests in the exchange meeting are on another peak, Guan Yue said, pulling Qinshan along. They arrived at a cliff where two peaks were connected by a suspension bridge, saving time going up and down the mountains.
Here are practitioners from various realms. Just follow me and don't talk much, Guan Yue instructed as they walked.
She still did not know that Qinshan was also a practitioner, let alone a master. She thought he was just accompanying her to see her senior sister. They reached the exchange point, where everyone displayed their items for trade, exchanging goods for goods or for spiritual stones. There were many houses here, resembling a marketplace.
Guan Yue took Qinshan into a trading company with a sign that read Jiaxing Trading Company.
This trading firm is very mysterious, spread throughout the ancient martial world, and they have issued a kind of spirit stone savings card. After all, spirit stones are quite large, and no one can carry a large pile of spirit stones with them when going out. The spirit stone savings card they issue can be used to exchange spirit stones at any trading firm, Guan Yu explained. Upon hearing this, Qinshan's eyes lit up, suddenly thinking of his red beauty gold. The red beauty gold had always been in a virtual state, without an actual card.
As long as he spent money on women, the red beauty gold would be automatically deducted. If he got a spirit stone savings card and used it to buy things for women, would the red beauty gold also be deducted? He remembered the system prompt when receiving red beauty gold rewards, stating, red beauty gold is not limited to currency. Can I get one of these spirit stone savings cards? Are there any requirements? Qinshan asked.
Guan Yu chuckled and said, there are no requirements for getting the card, but you need spiritual energy to activate it.
You're just an ordinary person, so why bother getting one? You can't activate it anyway.
Qinshan laughed at her words and said, as long as there are no requirements, who says I don't have spiritual energy? With that, he went to the front desk to apply for the card.
Guan Yu followed, puzzled.
When Qinshan saw the card, he couldn't help but marvel. It didn't look like a card at all. It felt more like an electronic game console, super thin, with several functions like receiving payments, making payments, and displaying amounts.
The Jiaxing trading firm was indeed clever.
While binding the card, Qinshan infused spiritual energy into it, leaving Guan Yu astonished to discover that Qinshan was also a cultivator. Once the card was infused with spiritual energy, the back turned into a shining white card. The receptionist instantly showed respect upon seeing it. The back of the card was originally transparent, but when infused with spiritual energy, it would be covered by the corresponding level of spiritual energy, turning it into a graded spirit card.
Blue represented the innate realm, white represented the Grandmaster realm, and silver represented the Grandmaster.
Qinshan's white light proved that he was a Grandmaster. Guan Yu covered her mouth in shock, looking at Qinshan in disbelief. She knew about the grading system based on the appearance of the spirit card but never expected Qinshan to be a Grandmaster, the same level as their master. Just a few minutes ago, she thought Qinshan was just an ordinary person.
The spirit card has been successfully activated.
You can overdraft up to 5,000 spirit stones, the receptionist said with a smile.
Overdraft? Wasn't this still a credit card? The receptionist continued, the card has a transaction function, you just need to adjust the amount needed for the transaction, and by touching two cards together, the transaction can be completed. Guan Yu, recovering from her shock, explained, the Jiaxing trading firm has enabled overdraft for strong individuals above the Grandmaster level because anyone who needs to use spirit stones will inevitably use their spirit card. You will always store spirit stones in it, so they are not worried about you not repaying. Moreover, they can gain favor with Grandmasters, so why not do it? Qin Shen nodded in understanding. The overdraft spirit stones were provided by the Jiaxing trading firm. Once you had spirit stones, depositing them would automatically offset the spending limit, similar to a credit card, but without a repayment deadline. Guan Yu stared at Qin Shen intently, then remembered what their master had said earlier about their senior sister encountering the True Spirit sect on her way back. Seeing that both their senior sister and Qin Shen were unharmed, she didn't inquire further about the process. No wonder Qin Shen was unscathed, he was a grandmaster, so those small fry from the True Spirit sect posed no threat. Fortunately, Qin Shen couldn't read minds. If he had heard Guan Yu's thoughts, he might have been speechless. He had almost lost his life, and she said they posed no threat. After receiving the card, Qin Shen examined it carefully and asked the receptionist, can worldly money be exchanged for spirit stones? The receptionist smiled and shook her head, saying, our trading firm is not short of money. Impressive. It seemed that this trading firm had considerable power in the outside world. Qin Shen put away the card, and Guan Yu asked, when did you achieve such a high level of cultivation? Why didn't I know about it? You never asked. Humph, Guan Yu snorted, feeling that Qin Shen must be deliberately hiding something from her. Not long ago, she could easily control Qin Shen with just a glance. Guan Yu walked out angrily, with Qin Shen following closely behind. Outside, there were many stalls set up. Qin Shen spotted an acquaintance at one of the stalls. It was Lin Yu whom he had seen on Panglai Fairy Island before, currently arguing with someone. This talisman of yours is useless. You claimed it's a wood element talisman, but when used, it just sprouts a flower, utterly useless. Give me back my spirit stones, a young man yelled at Lin Yu in frustration. Lin Yu looked at him disdainfully, you must be uneducated. Do you even know what a blind talisman is? You've heard of blind boxes, right? You bought a blind talisman for a spirit stone, now you want a refund. I don't care if it's blind or not, just give me my refund, the young man said, then noticing Guan Yu approaching, he turned to her, senior sister Guan, this person is scamming here, he should be driven out. Seeing Qin Shen accompanying Guan Yu, Lin Yu happily greeted him, brother Qin, I didn't expect to meet you here. Qin Shen smiled and nodded in response. After Guan Yu understood the situation and Qin Shen looked at Lin Yu with admiration. It was unexpected that he brought the popular blind talismans from the outside world here to sell, truly a talented individual. In the end, with Guan Yu's mediation, the two dispersed. The spirit stones were not refunded as the talisman had been used, and Lin Yu had clarified that it was a blind talisman, not deceiving the customers. Brother Qin, Miss Guan, thank you for helping me out, who knows how long you would have caused trouble, Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. I didn't do much, Qin Shen said with a smile. Lin Yu took out 5 talismans and handed them over. After this incident, not many dare to buy from me. These are the talismans I use to make blind talismans, please accept them as a token of gratitude. Guan Yu declined, as the host of the Kunlun event, I must be fair. If I accept your talismans, it wouldn't be fair to others. Seeing her refusal, Lin Yu turned to Qin Shen. Qin Shen quickly waved his hand, brother Lin, I didn't help much either. I have no face to accept your talismans. Although he said that, Qin Shen was actually quite interested in these blind talismans. However, he didn't want to take something for free that someone had worked hard to create. Alright then, I'll pack up and leave. Lin Yu put away the talismans he offered and left with a cloth bag on his back. Qin Shen and Guan Yu watched him leave before turning back to browse the stalls. Guan Yu stopped at a stall and picked up something resembling amber. What is this? Qin Shen asked curiously. Guan Yu shook her head, I don't know, but I feel like I need this. The stall owner, who had been chatting nearby, hurried back upon seeing them. Miss Guan, you have a good eye. This was found in a ruin, I had it appraised, and inside is a fire seed, but the specific type is unknown, the stall owner explained with a smile. Everyone here knew Guan Yu, a master who handled everything in the sect, including organizing the current banquet. Boss, how much for this? Guan Yu inquired. The stall owner hesitated, showing a reluctant expression. Miss Guan, you've worked hard to host this event, how about 500 spirit stones? Qin Shen wasn't sure if 500 spirit stones were expensive or not, but he could use his insight to determine the value of the item. Flame of Nirvana, sealed, the flame produced during the Phoenix's rebirth, currently sealed and requires Phoenix blood to unlock.
I don't have that many spirit stones, only 200. It seems it's not meant to be, Guan Yu said regretfully, about to put it back down. The stall owner hurriedly said, 200 it is, Miss Guan likes this fire seed so much, it naturally signifies coming of age. Guan Yu joyfully took the fire seed and said, I didn't bring my spirit stones. After you close the stall, come to our sect, and I'll give you the spirit stones. She currently doesn't have innate cultivation and can't use spirit cards, spirit stones are just piled up. Wait. Xin Shen spoke up to stop them. This thing shouldn't be worth 200 spirit stones. Xin Shen looked at the stall owner. The stall owner looked displeased, they were about to make a deal, and now this unexpected obstacle appeared. But seeing Xin Shen and Guan Yu together, he didn't dare to show his displeasure. Brother, this is a fire seed. I've lowered the price from 500 to 200, it's still a bargain. I believe you've tried various methods to open this fire seed, all failed, right? Although it's called a fire seed, if it's unusable, it's just trash. Xin Shen had used his insight technique and saw that nothing worked except for phoenix blood. The stall owner's expression turned ugly. Indeed, he had tried many methods, even the clan's grandmasters couldn't make the slightest change to it. Although it's unusable, but since Guan Yu likes it, even if it's trash, I'll buy it for her. How about this, I'll offer 50 spirit stones, sell me this fire seed. After Xin Shen finished speaking, the stall owner's eyes lit up. He thought the deal was off, but suddenly there was a turnaround. 50 spirit stones were still a high price. Hearing Xin Shen's words, Guan Yu's heart inexplicably quickened. Since this brother said so, 50 it is. The stall owner also pretended to be calm. Xin Shen took out a spirit card, and the stall owner, fearing he might back out, quickly took out a card and was about to stick them together. But when he saw the card's color, he froze. Damn, this is a grandmaster. I'm deceiving a grandmaster, will I get in trouble? The stall owner was anxious. Xin Shen noticed his concern and said, go ahead and swipe it, I'll honor this transaction. Don't worry, I'll find you later. After hearing this, the stall owner finally completed the transaction by sticking the cards together. A white light flashed, and the transaction was done. Xin Shen checked the balance inside the card and as he expected, any money spent for a loved one, whether money or spirit stones, would automatically deduct from the loved one's gold. Now he had 50 more spirit stones in his account, and the credit limit hadn't decreased, indicating that he used 50 gold for Guan Yu and now received it back. Excitement filled Xin Shen's face. Guan Yu, seeing this, asked puzzled, you bought something for me, why are you excited? Guan Yu's words also caught the stall owner's attention, did he make a loss? Xin Shen shook his head and said, just thinking about something else, let's go. The two continued to stroll around until it was dark. Guan Yu bought a few spiritual herbs for alchemy, and of course, Xin Shen footed the bill since she didn't have a spirit card or spirit stones. Xin Shen also wanted to earn some spirit stones. Although her martial arts skills were lacking, she excelled in alchemy, having inherited the true teachings of a master alchemist. Her alchemy skills were top-notch, but her strength couldn't keep up, so she could only use some basic fire to refine pills, greatly reducing their effectiveness. Guan Yu led Xin Shen to a small house with a courtyard, where some swings were set up. She mysteriously said, this is mine and my senior sister's secret base. We used to laze around and play here since we were young. There are many secrets inside. After entering the house, Xin Shen looked at the various girly decorations and starry lights hanging everywhere. He pushed open a room door filled with all kinds of dolls, from human-sized to finger-sized. This is my senior sister's room. Since she came down the mountain, she's been obsessed with these things, often bringing them back in batches. Guan Yu explained. Xin Shen looked at these and found it hard to imagine that Lu Mei would like these dolls. It was quite a contrast to her personality. Tonight, you can stay in my room. All the other accommodations are taken, except for this one which I haven't assigned to anyone. Since you are my boss, I'll let you stay for one night. Guan Yu opened the door to another room. There were 3 rooms in total, and one was Guan Yu's alchemy room, which was empty. There were only 2 rooms available for guests, and Guan Yu couldn't possibly let Xin Shen stay in Lu Mei's room. Alright, thanks for taking me in, Miss Guan, so I won't end up on the streets, Xin Shen said with a smile. Guan Yu rolled her eyes. By the way, for dinner, you can go to Jiaxing Trading Company, they have food there. After my master's birthday banquet tomorrow, we can go down the mountain together. You're not coming to eat with me? Xin Shen sensed that Guan Yu seemed to be leaving. Guan Yu thought for a moment, realizing that everything was almost arranged. Eating first and then going back would be fine. Since you're begging me, and seeing how lonely you are, I'll reluctantly have a meal with you, Guan Yu said with a somewhat reluctant expression. Xin Shen felt a bit exasperated, while Guan Yu put her hands behind her back and walked out in a grand manner. The two arrived at Jiaxing Trading Company, and Xin Shen looked at the menu. Wow, they were all exotic dishes. braised firewolf meat, steamed victory fish, ba snake soup, and a bunch of words Qin Shen didn't recognize. These were things Qin Shen had never heard of before. In the end, Guan Yu ordered 4 dishes and a soup. She seemed to be restraining herself, but if she didn't think Qin Shen was currently overusing spiritual stones, she would have wanted to taste all the dishes. Her master had always forbidden her from eating such things, calling them junk food. She didn't see them that way, they were all delicacies, even though she didn't understand why her master despised them. She had always obeyed her master and never tried them. Guan Yu eagerly started eating, while Qin Shen felt a slight disturbance in the spiritual energy in his body as he ate. It seemed that these foods had the effect of enhancing spiritual energy, which explained their high price. Just as they started eating, Lu Mei walked in from outside. Guan Yu saw her and quickly called out, "Sister, over here." Lu Mei, upon seeing the two, subtly furrowed her brows but still walked over. "Sister, let's eat together since the dishes have just arrived." Guan Yu hurriedly moved aside to make room for Lu Mei. Lu Mei sat down and started eating, saying, "Junior sister, have you finished all the preparations for tomorrow's birthday banquet?" "Most of it is settled, and the security measures have been strengthened," Guan Yu mumbled with a piece of firewolf meat in her mouth. "Sister, why are you here? Weren't you going out to inspect the mountain gate?" Guan Yu remembered that Lu Mei had said she was going to inspect the mountain gate after leaving the main hall. "I heard that there will be an auction at Jiaxing Trading Company tonight, where valuable items will be auctioned off, so I came to take a look," Lu Mei explained. Guan Yu nodded in agreement, as she had also heard about the auction but hadn't considered attending since she didn't have much savings. Now that she was here, she thought it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Qin Shen, listening on the side, also became interested. He wanted to see what kind of items were being auctioned in the cultivation world. After the three had eaten and drunk their fill, they entered the auction venue, where they had to swipe their spiritual cards at the entrance for identification. Guan Yu didn't have a spiritual card, but the staff at the trading company knew her and let her in. "Junior sister, you should hurry up and improve your cultivation. Currently in Kunlun, there should be no one with lower cultivation than you," Lu Mei said to Guan Yu with a furrowed brow after entering the auction hall. Guan Yu hugged Lu Mei's arm and pouted, "With you as my senior sister, I feel much safer. By the way, sister, Qin Shen is actually a grandmaster, with the same cultivation level as our master." Upon hearing this, Lu Mei trembled slightly and cast a complex look at Qin Shen. She was also a grandmaster, and both of them had advanced to the grandmaster level under the same circumstances. She didn't know how to tell Guan Yue. Even when she was just drawing spirit cards, she did it behind Guan Yue's back. The people from the trading company led the three of them to a private room, which was originally reserved for a grandmaster. Although she didn't care about worldly matters, there always had to be one reserved for the host. Qin Shen learned from Guan Yue that these places were all set up by Jiaxing Trading Company themselves. When Guan Yue sent out the invitation, people from Jiaxing Trading Company came to set up the houses. The auction soon began, with a woman in a red dress, wearing a red veil that revealed her long, white legs with red strings tied around her ankles, adorned with bells that jingled as she walked. "Welcome, representatives of the major families and sects, to tonight's auction. Jiaxing Trading Company has borrowed a grandmaster's venue to provide convenient services for all of you. I am Yahan. I believe you all know our Jiaxing Trading Company. Tonight, I will be hosting the auction." As she spoke on stage, the men below couldn't help but show a hint of desire in their eyes. Even Qin Shen couldn't help but glance a few more times. Yahan's every move exuded charm. Yahan is the face of Jiaxing Trading Company, said to be the highest-ranking figure in public. "I didn't expect her to come and host the auction," Guan Yue said, surprised, as she watched Yahan on stage. "I won't waste your time with words. Now, let's introduce the first item up for auction tonight, the Pendant of Unity." A round pendant was brought onto the auction stage, with ropes on both sides and a central opening that seemed to split into two halves. Legend has it that this pendant was blessed by a god thousands of years ago, possessing a powerful force. The pendant is divided into two parts, one male and one female. Only two destined lovers can unleash its power. However, since its creation, there have been no successful uses of this item. So, whether the legend is true or not remains unknown. Please consider carefully. Bidding starts at 100 spirit stones. The room fell silent. Many people scoffed at the idea of destined lovers, believing that practitioners were generally selfish, which might explain why the Pendant of Unity had never been used. Qin Shen glanced at the two women beside him, thinking that women might be more interested in such a romantic item. As expected, he saw interest in Guan Yue's eyes, while Lu Mei seemed indifferent. 150 spirit stones. Qin Shen called out a price. Since Guan Yue was interested, he decided to sell it to her, as he needed a place to spend his red beauty gold.
Number 3 private room bids 150 spirit stones. Do we have a higher bid?
Yahan looked pleased at the private room where Qin Shen was. She felt a bit embarrassed as the first auction item was not very exciting, but company rules dictated that they had to start from low-value items.
200 spirit stones.
A hearty laugh came from the sixth private room.
I wonder which of the Mrs. Guan and Lu is interested in this item. Regardless, I, Yang Biao, will buy it for you.
Everyone knew that the third private room was reserved for the Grandmaster, so it must be her two disciples inside. Qin Shen, who had just bid, was completely ignored, as they thought he was just a servant responsible for bidding.
300. Qin Shen disregarded Yang Biao's words. However, as the host, Wan Yue couldn't directly reject him.
Seeing Qin Shen's determined look, she had to say something positive.
Thank you, Senior Yang, for your kindness. However, we will take this item ourselves.